Chapter 1 Obtaining the 10,000 times rebate system. Liu Wanwan, we're done. On the streets of Magic City, a woman with a netbook face and sexy dress said to a physically obese man. Beside her, she held a wrap-dressed man with his head raised in a smug expression. In this year, we had a total of 365 relationships, averaging about $200 a time. Thank you for your service to me over the years. After hearing this, Liu Wanwan didn't shake like the hero at the beginning of the novel, but instead counted the memories over the years and was very calm inside. After saying this, he took out his pocket cell phone and pulled out his pocket cell phone in front of the girl to blacken her various contact information. The opposite side of this sexy woman is his girlfriend, Wang Lily, who has been talking for a year. Liu Wanwan at first on her really quite on the head, after all, is the first love well. However, after getting along for a long time, Liu Wanwan found Wang Lily green teenager is fishing everywhere to raise the kind of ATM. Otherwise, with his 180 height but up to 200 pounds of weight where people look on it, there is a play on the good. Since this year, Liu Wanwan pretends to lick the dog. In fact, the amount of money spent on average each time is only about 200 dragon coins, has saved a lot of money. From the beginning of pure love to now this appearance, all because of the cruelty of reality. Liu Wanwan let out a bitter smile. He is also clear that his appearance conditions are too poor. If he didn't have the identity of the illegitimate son of a certain family's Mr. Liu, he probably hadn't held a girl's hand until now. Wang Lily saw the situation was furious. She originally thought that this dead fat Liu Wanwan will cry and beg to pull her pants, and then a snot and a tear to borrow online loans, in spending this money on her. This is not what she expected to end up. Is this still the old dead-licking dog Liu Wanwan? You dead pauper, at first I thought you were the illegitimate son of the Liu family's head, Mr. Liu. I didn't expect you to spend a few tens of thousands of dollars on me in this year. I shucks. Wang Lily's eyes flashed with a trace of resentment, no longer hiding herself as if she were a shrew, yelling. If it wasn't for the fact that Liu Wanwan was a gold master, she wouldn't have paid any attention to this dead fat man. Thinking of this year, every day to face the weight of more than 200 pounds of those intimate moves, she was resentful. Hearing that bull family head, Liu Wanwan couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. This bastard son of his has never been managed. Lily, ignore this stinky loser pretending to be someone else's son, let's go get a hotel. The man next to Wang Lily grunted with a displeased face. Okay Sun Xiao. Wang Lily saw Sun Qi, who had a gloomy face beside her, fawningly said. Sun Xiao, named Sun Qi, had an excellent family background, and his father was one of the shareholders of a well-known beverage brand company. See no dead fatty, this Sun Xiao is the real rich man. Only a few days together he sent me the latest model Apple cell phone. Today he also said that he would buy tens of thousands of bags for others. Wang Lily looked smug, twisting her body to preen. This was the best one she had searched for since this year. Her looks were well proportioned and not ugly, and her family's annual income was more than $10 million, a real rich second generation. Sun Qi listened to lift up his head. Around the passing crowd half to Liu Wanwan cast contemptuous eyes. This dead fat man, what virtue can actually have been stained with this beauty? Liu Wanwan saw the face expressionless, although has long been informed of Wang Lily green tea female details, but at the moment he also a little nausea inside want to vomit. Sun Xiao is it? The car I drive will be handed over to you in the future. Remember to help me take good care of it. Liu Wanwan looked at the intimate two people in front of him and applauded and blessed. What car? A face of condescending Sun Qi heard some doubts. He who ate, drank, and indulged in the world of flowers all day long had absolutely no idea what this sentence meant. But looking at the green oil in front of this dead fat actually not angry and blessed himself. Sun Qi immediately felt his personality charm soared. You see, robbed his woman but also to me respectfully, this who still have me hanging double happiness. Sun Qi at this moment only feel that he is the most awesome character in the world. Wang Lily listened to the expression instantly changed, like a chameleon, some panic. But after seeing Sun Qi, who was happy and proud, Wang Lily instantly let go of her heart and hurriedly put down her harsh words before pulling Sun Qi away. You wait for me. Before leaving, Wang Lily left such a sentence. Liu Wanwan was a bit saddened to hear that he would never be able to drive for free again. It had to be said that Wang Lily was indeed a good car, or a new car, which made Liu Wanwan somewhat reminiscent. Random selection in progress. Congratulations host, you have bound the 10,000 times rebate system. Simply put, that is, the host you consume $1 to get $10,000, no fancy restrictions, that is, the host you spend how much to return how much, the amount of everything by the stock market securities and industries around the country, all legal compliance. Please host rest assured that consumption use has been upgraded for the host's bank card for the world's only supreme god card, open unlimited spending quota, random consumption without any restrictions. In order to protect the host's safety, 7 days of newbie package has been opened. The host just need to sign in silently. This system adheres to two major beliefs, never leave, never betray. If the host needs to communicate with the system only need to read silently in the heart. Suddenly, Liu Wanwan's mind resounded with a resounding mechanical voice, just like reading a novel and listening to a book, that kind of voice, giving him a big jump. Random selection? Liu Wanwan was a bit puzzled. Is he the chosen one of the 10,000? There was no novel-like excitement, nor was there novel-like calmness without waves. Liu Wanwan's main focus is to go with the flow. What if he is too excited or too pretentious and it turns out to be a fake? In order to prove the authenticity, Liu Wanwan directly opened the phone's most famous Douyin platform, and casually found a live broadcasting room to recharge $100 of manhwa coins. Dear Supreme God card users, your card arrived 1 million yuan of dragon coins, balance 1006874. Liu Wanwan looked at the cell phone text message bank arrival prompt and froze for a second. Wow, crouch. System 666 Suddenly, Liu Wanwan jumped and screamed like a mad beast, full of excitement and shock, as if he wanted to tear the whole world apart. At this moment, he understood that those protagonists of novels who were calm after obtaining the system were completely blind bull *******, who in this Nima obtained the system and didn't go crazy? It's over, another crazy one. The passerby looked at that fat man like a moving meat mountain was shaking the flab on his body, with a maniacal smile on his face that was brighter than the sunshine. He couldn't help but hold up his forehead and shake his head. This person is crazy, isn't he? Wang Lily, you will regret it. After the excitement, Liu Wanwan sneered inwardly. Detected that a traveler has initiated a killing intent against the host, the system will euthanize and continue to detect to ensure the host's safety. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the system in his head. Liu Wanwan was instantly startled, and his complacency shriveled up instantly. Is there any mistake? There is actually someone who wants to kill himself. This is not martial law. System, what is this situation? Liu Wanwan hurriedly asked in his mind. It's like this traveler is named Chu Tian and has the strongest villain system. His system requires the host to usurp all the chosen son's chi luck of the current realm in order to obtain the villain value and the chi luck value, such as the person who bound the system like you, the host. The system truthfully said. Liu Wanwan was very shocked inwardly. This world is also too outrageous. He obtained the system not to mention that there is actually a traveler. Outrageous to open the door to outrageous to the home. The main thing is, he just got the system did not cover the heat for a few minutes. This dog actually want to mutilate him. Good to have this powerful 10,000 times rebate system, otherwise he do not know how to die. This time things also gave Liu Wanwan a wake-up call. There are people outside the sky, everything still have to be a little low-key. Chapter 2, Thin and Handsome. Host, you can rest assured, the strongest villain system has been destroyed and absorbed by this system. That host Chu Tian has also gone up in smoke. There is no more chance of rebirth and crossing over. The system condescendingly said. Liu Wanwan nodded after hearing this. The system can place. There is one more thing I am a little curious about. How did this dog pussy Chu Tian know that I have a system? Liu Wanwan asked the system with some curiosity. It's like this, Chu Tian has put something similar to a listening device in all corners of this world. As long as someone shouts out words about system, rebirth, crossing over in this kind of words, it will be detected by him and track the layout to pit and kill. The system returned. Wanwan was very shocked after listening, did not think that there is actually such an operation. It seems that this Chu Tian is really Rolla. I hope that your next life is bound to a system that has no mission requirements. No, he no longer has a next life. After a short period of shock, Liu Wanwan will be immersed in the ecstasy of having a system again. A certain upscale hotel. I grass your mom, dare to fool me. On the bed, Sun Shi looked at the information found on his cell phone Baidu and was furious. At this moment, he had already understood the meaning of Liu Wanwan's words today. Sun Young, don't be angry, I only love you wholeheartedly in the future. People in the future are your person. Wang Lily looked at the sight of Sun Shi pouting, and from time to time, she also rubbed her breasts against him a few times. Feeling that soft and huge touch, Sun Shi instantly dissipated a large part of his anger. Extremely good. He directly transformed into a licking dog love brain at this moment. Not angry, not angry. Sun Shi hemmed and hawed, then flipped Wang Lily down and continued to start fighting. Wang Lily heard a sigh of relief. She was really afraid of this Sun Shi angry. After all, this is the real rich second-generation gold master. Looking at Sun Shi who was trying to fight, Wang Lily revealed a trace of satisfaction smile. After all, cannot resist her beauty. Soon Wang Lily heart will have the idea, so good licking dog can be utilized properly, to redeem this year since she suffered all the grievances and losses. In less than a minute, the battle was over quickly. Wang Lily was very resentful in her heart, although the dead fat guy was a bit fatter, but every time he could have at least half an hour or more of fighting power. Sun Xiao, you can help me teach Liu Wanwan this dead fat this year since people are aggrieved to death. If only I had met you earlier, Sun Xiao. After the end of the battle, Wang Lily suddenly pear blossomed with rain. A look of aggrieved to Sun Shi whimpered. Seeing this, Sun Shi's heart instantly softened and enraged, directly rising a strong desire to protect. Good, this dead fat man is dead, I said. Sun Shi, like a licking dog, patted his chest and packed it. Such a beautiful beauty, he had to take good care of it, and couldn't let Wang Lily suffer a little bit of aggravation. At this moment, Liu Wanwan was still immersed in ecstasy, completely unaware that he was being missed. Sign in. Suddenly, like Liu Wanwan remembered something, he directly recited silently in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in on the first day of the novice 7-day package and obtaining a strengthened version of the marrow cleansing Dan, which has been placed in the system space. The host only needs to silently take it out in his mind. The strengthened version of the marrow cleansing pill will not have any pain after use. Warm reminder, sleep for 12 hours after the use process. The system prompted. You're really my little cotton padded jacket who knows my heart. Liu Wanwan nodded. This system is too awesome. How can he be so virtuous to bind such a system? Where? It's still the host who was lucky. According to your words, you are the son of luck. The system also appropriately complimented. He, I'm just lucky. Liu Wanwan giggled. Luck is also a part of strength. The host doesn't need to think too much, the system politely said. After courteous back and forth for a while, Liu Wanwan was satisfied and stopped the conversation. The magic city at night is like a bright pearl, emitting a fascinating light. He has never dared to hope to be able to rise to prominence in this area, but at this moment he cannot help but be intoxicated by it. However, now he has 10,000 times the rebate system, one day to this side of the full buy. Liu Wanwan thought up. Return to their own out of the huge capital $3,000 a month rental room, a room and a hall 50 square feet, and just the prosperous magic city out of place, but it is also considered to be the standard of the city. Small white collar, has been very good. Here is also he in order to drive with Wang Lily, and then rented such a house. Wang Lily's things in the room has also long been moved away, residual some items. Liu Wanwan also lazy to organize, he just stay here tonight on the last night, will not be back. After the notebook and some learning materials deleted and destroyed, Liu Wanwan only put down his heart. Tomorrow directly do not deposit, directly buy a set of mansion again. As for these things in the room, well, Liu Wanwan also all don't want, as a farewell to the past themselves. Dear Supreme God card user, your card account 500,000 yuan dragon coin, balance 1,506,874 yuan. Taking a taxi and spending 50 yuan to go home, the balance in the card once again increased by 500,000 yuan. Although he already knew that the 10,000 times rebate was real, Liu Wanwan was still a little excited. After the excitement, Liu Wanwan decided to take a bath, then use the marrow cleansing Dan to see what this marrow cleansing Dan actually does. System, help me take out the marrow cleansing Dan. After taking a bath, Liu Wanwan lay on the bed and said silently in his mind. Suddenly, Liu Wanwan's hand had an extra white pill like the size of a glass bead. The moment the marrow cleansing Dan came out, the room was suddenly filled with a rich and indescribable fragrance. Smell this rich fragrance. Liu Wanwan did not hold back, directly thrown into the mouth to chew and swallow. As for the question of whether or not to take this marrow cleansing Dan to study, Liu Wanwan didn't even think about it. He has already realized the freedom of wealth, has a 10,000 times the rebate system, but also research a gross business empire. After eating, a wave of sleep came. Liu Wanwan fell into a deep sleep. 12 hours later, the rental room that Liu Wanwan lived in emitted an unpleasant stench, as if it was the smell of a sewer. Crap, what's this so stinky? And why is my body sticky? Waking up with a start, Liu Wanwan instantly jumped up from the bed. At the moment this bed is simply miserable. The sheets that are covered with black dirt actually accumulate disgusting oil stains, as if it is raining like a small gutter. And, the bed is also accompanied by a very stinky flavor, is simply smoky. And the party who caused this scene, Liu Wanwan, just looked at it, and then hurriedly ran to the toilet to clean it up, because he was also covered with these foul-smelling oil stains. Chapter 3 earned the name of Handsome Then. After cleaning I don't know how many times, until the body odor as well as oil wash away, Liu Wanwan this only stopped, and was also full of shower gel at the moment has also been used a drop left. Suddenly, Liu Wanwan realized that his chubby little hands were actually covered with veins at this moment, white and slender, very perfect. If there is a hand control to see these hands, I'm afraid that at this moment has been flooded with love eyes, will be like a hungry tiger pouncing on the front. Crouch, crouch. Liu Wanwan shouted 2 Dragon Nation mantras in a row, then stood in front of the mirror and saw this perfect body. This is like a reader like handsome face, angular, simply ghostly with the opening of a full level of grinding skin. There was also the clear outline of the abs, strong but not perverted muscles, properly dressed thin, undressed meat, coupled with his barefoot height of 180, it was the most perfect body in the world, full of masculinity, directly beating the crowd of pretentious and effeminate young fresh meat. This is too handsome, isn't it? Liu Wanwan was a little bit handsome by himself. When he was a child, he suffered from a disease, and after taking medication he had been fat until now, not realizing that he would actually be so handsome after losing weight. But in his memory, he was also quite handsome when he was a child, it should be the reason for the bottom. Liu Wanwan was very satisfied with his current self. The body was light and full of strength, at least 100 times more than before. Liu Wanwan couldn't help but sigh. This enhanced version of the marrow cleansing pill was too perverse. If he were to stand on the street right now, I'm afraid that he would be able to attract a crowd of nymphomaniacal women around him. However, at this moment, Liu Wanwan was in a dilemma, that is, he had now lost so much weight all of a sudden, wouldn't the clothes not fit? Under the helplessness, Liu Wanwan can only first use the bath towel around, and then walk to the bed to pick up the phone, ready to takeaway platform to call some takeaway, and then let the takeaway boy help to buy a few clothes. Unexpectedly, the cell phone had a whole bunch of missed calls as well as wizard's alerts. Dead fatso, do you still want to be in the business? Why don't you come yet? You lost your day's pay today. No, your entire paycheck for this month is deducted from the donation. When he opened his prestige, he saw dozens of messages from his supervisor, Chen Wujin. Chen Nugent, 28 years old this year, looks mediocre but likes to dress up, bullying soft and likes to please the leadership. Usually often find Liu Wanwan trouble, but also often use words to humiliate him. Liu Wanwan, if not for this 9 to 5, weekend breaks a month 8,000 dragon coins of work, he would have thrown his bladder quit. Now, Liu Wanwan suddenly thought of a very funny thing. If he became the boss of Qinjin, what would be a scene? Thinking of this, Liu Wanwan smiled evilly. Ignoring this silly fork supervisor, Liu Wanwan directly picked up his cell phone and ordered 20 burgers on the takeaway platform, because he was now hungry enough to eat a cow. After ordering, a delivery boy took the order in a short while. Liu Wanwan directly called the takeaway boy and gave him a payment of $100,000. Let the delivery boy go inside the mall to buy himself a set of XL clothes, in addition to buy a pair of shoes, and then all the remaining money will be given to the delivery boy as payment. You're crazy, right? The delivery boy on the other end of the phone felt that his intelligence had been insulted, and hurriedly tried to hang up the phone to end this boring farce. Because the delivery address was an apartment, someone with this kind of money would live in this apartment? How much is the prestige? I'll be over. Liu Wanwan smiled and didn't care, directly letting the delivery boy give himself the prestige. Yellow robe past your friend. Without much ado, Liu Wanwan directly transferred 100,000 over to the delivery boy. Crap, for real? At the entrance of the Dragon Kingdom burger shop, a man wearing a yellow takeout suit yelled. The clown was actually myself. The takeaway boy didn't expect that he had really met a tycoon today. This made him even more determined to deliver the takeaway. Once he asked an old man to tell his fortune, and the old man said, "You will definitely have a yellow robe and a big fish in the future." And so it was. In a short while, the delivery boy arrived at Liu Wanwan's place. I didn't expect Brother Shinhao to be so low profile that he wasn't actually living inside a mansion. So fast? Liu Wanwan was a bit surprised. That's a must. Then Brother Taheo, little brother will leave first, huh? I haven't delivered any of my other orders yet, so I'll bring it to you. The delivery boy handed the item to Liu Wanwan and then hurriedly ran away. Grass, handsome and rich, I'm a dog if I stay for a second, the takeaway boy said inwardly with indignation. Liu Wanwan didn't know what the delivery boy was thinking, and inwardly sighed a little. Really, money can make the devil push the mill off. This dragon coin is also too good to use. Gulp. Suddenly, Liu Wanwan's stomach made a protesting sound. Liu Wanwan ate all 20 burgers in less than 10 minutes as if he was a starving ghost. Burp. After eating, Liu Wanwan was satisfied and patted his stomach, while the abs on his stomach were still clearly visible, not bulging at all. Afterwards, Liu Wanwan took out a set of clothes bought by the delivery boy and put them on. It was a set of casual dress-up that, low-key but without losing the sense of high class, and it fit perfectly with his body, as if this set of clothes was designed for him. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Liu Wanwan, who changed into the new clothes, changed completely, became more handsome, and the whole person exuded a gentle and elegant high-grade temperament. This material, at first glance, is senior goods. As expected, Liu Wanwan took out a small ticket. This set of clothes is 79,999 yuan, the shoes are 15,999 yuan, are from a private high customization store in the Wanda Mall. Of course, with unlimited funds, wealth freedom for him, this money is nothing. No, the card balance arrived again. Dear Supreme Divine Card User, your card arrived with 1 billion dragon coins, with a balance of 100,100,687,474 yuan. This is not, accidentally became a billionaire. Rather, this delivery boy is quite good. Liu Wanwan originally thought he would casually buy hundreds and thousands of yuan of clothing, did not expect so honest. Words do not say much. Liu Wanwan directly Weixin transferred 10 million Longwa dollars to the delivery boy, and no tips, so that he can later lie flat at home. Anyway, his money was unlimited, but in order for the economy not to collapse in the future, Liu Wanwan felt that this kind of thing should be done less by himself in the future. The delivery boy who was waiting for the red light directly fell to the ground in excitement. Was he dreaming? Quick, old who, hurry up and hit me with a few big mouths. The same takeaway boy waiting for the red light on the side directly went over and hit him with a few big mouths. This kind of good thing doesn't happen every day. Surprisingly, he took the initiative to beg for a beating. So this old who took out all the bad comments that were complained about by customers today. Crap, cool old who, you hit me is really cool. I'm going to ing hair law. Chapter 4, easily arriving at $100 billion. The takeout boy lying on the ground with a red and swollen face not only didn't get angry, but wowed. Crazy person. Old who hurriedly sped away on his little electric donkey. Dear Supreme Divine Card User, your card has arrived with 100 million dragon coins and a balance of 1 yuan. Unsurprisingly, the cell phone arrived as expected. Liu Wanwan couldn't help but laugh when he saw the prompt, money begets money, and it will only get more and more in the future, just like a condom. What about the house I don't live, the deposit you don't return, just as to clean up your room? Taking out his cell phone, Liu Wanwan kindly sent a wiener to the house manager. After all, he also has a quality. The deposit of 3,000 yuan is completely enough to clean this room. Afterwards, Liu Wanwan only brought his ID card, driver's license, and most importantly his cell phone, and left in style without bringing anything else, without any attachment. After all, he is now a handsome man, and worth hundreds of billions of dollars. What kind of woman cannot find brother son, the person inside has come out, but it seems not a fat man In the surveillance room, the security guard who was bribed by Sun Shi with $1,000 reported to the phone. Not a fat guy? Sun Shi, who was playing a chicken game, frowned. Soon, Sun Shi's frowning brows stretched. Who? Wang Lily stood up on her knees and wiped the corner of her mouth and asked in a hurry. Young son, did that dead fatty come out? Sun Shi heard it and said smugly, that dead fat guy has come out, but this stupid security guard said it's not a fat guy. Impossible Sun Xiao, that room must have only one person living in it, maybe this stupid security guard was wrong. Wang Lily said resentfully after hearing this. She couldn't wait to see the image of Liu Wanwan with a bruised nose and swollen face, kneeling on the floor begging for mercy. Not only that, she also wanted to frame this dead fat man to go and stay in the Dragon Country prison, before finding someone to ravage this dead fat man every day in the prison. Thinking of this, Wang Lily revealed a perverted smile. Zhang San, Zhang Si, you guys hurry up and find a group of people to stop the dead fat guy, wait for me to come over. Picking up the phone, Sun Shi gave an explanation to the other end of the phone, then after dressing and organizing himself, he took Wang Lily and flew over. La 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 la, I'm the little pawn who sells newspapers. Liu Wanwan hummed happily as he walked down the elevator, ready to get a car first and buy a house on the way before saying anything. Stop. Suddenly, a group of men dressed in flowing clothes appeared in front of him, all of them fierce and vicious, as if Liu Wanwan had killed their mom. Who are you? Liu Wanwan, who experienced this kind of thing for the first time, was inevitably a little nervous, although he ate the marrow cleansing pill to obtain a transformation, but he now also has no combat experience. In the future, it is absolutely necessary to set up a security company and train a group of loyal security personnel. Liu Wanwan decided on the spot. Who? I'm your father. A man wearing a sassy leather jacket with a small blue dragon tattooed on his neck shouted angrily as he glared at Liu Wanwan. After saying that, the people on the side all burst out laughing. Third brother, this doesn't seem to be the same person as the fat guy we're looking for, right? This guy is so handsome, no better than me. How could it be that fat guy? Suddenly, a man on the side who was also dressed and wearing the same outfit said, let's wait for Sun Xiao to come over first. Maybe this girl is that fat guy's accomplice. Zhang San shook his leg and said in a dangling manner. Zhang Si, who was beside him, nodded his head and laughed. He. It's still third brother's wit. If only I was half as smart as third brother. Zhang San looked smug and very flattered after hearing this. His nickname Big Smart once again showed his intelligence. Make way, this is a society with the rule of law now. This is not a good idea. Liu Wanwan was nervous inside, but his expression pretended to be calm. System, what should I do? Liu Wanwan hastened to silently ask for help in his heart. Host, the opposite side is just stinky fish and shrimp, no need to be nervous. But the system side won't do too much interference. My function is only to provide rebates and some rewards, or I will only step in to solve the problem if I encounter the kind of accident that the traveler had yesterday. The system said back. Liu Wanwan, after hearing this, is not so nervous. After all, he is the one who owns the system. A little bit luckier. In the future some small things indeed or do not trouble the system. Phanoma. Zhang San was furious after hearing this. Under such majesty of himself and others, how dare he be so arrogant, especially with a handsome face. Simply the more you look at it, the more annoying it is. After saying that, Zhang San copied his hand and prepared a big mouth to go down. This is too slow, isn't it? Looking at the image in front of him as if it was slowed down times faster, Liu Wanwan was a bit shocked. Subsequently, Liu Wanwan tilted his head and dodged. The slap was like hitting the air, light and fluttering without the slightest bit of impact. You are also too weak. Liu Wanwan shook his head. His heart was shocked. This marrow-cleansing Dan was also too perverted. His reflexes were so exaggerated. He didn't even know how strong he was right now. He only felt that it should be no problem to beat up this group of people. Zhang San and the others couldn't help but freeze when they saw this scene. This dangling hair's luck was also too good, right? You little pussy, how dare you hide? Zhang San was infuriated, and immediately stooped like a tiger to build up his strength. His feet stepped towards the floor, and then the whole person flew into the air and kicked over. Liu Wanwan slightly dodged, expression calm, like a master style. With a loud bang, Zhang San's chin was facing the ground, like a dog chewing on a piece of. His posture was very lousy. My chin, help! Zhang San instantly screamed like a pig being killed. Just how handsome he was now, how wretched he was. Third brother. The sight of the little brother instantly surrounded the past. Looking at such a miserable Zhang San could not help but swallow his saliva. This handsome bastard is really a bit capable? This is not in line with common sense. Surrounding the crowd to see the situation have frowned. They see this group of flowing people do not dare to control. After all, this society be careful to be hit by a rake upside down. Sun Xiao. Suddenly, a hip-hop-dressed man holding a net red face walked up. The juniors who were still watching Zhang San's misery instantly said respectfully. This had to be respectful, otherwise where would they get the money to eat and drink? Even kneeling down and calling a father on top is not too much. This is simply their food and clothing. What are you doing? Sun Shi was a bit puzzled, only to see Zhang San on the floor as that ghostly cry. It's like this. In less than a few seconds, Zhang Si told the just cause and effect. So that's how it is, this person is that fatty's accomplice, right? Sun Shi looked at Liu Wanwan, who looked like a bland pretender, and was instantly enraged. This is actually more handsome than me? Wang Lily, who was holding her hand on the side, was also a bit surprised. That dead fat guy actually had such a handsome friend. More handsome than those male stars, simply not in line with common sense. Handsome has no use. Sun Xiao is so rich and also so handsome. I don't know how many times better than him. Wang Lily saw this and was very eye-catching and shady. Chapter 5 Repentant Liver. Sun Shi was very flattered after hearing this and once again raised his lofty head, revealing a confident glow. Yeah, Sun Xiao is the most handsome in this world. The little brother on the side held back his vomiting feeling and complimented. At this moment, the corner of Sun Shi's mouth was almost grinning to the root behind his ear, feeling that he was the most handsome man in this world, who would compete with him. Sun Xiao, how is the car maintenance for me? Seeing the scene, Liu Wanwan couldn't help but clap his hands to reveal a smile and said. Now Liu Wanwan is very happy. Fortunately with this Wang Lily broke up, or else in the future shall not be disgusted by her to death. What car? Sun Shi instantly collapsed his face, his expression somewhat gloomy. It's only less than a day and you forgot about me? Liu Wanwan pretended to be surprised. You are Liu Wanwan? Suddenly, Wang Lily's eyes were as white as bronze bells, her mouth was wide open as if she could stuff an egg into it, and her face was filled with a look of disbelief. No, it can't be, you must be Liu Wanwan's relative. Wang Lily couldn't believe this fact. Who could lose so much weight in a day? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Liu Wanwan saw that the other party did not believe in it, so he had to recall the lost youth one by one, time and time again, the horse galloping, the sound of snapping and banging on the body while repairing the car. It was simply unforgettable. You shut up! Sun Shi shouted with a face full of anger. The little brother who was preparing to buy melon seeds at the side was not finished, and looked at Sun Shi with eyes full of sympathy. It's not like that, young son, I was completely reluctant at that time. It's all because Liu Wanwan, this dead fat guy, forced me. Wang Lily even tried to explain a bit after hearing this. Oh really? Who was the one who said faster there? Could it be that I've lost my memory? Liu Wanwan added. I grass your mom. Originally thought that Sun Shi would be annoyed and angry with Wang Lily to stage a human-monkey war, but did not expect to directly go crazy like rushing to Liu Wanwan in front of him, very similar to the scene just now. The same dashing and handsome flying kick, the same dog gnawing on, lying on the ground wailing. My jaw is also dislocated. Quickly call a doctor for me. Sun Shi instantly screamed like killing a pig. Liu Wanwan, who dodged down this kick, patted his clothes which were not dusty, then shook his head at Sun Shi, who was wailing on the floor. Seriously, you can really be a turtle man. After saying that, Liu Wanwan's complexion was suddenly gloomy, and his eye holes flashed with a hint of coldness. After making a mess for so long, it is false that Liu Wanwan is not angry inwardly, not to mention being greened by his ex-girlfriend, actually looking for someone to teach himself a lesson, and repeatedly snarling and barking at his own side. Although Liu Wanwan had only played along with her before, it doesn't change the fact that Wang Lily greened herself when she was with him. The two things he hated most in his life. First, not having money. Second, being green. Just as Wang Lily panicked and prepared to call 120, Liu Wanwan directly walked up and kicked her cell phone to the ground, then stomped on it so hard that it instantly turned into a pile of useless scrap metal. Is this power real? Looking at the cell phone on the ground that was flattened by his own stomp, Liu Wanwan was shocked. This power is also too terrifying. Liu Wanwan couldn't help but be a little addicted to this power. This feeling is also too wonderful. Who the hell are you? How dare you step on the old lady's newly bought Apple cell phone? I'll fight with you. Wang Lily looked at the ground, scrapped the latest model Apple phone, instantly red eyes. This is Sun Xiao to buy her the latest model phone. Have not even had time to use a few days. You still don't believe this fact? Liu Wanwan shook his head. Indeed, a 200+ pounds fat man turned into a stunningly handsome man in just 12 hours, which no one would believe. He understood Wang Lily's mood, but understanding after understanding, Liu Wanwan wouldn't be in a position to explain. Could it be that you are really Liu Wanwan? Wang Lily's pupils shrunk slightly after hearing this, still a bit unable to accept the fact that this dead fat man has become handsome. Liu Wanwan was non-committal and didn't say much. Why don't you become handsome earlier? If you are so handsome, then I am sure I will only love you. Wang Lily cried her heart out at the sight of the situation. Her heart was extremely regretful, repenting her liver. After all, such a handsome man, casually go to do some live broadcasting and so on, can also earn a lot of money, so that she does not have to go through all the trouble to fish for the kaijun. Lily, what are you doing? Lying on the ground wailing, Sun Shi saw the situation hurt his heart. Not that I am the most handsome? At this moment, Sun Shi's heart was aggrieved to the extreme, but he still forced himself to endure the pain to show a hint of a smile. Lily, you still love me the most, right? After saying that, he waited pitifully for Wang Lily's response. Wang Lily, who was crying her heart out, came back to her senses, but still didn't stop crying. Such a handsome oba, she had to get it back. At this moment, she had a plan in mind. Brother Wan, I was wrong. It's all because this damn Sun Shi forced me. The only person I've always loved the most is you, Brother Wan. Wang Lily knelt down to Liu Wanwan's side, crying as if she had suffered a great deal. If one does not know Wang Lily's character, I'm afraid that she would really feel protective and make up. Little boy, I just need to do a little trick. You licking dog still obediently wagging tail back to my side, humph. After saying that, Wang Lily was very proud inside. She also thought that Liu Wanwan's dog-licking behavior was real. As long as she hooked her finger, she could make Liu Wanwan return to her side. That's right, such a beautiful young lady has apologized to you like this. What else do you want? You a big man bullying girls in the end. What is the meaning of ah? Suddenly, there were a few more chubby girls pointing and pulling out their cell phones. Liu Wanwan saw a nameless anger. This is the legend of the little fairy? However, Liu Wanwan only lived for himself. Press simply do not care about the surrounding crowd pointing, lightly said, oh, belated affection then the dog is still cheap. After saying this, Liu Wanwan directly snatched the cell phone of these girls and ruthlessly stomped on it with his shoes. I'll let you record. I'll let you rumorize on that internet when you don't know the original story. If he didn't damage these cell phones, I'm afraid that a certain well-known software will then appear rumor-mongering posts. For example, family today can really downhead, a man in the street to the woman. Headlines like that. After stomping all these cell phones, Liu Wanwan was so relieved. As expected, these little fairies instantly screamed. Although I admit that you are very handsome, but your behavior is too down and dirty. Sisters, let's quickly call the sheriff's bureau and have the law enforcers arrest this underheaded man. Chapter 6, Sent to the King of Hell. Lying on the floor, Sun Shi only felt that he was unlovable, and his inner young mind was greatly hurt. Am I not the most handsome? No, I am the most handsome, ha ha ha. Sun Shi mumbled to the end of his speech and laughed madly. Quickly call 120, young Sun is crazy. A side junior brother hurriedly took out his cell phone to dial the emergency number. Messing with me and still dare to call? Liu Wanwan ignored the little fairy who was screaming, and also ignored the dismayed and unbelievable Wang Lily. He directly flew to this group of minions, and as soon as he did, he stomped on all of these people's cell phones, turning them into a pile of useless scrap metal. Speaking of which, he is still a patriot, today destroyed a bunch of Apple cell phones, proper patriot one. Crass, my cell phone. The group of juniors completely ignored the flattened cell phone on the floor, their eyes reddened as they ran up to teach Liu Wanwan a lesson. This action is also too slow, right? Only to see these little brothers open their teeth and claws as if slowing down the speed, very funny and ridiculous. Liu Wanwan was very excited and directly transformed into a martial arts master to knock down one by one. In the face of absolute strength, all fighting skills are futile. This is not even enough for him to fight. Because Liu Wanwan has this power for the first time, so he can't control his power, he can't control himself. Not a moment's effort, these juniors will be lying on the floor foaming at the mouth, the body in the trembling, as if the epileptic scene. The picture is very bloody horror. Take a closer look, the skin of these have been sunken in, very creepy, and even some of the beaten also revealed a trace of white bone. Watching this scene, Liu Wanwan's heart was beating wildly, his adrenaline spiked, and he had an indescribable feeling of pleasure. Is this the feeling of power? Liu Wanwan finally experienced the joy of being powerful. Help! The fairies who were still in righteous indignation instantly screamed, and at this moment, they couldn't even care about their cell phones, they directly screamed and ran away. Impossible, how are you handsome and able to fight? Wang Lily only felt like the world was collapsing, her face was full of disbelief, and then she even patted her face with her hand to make sure she wasn't dreaming. Sun Shi, on the other hand, was still there laughing wildly, as if he was really crazy, but his eyes flashed with an imperceptible shade of sinister venom. Damn, when I pretend to be crazy and mix it up, I will definitely make you look good. Sun Shi thought inwardly. Don't you come over. Looking at Liu Wanwan walking forward, Sun Shi panicked. He originally thought that he could escape by pretending to be crazy, but he never thought that Liu Wanwan would not follow the rules. Liu Wanwan didn't say much, directly kicked Sun Shi to the ground, followed by the same walk forward to knock Wang Lily who was begging for mercy. Suddenly, Liu Wanwan's heart was born with a hostile spirit, wanting to send all these people to the King of Hell, to prevent these people from continuing to retaliate against him as if they were cowhide. When this thought appeared, Liu Wanwan could not help but be startled. The system coupled with the increase in power, which made Liu Wanwan even began to expand, completely did not consider the next consequences. But then, Liu Wanwan has no regrets, whoever messes with him, he will whoever, if today is not he has the system, then maybe the person lying on the floor is him. Thinking of this, Liu Wanwan seems to be through the two veins of the brain, after their own is to be arbitrary. Just as Liu Wanwan was ready to leave, suddenly, Liu Wanwan pocket cell phone rang the ringtone. After connecting, a very respectful middle-aged male voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, the respected Supreme God card user Mr. Liu, I hear is the president of the Dragon Country Bank Chugwaran, sorry so long to contact you, see your card to account for 100 billion dragon coins, You see, if there is no time to make an appointment to see if our bank can help you place. Liu Wanwan was a bit curious after hearing this. One of the world's 3 largest banks, the president of the Longhua Bank actually looked for himself? The Longhua Bank is the first bank in the Dragon Kingdom, with a long history of thousands of years. Its capital is as strong as a vast ocean, deep and bottomless. And the Dragon Bank and the world's other 2 major banks have established cooperation, almost 3 in 1 alone. All permissions and vaults are shared, mutually beneficial, its strength naturally needless to say. But also right, not to mention the system gave him upgraded the world's only unique Supreme God Card Authority, who card has 100 billion Dragon Country currency, will be the governor of the bank to find the door to kneel. In that case, it just so happens that I'm experiencing something right now. I'm now in building 10 of Lianchin apartment. You guys try to come over as fast as you can. Liu Wanwan was worried that he didn't know how to solve these things today. He didn't expect someone to come over immediately to send warmth. Alright Mr. Liu, I'll immediately assign someone from my side to come over personally. On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man in a suit, not angry, with a superior leader's aura, was instantly anxious and sweating profusely. He was Chao Guerin, the president of the Longhua Bank. Quick Xiao Lu, hurry up and prepare a car to go to Young Lu's place. At this moment, he couldn't be bothered to deal with anything else, and directly called on his assistant Xiao Lu to prepare a car to head to where Liu Wanwan was. Just being the world's only Supreme Divine Card user was enough for him to treat it in such a panic. The most important thing is to have the Supreme God Card holder Liu Xiao. From the data show that actually only 26 years old, this is bound to be some kind of hermit family out of the training of the children. The identity of the mysterious identity of the Supreme God Card holder Liu Xiao. In front of this mysterious Supreme God Card user, Chao Guerin just wanted to go over and kneel down immediately, only to see a document in hand. Assistant is stepping on high heels snapped up. She is tall, about 168 centimeters, black stockings wrapped her slender and slender. Her black stockings wrapped around her slender legs, revealing a mysterious and charming air. Her uniform was well tailored, with smooth lines that fit her figure perfectly, emphasizing her professionalism and competence, and had a delicate and small perfect face. Without that kind of uniform net face, very rare, she was Chao Guerin's assistant Liu Ruyan. Seeing his own governor so nervous, with the usual calm and collected governor, pointing the way, Liu Ruyan said she was very shocked. Which young Liu was this, surprisingly so powerful? Could it be that Liu family among the 8 families in Magic City? Not right. Last time that Liu family head were in front of their own governor that called her respectful. How could it be this Liu family? Maybe it's a big shot in Yendu. So Liu Ruyan is very curious, want to witness the appearance of the young Liu. Outside the door of the bank, Ruyan Liu respectfully said to Chao Guerin, "Governor, the car is ready." Chao Guerin quickly walked towards the car, and Ruyan Liu followed closely. In the car, Chao Guerin kept urging the driver to drive faster. Ruyan Liu, on the other hand, was silently organizing the information, curious about what kind of person could make the governor so anxious. Soon, the car arrived at No. 10 building of Lianchin apartment. Chao Guerin hurriedly got out of the car, while Ruyan Liu followed behind her holding the documents. They then saw a young man playing with his cell phone with an extraordinary demeanor standing over there. Chapter 7, 2 Superb Beauties. Chao Guerin immediately greeted him with a smile on his face. "Liu Xiao, long time no see, long time no see." At this moment, he completely ignored the people foaming at the mouth on the ground. What scene had he not seen before? Even Liu Ruyan on the side didn't show any other expression, but she still felt slightly disgusted in her heart. Liu Wanwan nodded slightly. "Governor Chao, coming quite fast." Liu Ruyan raised her eyes to Liu Wanwan. Her heart was shocked. She originally thought it would be ugly, but she didn't expect it to be so handsome. Liu Wanwan couldn't help but glance at Liu Ruyan. This woman is also too good looking. This perfect body in black silk, simply a special thing on earth, more than a few hundred times better looking than Wang Lily. Liu Wanwan calmly surveyed for a short while. His eyes revealed a confident light, completely without that kind of lewd male piggish look. Liu Ruyan looked at Liu Wanwan's eyes with aggression, slightly frowned, but there was no aversion. She just felt a little embarrassed. Of course, this was also a change brought about by Liu Wanwan's appearance and system. If he was still the same as before, it was estimated that Liu Ruyan would have long since revealed a look of disgust. Chao Guerin looked at this scene inside ecstasy. It seems that this Liu is interested in his assistant. Then this must be a good match. After admiring the perfect woman, Liu Wanwan turned his head to Chao Guerin and said, "Governor Chao, I have a little trouble here, you see how to solve it." Liu Wanwan didn't explain too much. He wasn't in the habit of giving embarrassing things to others. Once Chao Guerin heard this, his respectful look face disappeared. Looking at these people on the ground revealed a hint of coldness. "Mr. Liu, don't worry, we will definitely solve this properly. Those who dare to hit you will never be spared. He doesn't care what the hell is going on, he will only serve this Supreme Divine Card Mr. Liu in the future." After all, the person who owns the Supreme Divine Card represents their top boss, Lord Dragon King, and this is also the words explained by their Dragon King, the biggest power holder who has never shown his face, and no one dares to disobey. Not to mention the identity of the Supreme God Card, but also Liu Xiao has such a horrible cash flow, that is simply a super big man like Tarzan. This mustn't be served well. If it is served well, his status as a bank president will be untouchable, and he will always have the power that comes with being a bank president. This was what Chao Guoren was thinking inside. If you can, take care of all these people, I don't want to see this group of people in the future. Liu Wanwan nodded in satisfaction after hearing this, then attached himself to Chao Guoren's ear and said softly, "Don't worry young Liu, you won't be able to see them again in the future. I'll use the best team of lawyers in Dragon Country to help you handle this matter properly." Chao Guoren nodded his head seriously, with a look that he would not dishonor his mission. Afterwards, Chao Guoren personally took out his cell phone and dialed an unknown number. Not long after, there were law enforcers from the Dragon Country Security Bureau arriving at the scene in several vehicles. Inside the vehicles, a middle-aged man with a big belly came out, bearing the majesty of a superior, a leadership style. Wang Bureau's these people attempted to murder people for money, while Liu Xiao fought bravely to resist and eventually subdued all of these people so that they wouldn't continue to plague the people. As soon as he got out of the car, Chao Guoren went up to him and spoke with righteous indignation. Wang Bureau's is also the director of the Magic City Security Bureau, Wang Fuchang. The corners of Wang Fuchang's mouth twitched slightly after hearing this, and he was a bit speechless inside. Where is this brave resistance? Look at this, one by one, lying on the floor like a baby-like slumber. This matter I know, my side will first bring to the hospital and then in a good interrogation, properly deal with this matter, Wang Fuchang said in a low voice after hearing this. As for what is the identity of these people, first arrested back to investigate again, after all, in front of this is the first bank president of the Dragon Country. After saying that, Wang Fuchang looked towards Liu Wanwan, his heart speculating on what the other party's identity was that could make Chao Guoren so honorable. Obviously, the youth in front of him must have a big head, otherwise Chao Guoren would not be so humble. One must know that the Longhua Bank governor was able to sit on par with the Magic Capital governor, holding real power and energy. By the way, there are still a few girls there today who want to secretly film me. I suspect that they often net bomb others. The plot is very serious and bad. They need to be severely punished, Liu Wanwan said to Wang Fucheng who was on the side. When Wang Fucheng heard this, he didn't feel unhappy inside. Instead, he was a little happy. This is a good opportunity to be able to make friends with a big shot. As long as you get things done, then you won't be able to get ahead of the game. Good young Liu, my side will help you investigate, give you an explanation. In an instant, Wang Fucheng changed from a deep look to an attentive one. Liu Wanwan is a bit amused at the sight. He still likes the deep and profound director just now. Alright then, thank you. By the way, I decided to donate 1 billion to the Magic City Security Institute as a reserve fund. The people present instantly quieted down after hearing this. Everyone had a shocked look on their faces. $1 billion spent just like that? Because of Chao Guoren, everyone present took it seriously and no one doubted the authenticity of this statement. Wang Fucheng was also extremely shocked inside after hearing this. He breathed a little sharply and said, "Young Liu, are you telling the truth?" Although he didn't want to receive this money, it was just too much, so much that he had to receive it. With this amount of money, Wang Fucheng's status in the Magic City Security Institute could also be raised, counting it as a good resume, which would be extremely helpful for future promotions. Of course, I also feel very honored to be able to elevate for the Dragon Kingdom. Let's add a Wi-Fi first, then send the opposite card number from your side. Liu Wanwan nodded back. This amount of money is nothing for him. The purpose of him doing this is only to let the people in the security office do their job properly and help him get rid of these troubles, especially the several little fairies who were just in the sneak peek. All have the system. Liu Wanwan doesn't want to be some kind of ninja turtle. Whoever messes with him, he'll just whoever. It's as simple as that. No one bureaucracy. This rich second generation is completely arrogant and domineering based on their own money. I think there must be something else hidden in here. Suddenly, a woman wearing the uniform of the security office came over from the side. This woman is about 165 or so tall, with a high ponytail, a pair of almond eyes, and a mole on the bridge of her nose, which makes her look even more playful and cute. At this moment, she was huffing and puffing. Her chest was in a spectacular wave due to her uneven breathing. She was Su Mengqi, the police flower of the Magic City Security Office, a middle-aged girl with a sense of justice like a comic book protagonist. Liu Wanwan couldn't help but freeze for a few seconds. How come there is another absolute beauty? It's simply a scourge of the country. Mengqi, don't fool around. Wang Fucheng's smile instantly froze, somewhat helpless. These two sides are both unable to mess with the main Su Mengqi. His father is the capital of the magic capital of the capital of Sunanchang. Its power is monumental. Stomping the magic are going to shake a few times. I'm going to say, I hate this kind of dude the most. Su Mengqi, after listening to the beeping mouth humming, that appearance cannot be seen in anger, but some playful cute, let a person want to ruthlessly pinch a hand. Chapter 8, Becoming the World's Richest Man. Wang Fucheng stood in place somewhat at a loss for words. These two sides he cannot afford to mess with. Chao Guoren also bitterly laughed, hurriedly walked up to try to explain what. But Liu Wanwan directly ignored. Although he likes to look at the beauty is good, but somehow was said to be a dude, his heart is also very angry. What's wrong with beautiful women? Is the beautiful woman can be mouthless, and not clear things under the original fabrication? so Liu Wanwan did not bother to explain anything, not even cared to directly turn his head and left. Liu Ruyan, who was holding the document, her eyes flickered, and she felt that Liu Wanwan had a good personality. As for the words said by this middle-aged police flower, Liu Ruyan is not the kind of person who has no opinion. Wait for me, Liu Xiao. Seeing this, Chao Guoren rushed forward to follow him, and Liu Ruyan, who was holding the documents on the side, also hurriedly followed him. You stop, don't go. Su Mingqi, whose sense of justice was bursting at the seams, hurriedly shouted. She had never been ignored by a man like this before. A normal man who saw her appearance would have long ago stuck over like Kraft. Could it be that he wasn't that kind of dude? Seeing that Liu Wanwan didn't take care of himself, Su Mingqi's willow eyebrows rose up, her heart angry and full of doubts at the same time. No, he must be trying to escape. Abominable. Thinking of this, Su Mingqi hurriedly nodded her head, and the ponytail on her head also jumped up and down. But Liu Wanwan simply didn't bother after hearing this and continued to walk forward. Pissed me off. Su Mingqi's little face reddened with anger. Wang Fuqing and others quickly stopped Su Mingqi, who still wanted to chase forward. This is a god of wealth. Even if Su Nancheng knows that Liu Wanwan is going to donate $1 billion, I'm afraid that he will also have to be respectful. Nuts. Liu Wanwan's head was full of black lines. It was the first time he had seen such a middle-aged woman. Although she was good-looking, if she was the type of sneak peek fairy today, then don't blame him for not being polite. Thinking of this, Liu Wanwan's demeanor changed, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. However, at the sight of Liu Ruyan, who was twisting her peachy buttocks on the side, Liu Wanwan's heart was instantly pleasurable again. Young Liu, don't be angry. Her father is the capital of Magic City and has always been pampered. Chao, who was good at reading people's words at the side, immediately explained. Oh, it's none of my business, just don't mess with me. Liu Wanwan returned with an expressionless face, a little surprised in his heart. The original is a pampered official second generation. No wonder so barbaric, not the slightest bit of emotional intelligence. If there is no her father, I'm afraid that has long been taught a lesson. Thinking of this, Liu Wanwan helplessly shook his head. This kind of female can never marry. Boobs without brain without IQ. Chao Guoren listened to think up. He was wondering whether Liu Wanwan really does not matter or want a fine face. Don't worry, young Liu, I will talk to Capital Su about what happened today. Soon, Chao Guoren thought of a good countermeasure. Since it was not good to step in, then let her father, Su Nancheng, teach her a lesson. Liu Wanwan nodded after hearing this. He was very satisfied with Chao Guoren and decided to accept Chao Guoren as a junior to do things for him. Professional things still have to be left to professionals. He only needs to be responsible for spending money in the future. Seeing Liu Wanwan's satisfied look, Chao Guoren's heart was ecstatic. It seems that he is about to embrace the big leg. Right, what was the name of that director just now? You push his prestige to me. Because just by the middle two women influence, cause Liu Wanwan have not yet honored his promise, he does not want to later be put on the bragging and other nicknames. Chao Guoren, who has a wide range of contacts, naturally has Wang Fucheng prestige, and soon he pushed Wang Fucheng prestige over. In less than a moment, Wang Fucheng agreed and sent his name to Liu Wanwan. Good day, Liu Xiao, you must not take what just happened to heart. Where is Mingqi, who is usually pampered? I will apologize to you for her. After agreeing, Wang Fucheng hastily edited this message and confirmed it repeatedly before sending it over. After sending, sitting in the car, Wang Fucheng inner heart is very nervous. He does not want because Su Mingqi's sake lead to Liu Xiao impression worse. Donate or not to donate money is secondary. Wang Fucheng mainly want to get acquainted with this Liu Xiao. If you get on this big leg, still worry about the future? It's okay, as long as the future do not mess with me again, and your Bureau of Public card number to send it. Liu Wanwan briefly replied, want to hurry to fulfill what he said, otherwise he always feel that there is something in his heart that has not yet been done. Thank you, Liu Young. Understanding. Liu Young is simply young and talented. Magnanimous. Small Wang very much admire. In the future, Liu Young can be more to point out small Wang. After Wang Fucheng a meal of rainbow farts then sent the card number over. Without saying a word, Liu Wanwan directly transferred $1 billion over. Dear Supreme Divine Card User, your card has arrived with 10 trillion yuan dragon coins and a balance of 1 yuan. The instant it was transferred, a rebate arrival reminder came from the cell phone text message. Crap, too awesome. Looking at the message from the finance, Wang Fucheng wanted to kneel down and worship on the spot. How could Liu Xiao, who casually spends $1 billion like this and is so easygoing, be a dude? If it wasn't for the fact that Su Mingqi's father is the mayor of Magic City, Wang Fucheng would want to let this middle-aged girl roll away right now. Immediately, Wang Fucheng made up his mind that he must properly complete the task implemented by Liu Xiao, and not make any mistakes. Governor, our bank's supreme god card has suddenly arrived with $10 trillion. As the call was connected, Chao Guoren instantly shouted with wide eyes. What did you say, $10 trillion? His brain seemed to be down, even though he had seen a lot of things, he was on the verge of fainting at the moment. To know, this was a private account, and it was still cash flow, completely not comparable to that kind of fixed asset valuation. The most crucial thing is that this Supreme God card user is the Liu Xiao next to him. With $10 trillion, Liu Xiao has directly transformed into the richest man in the world. And now the world's richest man is standing next to him, which makes Chao Guoren excited. $10 trillion? Lu Ruyan at the side also stared with wide eyes and a shocked look. Her mouth could almost be stuffed into an egg. Young Lu, congratulations on becoming the richest man in the world. Chao Guoren barely managed to stabilize his mind, but he was still a bit excited, his eyes filled with admiration and worship. No successful person was able to succeed casually, he was bound to have his own merits. Of course, Liu Wanwan was the exception. Congratulations, young Lu. Ruyan Lu also hurriedly congratulated respectfully. This is the richest man in the world. It's hard to imagine that such a big shot like the richest man in the world would be standing beside them, and also so easygoing without bringing any of his bodyguards. Looking at the shock too, Liu Wanwan held back his complacency and faintly said, low-key. At this moment, his heart is all happy and blossoming, the corners of his mouth almost couldn't hold back to turn into a Dragon King smile. 10 trillion even without the system anymore, he was invincible. Chapter 9, Past Events. In the car, Chao Guoren and Lu Ruyan were both still immersed in shock, completely not coming back to their senses. The driver who was driving the car was completely puzzled, but as a professional driver, he didn't think much about it and drove directly to a hotel that specialized in receiving powerful people. Soon, the commercial vehicle arrived at a bustling hotel. The hotel's appearance was uniquely designed, with golden lights illuminating the entire building, giving people a luxurious and elegant feeling. When they walked in, a woman with a tall figure and a professional smile instantly walked up to greet them. Welcome, Governor Chao. Chao Guoren nodded. Liu Wanwan's expression instantly chilled as he looked at the luxurious hotel, a wave of memories instantly surging through his mind. The Magic City was divided into 8 major families, namely Su, Yao, Chen, Zhao, Zheng, Wang, Li, and Lu. Each family assets tens of billions of dollars or more, unfathomable. Among them, the Lu family ranked at the end. Liu Wanwan was abandoned as a child and was adopted by an elderly couple. His real mother is a mistress, and the target is Lu Success, the head of the Lu family, who is the illegitimate son of Lu Success, one of the 8 families in Magic City. The plot is very bloody. His mother Wu Yuqin in the beginning in order to marry into the family, so he gave birth to him, but Wu Yuqin did not expect is that Lu Chenggong is already a family, children have several, Bed promised to marry her, words naturally not true. Naturally they casually find an excuse to send off their mother and son. But Wu Yuqin is not willing, directly abandoned Liu Wanwan, sold him to a pair of childless old man, to chase her dream of luxury. Even without Lu's success she can still go after other rich people, so Liu Wanwan is just a burden. Finally, she managed to marry into a rich family a few years after abandoning Liu Wanwan due to the accidental death of Lu Sheng's original spouse, so she also successfully took Lu Sheng's original spouse's place. After marrying into a rich family, Wu Yuqin had a pair of sons and daughters with Lu Chenggong, which solidified her position in the Lu family. If only so, Liu Wanwan also does not matter, the road towards the sky each walks on one side, as long as they do not interfere in their own lives on the line. A year ago, Wu Yuqin, this dog woman, suddenly found him, said to take him back to the family. Naturally Liu Wanwan was reluctant, after his parents died a few years ago at the age of over 90, from the wool he learned the fact that he had been sold. As a result, this sold his own mother came to the door, said to take him back to what bull ****** family, he is naturally reluctant. What was he doing all those years ago? He is not a fool, know that there must be a hidden agenda, so he refused to return to the family's bull ******. At that time, the location of the first conversation is exactly this Bolton Hotel, the back of Wu Yuqin also 3 times to find him, and also took 100,000 cash to tempt Liu Wanwan. But Liu Wanwan remained indifferent, honoring his heart, and refused the temptation of this $100,000. Since the death of his parents, he has no parents in this world, Liu Wanwan only recognized his adoptive parents. Being repeatedly rejected, Wu Yuqin, irritated, this time also never went to find Liu Wanwan. Wan Lily in the same company, this green tea girl, also because witnessed Wu Yuqin 3 times to find Liu Wanwan reasoned so with him. Thinking of these bad memories, Liu Wanwan took a deep breath and stopped remembering these things. System, do you think it's possible to resurrect someone? Liu Wanwan asked silently in his mind. Ever since his adoptive parents passed away, he often fell into tears every night from excessive longing because they were the best people in the world to him. Ever since he was a child, although his family's situation was not very favorable, Liu Wanwan also had a happy childhood, and whatever he wanted his adoptive parents would buy for him, so it could be said that he was very happy. Even Liu Wanwan was glad that Wu Yuqin abandoned him and let him meet his foster parents. Host, anything is possible. The system just returned such a sentence and then didn't open its mouth. Liu Wanwan was a bit disappointed after hearing this, but this ambiguous sentence also filled his heart with hope. Young Liu, let's quickly go inside. Seeing that Liu Wanwan was standing still in a daze, Chao Guoren appropriately opened his mouth and said. Liu Wanwan nodded his head to follow after hearing this. There seems to be quite a story on him. Lu Rian secretly looked at Liu Wanwan and realized that his good-looking eyes were a little red, and in her heart, she had the urge to hug him for a moment. Walking into the private room, Chao Guoren also started to give some advice about managing money and making money. Although Lu Shao was already rich as hell, but the inside information of making a steady profit, he still felt the need to report it to Liu Wanwan. Chao Guoren used the reputation of Longhua Bank to guarantee that this money under their operation can earn at least 50 billion net profit a month. If not, Longhua Bank side will make up the difference. After hearing this, Liu Wanwan held his chin in mock contemplation, completely uninterested in this 50 billion. He already has a system, he still has every intention to make a load of money, direct dashing is done. In the future, the money inside my card will only get more and more, you just have to make sure that I don't limit the amount of transactions on this card. In addition, there are some things that need to be dealt with in the future that your bank has to help me out. After hearing this, Liu Wanwan directly rejected all the offers and put forward his own requirements. His requirements are very simple. For example, if he encounters something like today or whoever messes with him in the future, he will all beat them all to death and then hand them over to the people of the Dragon Country Bank to take care of the aftermath. Of course, the Dragon Country Bank was just a backhand for him. He was definitely going to establish a security company to maintain the safety of himself as well as his future family in the future. It's that simple? Chao Guoren and Liu Ruyan were a bit surprised. Not limiting the amount of transaction itself is the power of the Supreme God card, and handling things is supposed to be their line of duty. A super giant who is rich and powerful definitely needs to be properly kneeled down. Listening to the meaning of Liu Xiao's words, the money was going to be kept in the Dragon Kingdom Bank. So Chao Guoren's heart is once again ecstatic. As long as Liu Xiao keeps this money in their bank, then their bank will be able to earn tens or hundreds of billions of dollars a month just from lending interest. This is simply their golden father. It's not too much to kneel down and call out a righteous father now. By the way, Mr. Liu, is there a secretary missing on your side? If there is a shortage, you can have Xiao Lu as your personal secretary to handle big and small things for you. Suddenly, as if Chao Guoren remembered something, he hurriedly said to Liu Wanwan. Only this tone had such a hint of immodesty. Ahem. Liu Wanwan used a cough to hide his inner excitement. With such a stunning beauty following him around to feed his eyes, he could not help but live for a few more years in the future. Chapter 10 Secretary Liu Ruyan. Chao Guoren was afraid that Liu Wanwan wouldn't agree and continued to start introducing again. Ruyan Liu is a graduate of the world's #1 finance major, Spotan Academy, and has won countless honors within the school, basically remaining stable in the top 3. Liu Ruyan, Liu Da Di? Liu Wanwan suddenly thought of those novel stems. The rough meaning was that in every novel, there would always be a character named Liu Ruyan, and he didn't expect that he would actually meet someone named Liu Ruyan in reality as well. After a few minutes of Chao Guoren's introduction, Liu Wanwan was stunned. This is simply a beautiful super school bully. If he didn't get the system before, he wouldn't have crossed paths with this kind of elites at all, let alone being his secretary. Liu Ruyan, who was brewing tea on the side, heard the teacup in her hand slightly paused for a moment, and was a little excited and nervous inside. Excited to be able to do the world's richest man's personal butler, this is a great honor, and nervous because she was worried that Liu Wanwan could not see himself. Liu Wanwan was ecstatic inside. The corner of his mouth rose up slightly and said, "Then you have to ask her if she has any opinion. If she has no opinion, I have no problem." The words just finished, Liu Ruyan hurriedly returned, "I have no opinion. I feel very honored to be able to be Liu's personal secretary." She wasn't stupid, and was even a little anxious. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ruyan Liu must seize this opportunity. Then it's settled. Chao Guoren instantly laughed after hearing this. For Ruyan Liu's behavior of wanting to jump ship in such a hurry, not only was he not angry but he was happy instead. This little Liu can really have an eye for things. No, in the future, he will have to call her general manager Liu. Young Liu, then I will be your personal secretary from now on. Liu Ruyan lifted her delicate little face and said, after finishing, her cheeks had 2 more blushes. How is this sentence somewhat immodest? Ruyan Liu suddenly thought of those online driving paragraphs. Seeing Liu Ruyan's inexplicable blush, Liu Wanwan was a bit puzzled. But do not say, Liu Ruyan, now this shy appearance is very touching, such as the flower like letting the gentleman pick. Liu Wanwan secretly swallowed his saliva, such a superb secretary following his side, this is really a not small temptation. Then Ruyan, in the future, you don't come to the company, the salary given to you from the Longhua Bank side will also be paid as it is, you just need to assist Liu Xiao properly. Chao Guoren winked at Liu Ruyan. At this moment he can be said to be in a springtime mood. He can't help but want to find his old friend to drink some wine to celebrate. Liu Ruyan looked at the always stable and dignified leader, at this moment even a little bit to please their own appearance inside some surprise, even the name has changed. However, after thinking that she would never face those old colorful people again, Liu Ruyan was secretly happy in her heart. Good Governor Chao. Liu Ruyan faintly replied back, then her beautiful eyes looked towards Liu Wanwan, nervous inside. Then Governor Chao, you go ahead and get busy. I'll be looking for you on my side if there's something in the future. Liu Wanwan gave an expulsion order to Chao Guoren. Both sides added a mutual prestige, then Chao Guoren left in a beautiful manner. At once, this luxurious private room came with an ambiguous air. At this moment, Liu Ruyan is looking at Liu Wanwan, somewhat at a loss for words, and does not know how Liu Xiao will be arranged. Looking at Liu Ruyan sitting there at a loss for words, Liu Wanwan's heart is moved beyond measure. This is the first time he and this kind of superb beauty to stay in a peace, and this superb beauty will be close to follow him later. To know, he is still a just broken up yesterday cattle and horses hit workers, which makes Liu Wanwan instantly sweep away the haze in his heart. Looking at Liu Ruyan still holding that file, Liu Wanwan said with some amusement, "Throw these files in your hands." "Good." Liu Ruyan froze after hearing this, her cheeks once again flushed with a faint blush as she whispered back. After saying that, she destroyed the documents in her hands and threw them into the trash can. Listening to this soft and sticky voice, Liu Wanwan's heart could not stop beating wildly, coupled with the perfume smell emitted by Ruyan Lu's body, he almost did not hold back from committing a crime. When she saw Liu Wanwan who was panting, Liu Ruyan could not help but be a little afraid. Young Liu won't put her on the spot, right? Then what should I do? Ruyan Lu was doing a violent struggle in her mind. She was thinking about how she should reject Mr. Liu. The big deal is not to be his secretary. Although Liu Xiao is so handsome and rich, and Ruyan Lu would love to utilize her abilities as Liu Xiao's secretary, but if Liu Xiao is a boss who doesn't respect her, then it's better if she doesn't do this job. For a moment, Liu Wanwan quickly suppressed his thoughts, feeling the fire of desire in that small abdomen, he was somewhat speechless. Could it be due to the enhancement of his physique after eating the marrow-cleansing Dan? Lust can be vented, but it is definitely not something that is forced on a woman without her will. Liu Wanwan constantly reminded himself inwardly. Not long after, the fire of desire in his abdomen gradually disappeared. After feeling the fire of desire disappear, Liu Wanwan was relieved. It seems that we have to hurry to Liu Ruyan to catch hands as their own woman, otherwise every day there is such a special thing beside the body as a man cannot help it. With strong assets and a change in appearance, Liu Wanwan felt confident that he could chase Ruyan Lu into his hands. Ruyan you before in the bank side a month is what treatment Liu Wanwan asked with some curiosity. Although Chao Guorin said that he was going to continue to pay Ruyan Lu's salary, Liu Wanwan couldn't afford to lose this face. He wanted to give Ruyan Lu the best salary package. After all, Ruyan Lu was also the first person to follow him. Liu Wanwan, who already had unlimited funds, would naturally not be harsh. Young Lu, before I was in the Longhua Bank with double weekends, a month is 50,000 plus end of the year commission treatment. Seeing Liu Wanwan return to his easygoing demeanor, Liu Ruyan inwardly wondered a little if she was overthinking things. After saying that, Liu Ruyan shyly wanted to drill into the ground, thanks to her just misunderstood Liu Xiao, so at this moment she has some more good feelings towards Liu Wanwan. Liu Wanwan nodded a little surprised. Such a bullish finance senior, only 50,000 a month? Then you add the end of the year commission a year is about how much? Liu Wanwan asked again. He decided to add another 100 times based on Liu Ruyan's annual income. Although Ruyan Lu was a little curious as to why Liu Xiao was asking these questions, she still said truthfully, I'm about 1 million a year plus commission words. Only 1 million? Liu Wanwan feels that this is too little, compared to the 10 trillion in that card. But for ordinary people, a year's income of 1 million is already an ordinary person's unattainable dream. Let's put it this way, you will follow me in the future, the annual salary will give you 100 million, if you do a good job at the end of the year there will also be a little bit of a small red packet. Sitting on the sofa, Liu Wanwan crossed his legs and lightly opened his mouth. See Liu Wanwan so lightly say this sentence, Liu Ruyan slightly opened that cherry mouth, a time froze in place. Looking at Liu Ruyan's slightly open mouth revealing a small tongue, Liu Wanwan's originally suppressed fire of desire rose again. This is also too torturous, right? Liu Wanwan is very helpless, to his own body that does not move to start the fire of desire to express a strong protest. Chapter 11, My brother is so good looking. No Xiao Lu, the bank side is already still paying my salary, I can't have this money. A moment later, Ruyan Lu hurriedly shook her head and refused. She was already satisfied with the fact that she was still able to receive her salary from the bank side of the Dragon Kingdom, and wasn't that greedy. Liu Wanwan was a little surprised inside when he saw this. There were actually women who refused money in this world. Take it, otherwise I'll be looking for someone else to be my secretary, and give her the same 100 million. He didn't want to take advantage of people and opened his mouth again. Liu Ruyan's heart thumped after hearing this. Liu Xiao's charisma of this kind of money-wielding personality is too handsome. Subsequently, Ruyan Lu put away the nymphomania that flooded her heart and replied with a serious face, okay young Lu, I will definitely do a good job for young Lu in the future. She is not a fool, giving someone else $100 million would be better than giving it to herself. Liu Ruyan grunted in her heart. Liu Wanwan saw this then nodded with satisfaction. If refused again, then also non-Liu Ruyan do this secretary cannot. After discussing the salary treatment, Liu Wanwan added a contact with Liu Ruyan, and then let Liu Ruyan give him the card number. Your card to the account 10xxxx. Not long after, Ruyan Lu's text message was received with a $100 million arrival tip. Liu Xiao, we haven't signed the contract yet, why did you transfer it to me? Liu Ruyan is somewhat flattered. 100 million is so watery to transfer to me? In just one day, Liu Ruyan even became a billionaire. The world is too magical. However, what she didn't know was that another 1 trillion had arrived in Liu Wanwan's card. It's okay, I believe you. Liu Wanwan didn't say much. If he was cheated that 100 million would be considered lost, he didn't care anyway. But if someone dared to cheat him then he would definitely not be soft. Seeing Liu Wanwan with a look of indifference, Liu Ruyan inwardly deer in the headlights, for the first time in these 26 years, she felt the feeling of heartbeat. It's not that she doesn't like money, but this is just too much. In the front she refused also because she was afraid that Liu Wanwan had some kind of scheming. After all, taking so much money is definitely a price to pay. This is an adult who knows the truth. But Liu Xiao actually did nothing, directly transferred to her 100 million. This sense of trust makes Liu Ruyan very touched. Young Liu, Liu Ruyan bites her red lips, her cheeks are red, walks up and sits on Liu Wanwan's lap and desire to speak. At once, a fragrant wind came, feeling the soft delicate body in his arms. Liu Wanwan couldn't help but swallow his saliva, he couldn't control himself any longer, and directly held Liu Ruyan in his arms and kissed her. Liu Ruyan only felt that her brain was blank and a little dizzy. Half an hour later, young Liu, not here. Liu Wanwan, who was about to tear open the black silk, stopped, his rapid breathing slowly stabilized. It was indeed a bit wrong to be here. After half an hour of attack, Liu Wanwan could feel that Liu Ruyan was actually still kissing for the first time, which made him very excited. Don't call me Liu Xiao in the future, call me brother or Wanwan. Liu Wanwan gave Liu Ruyan sorted out her clothes. Looking at the bosom of the closed moon and shy flowers of the beauty is very heartwarming, can't wait to have a good taste of it. Brother. Liu Ruyan lowered her eyebrows, her heart was very shy, it was the first time she called someone brother. After saying that, she secretly looked at Liu Wanwan, her little heart was thumping. After understanding, she also learned that Liu Wanwan's age was a few months older than her, even if it was smaller than her Liu Ruyan would still call her brother. It was too shameful. My brother is so good looking. Looking at that flawless handsome face, Liu Ruyan can't help but be a little mesmerized. If time stays in this moment that would be so good But Liu Wanwan cannot hold back. Directly in this Bolton hotel booked a 99,999 yuan presidential suite. Here not only can business negotiations and able to live, can really be a good place Liu Wanwan instantly decided to buy this hotel. 2 hours later, inside the presidential suite, the floor was full of small black mesh shards. This marrow cleansing Dan is also too awesome. Looking at Liu Ruyan who was drifting off to sleep on the bed, Liu Wanwan revealed a satisfied smile. Previously, he had gotten tired in half an hour, but he didn't expect that this time, he actually efficiently kept it up for a full 2 hours. Lying on the bed, Liu Ruyan secretly opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Liu Wanwan, her heart filled with sweetness. Although she had become her brother's woman within less than a day of meeting him, she wasn't sad, instead she was very happy. So excellent and still so easygoing, not the slightest bit of those rich people's condescending appearance. Liu Ruyan felt that she would not look at the wrong person. Brother. On the bed, Liu Ruyan closed her eyes and hummed. Liu Wanwan couldn't help but kiss Liu Ruyan's forehead, looking at the reddish bedsheet, swearing that he would never treat this beautiful person in front of him badly. Although he didn't dare to guarantee how many other women he would have in the future, he would definitely not lose Liu Ruyan. This damn scum remarks. Liu Wanwan felt a little guilty. Could this be the change after having money? Sign in. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't signed in for the 7-day newbie gift pack today. As soon as the words fell, a prompt came from the system. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the flirting gift pack. May I ask if the host will use it immediately? Flirting with girls gift pack? Use it. Liu Wanwan breathed heavily and couldn't wait to read silently in his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Grandmaster of Piano, Grandmaster of Martial Arts, Grandmaster of Medical Arts, Grandmaster of Treasure Appraisal, Grandmaster of Painting, Grandmaster of Calligraphy, Athletic Genius, Top Driver, Top Singer and Dancer, and Top Culinary Arts. All kinds of Dragon King's exclusive girl-teasing skills converged here, causing Liu Wanwan to feel dazzled and excited all over his face. Suddenly, a huge wave of memories flooded into his mind. Liu Wanwan's brain seemed like it was about to explode, and he almost couldn't hold back fainting. In the next second, the brain was filled with more memories that seemed to be innate. After a long time, Liu Wanwan was able to digest the memories and turn them into his own. Subsequently, all of his body structures were reforged, and his strength was once again significantly increased. Liu Wanwan felt that he could now blow up the universe with a single punch, which was also an illusion after his strength gained a boost. Feeling these amazing changes, Liu Wanwan was ecstatic. This reward was too heaven-defying, right? Brother Unity, what does this Grandmaster mean? Liu Wanwan couldn't help but be a little puzzled. It's like this host, Grandmaster in the water sphere is already the pinnacle, the most top-of-the-line existence, like the known Hua Tua, Li Mei Chin and other medical skills is only a Grandmaster. The system returned. Bull, system you are also too powerful. Liu Wanwan gave a thumbs up to the system. He knew that in those urban novels, any top medical skill would be able to pretend to be all sorts of things and go to the pinnacle of his life, not to mention that he now had all sorts of skills converging on him. This also don't call it flirting gift package, directly change it to Dragon King gift package is more reasonable. Which is which, or the host is more excellent. The system and Liu Wanwan both started complimenting each other some more. Ouch, I'm just a little bit lucky. Host, luck is also part of strength. After conversing for a while, Liu Wanwan was satisfied and stopped communicating. Chapter 12, The Unbecoming Family. Just as Liu Wanwan was still immersed in the excitement, beside Liu Ruyan's cell phone suddenly rang. Liu Ruyan, who was in his arms, got up somewhat reluctantly, and after connecting the phone, a middle-aged woman's roar came from the opposite side. Liu Ruyan, hurry up and call all of your paychecks for this month, then go home tonight. The person on the other end of the phone hung up after speaking in a commanding tone. In the center of Magic City, inside an exquisitely decorated house, sat a mother and son. Mom, this Ruyan Liu is truly our family's money tree, ha. A man with dyed red hair and a slightly chubby body type said smugly. That's not true, my mother has raised her for over 20 years, it's only right to repay us now. A middle-aged woman with a bloated, mean-looking body on the side smiled equally smugly. This mother and son were Ruyan Liu's adoptive mother, Zhou Ping, and her own son, Liu Tao. 20 years ago, Ruyan Liu was abandoned on the street before she was adopted by Zhou Ping's family. The purpose of their adoption was simple, they wanted to find a child bride and nanny for their family. After more than 20 years of fostering, they had basically accomplished their purpose. Liu Tao crossed his legs and said with a hangdog look, Mom, I don't have a date right now, so you grab this Liu Ruyan and trick me into bed, and cook the raw rice. Zhou Ping's eyes rolled after hearing this and grunted, my mother has raised her for so many years, let her go home and serve you well tonight. Hearing this, Liu Tao, who had been single for 30 years, instantly glistened, thinking of that superb figure as well as her imperial looks, he was already about to drool. For Ruyan Liu, he had been salivating for a long time, if it wasn't for the fact that Ruyan Liu, had been living alone since she returned to China, maybe he would have gotten his way long ago. Thank you Mom. Inside the house, came the sound of Liu Tao and Zhou Ping's treacherous laughter. This is? Liu Wanwan frowned, inwardly upset, actually dare to use this tone to speak to my woman. Could it be that this is the family of the legendary voodoo devil? Brother, this is my mom. Liu Ruyan in her arms explained. In a moment, Liu Wanwan also understood Liu Ruyan's story and let out a furious cry, holy crap, how could there be such a person? Presumably, Liu Ruyan was abandoned as a child then adopted, and the couple that adopted her gave her leftovers as a child and used her as a maid. Later on, Ruyan Liu was gifted in her studies and won big and small prizes within the school as well as in various competitions. These prizes were naturally all taken away by Zhou Ping and his wife, saying that they were keeping it for her, but in reality, they were going to spend the day with their son. What's more, seeing Liu Ruyan gradually grow up and become beautiful, when she was an adult, she was almost drugged by this couple, wanting to give their son as a wife. Fortunately, Liu Ruyan finally realized in time, which did not let them succeed. Immediately after that, Liu Ruyan came up with a plan to study abroad to get rid of this vampire family. Zhou Ping they heard is certainly not agreed, so a money tree gone, then they will drink the northwest wind Liu Ruyan said 1,000 times, to ensure that after going abroad will earn more money, and in foreign receipts card all tied into Zhou Ping's bank card, so she only briefly got rid of the vampire family. In addition to some daily expenses, she has earned several million over the years, large and small, all of them were taken away by Zhou Ping, not a penny left. After hearing this, Liu Wanwan was very angry inside and his expression gradually turned cold. What he hated the most was this kind of vampire family, especially since Liu Ruyan had a similar experience to him, and was also an abandoned person. This made Liu Wanwan's icy cold eyes flash with a touch of tenderness, but in order to test what Liu Ruyan had in her heart, he deliberately asked in a test, Ruyan, then you plan to continue compromising like this? After saying that, Liu Wanwan quietly waited for Liu Ruyan's reply. If to this point, Liu Ruyan is still a voodoo demon, then he will also be very disappointed, and then directly walk away to pull Liu Ruyan into the blacklist. See, in the case of a relationship with Liu Ruyan, this 100 million is a gift to her, from now on the two have nothing more to do. Liu Ruyan see Liu Wanwan care about themselves, a heart sweetly explained. Brother, I have long intended to break with their family, but they always ran to my company before, if they do not give them money then threaten to make trouble. She then smiled sweetly and said, but in the future, I have a brother, I'm no longer facing these things alone, tonight I'll go back and break my relationship with them, and I'll never bother with these vampires again. After saying that, Ruyan Liu's body exuded a strong aura and her face was filled with determination. Then I'll accompany you back tonight, Liu Wanwan tenderly said as he looked at such a stunning beauty in his arms. He inwardly sighed in relief, if Liu Ruyan was really a Vulcan demon, then they would never cross paths again in the future. Feeling Liu Wanwan's gentleness, Liu Ruyan couldn't help but smile smilingly, and the strong aura on her body dissipated, then she looked at Liu Wanwan with affection and said, well, I love you brother. With the fall of these words, the surrounding temperature suddenly rises, and the presidential suite once again resounds with wonderful sounds. It was another 2 hours before Liu Wanwan ended the fight. Looking at those pieces of uniform on the floor, Liu Wanwan's old face was red, and his heart was a little embarrassed. But this is not his fault. After obtaining the marrow cleansing pill and the reward of Grand Master of Martial Arts, not only did his strength increase, even that aspect followed along with him, which is why this situation was created. I'll ask someone to buy you some clothes now. Liu Wanwan looked at the blushing Liu Ruyan and hemmed and hawed, his heart filled with smugness. Liu Ruyan nodded shyly after hearing this, being tossed around for so long she began to worry about the future. Brother, this is too powerful, then what should I do with myself in the future? Looking towards the small fragments on the floor, she began to think wildly. After asking clearly Liu Ruyan's size, Liu Wanwan took out his cell phone and opened his wizards, searching for Huang Peng's direct wizards to transfer $1 million in the past, and instructed to buy some jeans and other casual women's clothing. And this Huang Peng is the last time that the takeaway boy, for him to buy clothes of that, so Liu Wanwan directly to find an acquaintance, a little more convenient. Dang! Open WeChat prompt. In bed lying flat brushing the rubbing anchor, Huang Peng instantly jumped up. The face full of pimples is full of excitement. God ho is God hoa, to their own women casually buy a piece of clothing on the shot 1 million, simply unfathomable. Liu Young is bound to be a large family of rich second generation. Huang Peng secretly guessed inwardly. Afterwards, he stopped the hand that was preparing to brush the gift to the female anchor, and directly rushed downstairs to ride a small donkey to complete the task explained by Liu Xiao. He would do whatever his righteous father told him to do, even if it meant going through fire. Chapter 13, Favorability Inquiry Function. I'll go, I forgot to wear my shoes. Huang Peng, who was riding the small electric donkey, realized that he hadn't worn shoes in his haste. However, in order to quickly complete the task Liu Xiao had given him, Huang Peng was too lazy to go back and put on his shoes. Screw the throttle directly to low, in order to ensure that not illegal premise of various limit overtaking, that snakeskin position to see the passers-by called 6. In less than a moment, Huang Peng will be in the mall to pick a few sets of high-level brand clothes. The same love to see rubbing female anchor wearing jeans hot dance of him, to wear appreciation of this piece is definitely considered an old driver. After spending $1 million, Huang Peng directly became the store's supreme VIP user, being winked at by the shopping guide sister. Is this what it feels like to be a godly hero? Feeling the passion of these shopping guide sisters, Huang Peng was almost bursting with joy. But he didn't forget about his mission either, and immediately rushed to Liu Xiaofa's location after buying it. Because of Liu Wanwan's explanation, Huang Peng unhinderedly found the presidential suite he was in and placed the clothes outside the door. Xiao Lu, I've put the clothes at the door for you, so I'll leave first ha. After sending the message, Huang Peng knowingly left. He wouldn't dare to disturb Xiao Lu's good deed, this bit of eyesight he still has. So fast? Seeing the message sent by Huang Peng, Liu Wanwan couldn't wait to open the door of the room and then brought the clothes in. Unpacking the package, there were 2 sets of clothes in here. One set was jeans with a casual top, and one set was a noble and luxurious black dress skirt. Looking at the high-class material, Liu Wanwan nodded with satisfaction. This kid is quite on the ball, understands me so well. When he thought of the picture of Ruyan Liu finishing wearing the clothes, his heart was filled with anticipation. Liu Ruyan, who was preparing to try on the clothes, saw the small ticket somewhat shocked and said, "These clothes are also too expensive, right brother?" Only seeing the small ticket information, these 2 sets of clothes add up to exactly $1 million. Liu Wanwan was unimpressed after hearing this and hurriedly urged, "Quickly go and change into this set of jeans, this amount is nothing." Nowadays he who had unlimited funds didn't care about this what 1 million. If he were to change to the previous day he wouldn't even dare to think about it, and would even think that the person who spends $1 million on clothes is a fool. But now Liu Wanwan understands that having money can really do whatever you want. Liu Ruyan nodded obediently after hearing this, her heart filled with happiness. Brother can be really good to her. Thinking of their brother is a world's richest man, 1 million is a fraction of a day's interest only. Liu Ruyan did not continue to say anything. If you continue to say, I'm afraid that your brother will start to hate her. Thinking of this, Liu Ruyan hurriedly grabbed the clothes and then changed on. Along with the sound of the sizzling, Liu Ruyan also quickly changed her clothes. Liu Wanwan was almost dumbfounded at the sight, his saliva continuously gulping down. These jeans perfectly presented Ruyan Liu's long legs and her peach buttocks. Seeing Liu Ruyan at this time, wearing light blue jeans underneath, with a white casual blouse on the upper body, together with her slightly curled pink long hair, she was beautiful. Throw off those what girl groups are a few streets, especially Liu Ruyan also just put on a light makeup only. Both sides have no comparability. If the full score is 100 points, Liu Wanwan directly give to 96 points. Looking at the jeans wrapped buttocks, Liu Wanwan abdomen once again rose fire of desire, some cannot hold. His favorite is the kind of long legs, good body beauty wearing jeans, so that the body can be perfectly presented. Liu Ruyan noticed Liu Wanwan's eyes, face slightly red, pouted, brother, you look silly. Seeing Liu Wanwan's shortness of breath, Liu Ruyan, who already had weak legs, was startled in her heart. Could it be that her brother wanted it again? Thinking of this, Liu Ruyan bites her red lips, inwardly somewhat aggrieved. She is only the first time, she can't stand this kind of offense at all. Liu Wanwan came back to his senses, looking at Liu Ruyan's small aggrieved face, he held back the fire of lust in his abdomen, and somewhat apologized. Ruyan, let's go out to eat some dinner and then go to your house. After saying that, he held Liu Ruyan in his arms, putting his hand on his arse. After all, she is her own woman, sure to take good care of some, come day long well. Liu Wanwan also felt that he was a little too much, did not properly consider the feelings of Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan saw the situation, touched, nodded. It seems that the brother did not treat himself as a toy, will consider her feelings. After handing over her first time to Liu Wanwan, Liu Ruyan had already prepared herself for not having a name. After all, such an excellent brother must have more than just her as a woman. What's more, her family's situation is mediocre, and now it's all about a family. I'm afraid that her brother's family won't be able to look at her. Thinking of this, Liu Ruyan's heart is very sad. As long as the brother on their own good on the line. Liu Ruyan seems to have figured something out. Face reveals a touch of beautiful smile. When Liu Wanwan saw Liu Ruyan with a happy smile on her face, his heart jumped fiercely, and he had a feeling of unprecedented heartbeat. This made him decide that if Ruyan Liu doesn't betray himself in the future, then he will definitely treat this beautiful person in front of him well, so that she will be honored with himself in the future. With the psychological shadow of Wan Lily, Liu Wanwan was still a bit cautious. If only the system had a favorability function, he wouldn't have to be afraid of being betrayed by a woman in the future. Detecting the host's strong will, the system will automatically open the goodwill query function. The host only needs to look at the other party and silently check the goodwill in his mind to display. Suddenly, Liu Wanwan's mind resounded with the system voice. Goodwill inquiry? Hearing the system prompt, he froze and immediately became excited. Brother Unity, you are truly my close friend. Liu Wanwan wanted to kiss the system. It really is what you want. Whose system is this powerful? Base do not 6. The system returned a sentence. After the excitement, Liu Wanwan couldn't wait to check up on Liu Ruyan's favorability. Detected that Liu Ruyan's favorability towards the host is 91. The system instantly gave the detection result. Liu Wanwan then questioned the system and quickly learned the composition of goodwill. The full score of good sense was 100. According to the system, as long as there were no things that touched the other party's bottom line, 90 or more would definitely not betray him. But if it was said that the bottom line was touched, for example, Liu Ruyan was a very possessive person and only let Liu Wanwan have her as a woman. As a result, he went to find another woman and was discovered by Ruyan Liu. In this case, the goodwill will be reduced and the possibility of betrayal will occur. If it reaches 100 favorability, then no matter what you do, the other party will never leave each other. There will never be betrayal. Behavior is to let the other party to die. The other party will not hesitate. It is so simple and rough. Liu Wanwan simply loved this system and this function. Chapter 14, Meeting the Little Policewoman Again. This made the sensitive and fragile-hearted man like a treasure. You are truly my good baby. Liu Wanwan lowered his head and kissed Liu Ruyan in his arms, his heart blossoming. He didn't expect that Liu Ruyan actually had a good sense of 91, which he didn't expect. But this is good. He can have no worries in the future and love Ruyan Liu wholeheartedly. Thinking of this, the corner of Liu Wanwan's mouth revealed a nice arc. Brother, I will only be good to you in the future. Liu Ruyan looked up at Liu Wanwan, her beautiful eyes all infatuated. After being mushy for a while, the two of them went out arm in arm and looked for a famous high-class restaurant in Magic City called Victor's One. This store is also the location where major celebrities and netizens often come to hit. It is said that the flavor is first class and the environment is elegant. Its price is also very expensive. A person's minimum consumption is to be 3,000 yuan to start, and can only eat the lowest grade set meal. Wang Lily once wanted to go to this store many times, but he found various reasons to shirk. So Liu Wanwan was prepared to take Liu Ruyan to this store to see if it was as good as rumored. Driving in a luxury car, Liu Wanwan realized that he should buy a car and find a driver, otherwise it is not convenient to go out and do things. Driving distance, Liu Wanwan suddenly remembered the delivery boy. Just this delivery boy to help him buy clothes have not given the errand fee. The key is that this Huangpeng is so honest, give as much as you want to spend, not insatiable, so Liu Wanwan naturally will not treat others poorly. Without saying a word, Liu Wanwan directly transferred $1 million for Huangpeng's errand fee and attached the message, good taste. On the other side, Huangpeng, who was lying at home watching the female anchor of the Rubbers, received the transfer, excitedly jumped up from the bed and shouted, righteous father is awesome. After the transfer, Liu Wanwan, who had his arms around Liu Ruyan in the car, began to close his eyes and digest the series of things that happened today. The thoughtful Liu Ruyan on the side saw her brother closing his eyes and thoughtfully helped Liu Wanwan press his temples. The driver in front of him who was driving the car and peeking was envious and jealous. This imperial lady looking extremely beautiful woman was actually so well behaved. Is this the rich man's damn pleasure? After a while, this dripping luxury specialized car arrived at this restaurant of Victor. The driver stepped out of the car and respectfully opened the door for the two, very dedicated. The car door opened and two men and women walked down. The man had a deathless, exquisite, handsome face, exuding the temperament of a noble gentleman. The woman had a royal lady face, and her perfect figure made people look at her and want to do something bad. The moment they walked down, the two instantly attracted the eyes of passing passers-by and became the center of attention. At this moment, Liu Wanwan was holding hands with Liu Ruyan. The two of them were like a match made in heaven, like the male and female protagonists of a novel, stunning the crowd. Feeling one of the surveying eyes around, Liu Ruyan was expressionless, as if she was already used to this kind of image. Her body exuded an aura of rejecting people. Liu Wanwan, who was concerned by so many people for the first time, found it very novel, so the attention of all the people was so refreshing. Liu Wanwan is not a low-profile person. He feels that he should be more high-profile when he has strength. Adjusting his mindset, Liu Wanwan confidently and calmly raised his head, quickly adapted to the image of being in the limelight. The the corners of his mouth rose slightly, hanging a faint smile if anything. You know, he is now a giant with several $1 trillion of cash flow, casually stomping his feet can shake the world, and is destined to become a great man who will be looked up to by the world in the future. Afterwards, Liu Wanwan walked into the restaurant with Liu Ruyan on his arm, as if he had long been accustomed to the envious and jealous eyes around him, and was calm and collected. The surrounding crowd also hurriedly retracted their gazes. This kind of extraordinary temperament of the noble son is definitely a certain big family son they cannot afford to mess with. How is it this dude? Suddenly, a woman with a ponytail in the restaurant stood up and said with a small indignant face. She was none other than Su Mingqi, the police flower who had just gotten off work. At this moment, Su Mingqi's almond eyes were filled with anger as she looked at Liu Wanwan. I didn't expect this dude to behave intimately with this secretary so quickly. In an instant, Su Mingqi categorized Liu Ruyan as the type who loved vanity. Not expecting such a beautiful sister to be this kind of person, Su Mingqi was a little disappointed in Liu Ruyan. What's wrong, Mingqi? The young man with the clean face on the side was puzzled. Don't call me Mingqi, I'm not familiar with you. Su Mingqi let out a delicate grunt, feeling as if she had eaten a fly. First, she was scolded by her family, telling her not to mess with this bad guy, Liu Xiao, in the future. Then she introduced herself to this Yifan, and as a result, she now saw the bad guy who caused her to be scolded today. Why is she so unlucky today? Su Mingqi was so aggrieved that she wanted to go back to her girlfriends to complain. Yifan's gleaming eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure after hearing this. If it wasn't for the old man's marriage contract between him and Su Mingqi many years ago, he would have lost this patience long ago. Subsequently, Yifan put away the displeasure in his heart and revealed a bright smile and said, Oh Mingqi, I'm not worried about you, besides we're not familiar now doesn't mean we won't be familiar in the future. Moreover, we have a marriage contract now, I'm sure you'll see a different me in the future. After saying that, he exudes extreme confidence all over his body, a pretentious look. Stop it, there's no way I'll be with you. Su Mingqi delicately grunted. Being unknowingly betrothed by her family to this Yifan, the thought of this made her heart angry and irritated. At the sight of Yifan's smiling face that showed his teeth revealing big white teeth, her heart was even more revolted. Why was this guy so confident? Yifan was puzzled in his heart when he saw Su Mingqi's disgusted look. This shouldn't be Before he tried this trick with other girls repeatedly, never missed, did not expect this time actually flipped. Woman, you have successfully caught my attention. Yifan not only did not get angry, but instead revealed a smile of confidence. In this world, there was never a woman he could not handle. Looking at Su Mingqi's stunningly beautiful face, Yifan could not help but rise a sense of dryness. Now is not the time. Yifan took a deep breath, and suddenly, he saw Liu Wanwan and Liu Ruyan walking head-on. Hiss. This woman is too extreme, isn't she? An evil fire once again rose in Yifan's heart, who had just held back his lust, and he couldn't suppress it. There was actually another stunning beauty that had popped up, with a hint more flavor than Su Mingqi, giving him an instant feeling of desire to conquer. Only, this woman actually behaved so intimately with a little white boy. Moreover, this little white guy was actually more handsome than him, and his body revealed the same confident temperament as him. This made Yifan's heart very upset. In this world, only he, Yifan, was the son of heaven's destiny. Other men did not deserve such a special thing. In a short moment, Yifan was cynical about Liu Wanwan. The woman he had his eyes on absolutely could not let this little white boy get his hands on her. How is it this middle-aged woman? Liu Wanwan, who followed the waiter's guidance to go forward, was a bit surprised that he actually met that middle-aged woman in the daytime here. Chapter 15 Solo 1 without two flavors. Long is good-looking, also very delicate and cute. The only disadvantage is a little big disease. Liu Wanwan presses lazily. Suddenly, he noticed that this middle two women next to the man with a clean look. At the moment, this person is blatantly gazing at his own woman, even without hiding it. This made Liu Wanwan directly frown, inwardly very unhappy, fiercely glared over, eyes full of warning. Only this person does not seem to be afraid, but instead reveals a touch of confident smile to meet his eyes, and even a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. On this kind of white boy rich second generation, Yifan is not afraid at all. If he wants to, he can waste this white boy with his hand. Liu Wanwan was a bit surprised. This one was also too arrogant, right, not putting him in his eyes at all. Moreover, this person is obviously not very handsome, but his body is full of confidence, as if everything is under control. Liu Wanwan, who had gotten the system, hadn't been so pretentious, and this opened his eyes. Watching the two men stare at each other with hostility, Su Mingqi suddenly had a plan, and a wry smile appeared on her face. Who made both of you so annoying? This can't be blamed on her. Brother, why are you here? Only to see Su Mingqi reveal a look of delight, standing up and wanting to jump into Liu Wanwan's arms. Liu Wanwan, who had gotten all kinds of bonuses, had long since changed, and directly slightly sidestepped and dodged Su Mingqi. Su Mingqi, who had pounced on him, almost fell to the ground, and walked several staggers before she could barely stand still, which prevented her from making a fool of herself. The Su Mingqi who almost made a fool of herself was incomparably angry inside. She held back her anger, and then lowered her head and complained. What are you doing, brother? Did Mingqi do something wrong? Also, who is this good-looking sister? After saying that, she used the pair of almond eyes to look at Liu Wanwan with an aggrieved look, a simple girl's appearance. How could there be this kind of bad guy who doesn't know how to pity a jade? She had condescended to sacrifice her color, but she didn't think that this bad guy would still dare to hide, knowing that she had never let another boy touch her before this, let alone such an intimate behavior. Thinking of this, Su Mengqi was furious, almost breaking her guard and wanting to scold this stinking bad guy. However, thinking of the scene that was going to happen next, she began to look forward to it, and was even a bit pleased with herself. Sure enough, Yi Fan, who was still full of confident smiles, instantly burst into a rage. Damn it, I will make sure you die. He, who had always been vindictive, had a gloomy face when he saw this, and a flash of resentment flashed in his eyes. There was also this dead Su Mengqi, after learning of the engagement situation with himself. How dare to public occasions, openly wagging his tail to run to the front of other men, simply a little face does not leave him. What's even worse is that this has been acting like an innocent woman for a while. I didn't expect that she would throw herself at this little white boy, and this little white boy still looks like she dislikes him. After obtaining Su Mengqi's family's power and funds, he would treat Su Mengqi as a plaything and play hard. She is no longer qualified to be her own woman. Yi Fan thought viciously. At this moment, he no longer had the confident and indifferent look that he had just had, and the expression on his face was gloomy as if it was as depressing as before a storm. This rich second generation looks like he was caught by the real one when he brought another girl out for dinner. That's right, I hate this kind of rich second generation who looks like a man and cheats ignorant girls on the basis of being a bit handsome. Families, I came out to eat today and encountered scum again. The surrounding dinner crowd saw this and talked about it, completely ignoring the grim-faced Yi Fan. They only cared about this kind of rich second generation melon, not a man with a gloomy and ordinary face. Among them, a net red-faced woman wearing a silver glittering skirt with a slight do finished angrily. She pinched her orchid fingers again, holding the fork in her hand to savor the cake on the table, and said with a rigorous and serious look, "The degree of aroma straight to your palate, including your mouth, including your nasal cavity, chest cavity, pelvic cavity are filled with the kind of very thick fragrance of light milk and milk flavor. It's almost like a 1-1-no-2 flavor." After describing the texture of the cake, she lowered her orchid fingers again, her serious expression dissolving back into anger. Families, expose this dead scum to me. She was Douyin's famous big shot netizen, Huang Ko, who had originally come to Victor's to clock in for dinner today, but hadn't thought that she'd encountered a scummy man during the live broadcast. So, Huang Ko lifted her cell phone and live-streamed the scene on the Douyin platform. Ben was still watching Huang Ko Lizi's live broadcast in the comment area instantly exploded. Wow, this little brother is so handsome. Handsome, what's the use? This kind of foot in two boats of scum, under head nail, should go to death. That's right, family members, let's go to Sweet Potato Weibo together to expose this scummy man. Don't let him do wrong on the basis that he has some good looks. You all still don't know the facts. How do you know that others are scum? No girl would take her innocence to falsely accuse others. The comments were basically all scolding Liu Wanwan, and one of the more normal people shot back a comment, but it was quickly brushed off. Through the cell phone screen, a few girls with pimple-faced and slightly chubby figures, at this moment is full of excitement wildly pressing the cell phone, eyes, as if they killed their family members. Why are they not as pretty as the two girls in the live broadcast? Why didn't they know this kind of handsome man? Driven by jealousy, they pressed the screen of their cell phones faster. Do I know you? Liu Wanwan looked at the aggrieved middle-aged girl full of innocence, not paying the slightest attention to the fact that he was being live-streamed. Originally, he was still thinking about how to teach this pretentious man a lesson, but it turned out that this middle-aged girl started to make a demon again, and he didn't know what kind of medicine she had taken wrong. On the side, Liu Ruyan, who was originally still a little jealous, suddenly noticed a hint of something wrong. Obviously in the morning, she still hated her brother so much, but now she is actively sticking over. After working at the Bank of the Dragon Kingdom for the past few years, she still understands the daughter of the famous capital of Magic City, Su Mengqi. Su Mengqi is the famous police flower of Magic City, usually for the people of justice, pulling the knife, but often caused trouble. However, she often caused trouble, and was a girl with a good nature, but was a bit of a middle child. So, combined with Su Mengqi's character, this sudden change of nature, there must be a ghost. The clever Liu Ruyan quickly guessed that this Su Mengqi wanted to utilize her brother. No, the man standing next to Su Mengqi just now also confirmed her guess. At this moment, he was gritting his teeth, his face was grim, as if he was about to gnash his teeth, his body exuding a hostile aura. Liu Ruyan's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of worry when she saw this. Brother, why don't we change restaurants to eat? Looking at Liu Ruyan with a worried face, Liu Wanwan's heart warmed, or his own Ruyan is the best. Chapter 16, exposed on the internet. Brother, could it be that you don't want me because of this sister? Su Mengqi's almond eyes instantly covered with a layer of mist, looking pathetic. People want a pity. The surrounding crowd saw this and rebuked angrily. A big man, can't you have some bearing? That's right, looks like a man. I did not expect to be this kind of people who start and end up abandoning. This kind of person should be exposed on the internet. Saying that, the surrounding crowd of onlookers became more and more agitated. Feeling the number of people in the live broadcast room continue to soar, Huang Ke's heart was happy, and he hurriedly added fuel to the fire on the side. New to the live broadcast room's posies, let me introduce you to the scene. This man has his feet in 2 boats, and is now being discovered by the original maid in Victor's restaurant. Saying that, there were even a few drops of tears left in that slight Do's eyes. Yakking a bunch, Huang Ke successfully provoked the audience's anger and aroused empathy. At this moment, the comments section of the live broadcast was accusing and cursing Liu Wanwan scum. Seeing the comments section that constantly brushes upwards as well as various gifs, Huang Ke was secretly happy inside and couldn't help but let out a laugh. However, the angry live broadcast audience did not pay attention, and continued to wildly press their cell phones there to curse. The store attendant, after sensing the anger of the store's customers, in order to avoid things from expanding, rushed forward and said to Liu Wanwan, "Sir, your presence here has already affected our store's business. Can you see if you can change a store to eat?" After saying that, the waitress stood in place with some difficulty. "How do you guys do your business?" Suddenly, a middle-aged man dressed as a manager walked in outside the store. He was Victor's manager, Wudishing, and just a moment ago, he discovered on his cell phone that the store he managed was on the hot search. At this moment, he was holding his cell phone and walked in angrily, questioning the store's waiters. If this matter wasn't handled properly, I'm afraid that their store's reputation would be damaged. Looking at the angry Wudishing coming in, the waitresses in the store were instantly a bit scared, afraid that he would deduct their wages because of this matter. "It's you, right?" Wudishing looked at the somewhat confused Liu Wanwan and instantly stormed, then walked over with an angry face and indiscriminately raised his foot ready to kick over. This damned little white boy actually dared to cause their store to be on the hot search, being affected by the reputation. "Brother, be careful." On the side, Lu Ruyan chirped and hurriedly reminded. Liu Wanwan was a bit puzzled by the situation. He clearly didn't mess with anyone present, yet he was inexplicably angrily scolded by the crowd. And in front of him, this middle-aged man with a large black mole at the corner of his mouth actually had to come over and beat him up at the drop of a hat. This is too unreasonable, right? Well, don't blame him if you guys aren't reasonable. Thinking of this, Liu Wanwan's eye holes turned cold, emitting a cold light as bitter as an ice blade. Subsequently, Liu Wanwan dodged this stinky foot, then his leg powered up and collected his strength to kick directly to his rounded stomach, only to see Wudishing instantly take off in the air. In the air traced a lousy arc, limbs in the air flailing haphazardly, trying to grab something to stabilize his body. There was a loud bang. His face was filled with panic and pain, his eyes were wide open, his mouth was wide open, but he couldn't make a complete sound due to the sudden pain, and could only let out a few muffled sounds. If it wasn't for the fact that Liu Wanwan had collected his strength and didn't want to commit murder in front of so many people, I'm afraid that he would have already turned into a cold corpse. "Ah, hit someone!" The surrounding people instantly shouted. Some people also secretly dialed up law enforcers on the side, and Huang Ke's live broadcast screen came to a screeching halt at this moment, banned due to the violence and gore. Damn it! Seeing her live broadcast screen turn into a black screen, Huang Ke was furious and looked at Liu Wanwan angrily. It was all because of this scumbag. She swore that she must properly expose this scummy man's behavior that caused her to lose hundreds of thousands of viewers' traffic. With all of this happening in a short period of time, Su Mingqi, who was still somewhat complacent, was instantly at a loss for words. She didn't understand why things had developed to this point. But then, Su Mingqi's face turned cold and her body was filled with righteousness. She was the enforcer of the Magic City and would never allow anyone to cause trouble under her watch. Thinking of this, she stopped pretending and directly stepped forward, wanting to subdue Liu Wanwan and send him to the security center. At this moment, Su Mingqi had a serious face, staring at Liu Wanwan with a torch-like gaze, her voice steady and with an unquestionable majesty. "Stop, this violent behavior of yours has seriously affected the social order. I am now going to arrest you back to the security office." After saying that, she took out the handcuffs she was carrying from her bag, wanting Liu Wanwan to put them unconsciously. "Yo, so it's a pretense?" The gloomy Yifan on the side instantly regained his confident smile when he saw this, the corners of his mouth grinning once again, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. He originally thought that Su Mingqi really liked this little white boy, but he didn't realize that it was actually to deliberately anger him. Thinking of this, Yifan felt that Su Mingqi could barely become one of his harem again. He then bloated at the side and watched the show. "By the way, she seems to be our Magic City's #1 police flower, Su Mingqi. No wonder they say she's so good looking, so she's a police flower. If I can be with her, I'd be willing to live a few decades less." "Hush and keep your voice down. It's said that her father is the capital of Magic City, not a character we can mess with. Shouldn't we apologize to that handsome man?" Another discussion instantly came from the surroundings. "Che, it's not like we're wrong. He must have upset Miss Enforcer, otherwise how could he have done that?" "That's right, no girl would take her innocence and falsely accuse others. You guys." Among them, a white-collar dressed woman was on the verge of crying in a hurry. She was merely fighting for this handsome man, but she hadn't expected to be directly reviled by this group of people around her. "I say sisters, this kind of person is definitely a scum. Don't look at him as a man. Maybe he's been adopted outside, that's why he has the money to bring a woman here for dinner." That furious Huang Ko once again provoked the mood of the customers present, so that a crowd of people again broke into curses. Looking at Liu Ruyan, who was as beautiful as a heavenly fairy without any trace of microdo, Huang Ko was filled with jealousy inside. She must ruin this pair of men and women. The woman dressed as a white-collar woman was so angry that her face turned red when she saw this. She directly walked out of the door to stop arguing with these blind people. There! Is there anyone to help me call an ambulance? Lying on the ground and touching his stomach, Wu Dishing roared with a pained expression. But no one around him paid attention to him. Even those waiters in the store deliberately did not call an ambulance, who let the stupid manager always deduct their money. Chapter 17, A Good Show. Well, what a good show. Liu Wanwan clapped his hands as he watched the scene and suddenly laughed out loud. Ruyan, don't be afraid, we can smash them to death with money. Seeing aside Liu Ruyan's beautiful eyes full of herself, a worried look, Liu Wanwan patted her shoulder and said gently. Feeling Liu Wanwan's gentleness, Liu Ruyan was as sweet as eating honey. Brother, I know. Liu Ruyan completely put down her heart and looked at these crowds that kept hurling insults to reveal a hint of sarcasm. His own brother is the richest man in the world, his family is unimaginably powerful, these clowns are nothing. Thinking of this, Liu Ruyan will no longer worry. Looking at this group of people that is as beautiful as heavenly fairy face reveals a touch of coldness. Dare to slander and wrong her brother, these people simply deserve to die. Liu Ruyan clenched her nails and was so angry that an icy aura emanated from her body. As early as just now, she had already sent a message to Chao Guiren, briefly explaining the current situation. Yo ho ho, still smashing us to death, laughing your ass off. I'm a deputy general manager of a listed company, with a monthly income of over $100,000. This little white boy still wants to smash me to death with money. Big Brother 666, this little white man looks to be adopted. The whole body is estimated to be even 100,000 cannot take out. That's right, beautiful girl, you must not believe this little white man words. Brother advised you to stay away from this disgusting scum. The words just fell, the surrounding crowd laughed wildly, shaking their heads and sneering, a look of disdain. Looking at Liu Wanwan's extremely beautiful imperial sister beside him who remained unrelenting, laughing and smiling, their eyes also reddened with anger. Feeling these snarling dogs around him, Liu Wanwan hid his heart's anger and calmly took out his cell phone, ready to send a message to Wang Fucheng and Chao Guiren. To be honest, it is false that he is not angry now. Liu Wanwan, who encountered this kind of thing for the first time, could not wait to kill this group of people immediately. But now he is not invincible, he just obtained the system, he has not come to use the money to form a force. Therefore, Liu Wanwan can only call Chao Guiren to deal with them first. Otherwise, long ago with the strength of the martial arts grandmaster to pinch this group of people to death, save so noisy. He himself didn't expect. Casually come out for a meal can also encounter this kind of thing. Be honest, everyone come over and help. Seeing that Liu Wanwan actually wanted to take out his cell phone to ask for help and ignore them, Su Mingqi took advantage of Liu Wanwan's inattention and directly slapped his cell phone on the ground. Splat! The cell phone in Liu Wanwan's hand instantly slipped and fell to the ground. Asterisk. He couldn't hold back any longer. He asked himself that he didn't provoke this group of people. System, check these people's favorability for me. Liu Wanwan was enraged. Zhang Jianhao, favorability -10. Huang Ko, good sense -50. Chao Dishing, good sense -50. In an instant, the system displayed one by one the favorability of the surrounding group of people who were sneering. Among them, this Su Mingqi in front of her also had a -50 favorability. The man gloating next to Su Mingqi was named Ji Fan, and his favorability was even more astonishingly -100. Receiving the system prompt, Liu Wanwan was furious. According to the system, a favorability of -50 or less is extremely disgusting. Unless there is something done to change or reverse things, the favorability will return to normal. And above -90 favorability is lifelong hatred, never change. If it reaches -90 or above, the person will keep looking for trouble and will look for every opportunity to frame or kill him. Listening to the system prompts, Liu Wanwan used the fighting memories of the Grandmaster of Martial Arts in his mind and no longer held back and collected his strength. The waist force drove the leg muscles to tense up, the right knee was raised high, and then kicked out swiftly and sideways like a powerful lightning. The whole action was done in one go, without the slightest delay, ruthlessly sweeping horizontally towards the other party's body. The air also, because of this powerful strength, issued crackling sound of tearing air. It can be imagined how amazing this strength is. In less than a second, Su Mingqi did not have any time to react, and her almond eyes shrunk slightly. Seeing that it was about to touch Su Mingqi's body, Yi Fan, who was gloating at the side, instantly exploded with a sense of crisis. Afterward, he immediately blocked in front of Su Mingqi, using both hands to resist the kick. If you want to hit her, have you asked me, Yi Fan? After blocking it, Yi Fan revealed a confident smile and said, before he could finish, there was a click sound. Yi Fan's hands directly showed a 90-degree bend, and his originally stiff and powerful arms were now soft, like vines that had lost their support, and drooped down powerlessly. Ah! Yi Fan directly cried out in pain, his face very pale. This was completely different from the picture he expected. Originally, he thought that he would easily stop this kick and then enjoy Su Mingqi's adoring eyes. Unexpectedly, his hands were directly scrapped. One must know that at only 22 years old, he was already a martial arts grandmaster as well as a healing arts grandmaster, a genius that was rare to come across in 100 years. How could it be possible that there would actually be someone stronger than him? No. Impossible. Yifan refused to accept this fact at all, enduring the pain and preparing to sneak away and wait for his next revenge. Su Mingqi on the side was a bit bewildered. She forced herself to endure her fear and shouted at Liu Wanwan in a delicate voice. You quickly give me to stop. Do not do evil and hurt people again. You stop now is not too late. After saying that, she was afraid in her heart. I didn't expect this dude to be so ungentlemanly, actually hitting a woman, damn it. Thinking of this, Su Mingqi was very aggrieved. If that kick landed on her body, the consequences were unimaginable. Is there any mistake? How to still hit a woman? It's simply a disgrace to our men. I'll definitely testify when the people from the security office arrive. Families. The lower head of the male cannot control their emotions, actually beating women in public. The surrounding people forced to hold back their nausea have backed up towards the door. Among them, Huang Ku was even recording the video with an excited face. With this video, this man's head is absolutely finished. Thinking of this, Huang Ku couldn't help but laugh out loud, because the Microto's face had too much technology, causing her to laugh a little horribly. Liu Wanwan didn't bother with these people. He was filled with disgust for this busty woman and would never take pity on her again. If it wasn't for this pretender called Yifan stopping himself, I'm afraid she would have been lying on the ground unable to speak. Woohoo, woohoo. The sound of a police car from the security office suddenly rang out from the doorway. There were instantly some more eaters around. These customers of Victor's instantly sighed in relief when they heard this voice, and their awe-stricken faces immediately perked up. Hearing this voice, Yifan, who had his hands bent, immediately seized the opportunity and waited for a chance to try to run away. Still want to run? Liu Wanwan saw that Yifan, the pretender, wanted to run. How could he give him a chance? This dog thing Liu Wanwan didn't even provoke him, and his favorability is actually negative 100. If he was allowed to run away, it was estimated that he would have a lot of trouble in the future. Liu Wanwan has never been a person who likes to leave trouble for himself. Chapter 18, Shocking the Crowd. What do you want? Looking at Liu Wanwan who kept walking towards him, Yifan no longer had a confident smile on his face. Hee, what do you think I want to do? Liu Wanwan had a playful smile on his face, and directly utilized the memory of the Grand Master of Medical Arts in his mind to point a few acupoints, directly turning Yifan into an idiot. After doing this Yifan would not only turn into an idiot, his body functions would also decline within 24 hours, and he would eventually die a violent death directly. You actually still have medical skills. Yifan's pupils became bigger, and he was extremely shocked inside. How could he have never imagined that he could meet such an expert by casually going down a mountain? One. Woof. One. Before he could think more, Yifan's eyes froze and he barked like a madman in a mental hospital. This person is insane, right? Why is he barking like a dog here? I don't know, I guess it's a disease outbreak. I can't say it's a patient who ran out of any mental hospital. I see, then later let the people from the security office arrest them together and send them to the mental hospital for treatment. Seeing Yifan suddenly jumping and barking like a dog there, the crowd was instantly attracted to the attention, and for a while they all forgot about punishing the little white boy. After doing all this, Liu Wanwan then subsided. This kind of good sense negative 100 hidden danger, Liu Wanwan will not let him continue to live there. Afterwards, Liu Wanwan looked at Su Mingqi with a cold look in his eyes. If it wasn't for this pretender Yifan blocking a kick for her, I'm afraid she would already be lying on the ground. You. What do you want to do? Don't try to be evil just because you've learned some fighting. Su Mingqi's small face was terrified. Holding the handcuffs she slightly retreated a few steps back. However, her voice was a little trembling as she spoke, completely lacking the strong aura she had just had. She didn't yet know that Yifan had practiced martial arts since he was a child, possessing the strength of a martial arts grandmaster, and had utilized techniques to resist, which was why she had just fractured her hand. If it were her, I'm afraid she would have died violently on the spot. Scum, stop. The surrounding crowd saw this and rebuked angrily, but none of them dared to come forward to stop. Because this little white boy seemed to have learned some fighting skills, they didn't dare to go forward either, and could only roar from afar. Ha 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 ha. Liu Wanwan couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing this. If it wasn't for this Su Mingqi today, would this situation have happened now? On the side, Liu Ruyan also looked at Su Mingqi with cold eyes. She had a direct negative 100 favorability towards this middle two girl. If it wasn't for the fact that her brother was a big shot, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to end today, and would even be falsely accused and imprisoned at the security center. So in all of this today, Liu Ruyan was supporting her brother. She now hated to tear the mouths of this group of people around her. People from the security office, don't move. Just as Liu Wanwan was laughing maniacally, the law enforcers from the sheriff's office outside the door also arrived at the scene, and one by one, they walked in with expressionless faces. As soon as they came in, Wu Dishing, who was on the floor covering his stomach, seemed to see the savior and shouted with difficulty there. Quickly call an ambulance for me. The young man leading the security bureau frowned at the situation, then also immediately contacted the hospital people to send the injured to aid first. And Su Mingqi, who was in fear, instantly sighed in relief when she saw this group of people and revealed a smile. She glared at Liu Wanwan and walked over to the leader's young man, then beamed her mouth in complaint. "Li Yang, why did you guys just come? If you don't come I'm going to be attacked by this bad guy." After saying that, Huang Ke, who was videotaping, also walked out, pointing at Liu Wanwan with an indignant face and said, "Uncle law enforcement officer, it's this scummy guy, he attacked your public security bureau people, and also beat up the crowd in public, the circumstances are very bad." That young leader Li Yang instantly frowned at the sight and angrily shouted at Huang Ke, "Turn off your cell phone." Huang Ke, who was being ferocious, was extremely unhappy inwardly. Ferocious, what ferocious? However, she still obediently turned off the cell phone video, and then glared fiercely at the expressionless Liu Wanwan. Still dare to pretend. She must stay at the scene and take a good look at the scene where this lower head man was caught. Thinking of this, Huang Ke secretly picked up her cell phone again and prepared to secretly record the video. Afterward, Li Yang gently looked at Su Mingqi and asked, "Is this true?" Su Mingqi nodded her head aggrievedly. "Yes, just now I was almost attacked by this abominable villain." After saying that, her almond eyes were covered with a layer of mist, choo-choo moving, looking at wanting to let people pamper some. Li Yang, who had been secretly in love with Su Mingqi for a long time, became furious and looked at Liu Wanwan with stern eyes and said, "Cuff him and bring him back for investigation." After saying that, Li Yang took the opportunity to try to touch his head to comfort Su Mingqi. Seeing this, Su Mingqi immediately dodged and angrily looked at Li Yang and droned, "What do you want to do? You won't work in the security bureau if you're like this." After saying that, she looked at Li Yang with a huff. Seeing this, Li Yang hurriedly stopped his hand that was placed in midair, then began to apologize and beg for forgiveness, begging for Su Mingqi's forgiveness. Liu Wanwan expressionlessly looked at the enforcers coming over, ready to strike back. "Brother, hold back, I've already told Governor Chao about the situation here." Seeing Liu Wanwan wanting to strike, Liu Ruyan quickly restrained himself. Knowing that this is someone from the security bureau, if Liu Wanwan strikes now, I'm afraid that there will be some trouble in the aftermath. Liu Wanwan was a bit surprised after hearing this. He didn't expect his Ruyan to be so resourceful. Afterwards, he stopped his hand. Just now he lost control of his emotions and almost killed someone in front of everyone. Fortunately, the pretender Yi Fan ran out to save his beauty, otherwise he might have to run away to go abroad to have a good time. But Liu Wanwan does not regret. If the time to start again, he will still continue to destroy flowers. After calming down for a little while, Liu Wanwan decided to endure such a hand. After all, he did not want to run away to some foreign country. And this group of mouthy people, he had to give them a lesson and let them know that there is a price to pay for mouthing bad words. Liu Wanwan thought coldly. Stop. Just as Liu Wanwan made his plans and prepared to go to the security office, two neutral voices came from outside the door, only to see Chao Guorin and Wang Fucheng trotting and sweating profusely. At this time the two completely lost their usual calmness and composure. Who gave you the guts to actually dare to take action against the world's richest man, Mr. Liu? Wang Fucheng wiped his sweat and roared in a neutral tone, then looked at the few enforcers with questioning eyes. That law enforcer who was preparing to handcuff Liu Wanwan was instantly startled. This person in front of him was a superb person with an extremely high status. It was the governor of the Dragon Kingdom, Chao Guorin. Moreover, their bureau chief, Wang Fucheng, had personally come to the scene and was looking at them with eyes that wanted to knife people. Therefore, these few law enforcers hurriedly stopped their hand movements and stood by the side. The serious and cold look that they had just brought with them had all been replaced with a look of constraint at this moment. The original majestic energy in their eyes had also disappeared, and was replaced by awe. Their gazes stole glances at Liu Wanwan from time to time, fearing that he would settle scores with them. What? The world's richest man? The people who were still accusing Liu Wanwan instantly exclaimed, revealing faces of shock and fear. This was the president of their Longhua Bank, Chao Guoren. What he said could definitely not be false. Chapter 19, all of them will be escorted back to the Public Security Bureau for investigation. Governor Chao, are you mistaken? That Huang Ke who was secretly recording the photo was even more wide-eyed, unable to believe this fact. Chao Guoren frowned slightly as he looked at this plastic face, a superior aura coming from his body. I'm right, this young Lu Shou in front of me is none other than our world's richest man, whose assets possess more than 100,000 billions, not something you characters can insult. Just now, after understanding the information sent by Liu Ruyan, he had long been informed of the series of things that happened at the scene. After saying that, Chao Guoren glanced at Su Mingqi who was still accepting the apology, his heart filled with anger. He had clearly warned the Su family to take good care of this girl, but he had never thought that he would still provoke a big event. It seems that this girl of the Su family must be properly disciplined. Chao Guoren secretly thought inwardly. The people who were just sneering also instantly closed their mouths and quieted down, their eyes filled with fear and anxiety. At this moment, their inner fear was extreme, and each one of them wanted to quietly sneak away, fearing that they would attract this big shot's revenge because of their sneering just now. But seeing Liu Wanwan's flat eyes, scared them to immediately stop their footsteps, not daring to have the thought of escaping again. Although they are all elite white-collar workers in Magic City, but compared to the identity of the world's richest man, it is simply not worth mentioning. The world's richest man can pull out a hair and give a command, and he can make their families die. Not to mention the fact that the richest man in the world is so young, his family must be unimaginable power and energy. So they didn't dare to sneak away at all. One of their lips trembled slightly as they opened their mouths to beg for forgiveness. Young Liu, you're a big man, just now it's all because I'm a cheap talker, I apologize to you. Yes, just now it was all this woman who instigated us there, and we mistook you for this kind of person. Yes, it's this woman. The group of people who were begging for mercy seemed to have thought of something and pointed at Huangko with an agitated expression. Then one by one, they rushed towards Huangko, who was still secretly recording, and sent her cell phone flying to the ground and stomped it hard. Afterwards, the crowd pulled Huangko's hair and clothes, dragging the terrified Huangko to Liu Wanwan to beg for forgiveness. Huangko, who was pulled by the crowd's hair, was extremely regretful in her heart. If she knew that Liu Wanwan was the richest man in the world, she wouldn't dare to mess with him even if she was dead. Just as the crowd was begging for mercy, Su Mingqi gritted her silver teeth and said, Uncle Chow, so what if he is the richest man in the world? Rich people who break the law should be arrested in the security center as well, to maintain the peace of society. Li Yang, the captain of the law enforcers on the side, also immediately nodded his head in agreement, speaking in a dog-licking manner. That's right, Mingqi is right. Wang Fucheng, who had been standing by the side without saying anything, walked out, trembling with anger, then took a deep breath and grunted. You guys are right, you guys go and escort all the people suspected of hurting the richest man back to the security bureau for investigation, and also this person don't send him to the hospital, all of them will be escorted back to the security office for investigation. Wang Fucheng pointed down to the floor that was full of pain covering his abdomen, wudishing. He then paused slightly to look at Su Mingqi and Li Yang, who both coldly said, As for the two of you, I suspect that you are abusing the power in your hands, give a suspension and bring back to the security bureau for investigation. Su Mingqi's face instantly changed after hearing this, and said in petulant anger, You can't do this, or my father will definitely get angry. The eyes of Li Yang, who was ashen on the side, lit up. Right, his goddess's father was the capital of Magic City, what was he afraid of? So he instantly straightened his back and looked fearless. Escort them all away, Wang Fucheng said in a low voice. Seeing a young man constantly barking there, Wang Fucheng frowned. Right, there's also this psychopath, you guys also hurry up and send him to the mental hospital. After saying that, Yifan, who was showing a pleasing smile and barking, was also escorted to the car together and sent to the mental hospital. You people from the security bureau can't do this to us, we didn't do anything. Lu Xiao, I was wrong, I can't have a record. Lu Xiao, I beg you, forgive us, we will definitely not dare to be disrespectful to you in the future. Huang Ku and others have cried and begged for forgiveness. They didn't think that they had casually eaten a meal to provoke a world's richest man. Liu Wanwan listened to these pleas for mercy and just indifferently ignored them, directly letting Liu Ruyan go and identify the snarling dogs just now. If he were to identify them, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to resist giving these people a brutal beating. Even if Wang Fucheng didn't do this, he would definitely make this group of people pay for their snarling mouths, let alone forgive this group of snarling people. Not long after, the group of sneering people just now were all escorted away one by one as well. You guys can't do this, my father will definitely not stop. Su Mingqi huffed and puffed. Miss Su, you'd better go by yourself, don't make it difficult for us. The people from the security bureau looked at Su Mingqi standing still somewhat helplessly. They couldn't afford to mess with either side, but they definitely had to follow Wang Fucheng's orders now. Su Mingqi was so angry at the situation that her chest rose and fell violently. When she got home she must tell her father about everything that happened today. Thinking of this, she then grumbled in anger and walked up to the police car herself, ready to call her dad to cry about her grievances. After sending off this group of people, Wang Fucheng's eyes also flashed a trace of sorrow. But once he thought of Lu Xiao's identity and Chao Guoren's support, Wang Fucheng was instantly unafraid and his bottom line came straight up. What he wants to do now is to win Lu Xiao's appreciation, and from then on, he will be on his way to the top. All the dust settled, Chao Guoren and Wang Fucheng hurriedly walked up and said with a respectful face, Young Lu, sorry, we came late. Liu Wanwan waved his hand after hearing this. If it wasn't for you two I would have been detained by now, I still have to thank you. After saying that, Liu Wanwan looked at the two with grateful eyes. Turning his head, Liu Wanwan puts his hand on Liu Ruyan's back and gazes at her tenderly. Baby, I have to thank you too. Brother, it's all what I should do. Liu Ruyan reveals a shy look and rubs her head against Liu Wanwan's arm. This was the first time her brother had called her baby. Ahem. Chao Guoren and Wang Fucheng turned their heads in embarrassment at the sight, and the two of them looked at each other with excitement. Young Liu was actually so polite, the two of them really hadn't looked at the wrong person. Liu Wanwan stroked Liu Ruyan's fragrant hair, his heart began to flutter in his mind, but he still had some sense of propriety in public. Holding back that restlessness, Liu Wanwan said to Chao Guoren and the others, In order to thank you two for coming over to help me resolve this matter, let's sit down and have a meal here. After being tossed around for so long, his stomach had long been rumbling with hunger. The two of them nodded after hearing this. This was a good opportunity to go further with Lu Xiao. They naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to shrug off politeness. Afterwards, Liu Wanwan instructed the store's waiter to arrange the best private room for himself and the others. Chapter 20 Stealing Photographs of Women Detained. Watching Liu Wanwan leave the hall, some of the people who didn't join in the fun just now were filled with gratitude and awe. Luckily, they usually kept a low profile and didn't talk too much, which allowed them not to provoke this big shot. Thinking of those who were just escorted to the security bureau due to their words, they gloated. With the waiter's lead, Liu Wanwan arrived at one of the most luxurious private rooms in Victor's store. Just this private room alone, the minimum spending required more than 100,000 yuan to be qualified to sit in it. What do you guys want to eat? Order yourselves, don't be polite. Inside the luxurious private room, Liu Wanwan handed the menu to the three of them and smiled. Chao Guoren and the others didn't push back. After all, young Liu was the richest man in the world, a meal was nothing. So they casually ordered some signature dishes. By the way, Xiao Lu, I sent you a few pictures, take a look to see if it's the person who secretly photographed you today. After ordering the dishes, Wang Fu Cheng suddenly thought of something and sent a few pictures to Liu Wanwan's wizards. Liu Wanwan picked up his somewhat cracked cell phone and viewed the few photos sent by Wang Fu Cheng. Looking at these few photos, Liu Wanwan slightly raised his eyebrows, the corner of his mouth sketched out a faint smile and said, "Yes, Director Wang, thanks a lot." Only to see that these few photos that were not PD were exactly the ones that were secretly photographed by the fairies today. Liu Wanwan, who was still a bit angry and depressed, suddenly felt that things had become interesting, and the anger in his heart completely dissipated. This time there is something to play. A bad smile spread across Liu Wanwan's face. Seeing Lu Xiao revealing a satisfied look, Wang Fu Cheng hemmed and hawed and smiled back. Where, this is something we should do, in the future, we still have to have Lu Xiao take more care of it. After saying that, he reported some more information. Xiao Lu, after our investigation, these girls often web-bombed other people on the internet. The plot is very bad. They have already been detained by us for at least 3 years. Also, that Wang Lily and Sun Shi today were also suspected of provoking trouble, attempted murder, and other serious and bad behavior, at least 20 years or life imprisonment. While picking up the teacup on the table, Wang Fu Cheng gently took a sip to moisten his throat. The remaining light from the corner of his eye was still surreptitiously surveying Lu Xiao's face. Seeing Lu Xiao nodding slightly, with a look of recognition, his heart felt like he had eaten a pill of peace of mind. It seems that this Wang Fu Cheng's ability to do his job is still very good, and actually found out so much evidence at once. This 1 billion donated is very valuable. For this result, Liu Wanwan was very satisfied. Thinking that from now on this green tea Wan Lily would have to spend her time in jail, his heart was soothing and refreshing. Director Wang you guys have to take good care of them inside for me. Liu Wanwan instructed Wang Fucheng, purposely biting the word take care of a little heavier. Wang Fucheng heard and quickly nodded seriously said, "Of course, I will certainly for Liu less well in the inside to take care of them, in addition to the future also do not call me Wang Director, call me Small Wang on the line." Just finished, Wang Fucheng pocket phone suddenly rang. After answering it, a flat middle-aged male voice came from the opposite side. "Wang Fucheng, it seems that you do not want to sit in your position, right?" On the other side of the phone, a middle-aged man who exudes the air of a superior and is not angry with himself sits in a chair with a frosty face. This person was precisely Su Mengqi's father, Su Nancheng. At this moment, Su Nancheng's heart was seething with rage. Just now, he had actually heard that his daughter had been suspended, and had almost been beaten up by that what's-her-name Lu Xiao. You know, he usually can't even say a heavy word to his daughter, holding in his hand for fear of falling, in his mouth for fear of melting. This has always spoiled him on the spot. Drop cup. Immediately called the phone to question this Wang Fu Cheng is what the situation. Wang Fu Cheng heard instantly as if walking on thin ice, a time of nervousness do not know what to say. "You now immediately call someone to release Mengqi to me, otherwise don't blame me for being merciless." In addition to hurrying up that what Lu Xiao arrested inside the security bureau, I want him to be the most severe punishment. Before he could open his mouth, Su Nancheng on the other end of the phone said in a commanding tone. Although he had heard that this young Lu had donated $1 billion to their Magic City Security Bureau, but with the support of his family, he didn't give it a second thought. Their Su family's industries were spread all over the country, and their assets amounted to more than $300 billion, which was the #1 existence among the 8 major families in Magic City. There is also his wife Yao Xin, also the Yao family, which is ranked second among the 8 major families in Magic City. After the marriage of the 2 families, they became the top family in Magic City, with a combined asset of at least $500 billion, a supergiant. Seeing Su Nancheng speaking to him in a commanding tone, Wang Fu Cheng, who was still a little nervous, directly became angry. "Su Nancheng, don't boss me around here. I, Wang Fucheng, am not a soft persimmon for you to pinch. I have my own process on my side. It's not something you can do whatever you want." After saying that, Wang Fucheng hung up the phone, his chest violently undulating. The anger in his heart is still burning. The only thing he was looking forward to now was Lu Xiao's help, otherwise with what he had just said, I'm afraid the next day would be over. One must know that Su Nancheng was the person from the Su family, the first of the 8 families ranked in Magic City. It wasn't something that a character like him could provoke. Very good. Listening to the sound of the phone beeping, the Sunan Chang on the other end of the phone was so angry that he directly slammed the phone to the ground. That cell phone was instantly in pieces, with parts scattered all over the place, as if they were all venting his uncontrollable anger at this moment. He must make this Wang Fu Chang and that Lu Xiao look good. Immediately send someone to investigate the identity of this Lu Xiao for me, Sunan Chang said to the expressionless man at the side. After saying that, a coldness emanated from his body, as if the air around him was frozen by it. After hanging up the phone, Wang Fu Chang looked at Liu Wanwan and Chao Guiran with a look of help. The fun was over, but he didn't know what to do next. What's going on here? Liu Wanwan inquired about Wang Fu Chang. However, he also had a guess in his heart. The probability was that Su Mingqi's family had come over to look for trouble. Subsequently, Wang Fu Chang told Liu Wanwan the content of the phone call just now. He is now tied to Lu Xiao on a rope. Wang Fu Chang can only pray inwardly that Lu Xiao can help him solve this matter. After saying that, he looked at Liu Wanwan and Chao Guiran pitifully. Liu Wanwan crossed his legs, holding his chin and said nonchalantly, "Don't be afraid, old Wang, I will help you deal with this matter. In the future, you and old Chao will work for me by my side. I will not treat you badly." Saying that, Liu Wanwan paused and asked, "As for this what Su family is, what is the origin?" Hearing that Lu Xiao was going to help himself out of things and was going to accept himself as a henchman, Wang Fu Chang's hanging heart finally dropped, and his heart burst with ecstasy. It seems that this time he gambled right. In the future for Lu Xiao to do things he can definitely walk on the peak of life. Chao Guiran also heard the heart of ecstasy. This sentence represents the young Lu as recognized the two of them. Chao Guiran held back his inner excitement and hurriedly introduced the Su family situation to Liu Wanwan. Although the Sunan Chang stands behind the Su Yao two big families, and the assets of the two families are as high as a horrifying 500 billion or more, it is the object that he used to have to maintain properly. But now, Chao Guiran, who has become Liu Wanwan's subordinate, does not intend to maintain it in the future. These two can come up with the cash flow together is only a poor few tens of billions, compared to the tens of thousands of billions of dollars in Lu Xiao's Supreme God card is not worth mentioning at all. Moreover, Lu Xiao's identity was mysterious, and it was not an existence that the two families, Su and Yao, could provoke. Thinking of this, Chao Guiran let out a cold snort. Liu Wanwan narrowed his eyes slightly after hearing this. This Su family Yao family was so powerful. But in front of absolute funds, these two families bundled up were not enough for him to play with. Since he had already made a grudge, instead of waiting for the other party to retaliate, it was better to take the initiative himself. Chapter 21. There is a gap only when there is a comparison. Young Lua, does this matter require us, Longhua Bank, to intervene? Looking at Liu Wanwan's contemplative demeanor, Chao Guiran hurriedly offered his courtesy. Although he personally could not counterbalance the Su and Yao families, but their Longhua Bank could. Liu Wanwan's eyes flashed a trace of appreciation after hearing this and said, "Alright, I'll leave this matter to you." He was very satisfied with this Wang Fu Chang. That was why he had just accepted the two of them as his subordinates, so that he didn't have to do everything himself. Chao Guiran said with a happy face after hearing this, "Okay young Liu, I will definitely fulfill the things you explained." Liu Wanwan nodded after hearing this, then Lao Wang, look at how much money is needed to settle this matter, I'll transfer it to you from my side. He wasn't a stingy person, his men were doing things for him that he definitely couldn't let them do it for nothing. Chao Guiran heard this and quickly shook his head and refused. No Xiao Lu, the interest money generated in your card in a day is astronomical, where would I dare to ask for your money To know Liu Wanwan card but there are tens of thousands of billions of dollars, a day of interest are billions of dollars, how dare he want any remuneration? Liu Wanwan didn't continue to say anything after hearing this. After all, what Wang Fuching said was also right. Afterwards, Liu Wanwan looked at Wang Fuching and said in a calm tone, "Old Wang I am prepared to donate $10 billion into your security bureau to strengthen the construction. You have to give me a good handle on today's matter." After saying that, Liu Wanwan transferred 10 billion to the security bureau card side. Wang Fuching and Chao Guiran, who were sitting on the opposite side of the table, sucked in a breath of cool air. This was $10 billion. Although he already knew about Lu Xiao's money strength, what is the concept of $10 billion? For example, the Su family, the #1 family in Magic City, although they had hundreds of billions of assets, it was incredibly difficult for them to come up with $10 billion of cash flow immediately. And Lu Xiao easily took out 11 billion donations in one day. This is simply trenchant. After the shock, Wang Fu Chang also did not refuse. At this moment he once again into ecstasy. After all, this is 10 billion can do a lot of things for the Dragon Country. This is absolutely great credit. With this $11 billion donated by Lu Xiao, Wang Fuching is fearless even without the help of the Dragon Bank. Bureau Wang, another $10 billion has arrived in our card. Not long after, the finance of the security bureau made a call over, his tone extremely shocked. Wang Fuching listened to hold back the excitement, smilingly said, "No need to panic, this is the funds donated by Lu Xiao, I will go back later to report to the above." In front of his subordinates, he has to maintain the persona of being calm in case of trouble, but he can't lose his temper in front of the people under his hand. After saying that, he completely did not have the calm look just now. He did not even plan to eat the meal, and anxiously said to Liu Wanwan, Young Liu, then I will go back first to deal with tonight's matter. Liu Wanwan nodded, somewhat amused. Governor, our bank's supreme god card has arrived with another $1 trillion. After Wang Fuchun left, Chao Guoren, who was on the side, also received a call. What, $100 trillion? Chao Guoren dropped his cell phone on the ground in shock. What was the concept of $1 billion? This was equivalent to what the entire population of the Dragon Kingdom earned in a year. Afterwards, Chao Guoren looked at Liu Wanwan with eyes of incomparable respect. At this moment, he could no longer dare to imagine Liu's identity. I'm afraid that even the Dragon King, who was in charge of the Dragon Kingdom Bank, would have to come over to please and kneel down. Chao Guoren was close to kneeling, looking at Liu Wanwan with a respectful face and said, Young Liu, I will definitely go through fire and water for you in the future. Liu Wanwan waved his hand after hearing this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. It seems that the system's 10,000 times rebate has arrived again. Then, Xiao Liu, I'll leave first, I have to hurry to deal with the Su family on my side. Chao Guoren also didn't want to stay here as a light bulb. He now just wanted to hurry back to deal with this matter of the Su family. Liu Wanwan didn't stop him either. It just so happened that he also didn't want to have 2 light bulbs on his date with Liu Ruyan. In order to double insurance, Liu Wanwan said to Liu Ruyan, who was lassoing his eyes to the side, Baby, go and help me contact the best team of lawyers in Longhua. I will make sure that this group of people are punished tonight. After saying that, Liu Wanwan directly transferred $100 billion to Liu Ruyan's card. When tomorrow passes, he doesn't want to work hard for his woman as a secretary. When the time comes, he will directly be looking for someone else. That stared at Liu Wanwan fascinated Liu Ruyan heard back to God, looked at the cell phone to the account reminder small mouth exclaimed. Brother, how did you transfer so much money to me Liu Wanwan after hearing fatally said, these money will be given to you later, not enough to talk to me. In addition, I'm not still letting you go to the lawyer. Speaking tone, with a kind of unquestionable favor. Liu Ruyan listening to this overbearing tone inside extremely sweet, brother can be really good to himself. She also no longer say anything, just in the heart remember brother to her good. When she thought of the group of people who mocked her brother, Liu Ruyan coldly lowered her face. Okay brother, I will make sure that this group of people are all punished. After saying that, she once again resumed her lassie eyes and stared straight at Liu Wanwan. Liu Wanwan somewhat couldn't stand this look and directly pinched Liu Ruyan's chin with an evil smile and said, Do you know that you will be very attractive like this? Liu Ruyan looked at this evil smile, heartbeat accelerated, as if there was a deer banging around inside her chest. This time she didn't lower her head in shyness, instead she slightly raised the delicate chin, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed seductively. Then what do you want brother? Seeing this Liu Wanwan's abdomen instantly rises a fire of desire, breathing a little sharply. Good, when the night I want to teach my little baby a good lesson. Liu Ruyan reveals a smug smile after hearing this, and then pouts, Don't, I haven't recovered well yet. Liu Wanwan instantly rested his fire after hearing this, and rightly so, he was just too violent today. Thinking of this, he then heartbreakingly put Liu Ruyan in his arms tenderly said, Well good baby, then tonight you have to rest well. Feeling Liu Wanwan's care, Liu Ruyan only felt that she was sinking deeper and deeper into her brother's love which had become somewhat uncontrollable. Not only was her brother so handsome, but he possessed unimaginable wealth. Even if there was no family background, these riches were enough to allow her brother to walk at the pinnacle of water polo, unrivaled. With such a supreme and lofty position, what woman would not be able to obtain it? But her brother actually doted on her so gently, and directly transferred to her a staggering $100 billion. Of course, this $100 billion she certainly will not spend indiscriminately, she wants to stay in the future to her brother's spare. So she also didn't want to pursue her brother's background, she just wanted to quietly be the woman behind her brother and work for him. Liu Ruyan felt that she could be with her brother maybe her last life to repair what a great blessing. Thinking of this, Ruyan Liu couldn't help but say, Brother, I love you so much. She tilted up that fair and delicate little face, her beautiful eyes were full of love, just like that she looked straight at Liu Wanwan, as if the whole world was only left with this person in front of her. He, I love you too. Liu Wanwan only felt that his heart was almost melting, and that somewhat cynical eyes also became serious. Chapter 22, It's on the hot search. Check the favorability. Seeing Liu Ruyan's eyes filled with love, Liu Wanwan was a little curious if the favorability had increased. Liu Ruyan favorability 99. Liu Wanwan who got the system reminder was a bit shocked. This is less than a day yet, the favorability is actually 99? His own charm seems to be a bit big Liu Wanwan was a little proud, and his eyes towards Ruyan Liu became more tender. Sure enough, there is a gap only when there is a comparison. Wang Lily and Liu Ruyan compared to even a toe cannot compare, simply thin veil this Wang Lily. When I think of that pretentious Wang Lily, Liu Wanwan is as hard as eating a fly, and I can't wait to go to the security office to give her a few more big mouths. After the two of them had been sweet for a while, the waiters also brought in the dishes one by one. Instantly, the tabletop was filled with a dozen plates of colorful and fragrant dishes, only to see the table set with truffle fried foie gras, top-grade wagyu beef, typhoon shelter king crab, abalone juice buccal liaosan and other dazzling dishes. Looking at the mountainous delicacies on the table that he had never eaten before, Liu Wanwan's saliva indisputably flowed down from the corner of his eyes. Action! Liu Wanwan and Liu Ruyan both feasted. Soon, Liu Ruyan was full and sat next to her, swiping her cell phone. Liu Wanwan also stopped chewing and swallowing slowly, directly grabbed the plump king crab, and after quickly disassembling it, he pulled out and stuffed the tender crab meat into his mouth in large chunks. In less than a moment, all the food on the table was swept away without a single drop left. Burp! Liu Wanwan burped contentedly. It had to be said that the flavor of this store was indeed delicious. In the future, he must follow these standards, and the wealth-free man will not condescend to his stomach. When the time came, Liu Wanwan was going to find a few chefs with top-notch cooking skills to come over and cook, enjoying a gourmet feast every day. Although he himself has the top of the culinary arts, but Liu Wanwan does not have the effort to cook every day, occasionally show cooking skills to pretend to be good. Brother, the internet is all hacking you. Just when Liu Wanwan was satisfied, Liu Ruyan looked at her cell phone and raised her eyebrows. She is simply furious. How come there are so many little black people? Liu Wanwan picked up his phone, opened Weibo, and found a hot search title displayed above. Victor's lower head man incident, a scumbag man with his feet in two boats. Seeing this title, Liu Wanwan clicked in. The moment he clicked in, he saw the video of filming himself. What are you doing, brother? Is Mengchi did something wrong? And, who is this good-looking sister? The moment he opened the video, an aggrieved voice came from the screen. And this picture was exactly when Liu Wanwan avoided Su Mengchi, and then she was over there with an aggrieved and pitiful look. Since it was a video from a big netizen Huangke's live broadcast, plus the video protagonist was a handsome man and woman, this video quickly caught fire. This down head man is also too disgusting. On the basis of his own handsome looks, their feet in two boats. Yuck. That's right, this dead scum man. I don't know where the qualification can get this kind of beauty favor, simply is the scum of our men. This beauty is good looking, a royal sister and a sweet sister. The old man's teenage heart is guilty. Dead man, don't know how to cherish even after getting it. I'm all for these two beauties. Am I the only one who thinks this male lead is handsome? It's more handsome than even my family pigeon. I'm powdered. In the comments, basically all of them were scolding Liu Wanwan. Some were also scolding Liu Ruyan for being a mistress and sympathizing with Su Mengchi. While a few people were there to treat Liu Wanwan as their idol, who wouldn't love such a handsome brother? Except for the few comments that worshipped Liu Wanwan, most of the comments were cursing him. Each of these men's faces were twisted, angrily pressing the screen as if to vent their dissatisfaction. Liu Wanwan frowned slightly when he saw this. These people are ing fed up, right? One by one, without knowing the facts, there were all kinds of angry spray. Not to mention that he didn't have a relationship with Su Mengchi. Even if he did, it wasn't the turn of this group of spammers to tell him what to do. What made him even more angry was that the comments actually had people saying that they were coming over to Victor's side to block him. No wonder it was said that those who had been viciously cyberbombed would go and kill themselves. Even if being scolded by hundreds of thousands of vicious comments was enough, some bigoted people would even seek out reality to affect the other party's life. If Liu Wanwan was just an ordinary person, then I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to withstand this kind of pressure. Good. Liu Wanwan smiled back in anger and directly picked up his cell phone to call Chao Guerin. With the money in my card, no matter how much, with the fastest speed to help me to Douyin, Weibo, Xiaohong, these platforms are all for me to acquire. In addition to help me to find the Network Law Enforcement Bureau, I want to donate $100 billion to strengthen the network management. Those who are going to come over to find my trouble spammers are all caught up. After saying that, Liu Wanwan only then dissipated a little bit of anger. Having unlimited funds, he just could do whatever he wanted. He just had to smash this group of little hackers to death with money today. Alright young Liu, I'll find someone to acquire it right away. Chao Guerin respectfully replied back. After learning the news that Liu Wanwan had been cyberstormed, Chao Guerin was so angry that he was trembling. Soon after, he called his assistant with a gloomy face. In less than an hour, Chao Guerin used the funds inside Liu Wanwan's Supreme God card to acquire all of these companies at no cost. The total cost was around $100,000 billion, and each company had more than 60% of the shares, with an absolute controlling interest. After completing all of this, Chao Guerin wiped his sweat, revealing a fortunate look. Soon after, he began to feel pain. Because it was an expedited acquisition, so the premium was more than 10%, equal to Liu Shao acquired these companies lost $1 trillion. To know that these platforms can all be in profit, want to use the equivalent capital acquisition is undoubtedly a fool's errand. In exchange for the usual words, Chao Guerin has 100% certainty that the most not lose more than 10 billion can be acquired down. However, in order to expedite the completion of Liu Wanwan's task, he had lost 1 trillion hard, which made him resist the urge to give himself a few slaps. But after thinking about the $1 trillion in Liu Shao's card, Chao Guerin didn't feel so much pain. After all, this is not his money. He only needs to ensure that he can complete the task Liu Shao explained in a timely manner. This is a dogleg should have the duty. Just as Chao Guerin wanted to call Liu Wanwan to take credit, the phone showed a call from the bank's management treasurer. Chao. Governor Chao, our system shows that young Liu's Supreme God card has reached tens of millions of billions again, and the source of funds are all legal and compliant. Upon answering, a sharp shock shout came from the other end of the phone instantly. Chao Guoren was as shocked as petrified in place after hearing this. After a full minute of shock, Chao Guoren only returned with a trembling voice. I know, remember, you must keep it a secret for me. After saying that, he hung up the phone and digested the information that Lu Xiao had arrived with another $10 trillion. Chapter 23 Acquiring Major Platforms. After a long while, Chao Guoren gently patted his chest. He had been shocked too many times today. Then, his face was filled with ecstasy. Lu Xiao's strength was simply unfathomable. No, Lu Xiao had already stood at the number 1 in the water balloon. Lord Dragon King came over as a supreme being who had to kneel. As long as Liu Wanwan utilizes the funds, I'm afraid that the number 1 position in the world is going to be rightfully his. But Chao Guoren certainly do not dare to disclose Liu Wanwan the shocking funds, can only let the senior staff of the Dragon Bank to keep secret. If Lu Xiao's personal funds are announced, I'm afraid that it will cause a world shock. Muffled wealth is the king's way. Great! Chao Guoren clenched his fist and waved it fiercely. At this moment, he only wanted to roar loudly in celebration. Hugging Lu Xiao's thigh was the most correct decision he had ever made in his life. There was no one. After the ecstasy, Chao Guoren called Liu Wanwan to report the situation. What? There's a young Lu who wants to donate $100 billion? In an office labeled Combating Cybercrime, a middle-aged man wearing the clothes of the law enforcement agency jumped up from his chair and yelled in shock. He was Jiang Weiguo, the biggest administrator of the Dragon Kingdom's Net Department's Law Enforcement Institute, specializing in combating cybercrimes. Yes, Director Jiang, the Dragon Kingdom Bank has already transferred $100 billion over to our card. The female voice on the other end of the phone returned in the same shocked tone. Upon hearing these words, his mind went blank and he went down on the spot. At this moment, Jiang Weiguo was no longer as majestic as he was on weekdays, and stood directly in place in shock, not daring to believe it. To know, this 100 billion was not a small amount. This was simply an astronomical figure. After the Net Department Law Enforcement Institute has this 100 billion, the system will be more perfect. Jiang Weiguo is also able to provide his men with better welfare treatment. After a long time, Jiang Weiguo then excitedly said back, well, we must thank this young Lu. After saying that, he had a look of awe and gratitude on his face. The person who casually came up with a donation of $100 billion would know with his toes that he was an extraordinary big shot. What's more, listening to this address seemed to be a young man. Jiang Weiguo was prepared to personally go over and befriend and thank him. It seems that one should introduce his daughter to Lu Xiao to get to know him properly. Maybe he can become Lu Xiao's father-in-law in the future. Thinking of this, Jiang Weiguo burst out laughing beautifully. Her daughter is a well-known university flower in Magic City. He believes that with his daughter's looks there is absolutely no problem. By the way, Director Jiang, the people on Lu Xiao's side have specially instructed to delete all the online videos of Lu Xiao's remarks, in addition to finding out those few IP addresses that want to realistically find trouble with him. The finance on the other end of the phone reminded. Jiang Weiguo instantly stopped smiling and then inquired about the situation. After a bit of understanding, he realized that this Lu Xiao had actually been cyberbombed. After watching the original video, Jiang Weiguo was enraged. This mother asterisk is simply inexplicable. First of all, it is not that Lu Xiao did not do things that jeopardize society. Secondly, even if what this video says is true, it only means that Lu Xiao has more charisma. Like this because of jealousy little black, Jiang Weiguo can see a lot. Immediately, Jiang Weiguo gave an order to find out all those who had posted comments about the reality surrounding Lu Xiao and give Lu Xiao an explanation. On the other side, Douyin, Weibo, Little Red Agency, and the senior management of Baidu's head office immediately convened an emergency meeting. I announced that in the future, the company occupies more than 60% of the shares of the largest chairman, has now been changed to Mr. Lu. This is his information as well as a photo. By the time the chairman comes over to the company to review, you must be well received. The conference room of each major office building, the executive presidents of these companies have introduced. As soon as the words fell, the conference room was silent, even the sound of a pin falling could be heard. The faces of these executives were filled with shock and uneasiness. The shock was that the new chairman was so young, only 26 years old. The uneasiness was that they were afraid that their positions would be shaken. As the saying goes, a new official takes on 3 fires. They look worried and frightened, afraid that they will be dismissed. And some of the beautiful women are also very worried, afraid that they will be suborned by the new chairman of the board. Because the photo shows that this new director is a fat man. The women who own some shares and have already practiced wealth freedom don't want to be missed by this kind of character. Of course, there were also some women who wanted to seduce the new chairman for benefits by virtue of their good looks, and there were not a few who had such thoughts. The new chairman is calling. In the Douyin conference room, an assistant anxiously said to the young woman in the main seat of the conference room. This woman in the main seat stood up after hearing this, the crisp sound of high heels making contact with the ground. The moment she stood up, an icy cold aura immediately radiated out, a look of a stranger not to be approached. She was wearing a delicate white blouse, the slim cut outlining her slender waist just right. The cuffs of her sleeves were slightly pulled up, revealing a small section of her white wrist, on which she wore a simple white gold bracelet, with a few tiny diamonds staggered in between, exuding an understated and luxurious aura. while the lower half of her body was wearing black silk with high heels. On top of the black silk was a black wraparound skirt. The length of the skirt was just up to the middle of her thighs, which perfectly showed off the curves of her round and firm buttocks. Just looking at the figure was enough to make people's noses bleed, and that appearance was even more beautiful. Skin as white and delicate as sheep fat jade, with an icy cold luster, unable to find a single flaw. Only her beautiful face through the refusal of people outside of the cold, as if the iceberg beauty, let a person dare not close to blasphemy. She is Chu Bing-ran, in Douyin holds 30% of the shares, is the former chairman of the board of directors, is also the current executive president. Such a beautiful creature, but the men in the conference room did not dare to look at it, secretly gulping and why-whying in their minds. You have to know that the former chairwoman is an iceberg that is hard to melt, and only has work on her mind. She holds the real power of Douyin, and no one dares to lose their job because of that little bit of lust. At this moment, Chu Bingran slightly knitted up at her brows and let out a clear and pleasant voice. Give me the phone. I hope you're not that kind of family dude, Chu Bingran said secretly in her heart. Subsequently, Chu Bingran coldly said to the other end of the phone, Hello Mr. Liu, I'm Chu Bingran, the president of Douyin. May I ask if there is anything you need to order from your side? After saying that, she quietly waited for this new chairman, Mr. Liu, to reply. Help me delete all of Douyin's information about Victor, and completely block that Huangke's Netflix, and then block all of that group of little hacks who curse me. Inside Victor's luxurious private room, Liu Wanwan returned with an expressionless face. Just a moment ago, Chao Guaran had already helped him acquire all of these mainstream platforms and sent the phone numbers of these presidents. So he dialed the Douyin president's phone number to deal with this matter at the first time. Chapter 24 The people's hearts are happy. After the explanation, Liu Wanwan immediately followed by saying, after doing this, other companies also everything according to the original plan, my side will not do interference, how you before now. After saying that, Liu Wanwan hung up the phone and dialed the next company's executive president. He is now going to do is, this micro do face Huang Ke to the full blocking, and then in the group of small black people who scolded him collectively blocked, scolded once blocked once. Chu Bing ran on the other end of the phone froze, her cold face hung a little stunned. She originally thought that this Liu will come to a downward spiral, did not ever thought that even just put forward this kind of request, but this is also the best ending. Her future program planning can also continue to implement. For the chairman of this position, Chu Bing-ran does not care, as long as that 30% of the shares or her good. What's more, just now this Mr. Liu said that in the future, she will still manage the company, which is also just what she wanted. Subsequently, Chu Bing-ran explained to these executives about the order that Liu Wanwan had just said. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief when they learned that nothing would change, and their tense expressions became relaxed. Crap, Mr. Liu seems to be the male lead in our Douyin hot search Victor. Suddenly, an exclamation came from the conference room. Soon, these executives learned the ins and outs. That's not right, how is this not the same as Mr. Liu's picture? Then wouldn't Mr. Liu be able to lose weight? Don't focus on that for now, it seems like Mr. Liu acquired our company because he was pissed off by this group of spammers? Hiss, then Mr. Liu's background is simply unimaginable. Thinking about this, the executives couldn't stop being shocked, and each of their mouths were almost stuffed with an egg. Chu Bing-ran, who is usually regarded as the iceberg president by the crowd, also couldn't help but faintly show a hint of surprise at this moment. This Mr. Liu can be really mysterious. Chu Bing-ran was all a bit curious about this Mr. Liu who had inexplicably acquired Douyin at a high price. Soon, she didn't think much more about it, but instead looked coldly at the executives who were still whispering. The executives who felt this ice-cold look instantly stopped talking, and one by one hurriedly left to fulfill the orders that General Manager Liu had commanded. Soon, those videos about Liu Wanwan were taken down by Douyin, and those black people who were spraying Liu Wanwan were all blocked. Not only Douyin, because of the influence of the 4 platforms and the order of the Net Department's law enforcement office, all platforms uniformly took down Liu Wanwan's videos. Moreover, those black people who were still clamoring were all blocked by these platforms. Some of them even threatened to realistically find Liu Wanwan in trouble. Soon, people from the Law Enforcement Institute found the IP addresses of these people and sent them to the Law Enforcement Institute to be punished with 7 days of detention. Recently, some of the keyboard warriors who maliciously slandered and rumored on the internet were all given a blocked number to deal with, and some of those who were involved in personal threats were also uniformly identified and sent to the Law Enforcement Institute for investigation. After dealing with these, platforms such as Douyin and the Law Enforcement Institute also published this notice online. And, the Law Enforcement Institute of the Ministry of Net announced a message on its official website. Starting today, these internet keyboard warriors will be severely punished, giving these rumor mongers and slanderers severe punishments, and those with aggravating circumstances will be taken to the Law Enforcement Institute to be detained for more than 7 days. With the announcement of this message, those black people who threatened to realistically find Liu Wanwan had already had more than 30 people arrested, and the coded photos were put online by the people from the Law Enforcement Institute of the Ministry of the Internet to make an example of them. After doing this, Jiang Weiguo ruthlessly exhaled a vicious breath, what he has been wanting to do all these years has finally been realized at this moment. Without the $100 billion donated by Liu Xiao, I'm afraid he wouldn't have made up his mind to do this. I'm just getting high on my mouth. You law enforcement office people can't do this. That's right, we're just getting high on our mouths. I can't go in the future my kids won't be able to go to a good college. You bunch of dead black people simply deserve it. Why don't you mention the people you falsely accused before? This is too much of a big deal. These brainless keyboard warriors should be cracked down on. +1, give the people from the Law Enforcement Institute of the Ministry of the Internet some praise. For a while, the internet was abuzz with noise. Some of the people who said with a high mouth that they wanted to find trouble with Liu Wanwan were crying bitterly at the moment, not realizing that they had become the first target of the Net Department's Law Enforcement Institute to crack down on them. This makes their hearts extremely hate to travel back to delete those remarks, but now regret is already too late. Even if this group of small black people can go back to delete those remarks, has been Liu Wanwan acquisition of these platform companies, the system also has a record of this group of small black people. Only the people do not know, the shelves to delete the video and other such acts are all Liu Wanwan's single-handedly manipulation. These netizens still think it is the Net Department law enforcement began to rectify these years of bad windit. Because of these operations, certain women on the internet don't dare to slander others at will. It's finally resolved. Looking at the online information about himself all being cleared and deleted, Liu Wanwan stretched his waist, a little tired. Brother is the most powerful. Liu Ruyan looks at Liu Wanwan with an adoring face. His own brother is also too powerful. Less than 2 hours, he actually solved all these things. Liu Wanwan smiled faintly after hearing this. Worthy is Hiyasama, this is clearly the power of the banknote ability. Soon, news also came from Wang Fucheng's side. Huang Ku, because he is the initiator of this net explosion event, has caused a very bad impact on the social hazards, coupled with the manipulation of the topmost team of lawyers in the Dragon State. This microto-face Huang Ku is expected to be detained for more than 10 years, and some of the other people who ridiculed Liu Wanwan in the store are expected to be detained for about 7 days. This is still because there is a team of the topmost lawyers in the Dragon Country to take action, otherwise this group of people will only be verbally warned at most. Don't underestimate this 7 days. When this group of jet-setters come out, it is estimated that their jobs will be lost and they won't even be able to get compensation. In addition, that pretentious manhwa fan suddenly died during the process of being sent to the mental hospital. The exact reason is unknown to anyone, and it was eventually ruled an accidental death. Because of the help of the top lawyers group in the Dragon Kingdom, Liu Wanwan was not implicated, and even the confession was not recorded. For this result, Liu Wanwan is also very satisfied, directly clapping his hands. Once happy, Liu Wanwan directly donated another $100 billion to the Magic City Security Institute. Liu Xiao, Wang Fucheng, will definitely offer my life to you in the future. I thank Liu Xiao for the Dragon Kingdom. After receiving $100 billion, Wang Fucheng, who had finished his busy schedule, instantly jumped up from his chair and sent a message to Liu Wanwan to show his loyalty. On the other side, Xiao Guoran, who had once again received $1 trillion in funds from the Supreme God card, had also become numb. He swore that from now on, he, Xiao Guoran, would be a loyal dog to Liu Xiao, and he would bite whoever Liu Xiao told him to bite. Chapter 25, Giving Old Biden a Kick in the Pants. Having the ability to contribute to the Dragon Kingdom is also what I should do. Liu Wanwan replied with a faint smile. In the future, the amount of money he donated to the Dragon Kingdom would only increase. All of this money was just an appetizer. The reason why Liu Wanwan smashed so much money into it was simple. First, his funds were unlimited. Second, to give him help in the future. Looking at the cell phone prestige message Wang Fucheng moved, Liu Young not only young and talented, this charm is unstoppable. His admiring Wang Fucheng phone suddenly rang. Looking at the name of the phone, Wang Fucheng wide-eyed, full of excitement. This kind of big man looking for himself to do what? After answering, a gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Little Wang, you are doing very well. We are also very satisfied with you. You have to keep up the good work. Wang Fucheng burst into ecstasy after hearing this. This kind of big shot had recognized himself. Then Su Nanchang was simply not enough to worry about. Afterward, he said with an excited face, "Okay, Elder Hua, I know, I will definitely keep up the good work in the future." The two sides chatted for a while and then ended the call. Wang Fucheng sat on a chair and exhaled, his face showing excitement. All of this was brought to him by Liu Xiao. Thinking of this, Wang Fucheng let out a cold smile. Su Nanchang, you stupid asshole actually dared to provoke Xiao Lu, you're finished. Baby, let's go back to your house now. Walking out of Victor, Liu Wanwan hugged the soft and gentle Liu Ruyan and tenderly said. Liu Ruyan nodded her head obediently. Brother is the best for her. That's him, the scummy underhead man. Suddenly, a slightly chubby girl outside the door with 3 tall and strong men walked over and roared. That's him, isn't it? Those 3 men gritted their teeth when they saw Liu Wanwan. Why should this little white boy be able to have such a special thing? When looking at Liu Ruyan, their eyes were filled with covetousness. So annoying are these people. Liu Ruyan looked at this group of people and said with some annoyance. Liu Wanwan said with a calm face, "Don't mind them, just a bunch of jumping clowns." Before Liu Wanwan could make a move, the face of the slightly chubby woman who was answering the phone changed and became a little pale. "Brother Dezhuang, I have to go back first." Hanging up the phone, the slightly chubby woman's voice panicked. Those few strong men saw the situation and were a bit at a loss. How did this good-for-nothing suddenly go back again? Is not to say together to teach this lower head man, and then the lesson of the lower head man video published on the internet rose pink? You ing tricked me Since I'm here, then I won't return empty-handed. Your ing recording on the side. I'm going to teach this lower head man a good lesson. The man nicknamed Big Strong said viciously. The slightly chubby woman was a bit scared after hearing this. Just a moment ago, a message came from her prestige group, saying that someone had already been arrested for resisting the lower headman's companions. So now she just wanted to hide quickly, praying that the people from the Net Department's Law Enforcement Institute wouldn't find her, otherwise she wouldn't be able to continue going to college. Damn, what are you still standing there for? Dezhuang directly walked over and grabbed the slightly chubby girl by her hair and slapped her puffy face. Bah, what bad luck. Looking at the pimples being popped on the microfat girl's face, Big Strong hurriedly put his juice-stained hand on the microfat girl's clothes and wiped it. Hit people. A squeal like a killing pig came from the street instantly. Woohoo! Woohoo! The car from the security bureau arrived with it. Mr. Liu, are you alright? The people from the security bureau respectfully said to Liu Wanwan, who was eating melon and watching the show. Right now, everyone in the security bureau knew that this Mr. Liu had donated more than $100 billion and was a superb man. All then, these people from the security bureau were respectful to Liu Wanwan at the moment. It's fine. You guys hurry up and bring these people back. They must be severely punished. Liu Wanwan shook his head back. He was watching with great interest. He didn't expect the people from the security bureau to come so fast. I'm wrong. Uncle Enforcer, spare me. I won't dare to do it again. The slightly fat woman who was handcuffed cried out in pain. It's all your fault, you dead. When I come out I will definitely beat you to death. Held down by the law enforcers, the three Dajiangs looked at the microfat woman angrily, with a ferocious look. Subsequently, the four people who came over to find trouble with Liu Wanwan were escorted away one by one and brought to the car, escorted back to the security bureau to have a good interrogation. What a bad luck. Looking at the car that was far away from the security bureau, Liu Wanwan helplessly shook his head. He just wanted to have a meal, but as a result, this group of little black people came to find him trouble one after another, which made Liu Wanwan somewhat speechless to the extreme. Seeing her brother's speechless look, Liu Ruyan pulled Liu Wanwan's hand with a mysterious face and said, "Brother, don't be angry. When I go back to settle things with them, I'll give you a surprise tonight." Liu Wanwan heard some curiosity. His own good baby to give him what surprise? At once, Liu Wanwan began to look forward to it. After calling a luxury car, Liu Wanwan headed to Liu Ruyan's vampire pair's home. Why isn't this damn white-eyed wolf back yet? On the sofa, Zhou Ping was filled with anger. It was almost 9 p.m. This Ruyan Liu still dared not to come back. A middle-aged man with a tumor on his neck beside him grunted and said, "Wife, don't be angry. When this white-eyed wolf comes back we can scold her properly. And by the way, let her take all the deposits through." He was one of the vampires, Liu Ruyan's adoptive father, Liu Erguwei. Zhou Ping's snarky face instantly smiled into a chrysanthemum after hearing this, then viciously said, "That's right, we must make this white-eyed wolf spit out all her money for me, and I'm going to make her go to the bank to get a loan for us." After saying this she picked at her feet and smiled maliciously. "Otherwise, I'll go to this white-eyed wolf's company every day to cause trouble, letting her entire company know that she's ungrateful, and then broadcast it live on Douyin." As soon as the words fell, the living room was filled with the sound of three people laughing in triumph. After laughing, Lu Tao bit a toothpick in his mouth and said with a lewd smile, "When Liu Ruyan comes back you guys can help me with the drugs. I'm going to do this tonight and let this give you guys a big fat grandson." Zhou Ping grunted with a rightful expression after hearing this. "That's natural. This white-eyed wolf is only worthy of being a plaything for our son." Afterwards, the sound of laughter from the three of them came from the living room. Just as the three of them were laughing maniacally while high on melon seeds, there was also a knocking sound from outside the door. "The white-eyed wolf is back." Zhou Ping instantly jumped up from the sofa and stomped hard on her slippers to go over and open the door. "You white-eyed wolf, you can finally come back to my mother. Actually dare to let us wait for you at home. I'll beat you to death." The moment she opened the door, Zhou Ping raised her head and roared with a fierce face. With that, she raised her hand and prepared to slap at Liu Ruyan's face. Seeing that Liu Ruyan's delicate face was about to be touched, Liu Wanwan directly kicked this shrew to the ground. Chapter 26, Ugly Face. Inside the room, a pig-killing cry of pain instantly came from the room. "You, who are you? What the hell gives you the right to hit my wife? Your breaking and entering is against the law." Liu Erguwei shouted as his eyes instantly glowed red at the sight. After saying that, he and the furious Lu Tao ran forward and hurriedly checked up on Zhou Ping's condition. Vomit. Only to see Zhou Ping foaming at the mouth and spitting out a bunch of undigested food from her mouth that stuck to the top of her clothes. Ruyan Lu is my woman. Who do you think your father is? Liu Wanwan looked at these three vampires with a teasing face, while being extremely angry inside. If he hadn't accompanied Lu Ruyan back today, I'm afraid that he would have been slapped by this old Biden just as he entered the door. At this moment, Zhou Ping was also unable to speak due to the pain, and was only whimpering as if she wanted to say something. Soon, she fainted and fell unconscious, not knowing whether she was dead or alive. Mom! Wife! Lu Ergue and Lu Tao grimaced at the sight and hurriedly pulled out their cell phones wanting to call the emergency number. Liu Wanwan directly snatched the two cell phones away, and then stepped down hard. With a bang explosion, the cell phone was directly stepped flat. After stepping on it, Liu Wanwan is still difficult to vent his anger. When he thought that if he didn't come today, Lu Ruyan's beautiful face would have an extra red mark, he couldn't wait to dismantle these three vampires. Brother, wait! Seeing Liu Wanwan's ice-cold look, Lu Ruyan's heart was first warmed. Then she hurriedly stopped Liu Wanwan. Liu Wanwan, who was stopped and looked at Lu Ruyan expressionlessly. If Lu Ruyan still had to say anything good for this vampire family at this time, then he would be very disappointed. Seeing her brother's somewhat disappointed look, Lu Ruyan hurriedly said, Brother, I just want to see what they want to say, in addition to double the pain I experienced all these years back to them. Saying that, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes flashed with coldness. As soon as she entered the door, her good foster mother wanted to slap her. If her brother hadn't come with her, I'm afraid she would have been beaten, not to mention what would happen next. So, Ruyan Lu wasn't going to put in a good word for this vampire family. Her aim was to want to slowly torture them and make their lives worse than death. Only by doing so could the pain that she had been suppressing within her heart all these years dissipate. Otherwise she was afraid that she would have such a knot in her heart for life. Liu Wanwan sighed in relief after hearing this. This is what his woman should look like. Do you still have the king's way? You guys are also breaking the law, understand? I must let the people from the security bureau arrest all of you. Lu Ergue shouted as he looked at Liu Wanwan with a resentful expression. On the side, Lu Tao also roared with red eyes. That's right, you guys hurry up and call an ambulance for me. If you delay my mom's treatment, I'll make you all look good. This actually dare to find a white boy. I must play you to death tonight. Thinking of this, Lu Tao then looked at Lu Ruyan with spiteful eyes. Seeing that these two actually dared to look at Lu Ruyan with spiteful eyes, Liu Wanwan directly walked over with an expressionless face. Don't come over. What the do you want? Looking at Liu Wanwan who walked towards them, Lu Tao and Lu Ergue were filled with panic. The horrifying image of Liu Wanwan stepping on the flattened cell phone just now, presuming that this person must be a practiced fighter, so they directly wimped out. Thinking of this, Lu Ergue spoke in a trembling voice. This is a society of law and order. You can't do this. Liu Wanwan listened with a teasing face, then resumed his human-animal harmless look of concern. Where do I dare? I am a law-abiding good youth. I came over of course to heal this old Biden. Saying that, Liu Wanwan walked over to the fainted Zhou Ping, and then clicked a few acupoints, allowing Zhou Ping to briefly regain consciousness. This was also the reason why he didn't go all out just now. Otherwise a full-force kick from a martial arts grandmaster would have directly killed this old Biden violently. Cough cough cough. Zhou Ping, who woke up first, coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood, then looked at Liu Wanwan and roared. Husband, son, hurry up and break his legs for my old lady. I want to make his life worse than death. Lu Ergue and Lu Tao were ecstatic to see Zhou Ping waking up. When they saw Liu Wanwan's kind look, they thought he was intentionally trying to trick them, but they never thought that he was actually there to cure her. Lu Ergue and Lu Tao thought that Liu Wanwan was a wimp and was afraid of being arrested by the people from the security bureau, so the two of them returned to their vicious looks. Lu Tao walked up to Liu Wanwan and yucked and cursed. You stinking little white boy. Hurry up and pay me $10 million, or else I'll let the people from the security bureau arrest you, little white boy. After saying that, he raised his head and shook his feet. With an imperative look, Zhou Ping, who was lying on the ground spitting out blood, hurriedly laughed sarcastically. Yes, 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 yes. You little white boy must compensate us for $10 million. When the compensation is finished you too are breaking his feet. After saying this, the three of them revealed their smiles and laughed. Lu Ruyan looked at this scene so angry that her heart ached. Although she wanted to torture this vampire, she didn't want her brother to be merciful because of her own reasons. Listening to these snarling dogs, the corner of Liu Wanwan's mouth hooked into a playful smile. The reason why he woke up this shrew was simply because he wanted her to see the next picture. Lu Ruyan saw the twisted smiles of these three vampires. Furious, she walked forward and said in a petulant rage, You three vampires, I came here today because I want the entire network to see your family's evil face. Earlier, Liu Ruyan had already secretly collected videos of this family's ugly face. When she returned to China, Ruyan Liu came to this house that the vampire family bought with their own money loan and put a pinhole camera in the living room when they were not paying attention. This camera can not only record the picture, but also can clearly hear the sound. And the day she secretly put the pinhole camera, Liu Ruyan brought her friend back with her and gave this vampire family a large sum of money. Otherwise, she didn't know what would happen that day. After that, Ruyan Liu never came to the vampire family again, all but giving them most of her paycheck for peace and quiet, because they did have the grace of nurturing her. Even though they ate leftovers every day, they did have the grace of nurturing. So then, Ruyan Liu didn't go to the video much over the years, only occasionally checking it. Every time she watched it, she would see these three vampires plotting and planning over there, discussing how to take more money from Ruyan Liu. Seeing these images, Liu Ruyan was naturally furious and trembling, but with the grace of nurturing she thought of holding back to see if this family would change. Facts have proved that the bad seeds are bad seeds, not only will not change but also intensify up. So Liu Ruyan will no longer hold back. That ridiculous parenting grace she has long been clear. Even if there was no Liu Wanwan, she would still expose this pair of vampires on the entire internet today. Chapter 27, All Legs Broken. Zhou Ping, who was sitting on the ground, was on fire after hearing this. I have not exposed you as a white-eyed wolf on the internet is already good. Now you dare to hit back. You grew up to eat and drink, which is not provided by us. On the side, Liu Ergue also angrily walked up to Liu Ruyan, pointing his finger and cursing. That's right, you damn white-eyed wolf. Without us you would have died long ago. After saying that, he raised his hand and wanted to slap Liu Ruyan. Ka-ching! Before he could extend his hand, Liu Ergue's fingers were broken by Liu Wanwan. Ah! Liu Ergue covered his finger and lay on the ground wailing in pain. Dad, husband, Liu Tao and Zhou Ping, who were hanging a sardonic smile, instantly shouted. They could never have imagined that this little white boy would dare to strike and injure someone. Does he still have the king's law? Therefore, Zhou Ping immediately pulled out her cell phone that hadn't been stepped on and opened Douyin to prepare for a full webcast. She wanted to let all the netizens to see the picture of this white boy maliciously hurting people, and let everyone see the white-eyed wolf they raised. When she thought of the image of the two of them being furiously sprayed by netizens after being exposed, she stared and laughed out loud, laughing extremely horribly. Seeing Zhou Ping take out her cell phone, Liu Tao hurriedly guarded the front, fearing that Liu Wanwan was damaging the only cell phone that was capable of communication. Since this family had been plotting in the living room on how to drain Liu Ruyan and send her to Liu Tao's bed, they did not know about the Victor incident. Thinking that this little white boy was about to be punished by the netizens, Liu Tao sucked his mouth viciously. Damn Liu Ruyan, you dead actually dared to bring a little white boy over. Wait a moment, Mom and Douyin live to properly expose you guys. After saying that, he revealed a sinister smile. After taking care of this little white boy, he must play Liu Ruyan as if she was worse than dead, and will take a video to facilitate threatening this later. Liu Wanwan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this and said with a teasing face, "Oh, you said you guys are going to broadcast live on Douyin." Saying this, he directly stomped the legs of Liu Ergue, who was tumbling on the ground, broken, and then walked straight towards the two Liu Tao. I've already broadcasted live. How dare you commit murder and evil? You're finished. Seeing Liu Ergue's legs being stepped on and broken, Zhou Ping roared, Don't come over. Soon, the two who were still smug instantly looked fearful. Netizens of the live broadcast, you should help call the police. Someone is trying to kill someone. Zhou Ping, who was sitting on the ground, roared shrilly, only to see that the audience of the live broadcast room had already come in dozens of viewers one after another at this moment, and due to the vigor of the scene, the live broadcast room soon broke through thousands of people. Isn't this our chairman, Mr. Liu? The superintendent managing the Douyin live broadcast room's face changed when he saw this. Just a moment ago, everyone up and down the company knew that the chairman had changed and was still the same protagonist from Victor. Therefore, Liu Wanwan's handsome face was also quickly learned by everyone in the company. After learning that it was their new chairman, Douyin Supertube hurriedly blocked the live broadcast room and reported the matter to his superiors. After the superiors were informed, they permanently blocked Zhou Ping's account at the first time and issued a notice. A platform user has been permanently banned from the live room and account because of eye candy behavior, and our platform will carry out a comprehensive blocking. Originally still want to eat melon netizens see the situation instantly no interest. The original is a claptrap clown. Soon, everyone forgot about this matter. This can't be. Seeing that her live room and account had been permanently banned, Zhou Ping, who had originally thought that she had succeeded in her plot, instantly froze with a smile on her face. How could this be? Liu Tao and Zhou Ping both turned pale. This dog platform, on what grounds did it block their live rooms? Thinking of this, the unwilling Zhou Ping wanted to open the block hand, wanting to change to another platform to continue the live broadcast. Without waiting for her to open the live broadcast, Liu Wanwan, who walked straight to the room, directly kicked the cell phone away, and then stepped on the legs of the two people to break. This time, there were three more trios in the room who were holding their legs and rolling around on the ground and constantly screaming in misery. "You white-eyed wolf, actually looking for a white boy to come over and beat us. Do you still have a bit of conscience?" Zhou Ping endured the severe pain and shouted at Liu Ruyan, trying to play the emotional card. Liu Ruyan said with anger on her face after hearing this. You guys never went to work at home all these years. The car and house you bought were all paid for by me. Do you think I have a conscience?" After saying that, she calmed herself down, looking at the three people on the ground in a miserable state. She was inwardly pained. But this was not enough. She wanted to make this vampire family suffer even more. Thinking of the images that had been claimed by this family over the years, Liu Ruyan clenched her fists. On the side, Liu Wanwan comfortingly stroked Liu Ruyan's head and said, "Baby, didn't you want to expose these vampires all over the internet? Now you can start." The reason why he let this guy still be able to jump around here was so that he would still be able to be awake to see these things next. Liu Ruyan nodded her head after hearing this. She would do the same thing today and let the entire internet see the faces of this pair of vampire families. Since they were so fond of exposure, she would strike back in the same way. Afterwards, she opened the Douyin live streaming room and aimed the screen camera at her other cell phone. The other cell phone had a backup of the videos from all these years. Liu Ruyan didn't even need to look for it and directly opened the day's video, because every time she looked at the video, she was able to see that the pair of vampires were there discussing how to squeeze more value out of her. Seeing this, Liu Wanwan took out his cell phone and directly called Chu Bingran. After the other party answered, he commanded in a commanding tone, "Give you a live streaming number, directly send this live streaming room to me on the hotspot. The more people watch it, the better." Chu Bingran's secretary on the other end of the phone hurriedly answered yes. This little thing she naturally did not report to Chu Bingran, directly letting the management in charge of Douyin's live room to deal with this matter. After resolving it, Liu Wanwan clasped his hands and prepared to watch the show. "Yo, you still think you're the boss of Douyin? You actually dare to speak up here?" Zhou Ping, who was wailing on the ground, sneered and finished. "That's right, you white boy is probably relying on this to support you. When the time comes I'm going to make you spit out that money." Lu Tao chimed in, that pained face full of jealousy. No wonder they felt that the more money they spent, it turned out to be that this Liu Ruyan had taken all the money to support the little white girl. He must make this damn little white boy pay. When he thought of this, Lu Tao's eyes revealed a sinister color. Exposing a vampire family? This title is a bit interesting. How come there's a voice wailing over there beside it? What little white boy? I see this voice is a bit familiar. It seems to be the live broadcast room that was just blocked for gaining eyeballs. The moment the live broadcast was opened, the live broadcast room was flooded with a group of melon-eating netizens. In less than a minute, the number of people directly exceeded 100,000 and was still in the midst of soaring. Chapter 28, Miserable End. Soon, the live broadcast showed the image of Lu Tao's trio in the living room. In the picture, the three of them revealed smug smiles. These three dogs aren't good at first glance, and this smile is too damn vicious. That's right, this is exactly like the face-punching skits I usually watch. Definitely a villain. Eat melon in. In an instant, the live broadcast that had already exceeded 500,000 had commented. At this moment, the pop-ups were jumping upwards so frantically that it was impossible to see what the comments were saying. When Ruyan Lu comes back, you guys have to help me with the drugs. I'm going to do this tonight and let this give you guys a big fat grandson. Soon, the ugly face that the three explored unfolded. Tonight's conversation was heard clearly by every netizen's ears. This anticlimactic comment caused the crowd of netizens to directly explode. Liu Ruyan had a face of disbelief, and her heart was filled with rage. She never expected that these few vampires would actually want to mesmerize her to do something untoward. Liu Wanwan on the side was also filled with anger. These people actually still wanted to drug and mesmerize their woman, simply looking for death. Damn it, how did this have the video of us today? Lu Tao, who was lying on the ground, shouted with a face full of panic. You white-eyed wolf, hurry up and turn off the live broadcast. Zhou Ping, who was covering her leg, roared angrily when she heard these voices. The three of them endured the pain and wanted to crawl over to grab Liu Ruyan's cell phone. Liu Wanwan directly stormed up and walked over to the three and directly stomped on their hands to waste them as well. With a click, the hands of the three were directly stomped off, revealing a hint of white bone. Ah! The trio cried out in pain and almost fainted. Afterward, Ruyan Lu introduced them with a cold face and chilly eyes, her tone icy. These two people are my adoptive parents, although they have nurtured me, but from a young age, they only gave me leftovers to eat, and claimed all of my scholarships and paychecks over the years. Even then they were not satisfied, and had to call me a white-eyed wolf. Seemingly venting her emotions from all these years, Ruyan Lu was continuously speaking. However, she didn't show her face, but instead aimed her cell phone screen at the 3 people who were wailing in pain on the ground. A good beating. These 3 dogs should be crippled, saving them from endangering society. These 3 people are also too disgusting. This family is not actually also hit back and say others are white-eyed wolves. That's right, this young lady has such a nice voice. Actually hurt by this kind of vicious family. So poor where are the people from the security bureau? Hurry up and arrest these 3 damn vampires. Looking at the miserable state of the 3, not only did the netizens not sympathize, but instead they all sprayed angrily. Because of Liu Wanwan's explanation, Douyin Supertube didn't dare to block it, and even they wanted to go over and beat up these 3 people. After venting, Liu Ruyan closed the live broadcast, and the aggression she had been suffering all these years was released at this moment. After this video was exposed, this pair of vampire family would also lose their reputation and spend the rest of their lives inside the security bureau. Why is there no more screen? I still want to see these 3 dogs being arrested. Looking at the black screen of the live broadcast screen, the hundreds of thousands of netizens said angrily. At this time, Zhou Ping's neighborhood owners group also exploded. Weren't these 3 vampires from their neighborhood? Usually every day there. They said that their adopted daughter was a white-eyed wolf, and how they were not good to them, but they did not expect to be so vicious. Thinking of this, they gathered and prepared to crusade against Zhou Ping's family. After closing the live broadcast, Liu Ruyan said to Liu Wanwan with a smiling face, "Brother, let's send them to the security bureau. I'm going to give you a surprise later." Liu Wanwan wrapped his arms around Liu Ruyan's thin waist and laughed. "Good then I want to see what surprise my baby is going to give me." Subsequently, Liu Wanwan looked at Zhou Ping's trio with a cold look in his eyes. Has baby relieved her anger? Liu Ruyan nodded. "Let's go. I don't want to see these people anymore." Liu Wanwan didn't say anything after hearing this, and directly went up and pointed a few major acupoints on the 3 people lying on the ground and howling, making them unable to eat for the next few days. As long as they ate they would vomit it out and be starved to death alive. This was the terror of a great master of medical arts. Liu Wanwan was not a good person. Anyone who wanted to get their hands on his woman must live a life worse than death. After doing all this, he left with his arm around Liu Ruyan and sent a message to Wang Fu Chang, asking the people from the security bureau to come and arrest them all. You can't leave. Quickly call a doctor for us." Zhou Ping's 3 faces were desperate. After being exposed by the entire internet, they all knew they were screwed next. Not long after, people from the security bureau came over and arrested them for allegedly forcing a woman to act. The owners of the neighborhood ran over angrily, and kicked Zhou Ping and the others who were carried away, and the scene was a miserable one. The people of the security bureau cannot stop. Would have been limbs crippled wailing Zhou Ping. 3 people, they were beaten by the crowd directly fainted. Life and death unknown. Thank you brother for accompanying me in all this today. Inside the presidential suite, Liu Ruyan lay in Liu Wanwan's arms and said softly. Liu Wanwan touched Liu Ruyan's hair and faintly said, "What are you thanking for? You will be my woman from now on. Didn't you say you want to give me some kind of surprise?" Liu Ruyan's cheeks revealed 2 blushes after hearing this. Her expression was extremely shy. 1 hour later, Liu Wanwan exhaled with a satisfied face. So this is the so-called surprise. Looking at the somewhat tired Liu Ruyan, Liu Wanwan became somewhat embarrassed. "Quickly go and wash up. Tomorrow accompany me to deal with a little thing." Liu Ruyan's small face is still scarlet, stood up and went to clean up. Seeing this, Liu Wanwan revealed a smug smile, very satisfied with this surprise. Afterwards, he picked up his cell phone and looked at Wilson's message. "What are you fat ass doing? Why don't you reply to the message? I'll remind you one last time. If you still don't reply the consequences will be your own. You dead fat ass. I declare you fired from the company." The moment he opened it, he saw a 99+ message from the note Chen Silibi. This Chen Silibi was that supervisor of his, Chen Nuzhen. Seeing the message from Chen Nuzhen, Liu Wanwan's mouth sketched out a playful smile. After a busy day today, he had forgotten to go back to the company to punch his former co-workers in the face. When he thought about how Chen Nuzhen and the others had previously humiliated him every day and ordered him to do all sorts of things, Liu Wanwan sank his face. When tonight was over, he would make this group of bullies all regret it. Ignoring this jumpy Chen Nuzhen, Liu Wanwan looks at the message from his childhood friend, Xia Yao, who he hasn't contacted for a long time. "Brother 1, are you still in Magic City? I'm going back to Magic City tomorrow. Have time to make a date." Chapter 29 Xia Yao. Seeing this message, Liu Wanwan's mind floated back to the memories of the previous years. In his 10 years or so ago, he rented a cell with his adoptive parents and had a neighbor sister who was 4 years younger than him. At that time, the two were also on good terms, often hanging out together. Was Liu Wanwan's previous crush. Only at that time he was obese, more low self-esteem, so the two are just good friends. Until 5 years ago, after Xia Yao moved out of the neighborhood, Liu Wanwan never saw her again. In the first few years, the the two still occasionally keep in touch. Until last year, he and Wan Lily fell in love after the two have not been in contact. Thinking of the silhouette in his mind, Liu Wanwan exuded a smile. I don't know how this girl is doing. Of course I'm in awe. Then tomorrow let's make a time to meet? Liu Wanwan returned a message over. He now also wanted to see what the little beauty at the beginning looked like now. After sending it, he opened Xia Yao's friend circle with some curiosity. On the top, a cute loli came into view. Her height is about 160 centimeters. Her posture is small but well proportioned, and her delicate little face is like a carefully carved porcelain doll. Fair and tender, with a faint redness, the eyes are clear and bright, and the nose is slightly upturned, playful and lovely. The cherry-like mouth, the color is red and moist, like a ripe cherry. Let a person cannot help but want to kiss a bite. A head of smooth shoulder-length hair, with a light brown luster, was casually scattered on her shoulders, with a few strands of hair playfully curling and dancing lightly around her rounded cheeks. She was wearing a delicate Lolita-style short skirt, outlining a slim waist with a firm grip, while her chest was quite voluminous, the full breasts like ripe peaches, calling out under the tight blouse. It formed a contrast with her loli-like face and small figure, and paired with white stockings and shiny little leather shoes, the whole person exuded a sweetness that made people feel compassionate just by looking at her. This girl has changed too much. Liu Wanwan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Before he felt that Xia Yao had a lowly face, he hadn't thought that after 5 years had passed, her looks remained the same, and only her whopping upper body had changed amazingly. This was simply the very best. A completely different feeling than Lu Ruyan. Instantly, Liu Wanwan scored 97 points in his heart, so 1 point higher than Lu Ruyan. Of course this is only looking at the photo rating. Now online so many high P photo scam tanks can give you P into the absolute beauty. He. Looking forward to tomorrow's meeting with Brother Wan. Wilson. Xia Yao also returned this sentence. At Yandu Airport, two silhouettes stood in the hall, attracting a crowd of gazes. One of them was a stunningly beautiful young girl with lowly looks. She was wearing a short black skirt, paired with white silk shoes, and her upper body was wearing a loose blouse, but it still couldn't be wrapped up in shocking waves. The other was a young girl with a double ponytail full of youthful vigor. Her height was estimated to be around 165. She had a flawless googly-eyed face, and she was wearing blue jean shorts with a white suspenders. This wear perfectly highlights her long and straight legs, and legs are very smooth and white, without any flaws. Both of them were superb and indistinguishable. This lowly-looking one was none other than Xia Yao, and beside her was her best friend Yan Wanxi. Yao, what exactly does your brother Wan look like? Do you have any pictures in your circle of friends for me to see? Yan Wanxi blinked those big eyes and asked Xia Yao. In the past few years, she often had heard her best friend talk about her former playmate, and every time she talked about it, she would reveal a hint of nostalgia, seemingly secretly in love with this brother Wan. So Yan Wanxi was very curious as to which extremely handsome guy was it, or whether it was some high-cooled overbearing president, idle trainee, etc. In short, she was gossiping in her heart. In short, gossip. She inwardly thought to Liu Wanwan countless identity. But these identities are almost all what the hegemonic president, the rich family broad young man, and so on the image of the rich boy. A chubby figure appeared in Xia Yao's mind after hearing this, and she glanced at Yan Wanxi angrily. You know how to pry. Brother Wan is very nice. He even saved me before. After she finished speaking, she recalled that 5 years ago, on her way back at night, an old dang with a lustful light wanted to do something untoward to her. Fortunately at that time, Liu Wanwan appeared in time and restrained this old dang's behavior, and sent this old dang to the security bureau to be sentenced to 6 years of imprisonment. Since then, Xia Yao moved to Kyoto with her parents and never saw Liu Wanwan again. Yan Wanxi became even more curious after hearing this, that little face revealing gossipy information. After some understanding, she realized that her best friend was actually almost defiled by Lao Deng a few years ago. This damned stinking Lao Deng, when he comes out I'll make sure to make him look good. Enraged, Yan Wanxi clenched her silver teeth and clutched her small hands in a sniveling manner. However, she was also more curious about what this brother Wan looked like. Her mind conjured up a scene of a tall and handsome man who then heroically saves a beauty. Your brother Wan must be tall and handsome. So envious of you, Yao. Yan Wanxi rested her chin on her hands, with a look of being touched by watching a romance idol drama. Xia Yao was amused by Yan Wanxi's look and snorted, gently patted her shoulder and said, You little gossip girl, don't fantasize here. Brother Wan is really nice, but it's not as exaggerated as you think. Yan Wanxi, however, hummed in disbelief. I don't believe it. The one who can make you so nostalgic is definitely a super handsome guy. Xia Yao shook her head helplessly, but with a hint of sweetness in her eyes. He's gentle and considerate, but not as perfect as you think. Yan Wanxi's eyes lit up. Gentle and considerate? Wouldn't that be like the warm male lead depicted in novels? Xia Yao almost fainted after hearing this. This gossipy girl is simply incorrigible. After a long time of softening, Yan Wanqi finally let Xiaoyao open Liu Wanwan's circle of friends and found it blank. Yan Wanqi said with some disappointment, "It seems that your brother Wan don't send out friend circle ah." After saying that, Xiaoyao's face has some unnatural. Also don't know if brother Wan is still chubby now. No matter what, she still had such a trace of affection for Liu Wanwan in her heart. Although she had a slight face control, Xiaoyao had rejected countless rich kids over the years, or some high and cold CEOs and school herbs. The reason she had never fallen in love was because of this trace of affection in her heart, so she returned to Magic City this time not only to do business, but also wanted to meet with Liu Wanwan. Afterwards, the two boarded the airplane first class, and the two flew to Magic City with a look of anticipation. Chapter 30, Only Being Your Husband's Woman. Brother, what are you chatting about? Seeing Liu Wanwan holding his cell phone and giggling, Liu Ruyan, who had finished washing up, walked onto the bed with a faint blush on her face and said. Liu Wanwan was so scared after hearing this that he hurriedly closed the screensaver and said with an unnatural face, "Nothing, nothing?" He was just admiring Xiaoyao's beauty, but Liu Ruyan suddenly came over and gave him a big scare. Humph. Liu Ruyan seemed to have guessed something and had a somewhat unhappy look. Liu Wanwan was at a loss for words. He was not proficient in this area without having been in love in the real sense. Seeing his brother at a loss for words, Liu Ruyan's frowning eyebrows stretch out, barely squeezing out a smile and said, "Bad brother, don't worry, I won't ask you to give me any title, as long as you treat me well." After saying that, she snuggled into Liu Wanwan's chest. After today's vampire family thing, her heart no longer have a tie. In the future only want to wholeheartedly do brother obedient good woman. Only then, the first time she fell in love, she would definitely be jealous inside. Moreover, she has only known her brother for one day, and she has not yet been able to be with her brother for a few days, so jealousy is unavoidable. Liu Wanwan heard some unbelievable. He has not thought about what to say. Did not expect Liu Ruyan actually so understanding. For a while, Liu Wanwan had that little bit of guilt inside, but it quickly dissipated. After all, he would definitely be standing at the top of this world in the future, and it was impossible to have only one woman. Afterwards, Liu Wanwan stroked Liu Ruyan's hair and whispered, "I will definitely not fail you in the future, and I won't fail to give you a name. Don't worry, wife." When he changed his name to wife, Liu Wanwan decided in his heart that he would give Liu Ruyan a wedding that the world would not expect. Liu Ruyan's beautiful eyes that were slightly reddened after hearing this had an extra layer of mist. She looked at Liu Wanwan with a look of deep emotion. "Husband, I love only you in this life and the next, only do husband's woman." After saying that, the two couldn't help but start an exchange. After a long time, looking at the sleeping Liu Ruyan, Liu Wanwan felt so tired. It seems that it is still not able to be too indulgent. Liu Wanwan felt that he had to hire a private tutor to exercise in the future, so as not to have a system that is too depraved. System, check Liu Ruyan's favorability. Liu Wanwan asked the system with some curiosity. Liu Ruyan's favorability is 100. The system said back. Liu Wanwan was surprised, then inwardly ecstatic. No wonder Ruyan Liu just said those kind of words. After the favorability reaches 100 it will never leave him. Love only himself. No matter what he does, he will never betray him, and can even die for him. This time, it was Liu Wanwan's turn to be confused. In just one day, he had gained a full favorability score from a superb imperial lady. But Liu Wanwan wouldn't let Liu Ruyan down just because of 100 favorability, much less let her die for herself or something like that. Isn't this a pure beast? Putting Liu Ruyan in his arms, Liu Wanwan also fell into a deep sleep. Husband, get up and eat. On the bed, Liu Wanwan, who still looked sleepy, is woken up by Liu Ruyan. Taking out his cell phone, he found that he actually slept until more than 11 o'clock. Previously, when he was a cow-horse laborer, he had to get up at 7 a.m. or so every morning to catch the subway, and then arrive at the company at 9 a.m. to start working as a cow-horseman. And now, not only was he sitting on a good person, he also had unlimited funds, so naturally he didn't need to be a bull cow-horse anymore. Looking at Liu Ruyan, who had prepared breakfast for himself, Liu Wanwan hemmed and hawed. "Thank you, wife." In the past, Wang Lily had never prepared any breakfast for him. It was still his good wife who was thoughtful. Thinking of this, Liu Wanwan was secretly happy in his heart. If other males knew that there was such an obedient superb imperial sister, I'm afraid that these people would be so jealous that their faces would turn upside down. After having breakfast, Liu Wanwan was ready to start taking Liu Ruyan shopping. Now that he had money, he naturally wanted to spend it and feel the thrill of consumption. "Hubby, I even went to the mall in the morning and picked out a piece of clothing for you. You quickly change into it to see if it fits." Suddenly, Liu Ruyan took out a set of clothes from the side and handed it to Liu Wanwan. She saw that her husband was still wearing yesterday's clothes, and the thoughtful Liu Ruyan went to the mall to spend 1 million on a set of clothes. Liu Wanwan was a bit surprised. He originally planned to go change his line of work today, but he never thought that Liu Ruyan actually went to buy a set of clothes for her. This is also too thoughtful, right? Liu Wanwan was touched and took the clothes and put them on. Having a perfect figure, he naturally fit very well in it. A living clothes rack. Wow, hubby, you look too good in this too. Liu Ruyan's beautiful eyes flowed and she was very satisfied with the clothes she picked out, only to see Liu Wanwan wearing a set of casual clothes with full design, as if this set of clothes was tailor-made for him, highlighting a kind of innate uprightness and self-confidence. Liu Wanwan looked at himself in the mirror with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, quite satisfied with his current self. Sign in. After narcissism, Liu Wanwan silently signed in his mind. Today is the third day of signing in for the newbie pack, and he doesn't know what kind of good stuff there will be. Thinking of the previous 2 heaven-defying rewards, Liu Wanwan began to look forward to it. Newbie gift pack sign-in day 3 completed. Rewarding a simulacrum. Is it withdrawn? After signing in, the system immediately replied. Brother Unity. What is this? Liu Wanwan was a bit curious. The simulated human is derived from human cells, and its body structure is not different from a real human. Its brain consists of a supercomputer that has terrifying computing power and will go on learning to perfect itself with birth. And it possesses the strength of a martial arts grandmaster. It does not need to eat, drink or sleep, and will recharge itself to maintain its operation. If the simulacrum is accidentally damaged, the host only needs to recycle it to the system to repair it for 7 days to recover. After extraction it will be 100% loyal to the host. There will be no possibility of betrayal. The system slowly introduced. Liu Wanwan listened with a shocked face. This simulation person is also too heaven-defying, right? Simply put, it means that this simulated person is no different from a human. Only the brain force is a little better than a human, and it can be maintained without eating or drinking. The most critical point is that these simulation people, as long as the extraction is the existence of absolute loyalty, completely do not need to worry about being betrayed. This is simply a super bodyguard plus super butler. After the shock, Liu Wanwan asked Liu Ruyan to wait for a while for himself while he went to the restroom, extracting the simulacrum. Walking into the restroom, Liu Wanwan couldn't wait to talk to the system in his mind. Okay, please feel free to choose the simulation person's birth location, gender, age, height, and appearance. The system said back. Of course it's going to be a beautiful woman. It must be born in the Dragon Kingdom. Gender female, height 168, age 29, looks to be beautiful, mature and sexy type. Alright system, the body must also be good, to be front and back type. Liu Wanwan said after holding his chin in thought. Chapter 31, both of you are my secretaries. Okay host, this side will randomly generate and implant a legal identity for you in the Dragon Kingdom. The system said back. After a while, the system reminded. Generation is complete. Please take the host's name. Help me randomly generate it automatically. After thinking for half a day, Liu Wanwan decided that it was better to let the system take the name itself. Okay host, already named you by Shanyu. Identity as a female elite returned from overseas. Will contact the host later. The system thoughtfully said back. Brother Unity, you are also too powerful. After exchanging business compliments with the system, only then was Liu Wanwan satisfied and stopped communicating. Hello master, I'm Bai Shanyu. May I ask if there's anything master needs to order himself? Suddenly, Liu Wanwan's cell phone ringtone rang. After answering it came a nice female voice. One listened to this voice proper beauty. Liu Wanwan had an excited face. You come to my side right now. Right, don't call the master when you come later. Just call General Liu. After giving the location, Liu Wanwan walked out of the restroom, and inwardly began to look forward to the simulation. Just after walking out of the restroom, a knock came from outside the presidential suite door. Opening the door, Liu Wanwan then saw a woman with a hot body. She had eyebrows like faraway daisies, a pair of peach blossom eyes slightly upturned, and the flow of her eyes was full of flavor. Under the high bridge of the nose, is a delicate red lips, lip color like ripe cherries, slightly upturned corners of the mouth with a smudge of light smile. Through the mature woman's self-confidence and charming, her skin is fair and snowy, with a delicate luster under the light, as warm as lamb's fat jade. A head of black shiny big wave curls casually spread on the shoulder, hair volume fluffy and elastic, with her movements gently swaying, exuding a charming aroma. The wraparound skirt showed her concave and convex figure to the fullest, the skirt tightly wrapped around her plump hips, outlining the rounded and upright curves, and her slender waist was in a full grip, forming a sharp contrast with the wide hemline of the skirt, which emphasized her hourglass-like perfect body proportions. Under the hem of the skirt, a pair of long and straight legs were wrapped in flesh-colored stockings with a faint luster, revealing the delicate texture of the skin of the legs. Her feet stepped on a pair of black high-heeled shoes. The heels were thin and high, making her posture even taller and more upright. Every step she took, She swayed and exuded an irresistible mature charm. "Hello Mr. Liu, I'm Bai Qianyu." This beauty with a fiery figure walked up and introduced herself. For the master's command to call General Manager Liu, Bai Qianyu naturally obeyed 100%. This simulacrum's body and looks are perfect too, Liu Wanwan thought secretly as he looked at Bai Qianyu. With this figure and looks, it definitely had a high score of over 95 points in his heart, and was on par with Liu Ruyan. When it comes to a beauty of Liu Ruyan's level, the comparison is not about looks and body, but the overall aspect of temperament. "Hubby, who is she?" Looking at the stunning beauty that walked in through the door, Liu Ruyan asked Liu Wanwan with jealousy, her heart comparing with the other party. Because this woman in front of her body and looks are just too perfect, women would be ashamed of themselves when they see it. But no matter where are known as goddess of Liu Ruyan will not be defeated. She felt that she and this Bai Qianyu at most high score. Thinking of this, Liu Ruyan raised her chin and looked at Bai Qianyu unconvincingly. Liu Wanwan saw Liu Ruyan's jealous look a little funny. She still doesn't know that Bai Qianyu is just a simulation. Naturally can't replace Liu Ruyan in his heart, even if it is a real person. That cannot replace the status of Liu Ruyan in his heart. At most, it is an equal status. Subsequently, Liu Wanwan also introduced with Liu Ruyan, "This Bai Qianyu, later is my secretary butler, will deal with the company and life things for us." Liu Ruyan listens and then stops being jealous. So it's her husband's newly recruited secretary. No, then wouldn't the two of them stay together every day? A lone man and a woman. It's easy for something to happen. Thinking of this, Liu Ruyan said with an aggrieved look, "Then I also want to be your secretary in the future to help my husband deal with things." Saying this, she put Liu Wanwan's arm in her arms and pampered herself. Liu Ruyan doesn't want to just stay at home and do nothing. She also wants to share a little something for her husband. Feeling that softness, Liu Wanwan couldn't stand it on the spot and hurriedly responded, Okay, both of you are my secretaries. Manage the company for me and do things. Good. Liu Ruyan had a triumphant smile on her face. Liu Wanwan was quite helpless, then handed over Douyin, Weibo, Little Red Department. By do all these company affairs to Liu Ruyan in charge. After the handover, Liu Ruyan was ecstatic, so she wouldn't have to do nothing every day. Afterwards, Liu Wanwan checked up on Bai Qianyu's favorability. Unsurprisingly, this simulacrum's favorability was naturally 100. Liu Wanwan nodded with satisfaction. With this Bai Qianyu, in the future he would not need to personally do things like acquiring companies. After all, Bai Qianyu has the brain of a supercomputer. Let her do these things absolutely no problem. In order to test Bai Qianyu's ability, Liu Wanwan instructed Bai Qianyu, "Secretary Bai, you use this Supreme God card of mine to acquire this Bolton Hotel." After staying here for 2 days, Liu Wanwan was very satisfied with this presidential suite and decided to acquire it. "Okay Mr. Liu, my side will use your ID information as well as the bank card to go and acquire this hotel for you at the most reasonable price." Bai Qianyu responded instantly after her master gave himself an order. After saying that, Bai Qianyu was on her cell phone not knowing what to operate. In a short while, she revealed a smile. "Mr. Liu, the acquisition has been completed for you. Spending $100 billion to purchase 80% of the shares of this hotel. Now the largest shareholder of this hotel is you." In less than a minute, she successfully completed the acquisition. Liu Wanwan and Liu Ruyan instantly exuded shocked expressions. This was too powerful, right? Seeing the two of them look shocked, Bai Qianyu revealed a smug look and handed her cell phone to both Liu Wanwan and Liu Ruyan. Liu Wanwan looked at the information on the stock market where he held the largest stake and nodded. It seems that this Bai Qianyu's ability is not generally strong. Liu Ruyan on the other side really cannot figure out. She a top financial students cannot do a minute to acquire a company, at least a day. I did not expect this Bai Qianyu only a minute to successfully acquire a company, and cell phone information shows that it is actually the most reasonable price acquisition. This is simply a miracle. Liu Ruyan could not have imagined in any way that Bai Qianyu's brain had a supercomputer, and accomplishing such a feat was as easy as eating and drinking water. Chapter 32, Encountering High School Classmates. Therefore, Ruyan Liu was completely free of jealousy, much less jealous of someone who worked for her husband. With this kind of genius assisting her husband, she couldn't be happier, much less be foolish enough to compete with the other party to be jealous. "Right, you help me acquire that Tianqi company as well." Liu Wanwan suddenly thought of something and instructed Bai Qianyu. "Okay Mr. Liu," Bai Qianyu replied. When he thought of this apocalypse company, he revealed a cold smile. It was a company with a market capitalization of around $1 billion, and it was also his former company. Already acquired all 100% of the shares of this company. In a short while, Bai Qianyu acquired this company. For this kind of small company with a market capitalization of 1 billion, she didn't even need to bring her brain to be able to acquire it. Liu Wanwan nodded after hearing this, and then asked Bai Qianyu to start a security company for him. so as not to encounter the kind of situation yesterday, but also he has to be over there to personally take action. Of course, he also has requirements for recruiting people, specializing in recruiting elites from all over the country. The strength of the general people do not, specializing in the kind of king of soldiers and the king of soldiers, the more awesome the better, and it must be to be loyal to him. If there is any threat to life to block the front, not the kind of backbone boy. Anyway, Liu Wanwan now has a good sense query function. Low good sense is definitely the anti-bone boy undoubtedly. Salary. He decided to give each person a month of 1 million, specifically depending on the ability to say. After instructing Bai Shanyu, Liu Wanwan began to look forward to his security company. After arranging, Bai Shanyu also left to start carrying out the orders commanded by her master. Looking at Bai Shanyu stepping on her high heels and twisting her hips to leave, Liu Wanwan's heart rose with a fire of desire. But after thinking that this was only a simulation of a person, he lost interest. Let's go shopping. After seeing Bai Shanyu leave, Liu Wanwan said as he held Liu Ruyan's hand. Walking out of the Bolton Hotel, a group of very familiar people were ushered in outside the door. One of them wearing glasses, full of pleasing color is talking as precisely his high school classmate Chen Dong. When he looked at the man whose appearance had not changed much, but had a trace of vicissitude, Liu Wanwan's mind surfaced a memory that was hidden in the bottom of his heart. Chen Dong was his good brother in high school. At that time, Liu Wanwan was almost bullied on campus, but fortunately, there was Chen Dong who stood up for him, and he was able to get through high school peacefully. Although he wasn't bullied, Liu Wanwan was often sneered at by his classmates, calling him a fat pig and the like. In the midst of all the ridicule and mockery, it was still Chen Dong who stood up for him. At that time, the extremely low self-esteem of Liu Wanwan was very grateful. If not Chen Dong words, he was afraid that he would be those bullying dogs to the whole psychological shadow. After graduating from high school, they hadn't been in contact all these years because of the different universities. Chen Dong, long time no see. Liu Wanwan walked up with Liu Ruyan's hand on his arm with an excited face and said, "This one is?" The woman who was being courted by Chen Dong had a puzzled look on her face, only to see that this woman was heavily made up, wearing an exquisite dress and carrying a well-known branded bag. She was dressed as a celebrity. Her looks were not bad, and with the heavy makeup she was estimated to have about 85 points. She was already a beauty in the eyes of the onlookers. Her name is Shen Manli, is Chen Dong's girlfriend, but compared with Liu Ruyan is simply the light of the firefly and the white moon. There is absolutely no comparison. After saying that, Shen Manli looked at Liu Ruyan with a flash of jealousy in her eyes. Chen Dong, who was called out, was also confused, looking at Liu Wanwan, who was like a nobleman in front of him. He had no memory at all. The rest of the people's faces were also filled with confusion and shock. This man and woman had an extraordinary temperament, and it felt like they were objects they could not afford to climb up to. One of the dangling-eyed men slightly narrowed his eyes, looking at Liu Ruyan with lustful light flowing from his eyes. "I'm Liu Wanwan ah, didn't expect it, right?" Looking at the dumbfounded Chen Dong, Liu Wanwan walked forward and patted Chen Dong's shoulder and laughed haha. "What? Liu Wanwan?" As soon as the words fell, the crowd stared with wide eyes and a look of surprise. After a while, Chen Dong suppressed his inner shock and revealed a delighted smile and said, "So it's Wanwan, it's been a long time, your kid has gotten a facelift, right?" After saying that, the people next to him also chimed in. Yeah, weren't you a fat guy before? Nowadays, technology is so advanced, a whole face is not too much, right? That's right too, fatso, where did you get plastic surgery?" The crowd walked up and looked at Liu Wanwan with an unbelievable look. Was this still the Liu Wanwan they used to regard as a waste? Liu Wanwan froze upon hearing this. The only person present he recognized was the more familiar Chen Dong. The other few no longer had any impression. Seeing Liu Wanwan frowning, an ordinary-looking woman walked up and hummed, "I'm Zhang Lana, you don't recognize us?" The others also looked at Liu Wanwan with dissatisfaction. Although they didn't know why this fatty had changed so much, they were upset that they had previously treated Liu Wanwan as a loser. Obviously they were a class above Liu Wanwan before. Why did this fat bastard change so much? Moreover, they all knew Liu Wanwan's family situation. He was just a poor man. Soon, they saw aside Liu Ruyan. Associated with this damn Liu Wanwan should be adopted white boy. Thinking of this, the shock on their faces disappeared, and they all exuded a sneer as they looked at Liu Wanwan. They used to think of Liu Wanwan as a loser, but at this moment, they couldn't accept this fact at all. Why is this dead fat pig able to become thin and handsome? Why is he able to be adopted by this kind of superb beauty? All of this made their hearts jealous. They couldn't wait to go up and ruthlessly humiliate this punk stinky loser just like before. Liu Ruyan frowned at the situation. It seemed like her husband had a story before. Looking at the crowd's look of disdain and ridicule, a wave of anger rose in her heart. Wanting to go forward to speak for her husband, Liu Wanwan touched Liu Ruyan's fragrant hair and told her to obediently stand in place. He would resolve these matters himself. Zhonglan I remember. My good class president well. And you guys, one by one are my good classmates. Looking at the disdainful crowd, Liu Wanwan faintly opened his mouth. As soon as he heard this name, he instantly remembered. This Zhonglan, relying on his power as class president, often intentionally snitched with the teacher and repeatedly set him up. Once, when he was sleeping on his desk, these bad seed classmates there deliberately ran up and went to troll him. One by one, they threw paper balls at him, and some of the male students even went over to secretly pull down his pants. At that time, they even drew a lot of laughter from the crowd, as if they thought that it was nothing but just a fun thing to do. In the end, it was only when Chen Dong stood out and angrily stopped the crowd that this incident ended. And at that time, this Zhang Lan deliberately acted like a righteous person, saying that she would help him report this matter to the school. As a result, she turned black and white there, saying that it was he himself who first disrupted class discipline, causing Liu Wanwan to not only be called as a parent, but also to be scolded by the school's administrators. And at that point in time his adoptive parents were already in poor health and had to come over to give him a hard time. Chapter 33, Deeply Affectionate Qindong. Thinking of this image, Liu Wanwan sank his face into an icy look. Since you've remembered, then we'll leave you alone. Zhang Lan revealed a satisfied look. The crowd also snorted at the sight. Young Zhao, let me tell you, this Liu Wanwan is our high school classmate. Just a stinking loser with no money and no power. A man with a pleasing smile piled on his face said disdainfully to the man with the dangling eyes. This dangling eye was a person from the Zhao family, the fourth of the 8 major families in Magic City, called Zhao Yuhao. Zhao Yuhao hummed disdainfully after hearing this. Oh, so it's just a little white boy who relies on women to raise him. He was afraid that this Liu Wanwan had some background, but he didn't realize that it was just a little white boy. After saying that, he looked at Liu Ruyan with even more unbridled eyes and was constantly swallowing his saliva. This kind of extremely good special thing he has never screwed. Today must try what taste. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuhao revealed a lewd smile. Shen Manli also showed a trace of disdain after hearing this and lost interest in her heart. She thought it was some rich second generation, but she didn't think it was just a loser. Although he was a bit more handsome now, he was still a punk with no money and no power, so he couldn't get into her eyes, and only Zhao Xiao was the one she needed to defend. Thinking of this, she wanted to secretly throw a wink to Zhao Xiao. As a result, she realized that at this moment, Zhao Xiao was staring intently at a person, gulping continuously there. This damn vixen. The jealousy in Shen Manli's eyes intensified when she looked at the graceful Liu Ruyan. This damned vixen attracted the eyes of all the men present as soon as she appeared, and the crowd completely ignored her. Shen Manli, who had lost the limelight, continued to curse Liu Ruyan in her heart. Just as the crowd was sneering, Chen Dong snorted, "Don't laugh at all. The past is the past and the present is the present." After saying that, he looked at Zhang Lan and the girls with an angry face. Although he hadn't been in contact for so many years, Liu Wanwan was still his brother and he had to stand up for his brother. The crowd that was laughing and mocking was quiet for a second after hearing this, but still disdained it. What's wrong with scolding this fat man? Don't think that the whole young as a little white boy is the upper class. That's right, this little white boy were compared to our Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao, this is the real big shot. Chen Dong, don't speak for this punk. Let's quickly go in and eat. Not a moment later, the crowd started laughing again. Thinking that this damned licking dog was still kept in the dark, they sneered in their hearts. Chen Dong, let's hurry inside and ignore this classmate of yours. Shen Manli was impatient as she looked at the righteously indignant Chen Dong, and in her heart, she was even more disgusted with this licking dog Chen Dong. This damned licking dog. If it wasn't to satisfy Zhao Xiao's hobby, she would have turned her face. Chen Dong struggled internally for a while after hearing this, revealing a pleasing appearance. Alright Manli, I'll say hello to my good brother and we'll go in. He then walked to Liu Wanwan and said with a hint of apology on his face, "Wanwan, we'll go in for dinner first, haha. Let's contact on Wilson. This is good. Them going in earlier will also allow their brother to suffer less taunts." Chen Dong secretly thought inwardly. After saying this, he prepared to go in with the crowd to the Bolton Hotel. Liu Wanwan nodded his head after hearing this, somewhat puzzled by Chen Dong's dog-licking demeanor. But since he had said so, then Liu Wanwan was also too lazy to care, as long as he was happy. If Chen Dong encountered anything in the future and asked him for help, then Liu Wanwan would also help to deal with it. After all, Chen Dong was the only one who stood up to defend him before. As for his good classmates, he naturally wouldn't bother until he met them. However, after encountering them, they are still jumping in front of him, then Liu Wanwan will definitely not let them go. Thinking of his own high school by the crowd bullying picture, Liu Wanwan will look a cold. He was ready to let Bai Shanyu spend money to offer a reward and disfigure all of these people's faces. He wanted to let these people know what it was like to be mocked by others because of their looks. Thinking of this, Liu Wanwan edited a message to Bai Shanyu, telling her to go and deal with this matter immediately. After sending it, Liu Wanwan's heart was instantly relieved. Let's go, wife. Just as Liu Wanwan was about to leave while holding Liu Ruyan's hand, Zhao Yuhao licked his lips. Still a wife. He loved playing with this kind of woman who had a husband. Afterward, he walked out and said smilingly, everyone, since you're all old classmates, let him come in and eat together. Originally, today, he just wanted to come over to humiliate that licking dog Chendong, but he did not expect to actually have an unexpected gain. Just now, he had instructed the manager of Bolton to have this manager prepare ecstasy and a room. Whenever Zhao Yuhao looked at someone he liked, he would ask this girl to come to Bolton for dinner and collude with the manager here to bewitch the girl he looked at. After the deed was done, he would give a payment of 100,000 dragon coins. Those forced girls also didn't dare to reveal it because they were videotaped, so he had been able to get his way. Young Zhao, why do you care about this loser? It's not like we're familiar with him, Zhang Lan said to Zhao Yuhao with a curt face, looking at Liu Wanwan with eyes full of disdain. What do you know? Can't you see that Zhao Xiao wants to? The man with a lewd face on the side patted Zhang Lan, raising his eyebrows and constantly hinting. Zhang Lan saw this and realized. In order to please Zhao Yuhao, she rushed forward and said to Liu Wanwan, hear that, punk? Young Zhao kindly invited you guys over for dinner. Don't be ungrateful. After saying that, she looked like she was giving alms. She wasn't afraid that this punk wouldn't agree. Zhao Xiao is so magnanimous. You punks still don't hurry to agree. Look at your appearance, can only be rich women sleep a little. Inside the meal you cannot afford to eat. That's right, inside a random meal are hundreds of thousands of dollars. This loser where can afford to eat? Have you heard of the Zhao family? Their family is the biggest shareholder of Bolton. The crowd had a condescending look, pointing at Liu Wanwan and constantly mocking him, and Zhao Yuhao, who was complimented by the crowd, instantly raised his head, his nostrils facing the sky as he was looking at Liu Ruyan's reaction. But he found that this woman actually had an expressionless face after hearing this, without any slightest reaction. Damn woman, after learning about his strength, how dare you pretend in front of him? I'll make you look good later. Zhao Yuhao had a gloomy face. Hearing Bolton, Liu Ruyan only felt a little amused. They still didn't know that this hotel had been acquired by her husband just now. You guys? Chen Dong wanted to stand out and say something, but when he saw Shun Munli glaring at him, he immediately shrunk his head and did not dare to speak anymore. It's not that I'm not helping you, but Lily, she's pregnant with my seed. I can't do anything about it. Chen Dong was suffering inwardly. Shun Munli was his first love, the white moonlight from his university to now. He loved himself this white moonlight. Basically respond to any request. No matter what Shun Munli wants he will buy anything. He has sold 2 of the 3 houses that his family left behind in Magic City, and has spent all of this money on Shun Munli. Although he had been scolded by everyone for licking dogs, he never felt that he was a licking dog, but felt that this was deep love. What's more, Shen Manli said some time ago that she was pregnant and would give him a doll in the future. Therefore, Chen Dong did not dare to disobey Shen Manli at all, so naturally he could not defend his good brother as he did before. Chapter 34, Wagging Tail and Begging for Pity. Liu Wanwan said with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth after hearing this. Alright, then I'll have a good exchange with you few good classmates. In his eyes, Zheng Lan and the others were just clowns, so why not just play along with them and see what these people wanted to do? Moreover, he had prepared a good show for these good classmates later on. Seeing Liu Wanwan's playful look, Zheng Lan and the others suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. However, the thought of him being nothing more than a waste of space quickly made them not take it seriously. Seeing Liu Wanwan agreeing, Chen Dong was a little worried inwardly, but he did not dare to say anything. He could foresee that his good brother would definitely be humiliated by the crowd again when he went in later. Thinking of this, he opened his mouth to try to stop it, but before he could say anything, Shen Manli glared at him threateningly. People, Zhao Xiao kindly invited your classmates. If you're blocking in case I'm expelled by Zhao Xiao, I won't even care about you anymore in the future. Seeing Shen Manli saying that she would ignore herself, Chen Dong obediently shut his mouth and did not dare to say anything else. This Zhao Xiao was his girlfriend's boss, and Zhang Lan and these few people also belonged to the employees of this Zhao Xiao's company. So Chen Dong did not want his girlfriend to be unable to stay in the company in the future. Still dare to laugh there. Later on, I will play with your woman in front of you. When Zhao Yuhao saw Liu Wanwan's look of a playful smile, he thought viciously inside. However, he didn't show it on his face, but said smilingly, then let's go in together. After saying that, the crowd entered the hotel together. Young Zhao, you're here, only to see a middle-aged man with a face full of pleasing smiles and a big belly walk up and say, he was Bolton's manager, Zhang Jianwei. Just a moment ago, he had received an order from his own hotel's young master to prepare the room and the ecstasy. Looking at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him, Zhang Jianwei's eyes lit up. It seemed that this was the girl that young Master Zhao had ordered to be mesmerized. Zhao Yuhao revealed a condescending look, then patted Zhang Jianwei's shoulder and said, "Manager Zhang, hurry up and open the most luxurious box for me. I'm going to invite my staff to experience my family's hotel." After saying that, Zhao Yuhao raised his head with a showy expression. "See, punk, you're still dipping into Zhao Xiao's light to come along to such a high-end place." "That's right. I heard that the minimum consumption of the most luxurious box here is $1 million. And there is also money and power to enter this box. I'll let you losers open your eyes and see what is called high society." Zhang Lan and the others revealed looks of admiration, touting and stepping down on Liu Wanwan at the same time. Liu Wanwan listened with a bland face and did not say anything. They still didn't know that this hotel had all been acquired by him. If this group of old classmates knew that he was the owner of this hotel, I am afraid that their expressions would be very wonderful. Afterward, Zhang Jianwei led the crowd to a luxurious private room. "Wow! This place is too extravagant." Pushing open the door, came Zhang Lan's exclamation of surprise. Stepping into the private room, the bright crystal chandelier seemed to fall like a star, and the light-moist marble ground reflected the Chinese shadow, velvet sofa lazily lying on the pure gold foil-decorated wall. Jade wine set on the ebony table quietly waiting. Rich and noble atmosphere comes to the surface. This private room is built by our hotel at a cost of $1 billion. The floor alone cost $200 million, specializing in receiving only the powerful and influential. On the side, Zhang Jianwei introduced it with a smug face. "Worthy of being Zhao Xiao. Only a big shot like Zhao Xiao can bring us to a place like this." "Then you don't look at who young Zhao is. Unlike certain wastes who can only come to this hotel by being a gigolo." "That's right. Certain trash must not be qualified to come to this kind of box." Zhang Lan and the others started sneering again. As for Zhao Yuhao, his face was full of acceptance after hearing this. He loved this feeling of being courted, and that was why he brought these turds here. But when he saw Liu Wanwan, who didn't react in the slightest, but instead was there to make out, he instantly grimaced. "Later on, let that licking dog of yours expend Liu Wanwan. I'm going to play with this little white boy's woman." Zhao Yuhao edited a message with a gloomy face and sent it to Shen Manli. Shen Manli revealed a vicious smile after receiving this message. She had long looked at this woman with displeasure. She actually dared to be prettier than her and deserved to be toyed with by Zhao Xiao. As for that lickspittle Chen Dong, she ordered this lickspittle not to obediently do. Since graduating from college, Shen Manli and Zhao Yuhao together, and became Zhao Yuhao company secretary. Originally she wanted to do Zhao Yuhao woman, but found Zhao Yuhao is a new and old people. Basically every few days to have sex with a different girl. In order to be able to do Zhao Yuhao luxury family broad wife, Shen Manli agreed to the request that Zhao Yuhao said. This request is to let her and Chen Dong continue to stay together. During this time, Zhao Yuhao would set up different tasks, such as when he was exercising, he would ask Shen Manli to call this dead-licking dog. On top of that, there were all sorts of different tasks. For example, coming out together like today and secretly doing some exciting behavior in front of Chen Dong. After so many years, Shen Manli had also never received any money from Zhao Yuhao, and even as a secretary in Zhao Yuhao's company, she was not paid. Instead, Chen Dong sold his house to give her money over the years, and then she was relying on the money Chen Dong gave her to dress up and please Zhao Yuhao. But Shen Manli didn't complain. Instead she worked harder to please Zhao Yuhao. She was doing this in order to become a rich and powerful woman and be a real upper-class person. Shen Manli didn't want to continue to stay with this dead-licking dog and be an ordinary person. Today, she was finally going to make it through to be able to be young Zhao's woman. Because Zhao Yuhao had gotten tired of playing, Shen Manli and the girls had long ago joined forces to announce that she was Zhao Xiao's woman in front of Chen Dong, the licking dog, today. And she also had a strong message to tell this lickspittle, which was that the child in her belly was Zhao Xiao's. After the humiliation was over, Zhao Xiao would also have someone break this lickspittle's legs, and then the crowd would severely mock this lickspittle. After completing today's event, Zhao Xiao promised to give her 100,000 yuan of pocket money every month, and announced the relationship between the two men and women as boyfriend and girlfriend. After today, Shen Manli will be able to squeeze into the high society, no longer in Chen Dong this dead-licking dog in a level of people. Thinking of this, Shen Manli could not help but want to laugh out loud. She had already begun to fantasize about a life in the mansion. This stinky, can't really think that lousy is going to take her as his girlfriend? Seeing Shen Manli's look of excitement, Zhao Yuhao's dangling eyes flashed with a touch of sarcasm. How could he, the son of the Zhao family, find this kind of as his woman? Over the years, he had only intentionally toyed with Shen Manli's. After all, women who were obedient and didn't want money, but also had a little bit of poise were rare. Although he is not short of money, but also will not give this kind of rich and powerful to spend money. This kind of is only worthy of wagging her tail and begging for mercy in front of him. After today, he was going to kick Shen Manli away, Go find an obedient woman like this, and continue to issue missions. Chapter 35, Undressing the Disguise. This one is quite good. Zhao Yuhao looked at Lu Ruyan, who was being embraced by Liu Wanwan, with lustful eyes. Thinking of this, he attached Zhang Jianwei's ear and instructed some words, then said to the crowd, "Everyone, order whatever you want to eat yourself, no need to be polite." After saying that, Zhao Yuhao looked at Lu Ruyan with a smug expression, as if he was saying how great he was. Liu Wanwan frowned when he saw this. This dog seems to be hitting on his woman. Once he checked the favorability, this dog named Zhao Yuhao actually had a negative 60 favorability. After hearing the system prompt, Liu Wanwan's heart was furious. He didn't seem to have messed with this person, right? It seems that this dog thing is thinking about his wife. Give me 10 bottles of this $999,000 of canonical red wine. 1 serving of this, and this and that. Liu Wanwan looked at the menu in his hand and said indifferently, "You punk, it's already great that Zhao Xiao has let you in. You actually really dare to order something here. That's right, you dead trash gave you face right? Hurry up and put down the menu." Zhang and the others instantly rebuked angrily after hearing this. Oh, the corner of Zhao Yuhao's eyes twitched slightly after hearing this, and he was very upset inwardly. I didn't expect this little white boy to actually dare to order something so expensive. To know, his monthly pocket money was only 10 million. This little white boy actually dared to order something so expensive. Although his family is the major shareholder of this hotel, but these things also have to have a cost, and the hotel had other shareholders as well, so he ended up actually having to pay for it. In order to show off his strength, Zhao Yuhao held back the anger in his heart and said with a careless smile on his face, "Oh, it's fine." Then, after saying that, his heart was aching with flesh. "Damn it, later on I'll definitely break your legs and toy with your woman." Zhao Yuhao growled in his heart. When Zhang Jianwei saw his master's angry eyes, he understood. Then he walked out the door to give an explanation. "Wanwan, this is not too good." Chen Dong looked at Liu Wanwan with a bit of a headache. He was afraid that this behavior of Liu Wanwan would cause Shen Manli to be affected in the company. Liu Wanwan walked forward and patted Chen Dong's shoulder and laughed. "It's okay, anyway, this Zhao is rich. This money is nothing to him." Chen Dong sighed after hearing this and did not continue to say anything, since it had already happened. He could only pray inwardly that this Zhao Xiao would not find his girlfriend troublesome. The corner of Zhao Yuhao's eyes twitched viciously again after hearing this. This was more than 20 million enough for him to play with how many women if it wasn't for the fact that he still had some savings, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to take out this money. When he thought of this, Zhao Yuhao became even more resentful towards Liu Wanwan. If it was not for the sake of playing with this white boy's woman, he would have sent someone to break this white boy's legs. Not long after, the waiter brought up the dishes on a cart. Everyone, without waiting for Zhao Yuhao to finish, Liu Wanwan directly picked up the dish and savored it. "Wife, this fried beef is good, try it," said, while clip up a piece of beef to Lu Ruyan bowl inside. But their own this hotel is not very well. The flavor is not as good as that Victor. Already having the top of the culinary arts, he is now picky. "You piece of," Zhao Xiao hasn't even moved his chopsticks yet. "How dare you eat up? This plate of beef is top quality beef. A plate costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. This bite you're eating is tens of thousands of dollars. Give you face Spoiling it for this kind of trash is a small matter. Upsetting Zhao Xiao you trash is the end of the line." Zhang Lan several people instantly stood up. One looked cross-eyed. Zhao Yuhao who was talking directly froze in his smile, anger dripping from his face. Originally, he wanted to hold back for a while, to go and toy with this little white boy's woman without her knowledge. In the end, like how he was prepared to humiliate and break Shendong's legs today, he would treat this dog-licking good brother in the same way. As a result, he did not expect that this little white boy would provoke him twice and thrice, which made Zhao Yuhao furious. Zhao Yuhao completely tore off his disguise and said in anger, "You damn little white boy, old man ing gave you face right?" Originally, he had wanted to mesmerize this little white girl's woman, but now he wasn't going to do that either. Zhao Yuhao was going to directly and openly mesmerize this woman and rape her in front of Liu Wanwan. Anyway, he was rich and powerful, and the people present were all his lapdogs, so he wasn't worried about anything happening at all. At this time, the manager of the Bolton Hotel, Zhang Jianwei, also walked in. Seeing the furious Zhao Yuhao, as a dog's leg, he immediately stood out and growled, "If you dare to make our family's Zhao Xiao angry, none of you will be able to leave." Zhao Yuhao poo-pooed and instructed Zhang Jianwei, "Don't serve me all the red wine that this little white boy just called for, and then pour me a glass of water." Hearing this, Zhang Jianwei hurriedly instructed the panicked waiter to take away the wine, and then poured a glass of water over. Receiving the water, Zhao Yuhao gave Zhang Jianwei a wink, and Zhang Jianwei immediately took out the ecstasy from his pocket. After getting the ecstasy, Zhao Yuhao poured the white powdery stuff into the cup and brightly stirred it away with his hand and said, white boy, let your woman drink this cup of water, and I'll leave you alone, otherwise. Saying this, Zhao Yuhao's tone lurched and his eyes showed a fierce light. Seeing that Zhao Yuhao seemed to be plotting against his brother, Chen Dong hurriedly stood up, looking flustered. Young Zhao, my brother doesn't know any better. I'll make amends to you on behalf of my brother. Please don't take it out on my brother. He didn't understand why his brother was so stupid to provoke this Xiao Xiao. Wanwan, he was not like this before. Chen Dong was very puzzled inside. You dead-licking dog. Hurry up and shut up, or else I will clean you up first. A man next to Zhang Lan stood up, walked to Chen Dong and lifted his foot to kick him to the ground. Song Fei, you, looking at the man who kicked him off with a sneer on his face. Chen Dong was stunned. This Song Fei was his high school classmate and also his white moonlight Chen Manli's classmate in college. In high school, Song Fei often insulted Liu Wanwan and was stopped by him, so Chen Dong did not have a good relationship with Song Fei. But his moonlight Chen Manli and this Song Fei University is the same classmate, and also in the same company work, so over the years, their relationship was quite good, and they didn't have the same bad blood as they did in high school. Song Fei smiled disdainfully after hearing this. You damn licking dog, how dare you beg for mercy for this punk, simply looking for death. Chen Dong, who was lying on the ground, staggered and stood up angrily. I am not a licking dog, and haven't we always had a pretty good relationship? The crowd could not help but laugh after hearing this, exuding the same mocking look as they did at Liu Wanwan. Even Shen Manli was no longer in disguise at this moment, revealing a touch of sneer and disdain. Zhang Lan had a cold smile on her face and said with a hum, if it wasn't for Zhao Xiao's reason, where would you dead-licking dog be worthy of being friends with us? You'd be just like this punk Liu Wanwan, only worthy of being toyed with by us. After saying that, the crowd laughed again. You guys, Chen Dong only felt a heat in his throat and was so angry that he could not speak. Chapter 36, Scared to Piss. Just when Chen Dong was furious and bloodied, Shen Manli, who was hanging a sneer on the side, walked out and said in a disgusted tone, damn licking dog, I've had enough of following you for so long. Today you actually dare to disobey Zhao Xiao and go speak for your punk brother. Let's break up. After saying that, Shen Manli walked forward and raised her hand to slap Chen Dong. With a snapping sound, an additional slap red mark appeared on Chen Dong's face. How could this happen? Chen Dong, who had been slapped by his own white moonlight, had his mouth open and was dumbfounded as he shook his head with an unbelievable look on his face. He was unwilling to believe that his own white moonlight had actually hit him for this Zhao Xiao. Thinking back to the past few years, Shen Manli had always been very gentle. Chen Dong did not understand what he had done wrong. Lily, you lied to me, right? He ran to Shen Manli with an agitated face and shook Shen Manli's body questioningly. There was another snapping sound. The left side of Chen Dong's face also had an additional slap red mark. After beating this dead-licking dog, Shen Manli said with a cold snort, to tell you the truth, the child in my stomach is not yours at all, but Zhao Xiao's, and I have been with you for so many years because I wanted to fulfill Zhao Xiao's mission. After saying that, she laughed out loud, her face full of mockery. No way. This licking dog shouldn't really think he's qualified to be our friend, right? This is just a ing green turtle man. If it wasn't for the fact that his family had a little bit of money before, did he think Manli would be with him? Just thinking about this licking dog selling 2 sweets makes me wanna laugh. Ha ha ha. Zhang Lan and Song Fei and the others slapped the table and laughed so hard that even tears came out of their eyes. No, this is not true. You are all lying to me. Chen Dong spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, holding his head and roaring angrily. Lily, have you ever loved me or not? As long as you say yes, we can still be like before. Chen Dong, who was unwilling to accept the truth, ran forward and pulled Shen Manli's hand and begged bitterly. Shen Manli shook off Chen Dong's hand and recited word for word, you dead-licking dog, I'll tell you today, I, Shen Manli, have never loved you. After saying that, she raised her hand again and prepared to slap Chen Dong. Liu Wanwan, who could not look on from the side, walked up expressionlessly and stopped Shen Manli's hand, a vicious woman, and pinched it with force. With a click sound, Shen Manli's arms bones directly broke, lying on the ground and howling in pain. You punk, how dare you hit our family Manli? Zhang Lan and the others who were laughing maniacally instantly stopped laughing, and with an angry face walked forward and surrounded them. Well, you little white boy actually dared to touch my woman. You're finished. Zhao Yuhao clapped his hands at the sight and had a gloomy look on his face. Although he was ready to kick this, it was still his woman even before that. What are you still standing there for? Go call someone. Zhao Yuhao yelled at Zhang Jianwei. Seeing that his own master was angry, Zhang Jianwei hurriedly ran out to call Bolton's thugs in. Liu Wanwan did not pay any attention to this group of people and just patted Chen Dong's shoulder while comforting him. Brother, there are thousands of women in the world. It is not worth it for this kind of woman. Chen Dong's brain was blank at the moment. He could not hear anything that was said around him. It was just like going deaf. He was at a loss. as if his soul had been emptied. Suddenly, he shook his head, pushed away the crowd and said to Shin Manli, who was wailing on the ground, "Then the words you said in college about being together all the time were also false?" After saying this, he looked at Shin Manli with both eyes staring straight at her. Shin Manli raised her head and looked at Chen Dong with a resentful face, enduring the pain, and said, You dead-licking dog. I said, I never loved you. What I said to you was all lies. Your punk brother actually dared to hit me. It hurts. Ah. After saying that, she covered her arm with broken bones and screamed again. Chen Dong was like a deflated ball. A self-deprecating smile appeared on his face as he said, "It turns out that all my deep love has been fed to the dogs." Thinking back to the bits and pieces of these years, especially when he heard Shin Manli's pregnancy excitement, Chen Dong maniacally laughed out loud, and as he laughed and laughed, there was more than a hint of tears at the corner of his eyes. Looking at Chen Dong, whose eyes were red, Liu Wanwan was somewhat helpless. The reason why he did not go to stop just now was to let this brother of his properly see and understand the face of this vicious woman. Since he had now seen the face of these people clearly, he would not be merciful anymore. Shall Bai immediately have the current person in charge of Bolton come to me? Liu Wanwan took out his phone and called Bai Shanyu to order. Hanging up the phone, Liu Wanwan sent her the location of this side. This idiot thinks he's the boss of Bolton and comes over here. Damn waste. Doesn't he know that this is the property of the Zhao family? That's right. Zhao Xiao's family is the biggest shareholder here with 30% of the shares in this hotel. How dare this punk talk big here? Zheng Lan's group of lapdogs laughed out loud after hearing this. Zhao Yuhao also revealed a sneer after hearing this and said, He, are you a white boy with a broken brain? Hurry up and let your woman drink this cup of water. Otherwise don't blame me for using force. After saying that, he took the cup of water and walked to Lu Ruyan, signaling him Lu Ruyan to drink it. Just as Liu Wanwan wanted to make a move to waste this Zhao Yuhao, Chen Dong on the side directly rushed over and knocked the cup in Zhao Yuhao's hand to the ground. You damn licking dog. How dare you knock my cup off? Looking at the water in the cup splashing onto his shoes, Zhao Yuhao instantly glared. Before he could strike, Chen Dong directly kicked Zhao Yuhao to the ground and hit Zhao Yuhao hard with a chair. I grass mud horse. Green knee right. I grass mud horse. While hitting, Chen Dong cursed angrily, seemingly venting his anger. No, don't hit. Zhao Yuhao shielded his head with both hands, and when he looked at Chen Dong, who had a maniacal face like a madman, his crotch got hot and he was scared to pee. Quickly stop him. Zhang Jianwei, who had come in with a dozen black-clothed thugs outside the door, hurriedly roared. This was the young master of their hotel's biggest shareholder. If something happened here they would all be finished. Ha ha ha, Zhao Xiao's henchmen are here. They actually dared to hit Zhao Xiao. This lickspittle is finished. This is what happens when you mess with Zhao Xiao. Later on I'm going to watch this pair of brothers' misery from the side. Later on, I'm going to go up and kick these two as well. Who let them be so ungrateful? Zheng Lan and the girls instantly dropped their hearts when they saw the group of black-clothed thugs and began to gloat. Damn licking dog. Damn white boy. I'm going to have Xiao Xiao's people break all of your limbs. Shun Manli, who was lying on the ground covering her arm, viciously said. Chen Dong still didn't care and was there pounding Zhao Yuhao's head with a chair. Damn it, you bunch of losers, hurry up and come over to help. Zhao Yuhao covered his bleeding head with his hand and roared at the crowd. Chapter 37, Beaten Together. Hearing Zhao Yuhao's angry roar, the group of fighters hurriedly ran up, ready to pull away the maniacally smiling Chen Dong. What are you guys doing? Suddenly, an angry shout came from outside the door. Immediately afterward, a man of about 50 to 60 years of age with a beard was seen walking outside the door. He was the current head of Bolton, Wang Defa, who owned 20% of Bolton's shares. Just now, he learned that the shares of the other shareholders were all acquired by a mysterious figure called Lu Xiao, and that they were acquired at the original price in just 1 minute. To know, the acquisition of this 80% of the shares is a full 100 billion dragon coins, and must be cash flow. Even his Wang family all assets are only a few tens of billions. You can imagine that the cash flow of $100 billion of gold how big, and this hotel is still in profit. Want to buy at the original price is undoubtedly a fool's errand, but Lu Xiao just a short minute to acquire it. There is no doubt that Lu Xiao is definitely a super big shot. So after receiving a call from Lu Xiao's secretary, Wang Defa rushed to the place where Lu Xiao was at the first time to see what Lu Xiao had ordered. Unexpectedly, he found this scene as soon as he came in. The group of thugs instantly stopped when they heard Wang De's voice. This is the second shareholder of their hotel and also the head of the Wang family, the sixth of the 8 families in Magic City. As fighters they naturally didn't dare to offend their boss. Wang Defa hurriedly walked up and respectfully said to Liu Wanwan, Young Lu, are you alright? Let me introduce myself to you. I'm the shareholder in charge of Bolton, Wang Dfa. Just a moment ago, Bai Shanyu had already introduced Liu Wanwan's physical features and so on to him. Moreover, according to Lu Xiao's secretary, This Lu Xiao also had an imperial-looking extremely beautiful woman next to him. Wang Dfa, who often dealt with people, also instantly recognized Liu Wanwan, who had the air of a nobleman. This also made Wang Dfa even more born with the idea of trying to curry favor. The crowd was shocked when they looked at Wang Dfa, who was respectful to Liu Wanwan. This can't be possible. Isn't he just a waste? Shen Monli and the girls stared with wide eyes, a shocked and unbelievable look, because they had come to this hotel with Zhao Xiao before. They happened to know that this Wang Dfa was the second largest shareholder of this hotel. Moreover, this Wang Defa wasn't just the second largest shareholder of Bolton Hotel. He also had another identity, which was the head of the Wang family. This identity was much stronger than Zhao Xiao. One was the head of the Wang family, and the other was a playboy. It was clear at a glance how high or low the status of these two people was. These were all still introduced to them by Zhao Xiao, and at this moment, this Wang family head was actually showing a pleasing face to compliment Liu Wanwan, whom they regarded as a waste. Mr. Wang, what brings you here? Manager Zhang Jianwei instantly piled on a pleasing smile and walked forward with a respectful face. This was their second boss, and it was also the Wang family clan. His status was far too much stronger than Zhao Xiao. Only, it seemed that Mr. Wang was currying favor with the person who Zhao Xiao had instructed to ask for his legs to be broken. It's over. Zhang Jianwei instantly turned pale, extremely panicked inside. The identity of a big shot like General Wang who even needed to curry favor with him was simply unimaginable. Zhao Yuhao, who had been beaten to a bloody head, also had a shocked look on his face. Did this little white boy have any hidden identity? But according to the description of Zhang Lan's group of lapdogs, this person was a waste of space with no background and no strength. How could he be a big shot? Right, it must be this little white boy who had hoodwinked Uncle Wang, which had caused him to look like this. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuhao then clapped his hands with an excited face. A loser was a loser. It was impossible to ride on his head, and, when he looked at Zhao Yuhao who had a bloody head, Wang Defa frowned and said, "Why are you here too?" This Zhao Yuhao, he also knew, was the second youngest master of the Zhao family, just a dude who was addicted to women. And he also heard that this Zhao Yuhao often brought girls over to be drugged and confused, to commit misdeeds. However, he had a little friendship with the Zhao family for so many years, so Wang Defa didn't bother. If he messed with Lu Xiao, then don't blame him for not being polite. Thinking of this, Wang Dfa let out a cold snort. Although their Wang family could only be ranked 6th, but as long as they had a relationship with a big man like Xiao Lu who could casually take out $100 billion, not to mention Zhao Yuhao, even if Zhao Yuhao's father came over, it would be useless. Damn old thing. Seeing Wang Defa frowning at himself, Zhao Yuhao was displeased, but on the surface, he still showed a smiling face and said, "Uncle Wang is like this. You mustn't be fooled by this little white boy. He's just a loser. Don't believe me? Ask their high school classmates." After saying that, Zhao Yuhao revealed an expression of waiting for a compliment. Joke, how could I, the head of the Wang family, be deceived? Wang Defa was furious and blew out his beard after hearing this. From this scene, he was able to guess that it was this damn dude who had provoked young Lu. This Zhao Yuhao should have seen this woman beside Xiao Lu when he saw the color and then wanted to coerce Xiao Lu. The moment he thought of this, Wang Dfa became enraged. If Lu Xiao, the major shareholder, really had an accident here, his Wang family head's face where to put it. However, this is also an excellent opportunity for him to make friends and curry favor. Thinking of this, half of the anger in Wang Defa's heart dissipated. Listen to me, Uncle Wang. Zhao Yuhao instantly became anxious after seeing Wang Dfa's anger and tried to explain something there. Is young Lu also something you little yakuza can insult? Zhao Yuhao hadn't even finished speaking when Wang Defa directly walked forward and raised his hand to slap Zhao Yuhao. Zhao Xiao, Shen Monli and the girls were filled with disbelief after seeing Zhao Yuhao get hit. This was the Zhao family's Zhao Xiao, the biggest person they knew. But this big shot was because of this punk, Liu Wanwan, and then got beaten up? This made the girls, who had always been proud and arrogant, somewhat unable to accept it. What gave this damn trash the right to have this kind of relationship? No, this trash must have hoodwinked this Wang family head. Mr. Wang, he's just a waste, abandoned as a child then adopted by a poor couple, without any background at all. That's right, Mr. Wang, you have to keep your eyes peeled. Don't be fooled by this kind of loser trash. Zhang Lan and Song Fei both spoke with an indignant face. After saying that, a smug smile appeared on their faces. The two of them didn't believe it. They still couldn't recognize this loser. The smug smile didn't stay for a few seconds. Wang Defa directly ordered his thugs to come forward and beat up all of this group of people before saying anything. What are you guys doing? Looking at the fierce and viciously approaching fighters, Zhang Lan and the others had a terrified look on their faces. Don't hit. It hurts. Mr. Wang, we didn't do anything wrong. Why are you letting these people beat me? Don't hit. I'm going to die if I keep hitting. with Wang Defa's order. This group of thugs directly kicked Zhenglan and the girls to the ground and beat them up. Even Shinmonli, who had a broken arm, was beaten up furiously for a while, and the injuries on her hands became more serious. What are you waiting for? These two fight together. Wang Defa looked at Zhao Yuhao and that manager with an angry face and said, he had also heard about these two being in cahoots with each other, and naturally he had to beat them together after upsetting Lu Xiao. Chapter 38, The Regretful Crowd. The surrounding fighters revealed hesitant looks after hearing this. This was their hotel manager, and another one was the son of the Zhao family head, the hotel's major shareholder. Normally, they had dealt with trouble for this Zhao Xiao, and were considered to be more familiar with him. That's why these fighters were all standing in place, hesitating. They couldn't afford to offend either side, and they were afraid that they would lose their jobs if they offended anyone. Zhao Yuhao yucked a mouthful of blood and cursed. You damn old man. I read that you're the head of the Wang family, so I'm more polite to you. Dare to hit me, beware of the Zhao family and your Wang family going to war. Thinking that his family was ranked third in Magic City, Zhao Yuhao simply stopped pretending and directly exposed his nature. Zhang Jianwei, who was on the side in fear and trepidation, also revealed a cold smile. Mr. Wang, what are you doing? I'm the person who is the head of the Zhao family. After saying that, the two of them coldly looked at Wang Defa. In their hearts they expected that this Wang Defa wouldn't dare to make a move against them. Looking at the beaters who were slow to make a move, Wang Defa exuded a majesty and said, you do not want this job, right? Started from nothing, crawling and fighting, what scenes he has not seen. Once Wang Defa is also in a sea of blood in the fight out. At that time, the era of mixed fish and dragons, the weak and the strong. He was able to sit in the position of the Wang family's head nowadays, relying on a force of ruthlessness. Even though he hadn't touched his hands for a long time over the years, there was still a fierce aura on his body. Feeling this fierce aura, the group of fighters felt some fear inside. No longer hesitating, they directly kicked Zhao Yuhao's two men to the ground and fiercely beat them up. Immediately, the sound of boom 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 came from this box. Uncle Wang, please, tell them to stop fighting. Zhao Yuhao, who was holding his head with both hands and curled up like a shrimp, cried out in pain and begged for forgiveness, his crotch getting hot again. Wanwan, what's going on? The panting Qindong asked with some confusion. After not seeing him for a few years, his own brother was actually this awesome? Looking at Shinmonli and the others on the ground who were wailing continuously and full of bruises and footprints, Qindong was very relieved. When Shinmonli said that she had not loved him, his heart had already died. Liu Wanwan smiled unconcernedly after hearing this. It's not much. It's just that I used a little bit of money to acquire this hotel. After saying that, Liu Wanwan patted Qindong's shoulder. It seemed that this brother of his had already thought it through. Take a look at what you want to do with these people. As long as you want, I will be able to help you out. Thinking of how these people had just humiliated his brother so much, Liu Wanwan's face went cold again. Qindong let out a bitter smile after hearing this. This Zhao Yuhao is from the third-ranked Zhao family in Magic City. You should still not provoke them for me. Although he was not sure why Liu Wanwan had suddenly become rich, the Zhao family had around $200 billion in assets. Moreover, the Zhao family also had some shares in this Bolton hotel, and his brother was at most a small shareholder, which was simply a mantis against the Zhao family. Qindong did not want his brother to fall into the abyss because of himself. Liu Wanwan smiled when he saw Qindong's worried look. It seems that this brother of his still does not know his strength. Not to mention one Zhao family, 10,000 Zhao families would not be enough for him to fight. However, Liu Wanwan's heart was still somewhat touched. After so many years, his brother was still looking out for him. Wang Defa suddenly walked forward and said with a face of admiration, Young Liu, I heard that you acquired 80% of Bowerden shares with $100 billion and became the largest shareholder here. I will have to ask young Liu for more guidance in the future. Looking at the admiring Wang Defa, Liu Wanwan was not surprised. As long as it is a person with a smarter brain, they all know that they should curry favor and make friends with him. For Wang Defa's thunderous behavior, Liu Wanwan is still very satisfied. Such an eye-catching person can take a little brother for a while. What? Qindong was shocked. He originally thought that Liu Wanwan was only a small shareholder and had some friendship with this Wang Defa. However, he did not expect that this brother of his had used $100 billion to acquire this hotel and jumped to become the largest shareholder. What is the concept of 100 billion? This is an astronomical amount of money that he could not earn in hundreds of lifetimes. The fighters who were beating Zhang Lan and the others, after hearing that this Liu Xiao was the largest shareholder of the hotel, they fought even harder. And the faces of Zhang Lan and the others who were wailing on the ground had a shocked expression. This punk actually had $100 billion and had acquired this hotel? They inwardly regretted extremely at this moment. Had they known this, they wouldn't have taunted Liu Wanwan just now. Among them, Shinmonli was the one who regretted the most. Had she known that this dead-licking dog had such a rich brother, then there was no way she would have flipped with Qindong even if she had died. My stomach. before she could regret for long, her stomach was viciously kicked by the battering ram. Instantly, blood flowed out from between Shen Manli's legs, and she had a miscarriage. No! Shen Manli stared with wide eyes and a look of despair. The child in this belly was Zhao Yuhao's seed. How could she marry into the Zhao family after losing this child? Right. Without Zhao Yuhao there was still this dead-licking dog Chendong. Thinking of this, she crawled to Chendong's feet and looked at him with eyes full of sincerity and said, Chendong, I just lied to you. I actually have always loved only you. Please, let's make up. I have never loved only you since the beginning. Before I was all deceived by this Zhao Yuhao. After saying that, Shen Manli showed a pitiful look. Her heart was full of complacency. She had lowered her posture to this dead-licking dog and begged for forgiveness. She didn't believe that this dead-licking dog wouldn't forgive her. Looking at the miserable Shen Manli, Chendong's eyes flashed with a trace of struggle. But soon, he coldly lowered his face. We're already over. Don't think I don't know. You're not like this because my brother is a big shot. After saying that, he directly kicked Shen Manli's face. This kind of woman. He was too dirty. At this moment, Chendong had awakened and saw the face of this white moonlight of his. The ridiculous thing was that he had been kept in the dark all these years, and had always held her in the palm of his hand, not letting her suffer a bit of aggression. Unexpectedly, this damned ended up greening him. After kicking, Chendong was like a deflated ball of leather, paralyzed in his chair. Haven't I always been your white moonlight? How dare you reject me? The rejected Shen Manli could not believe that this dead-licking dog had actually rejected her. Thinking of the picture of this licking dog treating her with nothing but obedience over the years, Shen Manli felt that it must be Chendong who was still in the middle of his airhead. She took a deep breath and tried to make her tone gentle. Chendong, I know that you are still angry, but putting aside the facts, could it be that you have not been wrong all these years? After all these years, you don't think about your own reasons. If you had met your brother earlier, then would I still be green? So what I'm trying to say is, as long as you recognize your mistakes, I will forgive you too. After saying that, Shen Manli stroked her hair and revealed a confident smile. She felt that this licking dog would immediately obediently kneel down and beg for her forgiveness. I grass mud horse. Before Chendong could say anything, Liu Wanwan directly punched this woman in the face, shattering all her teeth. Chendong took a deep breath after hearing this and said to Liu Wanwan without emotion, Brother, if possible, I want to make all of this group of people worse than death. After saying that, Chendong looked at Liu Wanwan with begging eyes. Just now, he originally thought that his brother did not have the ability to do so, but when he learned that his brother was a big shot figure at the level of $100 billion, a trace of hope rose in Chendong. Chapter 39, Rebellion. Liu Wanwan looked at the begging Chendong and laughed. Brother, no need for you to say that. I will waste all these people. Those who dare to hit my wife's idea, I will definitely not let them have a good time. What's more, you are my only good brother. You have helped me so much before, now it is time for me to help you. Chendong sighed in relief after hearing this, and his face was filled with a touching look. Although he did not want to open this mouth, it was difficult for him to swallow this breath. This damned little white boy, how can he be a 100 billion level big shot? This is impossible. The wildly beaten Zhao Yuhao was filled with shock. Moreover, their family had a 30% stake in the Bolton Hotel, so how could it have been acquired? For a while, Zhao Yuhao had trouble accepting this fact, but from Wang Defa's mouth, it couldn't be a lie. Unless they joined forces to deceive him. Zhang Jianwei, who was also rolling on the ground, was also very regretful that he had offended a character like Liu Xiao. Even if the hotel manager is not guaranteed, I'm afraid that he will still suffer the revenge of such a big shot. Xiao Lu, as long as you give the order, I will waste all these people. Wang Defa instantly jumped out to offer his attentions after hearing this. Liu Wanwan nodded, his face expressionless after hearing this. Alright, then you break all the limbs of this group of people first, and then drag this Zhao Yuhao over here. I'll owe you a favor then. He was too lazy to make a move when someone helped him out. In case he made a move, he would directly kill this group of people. Liu Wanwan still wanted to torture them properly, making this group of people worse than death. Wang Defa's face showed a delighted expression after hearing this. Just a simple thing. Actually let this mysterious Liu owe him a favor. This was a sure thing. As for the Zhao family, although he didn't really want to mess with them, he decided to go out of his way in order to embrace the legs of this mysterious big shot. Liu Xiao, stop. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with graying temples came in outside the door. At his side, he similarly brought with him a dozen or so expressionless men in black. Each of these black-clothed men exuded a fierce aura that sent shivers down one's spine. This middle-aged man was the head of the third-ranked Zhao family in Magic City, Zhao Xinhai. He was also Zhao Yuhao's father. Just a moment ago, Zhao Xinhai received a message from the hotel's thugs, saying that his son had been beaten up, so he immediately brought people over, only to see this scene. At this moment, Zhao Xinhai had a furious look on his face and was so angry that his chest was floating violently. When the hotel's group of thugs saw Zhao Xinhai come, they instantly stopped their beating. At this moment, they were frightened, afraid that this Zhao family would retaliate against them. Among them, one of the beaters revealed a smug smile. Just now, he was the one who sent the message to this Zhao Xinhai with the purpose of browbeating, and now that his purpose had been achieved, he would definitely be rewarded by the Zhao family after the matter was over. Dad, Zhao Yuhao, who had been beaten until he was bruised and swollen, stood up and ran to Zhao Xinhai as if he had seen a savior. Dad, I'm telling you, this damn Wang Defa actually disregarded us and wanted to break your precious son's limbs, Zhao Yuhao said with an aggrieved face. As he said that, he covered his crotch with his hand and looked at Liu Wanwan and the others with a gaze filled with a hideous color. Damned white boy, damned Wang family, I must want you all dead, Zhao Yuhao roared inwardly. Looking at these long-trained fighters of the Zhao family, he was filled with an inner strength. All of these people were trained by the Zhao family at great expense, and each one of them had extraordinary skills. All of them were loyal fighters who had gone to war and had dozens of lives on their hands. Therefore, not a single person present could escape. He also wants the beautiful women, and he also wants to waste the people. Zhao Yuhao once again had a confident and arrogant look on his face. Great, the Zhao family's people are coming over. This lickspill and punk is finished. It's just as well that the Zhao family is here. This loser's lies won't break. That's right, this loser must be lying there. Otherwise how could he have $100 billion with this loser? Zhang Lan, who was covered in footprints on the ground, instantly jumped up with an excited look on her face. Just a moment ago they almost believed it, and after seeing the Zhao family bring someone they returned to their sneering look. That's right, this dog-licking brother can't be a big shot. He must be a loser. Shen Manli's entire face twisted up when she saw the Zhao family come. Thinking of this, she endured the intense pain in her body and ran to Zhao Yuhao with difficulty, saying, Young Zhao, you must do it for us. I want them to live as if they were dead. After saying that, Shen Manli's face twisted as she let out a creepy harumph. When she thought about how this dead-licking dog dared to reject her just now, she was filled with rage inside. I'll go to hell. If it wasn't because of you guys could I have been beaten up? Zhao Yuhao was furious at the situation and directly raised his foot and stepped hard on Shen Manli's hand. Ah! Shen Manli instantly screamed. Ignoring Shen Manli's miserable screams, he pointed at Zhang Lan's group of lapdogs again and cursed. Cursed mud horse, didn't you guys say that this little white boy is a waste of space, causing my old man to not be prepared to be beaten so miserably? After saying that he is still not relieved, with a hard kick Shen Manli's head a bit, Shen Manli received a huge force on her head and almost fainted. She spat out blood with an incredulous look. Zhao, young Zhao, I'm pregnant with your child. How could you do this to me? Zhao Yuhao's mouth let out a sucking sound and spat sticky saliva onto Shen Manli's face. Just by your second hand you still want to be a member of our Zhao family, let alone the fact that you had a miscarriage. Even if you didn't have a miscarriage Lousy would have to beat you into miscarriage. Now that I'm tired of playing with you, I had planned to waste this licking dog today and then waste you as well. Saying that, he then pointed at Zhang Lan's group of dog legs and grunted. And you won in all dog legs. Just now Lousy was beaten by this licking dog also did not help me. Today you Lousy is going to waste all of you this group of dog legs. Zhang Lan and the rest of the dogs instantly turned pale after hearing this. The sneering smug smiles on their faces also froze. Each one of them was very scared inside. Young Zhao, this is none of my business. Yes, 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 if you want to blame it, blame Shen Manli, this dead. Things all started because of her. Please Zhao Xiao, don't ever scrap us. I have an old man and a kid at home. At this moment, Zhang Lan and the others who were still smug and thought they had someone to back them up begged for mercy. Humph, Zhao Yuhao was filled with disdain. As far as this group of Wallflower's dog mudlegs were concerned, he was going to break all four limbs. Shen Manli's eyes were filled with an incredulous look as she shouted, Young Zhao, you lied to me right? Zhao Yuhao sneered after hearing this. I lied to you paralyzingly. You're just a that I casually toyed with. If it wasn't for the fact that you still had a few moments of good looks and could bring me some fun, I would have already told you to get lost. I say you was really stupid A licking dog that treats you so well could not want. Old man did not give you anything instead so obedient. Simply ridiculous. After saying that, he laughed out loud. Chapter 40, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Zhao Xinhai sighed as he looked at his son's foppish appearance. After all, he was his son no matter what. So Zhao Xinhai gave a wink to a hitman next to him. Jokingly, this kind of woman with a mediocre family and climbing up the ranks of the powerful and noble. His hallowed Zhao family couldn't look at it. In order to prevent this from clinging to their Zhao family, Zhao Xinhai signaled the hitman to go and waste this woman. Shen Manli, who was lying on the ground, looked as if she was dead after hearing this. Recalling how Qindong had taken care of her in every way over the years, she inwardly regretted it. Watching this good show, Qindong sneered from the sidelines. He, really deserved it. Chen Dong would no longer sympathize with this Shen Manli now. The thought that he had once treated this vicious woman as a white moonlight made him feel nauseous. Alright, now it's time to settle our accounts. Zhao Zhenhai looked at Wang Defa with a cloudy face. He and Wang Defa were also friends who had known each other for many years and had invested in this Bolton hotel together. Although the two of them secretly fought, but the surface is peaceful. Never thought that this Wang Defa actually dared to hit his baby son. Wang Defa looked at the gloomy Zhao Zhenhai and faintly said, I say old Zhao, the matter is like this. It is your son Zhao Yuhao who first looked for Lu Xiao trouble, wanting to stay in Lu Maiden's person. Do you think this should be taught a lesson? After saying that, he and Zhao Zhenhai stared at each other in a tit-for-tat manner. Although their Wang family's overall strength wasn't as strong as the Zhao family's, his Wang family didn't carry fear. At most, the fish died in the net. At this point in time, Wang Defa could only bet that Lu Xiao had a big background. Zhao Zhenhai glared at Zhao Yuhao after hearing this and coldly said, Oh, no matter what I do, I'll teach my son a lesson, and it's not your turn to meddle in our family affairs over here. I'll give you one chance. As long as you leave now I can let it go, but if you persist don't blame me, Zhao Zhenhai, for being impolite. Although this matter was indeed his son's fault, so what? In this world, it would always be whoever had the biggest fist who spoke. Zhao Yuhao, who was being glared at from the side, shrunk his head, then put on a smug look again, looking like he was strategizing. Wang Defa listened to the expression did not change, still lightly said, Young Lu just used $100 billion to acquire the Bolton Hotel. Are you sure you still want to stand up for your son? After saying that, he looked at Zhao Zhenhai with a provocative look. After so many years, Wang Defa had always wanted his family to go further and surpass the Zhao family. Right now, it was an opportunity. Zhao Zhenhai was a bit startled after hearing this, and his eyes began to flicker. There was indeed a person who had acquired his shares just now, and in just a minute. He naturally didn't want to sell off these shares, but this mysterious figure had directly acquired his shares without his knowledge. This caused the then Zhao Zhenhai to be shocked, and he hurriedly wanted to investigate who had done it. But before he could finish his investigation, something happened to his son. I didn't realize that this young man called Lu Xiao was the mysterious person who had just acquired his shares? No wonder Wang Defa, this damn old fox, would do this kind of unappealing thing. In his place he would have wanted to get acquainted with this Lu Xiao. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhenhai was a bit flustered. Can in his unawareness of the situation, and God does not know the acquisition of these shares. Its strength is simply unimaginable. Thinking for a moment, Zhao Zhenhai took a deep breath and said, I'm sorry Lu Xiao, my canine son accidentally provoked your woman just now. He also didn't know your identity before he did such a stupid thing. I'll give you an apology on his behalf. Without knowing the other party's strength, he wouldn't dare to act rashly. As for this young Lu's acquisition of the hotel, Zhao Zhenhai didn't suspect anything. If this Lu Xiao didn't have such a layer of background strength, then Wang Defa, the old fox, wouldn't have come out to defend this Lu Xiao. The shivering Zhang Lan and the others once again widened their eyes after hearing this. This sentence from the Zhao family had directly confirmed Liu Wanwan's identity as $100 billion big shot. The women who had originally questioned Liu Wanwan's identity slapped the floor, each regretting their intestines. That Shen Manli, who was originally bright and shiny, but at the moment was like a beggar, was even more regretful. Wrong, I'm really wrong. Shen Manli's face was pale, mumbling over there as if she was crazy. Liu Wanwan let out a laugh after hearing this and said with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth, accidentally messing with my woman? You guys are really interesting. Seeing Liu Wanwan's chatter, Zhao Zhenhai narrowed his eyes and laughed. Since you've already taught that canine son of mine a lesson, let's leave this matter at that. As the saying goes, it's better not to fight than to get acquainted. So you can take your girlfriend and leave now, and our Zhao family will apologize to you again afterwards. How about that? After saying that, Zhao Zhenhai snorted coldly in his heart. He was only doing this because he wanted to investigate this Lu Xiao. If it was just a fluke acquisition of the Bolton Hotel, he wouldn't blame him for not being polite. Liu Wanwan let out a laugh after hearing this, the color of playfulness at the corner of his mouth intensifying. Provoking his wife was already a capital offense, not to mention that he had just promised Chen Dong that he would waste them. Therefore, there was no need for this Xiao family to exist. Seeing Liu Wanwan's mocking and disdainful demeanor, Zhao Zhenhai broke his defense on the spot as the smile on his face solidified and turned into a gloomy look as he said, Very well, then don't blame me. All of you give me on, waste them all and throw them inside the water to feed the fish. He didn't care what this Lu Xiao's status was anymore. His Zhao family wasn't a vegetarian either. Seeing Zhao Zhenhai's sudden turn of face, Wang Defa was also a bit nervous. The people he called just now hadn't rushed over yet, so he had to stall for time. Thinking of this, Wang Defa yelled at the group of thugs from Bolton Hotel, All give me stop. After today, all of your monthly wages will be doubled. This group of fighters looked at each other after hearing this. Each one was very excited. This is the doubling of wages. However, they had some concerns. This is the Zhao family, but once they thought of money, they threw it all away. As long as there is money, not to mention the Zhao family, what family came also useless. What's more, this Zhao Zhenhai is no longer their boss. The Wang Defa and Lu Xiao are the ones in front of them. Brothers, all stop me. The Bolton Hotel hitmen fought like chicken blood, fighting fire with Zhao family's men. Of course, the one who had tipped off the others also secretly jumped against them and kept sneaking in behind them. So it's you Li Si. I'm a grass mud horse. Bolton's fighters were enraged. They never expected that this Li Si would dare to rebel. Wang Defa also had a gloomy face when he saw this. This damned Li Si simply ate bear heart and leopard gall. This group of dirt dogs, they really dare to go against my Zhao family. Zhao Zhenhai looked at the Bolton beaters with a disdainful face. This group of people were just ordinary veterans that he had recruited at the time, and were completely no match for the elites that his Zhao family had cultivated over the years. Chapter 41 Hubby, you're awesome. In no time, the people from the Bolton Hotel were lying on the ground wailing. The picture was miserable, while Zhao family's group of fighters stood in place one by one, their faces expressionless, the two sides forming a huge difference. Zhao Yuhao poo-pooed a mouthful of spittle and said with a face full of disdain and confidence, just you bunch of losers, you dare to compare yourselves to our Zhao family's guards. Zhao Zhenhai also looked indifferent, not surprised by this scene. Wang Defa's face was ugly after hearing this. Damn it, why hadn't his Wang family's people come yet? He didn't have the luxury of expecting Bolton's group of fighters to be able to hold back. After all, he was also aware of the power of the Zhao family's group of escorts. But Wang Defa never expected that they wouldn't even last half a minute. They were so easily knocked down by the Zhao family's men. Young Lu, you're waiting. My men will be over soon. Wang Defa calmed down Liu Wanwan, who had a calm face. Looking at the calm-faced Liu Wanwan, Wang Defa was very puzzled inwardly. It's all at this time. This Lu Xiao can't be scared silly, right? Could it be that young Lu still has a backhand? Thinking of this, Wang Defa started to get excited. He should have known that this kind of big shot would have secret protection guards. After hearing this, Liu Wanwan smiled with a disinterested face and said, "Don't worry, just in time for me to try how strong I am now." Wang Defa was taken aback after hearing this and his eyes twitched viciously. With Lu Xiao's fine-skinned body, I'm afraid this is a joke, right? Looking at the Zhao family's tall and well-built group of fighters, Wang Defa only felt ridiculous. Even if he encountered this kind of situation when he was young, then he would only be able to run away, and he wouldn't even be able to beat one of them. Zhao Yuhao and the others also laughed out loud after hearing this. He revealed a mocking look and said, "Just by your little white face, you are still talking big here, simply laughing off my teeth." After saying that, he viciously said to the Zhao family beaters, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and waste this group of people. Then arrest that woman." Zhao Yuhao couldn't wait. He wanted to make this little white boy into a quadriplegic appearance. When the time comes, he's going to arrest the quadruple crippled little white boy. Then he was going to toy with this little white boy's woman in front of him. Seeing this group of fighters rushing over, Liu Wanwan was not the least bit concerned. Possessing the marrow cleansing pill and the martial arts Grand Master's enchantment, he himself didn't know how strong he was. Liu Xiao, this is not the time to show off. I, Wang Defa, am not jealous either. You guys stand behind me and I'll do it. Hubby, so many people can't beat it. I'll stop you first, run. Yes, Wanwan, don't be stupid. Big deal. I'll block in front of you guys, run first. After all, these are all because of me. Looking at Liu Wanwan standing in front of them, Lu Ruyan and the girls instantly panicked. One by one rushed to discourage them. Although Ruyan Lu knew that her husband was quite capable of fighting, but this was a dozen or so tiger-backed hunks. The young Wang Defa, nicknamed Wang Hanan, was not a vegetarian. At this moment he had a surge of blood in his heart, copied the chair and was ready to stand in front. What's more, each of the Zhao family guards had extraordinary hands, and easily put down Bolton's group of fighters. All stand still. Wang Defa raised his chair and viciously said, even though Wang Defa was a small old man and had a blighted body, however, the aura of fearlessness of life and death that emanated from him was chilling, and not a single person in the room found it comical. After saying that, Lu Ruyan and Shen Dong also stood in front, protecting Liu Wanwan. Although Liu Wanwan was not afraid, he was still somewhat touched by the sight of the three people who stopped in front of him. Ha, this little white boy actually has to rely on old men and women to defend him. What a waste. Zhao Yuhao laughed so hard that he couldn't even straighten his waist at the sight, his face disdainful. Next to him, Zhao Zhenhai also shook his head, simply looking for death. Since he had already been offended, he was definitely going to waste Wang Defa as well. Just as the Zhao family's group of fighters exuded a baleful aura and rushed towards Wang Defa's trio, Liu Wanwan stomped his legs and rushed towards the group with bizarre speed. This speed, How did he appear? The crowd was filled with shock. A trace of dismay also passed across the faces of these Zhao family guards, but they quickly sank their faces and went to meet this person with bizarre speed. One by one, they spread out in fighting positions and directly surrounded Liu Wanwan. Before Liu Wanwan could even wait for them to strike, he utilized the fighting memories of the Grand Master of Martial Arts in his mind too. With lightning speed, he struck at the group of fighters with his fists and feet with precision. Because his speed was too fast, Liu Wanwan's figure was like a ghost in the Zhao family's circle of guards. Every punch he threw was wrapped in a whistling wind sound, seemingly able to break through the air and land precisely on the opponent's vital points. Although the Zhao family's group of guards were very powerful, they were useless in front of absolute strength and power. In less than half a minute, the Zhao family's group of fighters had their limbs broken and were lying on the ground emitting muffled grunts. Just this? Liu Wanwan shook his head. He hadn't even gotten over it yet. He had thought that these people would be able to bring a little pressure on him, but he hadn't expected such a weakling. How is this possible? Zhao Xinhai and Zhao Yuhao's two smiles came to a screeching halt, becoming very frightened. At this moment, their hearts were chilled. This was simply not human. One must know that the Zhao family's group of guards were elites that they had cultivated for many years, and each one of them was the best amongst the king of soldiers. Each one of them could deal with dozens of ordinary people with their bare hands, but just such terrifying strength was actually put down by one person? And this person was still a small white man with a lean figure, which made the two of them. How could they believe this fact? But the fact was right in front of their eyes. Even if they didn't believe it, they could only accept this fact. Not only the two of them, everyone's face was filled with shock, and their mouths were open to the point where they could put down an egg. Young Liu, I didn't expect you to be so awesome. Wang Defa swallowed his saliva and looked at Liu Wanwan with a face of excitement and admiration. In his entire life, he had never seen such a bullish stance. At this moment, he had already taken Liu Wanwan as his idol. Even if Xiao Lu did not have any other background strength, Wang Defa decided to follow Xiao Lu. Chen Dong at the side was also excited. He did not expect his brother to be so powerful. Could it be that his brother had been sent to some killer organization for training all these years? Chen Dong secretly thought. Hubby, you are awesome. Ruyan Lu's beautiful eyes continued to flow. She did not expect her husband to be so powerful, handsome and rich, and with this kind of overwhelming force. This was simply the most perfect man in the world. Damn, let's run. Thinking of this, Zhao Xinhai's father and son looked at each other and hurriedly raised their legs to run. Before they could even take a step, dozens of tiger-backed hunks poured in outside the door. Not only that, there was also a woman with a fiery figure who also brought a dozen expressionless white-clothed men with her. In an instant, this Noda's luxurious private room also looked crowded. Chapter 42 Zhao Family Bankruptcy. Mr. Wang, we're here. Mr. Liu, I'm here. Two voices came in at the same time. The mature and sexy beauty among them was none other than Bai Qianyu. This body, it's too wow, right? As the crowd looked at this big wavy beauty in a wraparound skirt, each one of them gulped their saliva and thought in their hearts. Even Chen Dong could not help but look dumbfounded. Even if his brother's woman was so superb, it was surprising that another superb beauty had appeared. Liu Wanwan looked at Bai Qianyu over and smiled, waving a signal for her to come over. Bai Qianyu saw her master calling her over and immediately walked over excitedly. The master's order was absolute. What makes this little white boy able to have two such special things? When Zhao Yuhao saw this, his eyes instantly glared round, and those eyes seemed to be about to spit out fire. His chest rose and fell violently. Jealousy was like a raging tide frantically churning inside, almost drowning his sanity completely. No, I must get my hands on all of these two yokai. At this moment, Zhao Yuhao was already completely overwhelmed by lust, completely forgetting that he was already surrounded and the powerful strength displayed by Liu Wanwan in front of him. In his mind, he only echoed the two women's exquisite postures and beautiful faces, all of them wanting to take them for themselves. Bullish. Chen Dong and Wang Dfa gave an inward thumbs up when they saw this yokai walk up to Liu Wanwan. Liu Wanwan looked at Bai Qianyu and said indifferently, Xiao Bai right now immediately give me information about this Zhao family. No matter how much money you pay, directly give me an acquisition to make their Zhao family bankrupt and in debt. As soon as he finished speaking, the field fell silent. Ha ha ha, I admit that you have some strength, but I think you're out of your mind. How dare you talk about acquiring our Zhao family? That's right. Do you little white boy know how much our Zhao family's assets are? That's hundreds of billions of dollars. Just with you still want to bankrupt us. Suddenly, Zhao Xinhai and Zhao Yuhao laughed out loud. Give me a beating. Break both of their legs first. Before the two of them could laugh for long, Wang Defa ordered his men to waste both father and son. Wang Defa, you're provoking our Zhao family. Zhao Xinhai roared with a face full of anger. Dad, how? Ah, it hurts. Inside the private room, the two men stumbled with painful cries. Zhao Yuhao he cried and howled while rolling on the ground, his hands covering his broken leg. and a stench once again coming from his pants. Zhao Zhenhai on the other hand was forcibly enduring the pain. Veins rippled on his forehead and cold sweat fell like rain. He viciously glared at Wang Dafa and gritted his teeth. You will pay a heavy price for what you did. Our Zhao family will not let you go. Just as he finished speaking, the cell phone in his pocket rang. It's not good, family head. All of our Zhao family's industries have been overpriced. The other party utilized a premium of several times the funds to make all of our companies go bankrupt. And we have to face a high amount of compensation for breach of contract from the company directly opposite. On the phone, an anxious voice came. What? Our Zhao family went bankrupt? Zhao Zhenhai roared with wide eyes. Upon hearing this news, his broken legs instantly stopped hurting. No, you must be lying to me. How could our Zhao family go bankrupt? Zhao Zhenhai was unwilling to accept this fact, and with a fluky expression on his face, he roared again. I know you can't accept this fact. Right now your wife has already taken away the valuable things in the house and ran away. Without further ado, I have to go and take away the valuable things as well. Bye-bye. The other end of the conversation hung up the phone after saying that, leaving only the sound of beep beep beep. Afterward, several more calls came, all from some of the previous partner companies, as well as friends and family. All of these people were informing Zhao Zhenhai that their Zhao family had gone bankrupt, and that they were here to demand debts. Listening to these well-falling, gloating voices, the cell phone in Zhao Zhenhai's hand snapped and fell to the ground. At this moment, he only felt that the sky had collapsed after being turned away from his family. It's over. Our Zhao family is over. Zhao Zhenhai sat paralyzed on the ground, his eyes empty and desperate, as if his soul had been drawn out. Zhao Yuhao, who was rolling on the ground, also stopped crying, stunned by this sudden change. His face still had undried tear stains hanging on it, snot and tears mixed together in a wretched mess. Dad, is our Zhao family really bankrupt? An incredulous Zhao Yuhao asked. Zhao Zhenhai didn't answer, but suddenly remembered something and pointed at Liu Wanwan and roared. It's you! It must be you! You made our Zhao family go bankrupt, right? Liu Wanwan looked at the wretched father and son with a playful face and said, what can you do if it's me? After saying that, Liu Wanwan patted Bai Shanyu's shoulder and complimented. Little Bai, you did a really good job. Bai Shanyu, who received the compliment, smiled. This was nothing to her. Seeing such a huge Zhao family go bankrupt in a matter of moments, the faces of everyone were all filled with shock. This was the third-ranked Zhao family in Magic City, but to be bankrupted in just a few minutes by Liu Wanwan's words? This is simply a fantasy. Even a fool knew that Liu Wanwan must be a super big brother. Thinking of the image of just mocking Liu Wanwan, Zhang and the girls regretted their liver and could not wait to ruthlessly slap themselves dozens of times. Looking at the brilliant Liu Wanwan, Shen Manli was the one who regretted the most. If she was still with Chen Dong, maybe she wouldn't have ended up in this situation, right? Zhao Zhenhai and his father and son were so angry after hearing this that they were trembling all over. Their eyes were red and they wanted to rush up and kill Liu Wanwan. After doing all this, Liu Wanwan's eyes emitted a cold, chilling light and said, Xiao Bai, take these two away. I don't want to see them in the world in the future. After saying that, Zhao Zhenhai's father and son were dragged away by the people Bai Shanyu brought. Originally, Wang Defa still wanted to show himself, but he didn't say anything when he saw Liu Xiao bring this group of expressionless white men. This group of white-clothed men were definitely stronger than the Zhao family's group of guards. Feeling the murderous aura emanating from this group of white-clothed men, Wang Defa secretly thought inwardly, I don't want to die. Zhao Yuhao pulled out his sheng in fear. He didn't understand that he was clearly still the Zhao family's youngest son just now. How did he become like this now? Seeing his son in such an unbearable state, Zhao Zhenhai's heart felt a surge of anger and cursed. Damn it, it's not because of you. This trash, causing trouble. After saying that, his heart was filled with remorse. If he had known that he should have set this waste of a son on the wall in the first place. But regret has been useless. The two were dragged directly out of the room. Was pulled to a car, life and death unknown. Chapter 43, Wano Security. And these people, all of them have their limbs broken, then disfigure their faces. Afterwards, Liu Wanwan looked at Zheng Lan and the others who were filled with regret and said, Don't Wanwan, please spare us on account of us being old classmates. Yeah, none of us did it on purpose just now. It was all at the damned Zhao Yuao's behest. If we knew you were so powerful, we wouldn't have dared to do this even if we were dead. Zheng Lan and the others were trembling after hearing this, and they were crying out in pain and begging for mercy. Liu Wanwan did not soften his heart after hearing this, still looking at them expressionlessly. He remembered the ugly faces of this group of old classmates clearly. The remaining group of white-clothed men, expressionless, dragged these people who were begging for mercy away. Chen Dong, I was wrong. I will definitely love only you in the future. The dragged Shen Manli kicked her legs and begged for forgiveness to Chen Dong with a face full of tears. Chen Dong just looked at her coldly and did not open his mouth. he was already completely dead to this once white moonlight. Seeing Shandong's cold face, Shen Manli suddenly laughed out loud and shouted like crazy. When looking at the delirious Shen Manli, Shandong's eyes flashed with a trace of heartache, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. However, once he thought of the behavior that this woman had just committed, Shandong no longer stayed. The belated deep love is even more than a dog. Goodbye, my white moonlight. The corners of Shandong's eyes could not help but moisten with some emotion. Then, he turned his head to a grateful face and said to Liu Wanwan, "Thanks, brother." Liu Wanwan looked at the soulful Shandong and comforted. "No need to thank. In the future brother will find you a woman." Shandong laughed after hearing this. "Then I will have to hug your thighs in the future brother." After saying that, he returned to his previous appearance, no longer attached to the past. When Wang Defa saw that the dust had settled, he waved his hand and let his men leave. Immediately after, he looked at Liu Wanwan with a guilty face and said, "I'm sorry Xiao Lu, I couldn't help you just now. Fortunately Xiao Lu has extraordinary hands, otherwise I, Wang Dfa, would have had to fight to the death to stop in front." Liu Wanwan waved his hand after hearing this and laughed. "The fact that you can come forward represents everything. In the future, your Wang family will need any cooperation projects to directly find my secretary, and if you need help, you can also talk to me." Thinking of the scene where Wang Dfa stepped forward, Liu Wanwan felt that this person could handle it. Wang Defa's face showed ecstasy after hearing this, indicating his position on the spot, saying, "Okay Liu Xiao, in the future, my Wang family will tie up your thighs." In the future, Liu Xiao, what needs to be done by the Wang family despite the command. Our Wang family will do whatever we want to do on the mountain of daggers and under the sea of fire. Liu Wanwan nodded after hearing this. Naturally, the more minions the better. Afterwards, the two of them talked a bit, and Wang Defa left with a delighted expression. Looking at Liu Wanwan, who had changed so much that even the head of the Wang family was again respectful in front of his own brother, Shandong inwardly let out a bitter smile and said, "Wanwan, then I will also leave first. We will talk together again when we have time." The two of them were no longer in the same world. One was a big shot with an extremely high status, while the other was a loser. Shandong was still self-aware and was only joking when he wanted to hug his thigh just now. Liu Wanwan saw Shandong's somewhat inferior appearance somewhat helplessly. "Brother what do you do now Or Zhao family's industry you to manage? A year to you to open 1 billion. For this brother, Liu Wanwan naturally will not be treated poorly." Shandong's heart jumped wildly after hearing this, but he still resisted the temptation to smile bitterly. "I'm not working now. Before I originally relied on a few sets of houses at home to rent out, and now there is only one set left. As for the Zhao family with my ability where to line, or forget it." He was just an ordinary college student, and he didn't have much ability. He couldn't manage such a big industry at all. Liu Wanwan pondered for a while after hearing this. Indeed, it was difficult for an ordinary person to suddenly take charge of a company. However, Liu Wanwan is now a bug with 10,000 times rebate, and he is not afraid of losing money at all. Instead, the more he lost, the more he earned. Only his good brother definitely did not know. Liu Wanwan suddenly remembered that he still lacked a driver, so he asked Shandong, "Then you know how to drive? Come and be my driver in the future. How about giving you $10 million a month?" Shandong was shocked when he heard this. Who has a driver with $10 million a month? Having 10,000 is already considered good. This is not good. I do know how to drive, but just give me a few thousand a month at random. I don't want to give me that much just because we are brothers then you. Shandong hastily refused. Okay, then I will drive you 10,000 a month, always okay? When I buy a car you come over and report for duty. Liu Wanwan was a little unhappy in his heart. This brother is also too honest, right? Shandong's eyes glowed after hearing this, and then nodded his head vigorously. Okay Liu boss, then there is nothing to do, so I will not disturb you and your sister-in-law first. Shandong was still able to accept 10,000 a month. He could not afford to pay tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars at every turn. Seeing this, Liu Wanwan smiled and said, "Let's have a meal. Just now this group of dogs caused us to not even eat." Shandong waved his hand and refused. Too many changes had occurred today. He still had to go back and digest it. Looking at the departing Shandong, Liu Wanwan did not stay. The mood of being backstabbed by the white moonlight in his heart he could understand. Of course, Liu Wanwan can not only give Shandong a month of 10,000, when the time will casually pack a little red envelope, as a reward. After the crowd left, Liu Wanwan looked at the mess in the private room, also did not have the heart to eat. Xiao Bai just now that group of people are the security personnel you collected? Liu Wanwan asked Bai Shanyu with some curiosity. Bai Shengyu nodded her head and replied, "Yes Mr. Liu, each of them has the strength of the world boxing champion level. Each person's January salary is tentatively set at 1 million, and has already signed a contract for them in advance. Liu Wanwan was a little surprised after hearing this. He didn't expect this simulacrum secretary of his to be so efficient. This reward is really fragrant, directly so that he can become a shirker in the future. After some understanding, Liu Wanwan also learned about Bai Shanya's operation. Just a moment ago, she used the supercomputer in her mind to search out the contact information of experts all over the world, and collectively, she edited and sent messages to these people. While just now those people came locally or nearby in Magic City. As long as they come by, Shanyu will pay a month's salary before signing a contract. The only requirement is loyalty. No matter what you do, you must complete the order, cannot be disobeyed. Basically, it is such a process. It was estimated that in almost a week or so, Bai Qianyu would be able to form a security company with a scale of thousands of people. Liu Wanwan nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. If these were left to him, I'm afraid it would be difficult to move an inch. Mr. Liu, can you see what the name of this security company is going to be? Bai Shanyu asked. Liu Wanwan held his chin in contemplation for a while and said, let's call it Wanyu Security Company Group. Chapter 44, Bye. Simply acquire treasure code company as well. After taking the name, Bai Shanyu went to deal with some things before and after. After all this, Liu Wanwan took Liu Ruyan to change a private room to eat. Just eat that little thing. Is not enough for him to stuff his teeth. After eating, Liu Wanwan tenderly said to Liu Ruyan, let's go buy a house of our own. Liu Ruyan's heart thumped after hearing this. Our house? Then wouldn't she be able to stay with her husband every day? Thinking of this, Ruyan Lu's eyes were filled with longing images of her future life with her husband. Like dream-glazed eyes. Husband, I love you. Liu Ruyan couldn't help but hug Liu Wanwan. Her beautiful eyes were filled with the color of infatuation. After saying that, she also scratched Liu Wanwan's chest with her pair of slender jade hands. Wife, you are provoking me. Liu Wanwan was provoked and directly picked up Liu Ruyan. Looking at Liu Wanwan, who had a bad smile on his face, Liu Ruyan's small face was red, her beautiful eyes were drawn, and her charming face was full of temptation. Then let's go buy a house first, and we'll teach you a good lesson at night. Liu Wanwan put Liu Ruyan down, patted that peach buttock's bad smile. Liu Ruyan let out a cry. Bad husband, hate it. Liu Wanwan looks at Liu Ruyan, who has a superb body in front of him, and calculates in his mind that he will buy more clothes later and try them out at night. Thinking of Liu Ruyan wearing all kinds of black silk, JK uniforms and so on, Liu Wanwan's abdomen surged with a burst of dryness. Calm down, calm down. Liu Wanwan forced to hold down the fire of lust, intending to get a haircut first, before buying a car. Without an exclusive driver and car, it wouldn't be in line with his status as the richest man in the world. Finding a random high-class barber store in the neighborhood, Liu Wanwan paid a few tens of thousands of dollars to design a refreshing haircut. As expected, Liu Wanwan with a haircut was even more refreshing and handsome, and his entire body exuded a noble gentleman's temperament. Hubby is so handsome. Liu Ruyan was making a nymphomaniac at the side. Broad shoulders and narrow waist, 8-pack abs, 180 golden height, in combination with those deep and godly eyes, high nose, perfect jawline, and exquisitely trimmed short hair. It was no exaggeration to say that this could directly go to Hollywood as a movie leading man. After saying that, Liu Ruyan touched Liu Wanwan's sturdy and powerful arm, and had the urge to push her husband down on the spot. Crap, which star is this, right? So handsome, 10,000 times more handsome than Dove. I also don't know which star this handsome guy is. I'm going to fan him. A group of female netizens at the barber store exclaimed as they were frantically swallowing their saliva. But when they saw Liu Ruyan beside Liu Wanwan, they were ashamed of themselves and didn't dare to go up and hit on him. Not bad, not bad. Looking at himself in the mirror, who was a little more handsome, Liu Wanwan was very satisfied. This is the most handsome man I've seen in all these years of haircutting. Can we take a picture together? Tony with dyed purple hair marveled. Liu Wanwan's heart is a little proud. This handsome, even men have to marvel degree. He is not proud is false. But Liu Wanwan, complacent and did not show on the face, just very surprised, said, I look not handsome at all. The street casually pull a person are more handsome than me. After saying this, the corner of the barber store's mouth kept twitching. This pussy is also too Versailles, right? Afterwards, Liu Wanwan took a picture with this Tony, and then he paid 1 million over. I'll pay for the consumption of everyone present. Liu Wanwan was in a good mood, waved his hand and paid 1 million over. Crap, Big Brother 666. Big Brother, do you still lack any pendants on you? Handsome and with face and strength, this is simply my Prince Charming. An excited scream came from the field. The corner of Liu Wanwan's mouth curled slightly. Already wealth-free, he was as cool as he could be. With the crowd a chasing sound, Liu Wanwan also left this barber store, and then looked for a treasure code brand direct sales store. Walking in, a woman in uniform black silk instantly walked over and said, Hello sir, my side is this store's sun menu. This side you first sit a little. Need to drink something? After saying that, Sun Manyu in her ecstasy, this clothing and beauty accompanied. Must be some big family of rich young so she immediately grabbed in front of everyone and came over to greet. Looking at Liu Wanwan, who exuded the air of a nobleman, Sun Manyu's mind couldn't help but fantasize shy images. Damn it, this woman. Every time she sees this kind of noble young man, she snatches the first one to stick it on. That's right, on the basis that she has a bit of posture in figure. I guess I don't know how many men have been played by. Alas, it can't be helped. How else would others be managers? The other clerks were full of jealousy and envy after hearing this, complaining in a voice that only they could hear. This handsome man in front of them is a rich man. If they were to receive them, how nice it would be. Not only can they sell cars, but they can also have a little relationship with this young man. Thinking of this group of female sales clerks of the treasure code store began to fantasize, and their minds were filled with indescribable images. Seeing the sudden blush on Sun Manyu's face, Liu Wanwan was a bit puzzled. No need. Let's see for ourselves. However, the manager of this treasure code store is not bad. The front and back are all that should be there. Although she was only wearing light makeup, she had a pair of nice charming eyes, like the eyes of a fox. Seductive. This is at least 93 points. Liu Wanwan scored inwardly. Okay sir, then feel free to look around. I'll introduce you over here. The flamboyant Sun Manyu instantly returned to her senses, her small face blushing even more. Actually revealing a nymphomaniac look in front of a guest. It's simply humiliating, Sun Manyu thought in her heart. Looking at the once coveted luxury cars in the store, Liu Wanwan was dazzled. Among them, a Leslie Phantom with the Goddess of Celebration double R car label stands. It is like a bright pearl in the dark night, exudes an irresistible charm. The long and elegant body lines, like a beautifully sketched scroll, were reflected in the light. Under the light, it reflects a low-key and luxurious luster. Every detail of the car body highlights the unparalleled craftsmanship and quality. At a glance, Liu Wanwan fell in love with it. Opening the door, the rear row has 2 individual seats and a spacious center console. This console integrates such high-end luxury features as a champagne cooler, wine glass holders, multimedia controls and many more. There were also 2 seats in the front, a 4-seater customized car. Sitting in the back, Liu Wanwan felt that the space was sufficient and comfortable, but it didn't seem quite enough to do something bad. Bye. Why don't we just directly acquire the Bao Code Company, save those foreigners from making money, and then privately customize 2 more roomy Leslies for ourselves? Liu Wanwan thought secretly inwardly. Chapter 45, Another Beauty Chasing 10,000 Times Rebate System? Sir, this black Leslie Phantom long wheelbase edition is priced at $9,860,000 Dragon dollars, and the landed price of around $11,020,000 will be fine. If you order the car in installments now, you can get a discount of 100,000 yuan. Sun Manyu saw Liu Wanwan's eyes glowing when he got on the car, then introduced it. If this handsome man bought it, she could at least get about 300,000 yuan in commission, because she was the manager. But commission was more than ordinary employees as well. Not bad. If I buy now, can I pick up the car right away? Liu Wanwan nodded. Yes sir, if you buy it now, this side will speed up the process for you. It is expected that you can pick up the car within 2 hours. In addition, this side will also give you carpet, maintenance times and other gifts. Seeing Liu Wanwan's appearance of wanting to buy, Sun Manyu said with an excited face, she could only sell a $2 or $3 million car a month. If she could make the order, it would be able to cover her commission for several months. So Sun Manyu became even more excited. Looking at the imposing Liu Wanwan in front of her, Sun Manyu bit her red lips and seduced Liu Wanwan with her charming eyes. The tear mole under the corner of her eye moved one by one. She lightly opened her vermilion lips. Her voice became more and more gentle and sweet. If it's possible, I'll do the formalities for you now. Saying this, she intentionally or unintentionally moved a little closer to Liu Wanwan, her body's faint perfume odor wafting out if at all. This was the first time Sun Manyu had ever seduced a boy. Normally she didn't do this. Liu Wanwan looked at this pair of charming eyes, and his heart beat fiercely for a few moments. This damned little goblin is simply seductive. However, this seems to be seducing himself? Thinking of this, the corner of Liu Wanwan's mouth sketched out a playful smile as his eyes recklessly surveyed Sun Manyu's figure. The figure was naturally excellent, and the uniform on her upper body couldn't hide the splendor of her figure in the slightest, especially these beautiful legs. TSK. Liu Wanwan exclaimed inwardly. Liu Ruyan on the side saw this and hummed, looking at Liu Wanwan, who was staring straight at this vixen in his heart. He was a bit tasty. Ahem. Seeing Liu Ruyan beside her getting angry, Liu Wanwan hastily withdrew his gaze and hit a few coughs. When Sun Manyu looked at the cold imperial beauty in front of her, her pair of charming eyes slightly dimmed. It seems that this handsome man has no chance with her. just as Liu Wanwan was about to open his mouth and buy this car with full payment. Suddenly, an ordinary-looking man walked in through the door, but his body exuded a confident demeanor, like the protagonist of a novel. Beside him, he was holding a short-skirted beauty who barely reached a 90 face value rating. The most eye-catching thing was that this man was actually wearing a yellow takeout vest, forming a strong contrast with the beauty next to him. Yo, where's the loser wearing a takeout suit can afford a car here This loser takeout guy wouldn't think that by bringing a beautiful woman, he can buy a car from our store? Ha ha ha. This loser wouldn't have come to deliver takeout inside our store. The moment he came in, the voices of the sales clerks were instantly heard inside the treasure code store. While discussing, these female sales clerks all had sneering looks on their faces, and none of them went forward to greet them. Where are the people? Is there no one in such a big store? Seeing that no one greeted him and mocked him, the man in the vest takeout clothes had a displeased look on his face. The short-skirted beauty on the side also followed with a petulant hum. This store what service By what dog's eyes look down on people My brother can casually buy your store. After saying that, the people watching the car as well as the store staff have laughed out loud, their faces full of disdain. Just this takeaway clerk, but also buy this store. I see buy a car wheels are laborious. Ha ha ha, that's it. Is this takeaway clerk out of his mind? Thinking that he can buy a car just by bringing a pretty girl? That's right. I say this pretty girl, or else you follow Brother Long me. Brother Long will take you to eat good food and drink spicy food. The people inside the store were sarcastic and didn't think that this loser takeout guy could afford it. Just as these people in the store were there mocking, a system voice suddenly rang in the head of Liu Wanwan, who was watching this scene with interest. Detecting that this man named Linny is bound to the Chasing Beauty 10,000 times rebate system, and because this system previously helped the host eliminate the strongest villain system, it is now out of energy. If the host hinders Lin Yi's active Chasing Beauty for 10,000 times rebate, the host will be able to gain Lin Yi's chi value until Lin Yi's chi value is 0. Then his system will be automatically destroyed and absorbed by me. After absorption, this system's energy will be replenished and become stronger, and this side will also give the host a lifespan with other rewards. Of course the host can also choose to ignore it, but if the host does not go to hinder it, then there's a certain chance that the host's woman will be snatched by Lin Yi and the host's luck value will be lowered to 0. At that time this system will also be destroyed and everything given by the system will disappear. So I implore the host to go and help this system do this. The system finished in one breath. Wait, how is this another Chasing Beauty 10,000 times rebate system? Liu Wanwan's brain was somewhat down. After digesting for a while, he was able to slow down, thinking about the system's belief of never leaving, never betraying at the beginning, as well as all the changes that had been brought to him in the past 2 days. Liu Wanwan thought that he didn't need to think about it, but of course he had to this Lin Yi hard, and if he didn't do it, then everything he had would disappear, and he didn't want to lose everything he had. What's more, the system said that this damn Lin Yi could possibly snatch his woman, which also strengthened Liu Wanwan's heart to hinder Lin Yi. First some strongest villain system, and now someone who's chasing the beauty of the 10,000 times rebate system. This is a bit too outrageous, isn't it? Liu Wanwan thought that he was the only one who had bound the system, but thinking about it carefully, the system had said at the beginning that Chu Tian, who had already gone up in smoke, had bound some kind of strongest villain system. At that time, this Chu Tian who had bound the strongest villain system seemed to have laid out something in this world. Only, before he could complete those layouts he was destroyed by his 10,000 times rebate system, and then the system energy disappeared into thin air. By the way system, what's this Chasing Beauty 10,000 times rebate system about? Liu Wanwan asked the system in doubt. Since he had decided to do it, he definitely had to understand the situation properly to avoid overturning the car. He is now with the system but it's a mutual benefit. The system suddenly fluctuated a bit after hearing that originally mechanized voice. I knew that the host is the one who loves me the most. After saying that, the system began to introduce again. It's like this, as long as the person who binds the Chasing Beauty 10,000 times rebate system, there will be $100 million of dog-licking funds in the opening. And if the person who binds to the system chases after a beauty with a rating of 90 or above, then as long as he spends as much as he can for this beauty chasing 10,000 times rebate system will return 10,000 times the amount. In addition to that, getting a 10,000 times rebate reward at the same time. This host will also obtain certain rewards, such as force value, immortal body, adamantine waist, and other rewards. In short, if the person who is bound to the Chasing Beauty 10,000 times rebate system is allowed to continuously complete tasks, that person will stand at the top of that world and become the strongest existence in this world. Of course don't worry host, you now have unlimited funds as well as sign-in rewards. Accomplishing this matter is simply as easy as pie, so don't worry too much. Chapter 46 is still not invincible. Liu Wanwan was relieved to hear that this garbage system actually had to chase a beautiful woman to get a rebate. To know how much he spends is how much he returns. There is no such limit at all. I see. So this Linny is chasing after a beauty with a rating of 90 or more to immediately rebate 10,000 times the funds? Liu Wanwan asked the system. Yes, host. This Linny needs this beautiful woman to be more than 90 favorability to him to have a rebate. There is a great limitation. So this chasing beauty 10,000 times rebate system is a pseudo 10,000 times rebate system. This system's 10,000 times rebate is the real and effective one. There's no limitation. How much you spend is how much you get back. It's not at all what this cottage 10,000 times rebate system can compare to. The system replied, with a hint of complacency hidden in his words. Liu Wanwan nodded. According to the words of the system, this chasing beauty 10,000 times rebate system is a slag. Only his 10,000 times system is real. Thinking of this, Liu Wanwan put his heart down and was filled with confidence. If he still couldn't handle this scum Linny with his unlimited funds opening, then he could really go hang himself. What's more, Liu Wanwan also had a variety of girl-pleasing skills such as being a martial arts grandmaster, so no one would dare to call him number one when compared to chasing after beauty. Lifespan reward? I'm coming. At this moment Liu Wanwan is full of fighting spirit. Right, host? This site has updated your personal panel information. Is it viewed? The system reminded Liu Wanwan towards him. View. Liu Wanwan viewed it without thinking, somewhat curious about this function. As soon as the words fell, a message appeared in his mind. Host name, Liu Wanwan. Age, 26. Died at 167. Wealth, 999. 999. 999. 999 plus, unlimited in that world. Possessed skills, Grand Master of Piano, Grand Master of Martial Arts, Grand Master of Medicine, Grand Master of Treasure Appraisal, Grand Master of Painting, Grand Master of Calligraphy, Sports Genius, Top Driver, Top Singer and Dancer. Strength, 100, average of 10 for normal adults. Agility, 100, average of 10 for normal adults. Physical, 100, average of 10 for normal adults. Mental, 100, average of 10 for normal adults. Charisma, 10, maxed out. Luck value, 1666, average of normal people is 100. Looking at this piece of information, Liu Wanwan was a bit shocked. No wonder he was able to have the system. His chi luck value was a full 10 or so times more than a normal person. And his lifespan is actually as high as 167 years old. This is too heaven-defying, right? To know that the average life expectancy of people in the Dragon Kingdom was only about 78.6 years old. He was directly ahead by as much as double. Not only that, this force value of his is also directly explosive. The average normal person is only 10. Liu Wanwan directly doubled 10 times. In conjunction with the fighting memories of the martial arts grandmaster, as long as he had enough physical strength, he could basically come and fight a few. Host. This is to strengthen the effect of the marrow cleansing Dan. If this system absorbs the beauty chasing system afterward, the host's lifespan and strength and so on will continue to increase. The system said back. Liu Wanwan was ecstatic inside after hearing this. If there were a few more Lin Yis, wouldn't he become Superman? He'd be able to fly through the air and catch bullets with his bare hands. But he couldn't do that with his current strength. And if he got a few bullets, he'd still have to die. This also makes Liu Wanwan realize that he can no longer be so confident. In case this Zhaozhenhai hand under the person has a gun, a shuttle bullet down, even if he is a martial arts master is also a word of death. Liu Wanwan, who had been free with his wealth and possessed the strength of a grand master of martial arts for the past 2 days, had already swelled up, and he almost felt that he was invincible in the world. Looks like I'm not invincible yet. I still have to keep up the good work. Liu Wanwan thought with some trepidation. Right now, this Linny was the opportunity to improve his strength. System, can you check other people's panels? Like this Lin Yi's? Liu Wanwan asked the system inwardly. Yes, it can. It has already retrieved Lin Yi's information for the host. After the system finished speaking, a message appeared in his mind. Name, Lin Yi. Age, 28. Wealth, 100. 000. 000 Dragon Coins. Strength, 18. Agility, 16. Physique, 17. Spirit, 17. Charm, 6. Chi luck value, 867. Looking at Lin Yi's panel information, Liu Wanwan almost couldn't help but laugh. This Lin Yi was too weak. He wasn't on the same level as him at all. However, this Lin Yi seemed to have already rated this short-skirted beauty and had already spent all 100 million dog-licking funds on this short-skirted beauty. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly have such an exaggerated $1 trillion. And Lin Yi's strength and agility, among other things, were beyond the range of a normal human. This was most likely a reward given by that beauty-chasing system raider goddess. Of course, it wasn't worth mentioning compared to his panel. It simply didn't exist in the same dimension. Thinking of this, Liu Wanwan gently rubbed his chin, pondering, right system, if I acquire all the banks in the world, will it work in freezing this Lin Yi's funds? Liu Wanwan suddenly thought of something and excitedly set to the system in his mind. This won't work because the other party also owns the system, no matter how it's restricted. He'll be able to get lickspittle funds to spend, and this World Bank behind there are countries' control. Once all the acquisition host will become the world public enemy. The system returned. Liu Wanwan was a little disappointed after hearing this. It seems that he thought too much. If he really controls the economic lifelines of the world, I'm afraid that everyone in this world will unite to sanction him. So Liu Wanwan immediately cancelled this thought. He didn't want to be made the public enemy of this world. It seemed that he could only honestly take some time to get rid of this Linny, instead of thinking about getting rid of him once and for all. Go and acquire the treasure code company as fast as you can. Liu Wanwan immediately sent a message to Bai Shan Yu. After sending it, Liu Wanwan quietly stood aside to see just how this Linny was going to pretend to hit his face, only to see that Linny, who was being mocked by the crowd, was filled with anger and said, "You bunch of dog-eyed things, I'm going to hit you hard in the face today." He was originally a delivery boy, and was delivering takeout to a customer this morning. During the delivery process, Linny received a call from his own family saying that they wanted to introduce him to a blind date. Being a loser mother fetus single, he immediately rushes to the blind date address to meet with the blind date introduced by his family. As soon as he arrived at the blind date, Lin Yi's eyes lit up, because his blind date was so beautiful. She was simply a superb creature. As a loser, he was very happy with the person his family had introduced to him, but he hadn't waited long to get excited. Lin Yi was sneered at and splashed by this beautiful woman. After being viciously mocked for half an hour, Lin Yi, who had been dealt a drastic blow, suddenly obtained the Chasing Beauty 10,000X rebate system. As soon as he bound this system, his bank card arrived with $100 million of dog-licking funds. Chapter 47. Desperate to win? Lin Yi, who had obtained the system, was ecstatic on the spot, feeling that he was the son of this world's destiny. After a bit of understanding, Lin Yi also learned the rules of this system. As long as he chased after a goddess with a face value rating of 90 or more, he would be able to receive a 10,000 times rebate of the amount he spent on the goddess along with other rewards, and the higher the rating of the goddess's face value, the more generous the rewards he would receive. It just so happened that this cynical blind date's face value rating was right at the passing line of 90. So what? Lin Yi used 100 million dog-licking funds to buy this goddess a villa and various luxuries. In less than a few hours, he had successfully raided the goddess named Su Jieja. Under the monetary offensive, Su Jieja's favorability towards Lin Yi instantly reached 90 points. Lin Yi's bank card also received a 10,000 times rebate amount from the system, and an additional bonus of doubling his physique. The first thing Lin Yi did was to buy a luxury car from Treasure Code 4S, which led to the current scene. Brother Yat, don't be angry. Don't pay attention to these dog-eyed things. The short-skirted beauty on the side rubbed her upper body against Lin Yi and whined. She was also Lin Yi's blind date, Su Jieja, whose face value had reached 90 points. After Su Jieja finished speaking, her eyes were filled with admiration for Lin Yi, completely forgetting that she had just mocked Lin Yi in his takeout clothes. However, this didn't affect her love for Lin Yi at all. After all, who would spend a whole $1 billion on her within just a few hours of meeting her? Su Jieja was one of the more gold-worshipping webcasters, and could only earn $100,000 a month from exhausting herself maintaining Big Brother. Originally she wanted to go on a blind date today to try her luck and see if she could meet any rich kids. As a result, she encountered Lin Yi in a takeout suit, and Su Jieja broke her defense on the spot, thinking that this loser was wasting her time. Just as Su Jieja finished her mockery and was about to leave, the delivery loser actually said he wanted to give her a villa. When Su Jieja heard this, she wanted to continue mocking him on the spot. In Magic City, even the cheapest villa in an average location costs more than $10 million, not to mention the villas in the prime locations of Mordor, which were astronomical. After all, there were many people with money, but only a few were able to spend so much for a woman. Before she could mock her, Lin Yi placed the information that he had just credited $100 million in front of Su Jieja. Although Su Jieja was skeptical at first, but when she saw the actual information, her eyes instantly lit up and she followed Lin Yi to the sales office. Not only that, but she also bought a bunch of luxury goods from the hidden young man, which added up to $100 million. Su Jieja, who had never seen so much money before, instantly saw her favoritism skyrocket, and decided on the spot that she was hooked on the generous Lin Yi. Hence the current scene. Seeing the crowd sneering at the delivery man, Sun Manyu gritted her teeth and stepped forward with a professionalized smile and said, "Hello sir, I'm the manager over here. Sun Manyu, may I ask what car you wish to purchase?" Looking at this YouTuber manager in front of him, Lin Yi's eyes were almost glazed over and his mouth was frantically secreting saliva. He had thought that Su Jejia was already good enough, but he hadn't thought that there was such a thing. Lin Yi gulped as he was looked at with these charming eyes. His heart was overwhelmed with excitement, and the displeasure of being taunted by the crowd just now was also put behind him. Just now, he had already learned through the system that this goddess called Sun Manyu had a face value rating of 94, and that there were even more generous rewards after the raid. Therefore, Lin Yi was already determined to win this goddess called Sun Manyu. Thinking about the $1 trillion that had just arrived in his card, Lin Yi said with a confident smile on his face, Just as he opened his mouth, his eyes grew even wider. This was because he saw that next to Sun Manyu, there was actually an imperial-looking goddess. After Lin Yi's query, this goddess named Lu Ruyan had a face value rating of 96, a rare and superb goddess. No way, another goddess? Lin Yi cried out inwardly in excitement. For these two goddesses, Lin Yi was already determined to get them, even without the system rewards. Even if he didn't have the system rewards, as a loser, he'd rather live for a few decades less without the rewards. He'd want to spend the night with these two superb goddesses. When he thought of the image of his left and right arms, Lin Yi smiled obscenely. This man is sick, isn't he? Ruyan Lu and Man Yu-sun frowned slightly, and their favorability towards the lewd delivery man in front of them directly dropped by 20 points. Lin Yi instantly panicked when he saw that he heard the system's favorability drop prompt, and hurriedly put away his smile. However, thinking of the $1 trillion lying in his card, Lin Yi deliberately frowned and said, "Hello manager's son. I for one don't know much about cars, so I've given it some thought." With that, he stretched his brows again and said faintly, "I've decided that I'm going to purchase all the cars from this store of yours and give them to my girlfriend." As he said this, he deliberately amplified his voice so that Ruyan Lu could hear him. Lin Yi was very confident that these two goddesses would hear this and their favoritism would soar until they were rated by him. As for the little white guy next to Ruyan Lu, he didn't give a damn. Although he was a bit more handsome than him, Lin Yi was the son of destiny with a system that would only become more and more powerful in the future. And this little white guy was nothing but handsome. Even if he had a little money, how could it compare to the $1 trillion in his card? Brother E, I love you to death. Su Jejia, who was beside him, was so excited that she directly kissed Lin Yi on the cheek. Originally, she had just been jealous of Ruyan Lu and the others, and was angry at Lin Yi for looking like a pig. But when she heard that Lin Yi was going to buy all the cars in the store and give them all to her, Su Jejia instantly stopped being angry and her favorability towards Lin Yi went up a few more points. Just as Lin Yi raised his head, ready to enjoy the adoring eyes of the crowd, the sound of laughter came directly from inside the store. Ha ha ha, did I hear it right? This loser delivery guy is actually going to buy all the cars in the store? I'll go. Don't tease me. This loser managed to cure my years of facial paralysis. No, I'm going to laugh for a while. What a smelly loser who talks big. Only our manager would go to receive this kind of cerebral palsy. The people in the store covered their stomachs and laughed. Sun Manyu felt these jeers around her and was a little annoyed inside. For this man dressed as a takeaway. Although she didn't go so far as to say she was mocking, she also felt that this person was dressed as an ordinary person. His body was covered in cheap clothes, and only this exquisitely dressed beauty next to him could add a few points of style to him. Sun Manyu didn't even think that this person could afford to buy a car from the store, but just wanted to get back her face because she was mocked by the crowd. But because she is the manager of this store, in order to maintain the image of the company, Sun Manyu had no choice, which is why she received this delivery man. Chapter 48, Hubby. This person is so disgusting. Sensing the sounds of laughter around him, Lin Yi's face instantly turned pig liver colored, completely lacking the calm demeanor he just had. He had thought that as soon as he uttered those words, the people around him would let out gasps of surprise and look at him with eyes of awe and envy. What are you laughing at? My brother E just gave someone a villa. On the side, Su Jejia couldn't hold back any longer and chortled loudly. The crowd laughed even louder after hearing this. This pretty girl is quite good looking, but she's out of her mind. Just this stinky loser is still giving away villas. It can't be a toy, right? Ha ha ha, maybe someone else is some rich kid coming to experience life. Wake up, the real rich people have long since gone to eat, drink and have fun. Where would they go to deliver some crappy takeaway? Listening to the crowd's mockery, Lin Yi's eyes widened in anger, and he immediately put his hand into his pocket, ready to show his bank card and hit them hard in the face. Liu Wanwan, who was watching with great interest, felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the face-punching plot of a cool drama? So Liu Wanwan realized that the time has come for him to make an appearance. Otherwise, if he let things go on, this Lin Yi would really be pretending to be a big pussy. Afterwards, Liu Wanwan hugged Liu Ruyan, then walked over to Sun Manyu and faintly said, "I say, don't waste it on this loser. Swipe my card. I'll buy all the cars in the store and give them to my favorite wife." After saying that, Liu Wanwan looked at Linny with disdainful eyes, and by the way, he also put his hand on top of Liu Ruyan's arse. This is the real big brother. This outfit seems to be from a private customized clothing store in the Wanda Mall, priced at a whopping $1 million. My god, just this set of clothes actually cost $1 million? It can buy a top-of-the-line treasure code. A big brother is a big brother. Unlike that smelly delivery guy who still dares to learn how to pretend to be someone else. There are 200 to 300 cars in these stores, so it wouldn't cost a few $100 million to buy them. The people in the Baoyao 4S store were shocked to hear this, and an exclamation came from them. They did not doubt Liu Wanwan's words of buying all the cars in the store in the slightest. This handsome man had an extraordinary temperament, was dressed in expensive clothes, and had a set of clothes that were priced at a sky-high $1 million. Unlike that takeaway man who talked big, this was no comparison. Once compared, that delivery loser was a turd in front of this handsome man. Although all the cars in the store had been bought, these people who had come over to buy the cars were still standing in place, ready to see the scene where the big man swiped his card. Su Jiajia, who was being held in Lin Yi's arms, was also shocked for a short while, not realizing that there was actually a godly man. After looking at the mediocre-looking Lin Yi, when looking at this Liu Wanwan, who was full of nobleman temperament, Su Jiajia's favoritism towards Liu Wanwan directly soared, and she had already begun to fantasize in her mind that it would be great if she was this handsome man's woman. Sun Manyu's breath stuttered when she heard it. She had never seen this kind of godly man in her several years of working in this job. Thinking of the commission that will soon come to her hand, Sun Manyu then said with her little face flushed with excitement, "Okay sir, I'll go and draw up a contract for you. You wait a little bit ha." After saying that, Sun Manyu hurriedly stepped on her high heels and walked towards the finance room to calculate the total amount of all the cars sold in the store. The other salespersons in the store looked at Sun Manyu with jealous eyes and then threw winks at Liu Wanwan. If they were to be taken in by this kind of godly man, then they would be able to live and eat without any worries for the rest of their lives. However, Liu Wanwan already owns Liu Ruyan, and his vision has also become higher, so he naturally can't see them. Although each of these saleswomen were very good looking and had long black silk legs, but their face value can only rate a maximum of more than 80 points, not up to the requirements of Liu Wanwan. Lin Yi, who had been preparing to face the crowd, the corners of his mouth rising, saw this scene and his expression instantly froze, as if he had eaten. This wasn't at all the same as the scene he had envisioned. In Lin Yi's fantasies, he should have taken out his bank card and swiped it, then successfully punched the crowd in the face. As a result, this little white boy actually dared to ruin his face punching plot. Not only that, this little white boy dared to put his hand on his intended goddess's arse. One must know that this Rian Lu was the goddess he was bound to get, but this little white boy dared to touch his woman. This was simply unforgivable. Thinking about this, Lin Yi was so angry that he was shaking all over, itching to rush forward and peel away this little white boy's salty hands. "Hubby, you're bad." Liu Ruyan gave Liu Wanwan a pouty look, her heart shy, but she is not angry. She just likes her husband to be bad to her. Liu Wanwan laughed at the situation and couldn't help but pinch Liu Ruyan's little face. Lin Yi looked at the flirting two with eyes wide open. How could his goddess be so frivolous and not be angry about this behavior? This pissed Lin Yi off. Ever since he had just booked Liu Ruyan as one of his harem, he would never allow anyone else to get their hands on his goddess, even if it was just to touch a finger. It's fine. She doesn't know about my strength yet. She's bound to come over and lick me when my status as the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom with billions of assets is revealed. Lin Yi comforted himself inwardly, but he couldn't help himself and went up to point at Liu Wanwan's face and rebuke him. "I say you guys, can you restrain yourselves in broad daylight?" As soon as the words fell, the crowd in the store that was still in shock instantly snorted. "It's not that I'm saying, you stinking delivery boy, you're still minding other people. That's right, I found that you stinking delivery boy can be really double standard. Just now you yourself didn't put your hand on this short skirt beauty's ass? This bastard is not just jealous of others handsome and rich, but really funny." Liu Wanwan looked at the furious Lin Yi and sneered in his heart. This dog seems to be looking at Liu Ruyan, but Ruyan Lu's favoritism towards him was the highest value of 100, and Liu Wanwan was beating this Lin Yi in every way, so he wasn't afraid of him bucking. "Congratulations host, gain 10 points of luck value from Lin Yi's feedback." Just as he was about to continue punching Lin Yi in the face, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his head. Liu Wanwan was excited to hear the system voice. He didn't think that he could gain Lin Yi's chi luck value by casually punching him in the face. After checking Lin Yi's panel, sure enough, his chi luck value had decreased by 10 points. This was a bit too easy, right? If he did this a few more times, wouldn't this Lin Yi's chi luck value swish down and be usurped by himself? Thinking of this, Liu Wanwan was instantly energized. Hubby, this person is so disgusting. He's just jealous of my most handsome husband. Liu Ruyan frowned slightly, holding Liu Wanwan's hand dissatisfiedly. At this moment, her favorability towards this delivery man directly dropped drastically to a state of disgust. Lin Yi's heart was broken like he was hit by an arrow when he heard this. Detected that goddess Liu Ruyan has decreased her favorability towards the host. Currently her favorability towards the host is -50. Please continue to work hard. Not only that, there was also a piece of bad news coming from Lin Yi's mind. Chapter 49, so the clowns are actually them. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Yi looked very ugly. You're going to regret this. Lin Yi roared inwardly. Ah, wife. What's the point of caring about such cats and dogs? Let's just check out the car while we're at it. Liu Wanwan dug his ears and spoke to Liu Ruyan with a face full of disinterest. Looking at Liu Wanwan with a look that didn't put him in his eyes, Lin Yi's teeth were about to be clenched. No, I must prove that I'm richer than him, Lin Yi said inwardly as his head worked quickly. When his $1 trillion was exposed, I'm sure the goddess Liu Ruyan's favorability would rise, and breaking 90 wasn't impossible. Thinking of this, Lin Yi's clenched fist slowly loosened. The corners of his mouth began to rise again, raising a very exaggerated arc. Seeing that all the cars in the store had been bought by this handsome man, Su Jejia shook Lin Yi's arm and said, Brother Yi, why don't we go to another store? Although she quite liked this handsome man, compared to Lin Yi who was willing to spend money for her, as long as Lin Yi could give her a rich life, Su Jejia wouldn't easily lower her favorability towards him. Even if Lin Yi looked ordinary she could accept it, at least it wasn't that kind of old man. Lin Yi shook his head full of determination after hearing this. No, I have to buy it today. As a trillionaire, how could he allow himself to be slapped in the face today, especially losing face in front of so many goddesses? Lin Yi already had an idea to shock the crowd, and he was going to implement it later. I believed that the act he made would surely hit these people hard in the dog's face. Imagining the shocked expressions of the crowd, Lin Yi let out a cold laugh. On the side, Su Jejia only felt that Lin Yi was a bit puzzled, and couldn't figure out what exactly he wanted to do. Seeing Su Jejia somewhat less happy, Lin Yi hurriedly coaxed. Just wait, sweetie, I'll buy you the best car today. Su Jejia's dissatisfaction dissipated as she listened, revealing an excited smile. She had already begun to fantasize in her head about the envious eyes of her girlfriends after she drove her luxury car. Lin Yi hemmed and hawed when he saw this. It was still his Jejia who was better. Unlike the two girls, Ruyan Lu and Manyu Sun, who had eyes without a pearl and couldn't even recognize him as a true dragon. After he had rated these two girls, his status must be at the bottom of his future harem, not to pamper them. Lin Yi thought viciously, already starting to fantasize images in his mind, revealing a lewd smile. Sun Manyu, who had already calculated the price, took the contract and stepped on her heels as she walked from the finance room to Liu Wanwan excitedly. Sir, after the calculation just now, the value of a total of 316 cars in the store is 690 million yuan after discounts. As long as you make the payment and sign your name, all these cars belong to you. Due to being too excited, Sun Manyu even broke her voice when she said this. As long as Liu Wanwan signed her name, she would be able to obtain a commission of more than $20 million, and become a multimillionaire in one leap. In front of such a huge amount of commission, Sun Manyu did not lose her temper has been very good. Liu Wanwan exuded a hint of surprise after hearing this. These cars are actually only more than 600 million? On average, a car is just over $2 million. But for ordinary people, more than 2 million a car is already very expensive. It is likely that a lifetime cannot afford to buy such a car. The people in the store were shocked when they heard that it was more than $600 million, which was money that they could not earn in dozens of lifetimes of work. Seeing Liu Wanwan's surprised look, Sun Manyu thought he thought the car was expensive, and quickly explained, It's like this, sir, because most of our store is configured with high-end series, so it will be a bit more expensive. Looking at the scene, Lin Yi shook his head and laughed coldly. Hee, no way no way. Someone isn't just punching their face in the air, right? Looking at Liu Wanwan who didn't say anything, Lin Yi felt that he was still overestimating this little white boy's strength. He didn't believe that this little white boy could pull out a huge sum of over $600 million. After all, not everyone had a system like him. It seemed like he didn't even need to make that plan work. This little white boy's pretentious comments were not going to break. Hearing Lin Yi's voice, the crowd also started to get suspicious. Could it be that this handsome man with an extraordinary temperament was a fake male? I didn't expect this handsome guy to be a fake rich boy. Probably a little white boy who's been adopted by a rich woman. I said it. Where in the world are there so many godly men? You have to know that this is 690 million. Even some big families can't come up with this huge amount right away. I just believed it. Now when I think about it carefully, even big men worth hundreds of billions of dollars don't have this much liquidity. The crowd discussed with dissatisfaction. Su Jeja's face was filled with anger after hearing this. She had just thought that this handsome guy was the young master of some big family. She didn't think that he was actually a white boy who had been adopted, causing her to just fantasize about some indescribable images of him. Her brother E was better. Su Jeja's grip on Lin Yi's hand tightened, fearing that he would be seduced by another vixen. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a hint of triumph after hearing this, revealing a mocking look and saying, "Or else let me do it. A small few $100 million is nothing to me." With that, he was about to walk up and bring the contract over. With $1 trillion of liquidity, he didn't care about this small few $100 million. As long as he could hit the crowd's face hard and get the goddess's favorability, he would still buy these cars even if they were $100 billion. Thinking about the goddess's upcoming favorability boost, Lin Yi's heart was thrilled beyond measure. "I merely thought it was cheap, just swipe the card." Ignoring the snarling crowd, Liu Wanwan spoke in a cloudy voice. After saying that, he took out a golden supreme divine card from his pocket. Only this supreme god card was imprinted with 2 lifelike golden dragons. The scales of the golden dragons flashed brightly under the light, as if they were about to take off in the air the next moment. The edges of the card are engraved with delicate patterns, and every detail and design is just right, so there is no room for error. In addition, the card is made of expensive materials such as the Williams Pink Star, the Diamond of the Century, and the Oppenheimer Blue Diamond. This was the only one supreme god card in this world, customized specifically for Liu Wanwan. The materials and workmanship of this card alone cost more than $1 billion to create, in order to highlight Liu Wanwan's distinctive identity. And this supreme god card was also made by Chao Guerin in an expedited manner and given to Liu Ruyan to be forwarded to Liu Wanwan this morning. What is this? When looking at this card that emitted a brilliant light, the people present directly exclaimed in shock. The crowd had thought that this handsome man was just a gigolo, but they didn't realize that people were actually surprised because it was cheap. For a while, the crowd blushed and were very ashamed inside. It turned out that the clown was actually them. Chapter 50, Exploding Experience Value. Moreover, they had never seen such a luxurious bank card. As far as they knew, the most awesome card in this world was the Supreme Black Card. Those who possessed the Supreme Black Card could obtain a credit loan of $10 billion a year from the bank. Not only that, by flashing the Supreme Black Card, one could enjoy the privilege of not having to wait in line when going to any high-class hotel, restaurant, and so on. And with this card, one can enjoy many conveniences in immigration and other aspects, as if one has special access rights. In addition to that, there were many privileges and conveniences that only Supreme Black Card holders could enjoy. Of course, there were only 100 Supreme Black Card holders in this world, and the holders were all business giants, such as Bill Gates. Could it be that this is some kind of Big Brother exclusive card? The crowd thought to themselves in their hearts, their eyes all showing shock. Lin Yi touched the ordinary bank card in his pocket, and grunted with a bit of embarrassment on his face. "Che, it's just a toy card at first glance. How dare you pretend to be a pussy here?" He wanted to see the funny scene when the white boy couldn't get the money. The crowd listened to the color of shock and the eyes instantly disappeared, began to have some doubts. Could it be that, as this loser said, this card was really a toy? However, in order to avoid being hit in the face again, they did not speak out to mock, but stood silently by the side to watch. Looking at the dazzling card in Liu Wanwan's hand, Sun Manyu's little heart thumped and held back her excitement as she said, "I'm sorry, because the amount of the transaction is quite huge, so it can only be in the form of a money transfer, and the contract above has our company's card number." Liu Wanwan's hand holding the Supreme Divine card paused. Actually having to transfer money, this is too troublesome. However, his Supreme God card seemed to be able to ignore the amount of the transaction and had the maximum authority of the Dragon Kingdom Bank. Thinking of this, Liu Wanwan smiled faintly, his tone carrying a hint of unquestioning. "There's no need to be so troublesome, just bring the direct POS machine and swipe the card." Sun Manyu froze after hearing this. To know, only the Supreme Black Card transaction amount will not be limited. Is this card with the Supreme Black Card authority the same? Thinking of this, Sun Manyu was startled by this absurd thought of hers. The people who own the Supreme Black Card are all super big shots, who not only need money but also need a certain social status. There were tens of billions of people in the world, and there were only 100 people with a Supreme Black Card, so you could imagine how difficult it was to get one. Lindy laughed directly after hearing this. "Yo, you think you're the Supreme Black Card, you're actually shouting out loud here, it's better if I pay for it." Saying that, he wanted to go over and take the car purchase contract from Sun Manyu's hands. Sun Manyu frowned at the sight, she directly dodged, then went to the finance room to get the POS machine. She was disgusted in her heart for this takeout clerk who always revealed a lewd smile. Well, don't you regret it when my $1 trillion identity is exposed?" Lin Yi, who had fallen short in his hands, was very annoyed inwardly. Just now, the system prompted Sun Manyu to reach -50 in favorability towards him. This infuriated Lin Yi, who was holding trillions of dollars, and let out a rough and rapid breathing sound. Gain 20 points of chi value from Lin Yi's feedback. Receiving the system prompt, Liu Wanwan's eyes lit up. This Lin Yi was really an experience pack. The chi luck value was just clunking off. As he looked at Lin Yi, who was breathing like a cow over there, Liu Wanwan showed sympathy on his face. As long as he was there, he'd be able to pin down this Lin Yi. Not long after, Sun Manyu came with a card swiping POS and adjusted the payment amount. The people around them held their breath as they watched this scene, and the air instantly quieted down. As Liu Wanwan calmly swiped, drop sound, POS machine successfully deducted 690 million yuan. In less than an hour, she had become a multi-millionaire? Sun Manyu's face was filled with disbelief and excitement after she looked at the message of successful payment. First, sir, congratulations, as long as you sign, all these cars in the store belong to you. She could no longer imagine the identity of the handsome man in front of her. This was definitely the heir of some big family. You have to know that this was an unlimited limit only available on the Supreme Black card. And the fact that this card in front of her actually had the same privilege was simply appalling. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as this handsome man waved his hand, there would be countless women clamoring to come over. Liu Wanwan nodded after hearing this and signaled for Liu Ruyan to sign. He had just said that he would give these cars in the store to Liu Ruyan, so naturally he would not go back on his word. Thank you, hubby, I'll try another surprise for you at night. Liu Ruyan teased Liu Wanwan with her beautiful eyes for a bit, then she started signing up and going through the formalities. Being teased, Liu Wanwan smiles, in curiosity of what other surprises there will be at night. Could it be the same as last time? Thinking of this, Liu Wanwan's breathing became rapid and somewhat excited. The surrounding people's mouths also showed an exaggerated O shape when they saw this, and each of them looked at Liu Wanwan with awe and fiery eyes. As long as Liu Wanwan opened his mouth at this moment, they would not hesitate to come over and kneel. This can't be. Lin Yi's face was a shade of green and a shade of white. This was completely different from how he expected it to end. The face of Su Jejia beside him was also filled with disbelief. Originally she had just been filled with anger, but now all that was left was adoration. This is 690 million actually just like this to his girlfriend. Looking at Liu Ruyan who was signing, Su Jejia's eyes were filled with jealousy. Gained Lin Yi's feedback chi value of 30. Lin Yi, the experience pack, came into play and once again provided Liu Wanwan with 30 points of chi luck value. Liu Wanwan, who had received the feedback of the chi luck value, was refreshed and felt like there was an extra ethereal and intangible thing in his body. After signing, Liu Wanwan then gave his good brother Chendong a positioning message so that he could start working. Of course, a driver is definitely not enough. After all, people also need to rest. When the time comes, we must recruit a few more drivers, and they must be beautiful women. Liu Wanwan did not want to be doing some sort of indescribable thing with Chendong driving in front of him. He didn't have the fetish of letting males watch him talk about love. Not even if they were good brothers. This Sun Manyu is just fine. I just don't know how good the driving skills are. Liu Wanwan thought as he looked at the flushed cheeks of Sun Manyu. Check Sun Manyu's favorability. Liu Wanwan said to the system. Detected that Sun Manyu's favorability towards the host is 83. Hearing the system voice, Liu Wanwan was very surprised. He had only bought some cars, but he didn't expect this little manager to have such a high favorability. If Lin Yi knew about it, I'm afraid he'd receive another feedback of Lin Yi's chi luck value. Since that was the case, let's scoop up Sun Manyu, so that the scheming Lin Yi could also explode a little bit of experience value. Chapter 51, wait a while and immediately punch them in the face. Brother E, let's go. Su Jejia said as she looked at Lin Yi, who was gritting his teeth on the side. She knew very well in her heart that Lin Yi was very upset at the moment. Because it was normal to be jealous of a man who was more handsome than him who had second-guessed him in all aspects. When Lin Yi saw Su Jejia looking at him with somewhat disappointed eyes, he panicked inwardly. He was the richest man in the world in the future. How could he lose his temper in front of his goddess? Right. In the future, he must not panic when things go wrong. Thinking of this, Lin Yi hurriedly recovered his calm demeanor and did expression management. Good baby, just wait. I'll hit these people hard in the face right away. Lin Yi fatally said to Su Jejia. That look seemed to be like he had some kind of card, and his whole body was full of confidence. Only, he was wearing a vest yellow takeout suit, and his ears and cheeks were still red from anger. At first glance, he looked decent, but a closer look would reveal that he was very funny. Su Jejia looked at the confident Lin Yi and wondered if he really had any backbone. Thinking of this, Su Jejia revealed a smile. Yes brother E, I'll support you in whatever you do. She had just been laughed at by the crowd, so naturally she couldn't swallow it, and since Lin Yi was a big spender, she naturally had to support him. Hearing the goddess encourage him, Lin Yi was instantly energized. He walked directly to Sun Manyu and said loudly, Manager Sun, please contact your boss. I'm ready to acquire your Bama company. After saying that, Lin Yi had a proud look on his face. This was the way he had just thought of to hit the crowd in the face. The crowd that was still shocked instantly burst into laughter. I say, is this delivery guy really sick in the head? Does he know what the market capitalization of Balma Corporation is? Ha ha ha, laughed me to death. Want to acquire this treasure code company at least to come up with 1 trillion in cash, or I'll piss this loser awake. That's right, our Magic City ranked first Su family market capitalization are only a few hundred billion. He can come up with 1 trillion I eat on the spot. Still 1 trillion, he can take out 100 million I eat 1 ton of. Lin Yi's words managed to cause everyone present to have fun. Even Sun Man Yu was amused by Lin Yi. Sir, are you sure you're not joking? If it wasn't for the fact that she just sold a few hundred cars and gotten tens of millions in commission, she'd be in a happier mood. In a normal situation, Sun Man Yu would have kicked out this delivery man who was talking big. On the side, Su Jejia couldn't help but swallow her saliva after hearing this, and felt a bit ashamed inside. Although she believed in Lin Yi's strength, after all, the strength of someone who could take out $100 million certainly didn't speak for itself. But this was too big a joke. This was a big company listed on the PA code worth about $1 trillion. She didn't believe Lin Yi could come up with that kind of money. If Lin Yi could really come up with that kind of money, Su Jejia swore that she would only love Lin Yi from now on. However, she thought it was impossible for Lin Yi to come up with so much money. Lin Yi smiled faintly after hearing this. Don't use your ignorance to speculate about my pockets. After saying that, he pulled out his cell phone from his pocket and opened the message about the arrival of $1 trillion, then lifted the phone up. While holding it up, Lin Yi slightly tilted his head, revealing a look of disdain. Ha 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 ha, this idiot is going to laugh me to death. Who doesn't know how to picture, still really thinks he has 1 trillion? I don't think this person is a delivery fool. Even this kind of person is accompanied by a beautiful woman. It's too funny. The crowd looked at Lin Yi with the eyes of a fool. This loser wouldn't really take them for fools, would he? Su Jejia covered her face, feeling like she was losing her face. She was trying to hit the crowd hard in the face, but this was too unrealistic. Brother E. Su Jejia tugged on Lin Yi's coat, very ashamed inside. This isn't ing right, is it? Seeing that the crowd's reaction wasn't what he expected, Lin Yi became a little anxious inside. It didn't occur to him that it was too much of a crapshoot to have money that other people actually didn't believe in anymore these days. Suddenly, Lin Yi's phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? This is Governor Chow of the Longhua Bank on my side. In order to thank you for joining our bank, our side will be upgrading you to a Supreme Diamond card and coming over to give it to you personally. Upon answering, the phone rang with a mellow male voice. Lin Yi's eyes lit up when he heard it and he hurriedly said, It's me, hurry up and come over to the Treasure Code 4S store in Jing'an District. I'll wait for you over here. Hanging up the phone, Lin Yi's entire temperament instantly changed, full of confidence as well as bottom line, he said to the crowd. If you guys have the guts, don't go. Later on, the president of the Longhua Bank will come and help me prove it, and then I'm going to hit you guys hard in the face. Originally, he just didn't know what to do, but he didn't think that this Longhua Bank's Governor Chow was going to come over personally. This made him happy. With this Governor Chow as his witness, Lin Yi wanted to see if the people who were there to mock him could still laugh. By then, Lin Yi was going to hit everyone in the face and get his hands on a beautiful woman. When his $1 trillion identity was exposed, the two goddesses, Ruyan Lu and Man Yu Sun, would definitely be impressed. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but reveal another lewd smile. The crowd listened without surprise and remained there to keep sneering. They wanted to see how much longer this delivery man could pretend. Liu Wanwan froze after hearing this, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Taking out his cell phone, he directly sent a message to Chao Guerin, telling him to ignore this Lin Yi later. After sending it, Liu Wanwan wrapped his arms around Lu Ruyan and prepared to watch the show. Gained feedback of 10 on Lin Yi's chi value. A system voice inexplicably rang in Liu Wanwan's head. He saw that Lin Yi was currently looking at him with a wide-eyed look on his face, completely lacking the calm and relaxed demeanor that he had just displayed. Damn it, how dare you be touching my future woman again, damn it. Looking at the image of Liu Wanwan straddling Lu Ruyan, Lin Yi's heart was filled with rage. He had already categorized Lu Ruyan as one of his harem, but this little white boy had repeatedly challenged his bottom line. Seeing this, Liu Wanwan pulled out his ears and gave Lin Yi a provocative look. Then he took Lu Ruyan in his arms and stroked her fragrant hair. Gained 10 feedback on Lin Yi's chi value. As expected, Lin Yi became even angrier, his forehead showing veins. When Governor Chow comes, I'll see if the goddess still follows you. Lin Yi snorted coldly, and had already started urging Governor Chow to come over quickly in his mind. Brother E. On the side, Su Jejia couldn't stand the mockery of the crowd and tugged at Lin Yi's clothes to leave this place in a hurry. Lin Yi hurriedly revealed a confident smile upon hearing this. My good baby, you're just trusting me, wait a while and immediately punch them in the face. Chapter 52, Clowning Around. Su Jejia gritted her teeth after hearing this, but decided to accompany Lin Yi and wait here for a while. After all, Lin Yi had just spent $100 million on her, otherwise she would have dumped her bag and left. But Su Jejia was no love brain, as she held Lin Yi's arm and cooed. Okay, Brother E, I have a sports car that I've always wanted, so you'll have to buy it for me later. Lin Yi's heart melted upon hearing this, although Su Jejia was a bit snobbish and splashed him with water. But he didn't care at all, this was at least a goddess. Lin Yi hugged Su Jejia, his hands were not honestly roaming all over her body. Nasty. Su Jejia deliberately hummed, but in her heart, she didn't care. In order to maintain a variety of big brothers she had long been accustomed to, what she could exchange with her body, she naturally had to make good use of it. When she got old in the future, she wouldn't have this opportunity. Sun Manyu looked at such a frivolous Lin Yi face full of disgust. Just as Sun Manyu was about to call security to drive the two away, her cell phone suddenly rang. Manager Sun, the boss of our company will change later. I'll send you the new boss's information later. By the way, this boss is a person from the Dragon Country Mordor, holding 80% of the shares, is a superb person. If the boss has come to Mordor store inspection, you guys must perform well, huh? After answering, the voice of the executive of Treasure Code Company came from the other end of the phone. Okay, I understand. Hanging up the phone, Sun Manyu was filled with shock. A $1 trillion listed company actually changed its boss? And it was actually someone from the Dragon Kingdom Magic City, holding an exaggerated 80% of the shares. Balma's previous boss was a person from Country D, only holding more than 20% of the shares. This was not at all the same level of existence as her new boss. After owning 80% of Treasure Code's shares, this mysterious new boss had become the richest man in Magic City, surpassing the Su family. Could it be this takeaway clerk? Thinking of this, Sun Manyu quickly shook her head. The new boss could definitely not be this takeaway. She hurriedly opened her wizards and checked up on the new boss's information. What? Sun Manyu's small mouth was slightly open, her beautiful eyes full of shock. Her mind went blank at the moment, because her new boss was clearly right in front of her eyes. Sun Manyu had thought that the new boss was some kind of old man, but she didn't realize that the new boss was the handsome man who had just acquired all the cars in the store. No wonder he was so calm when he was just mocked by the crowd. This Liu Xiao identity is simply unimaginable. Looking at the information, Sun Manyu also knew the name Liu Wanwan. The information was also updated by Shan Yu, and the photo was what Liu Wanwan looked like after he lost weight. Sun Manyu patted her violently beating heart and wanted to go up and greet Liu Wanwan. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a suit walked in the doorway, followed by several assistants. Governor Chow. Looking at the few people who walked in through the door, Lin Yi shouted with a face full of excitement. Since Chow Gueran often had appearances on TV, those present also quickly recognized him. Isn't this Governor Chow of the Dragon State Bank? Why is he over here? Crap. Could it be that this delivery man really hid his identity? You guys, look at the news. The listed group Treasure Code Company was acquired by a mysterious man in Mordor and holds 80% of the shares. This can't be possible. Treasure Code Company seems to have always been a foreigner. How could it suddenly be acquired? Could it be that Treasure Code Company was acquired by this delivery man? This is too unbelievable. The crowd mingled in disgust, their faces full of shock. Lin Yi froze after hearing this. He did want to acquire Treasure Code Company, but he hadn't gotten around to it yet. However, looking at the shocked looks of the crowd, Lin Yi was inwardly pleased. This was the image he had been fantasizing about in his head. It didn't matter who had acquired Treasure Code. What mattered was that his status as a trillionaire was about to be revealed. This was even more explosive than the information about the acquisition of Treasure Code. Thinking of this, Lin Yi tilted his head slightly, his expression bland and inscrutable. Seeing a crooked-mouthed delivery man looking at himself with a faint smile, the corner of Chow Gueran's eyes twitched slightly. Was this guy the Lin Yi whose bank card had arrived with trillions of dollars? Young Liu wasn't even this pretentious, but this bastard was actually pretending. Thinking of the information Liu Wanwan had handed over, Chow Gueran sneered in his heart. Originally, he was just doing his routine work to maintain the bank's relationship with the hundreds of billions of dollars of big shots. In the old days, Chow Gueran would have had to properly defend this Lin Yi with his trillions of dollars. But what was $1 trillion now? Liu Xiao's card funds had long since exceeded an unimaginable astronomical figure. Even if the money of everyone in the world totaled up, I'm afraid it wouldn't even compare to Xiao Lu's funds alone right now. So he only had one goal now, and that was to follow Liu Wanwan's orders and swear to die. Thinking of this, Chow Gueran accelerated his steps. Chow. Looking at Chow Gueran who walked up, Lin Yi smiled and extended his hand. Only, Chow Gueran directly ignored him and continued walking forward. The light smile on Lin Yi's face instantly froze, and his hand hovering in midair trembled slightly. What kind of situation was this? He roared inwardly. The faces of the people who had been impressed with Lin Yi were tinged with dismay. The crowd's minds were filled with big question marks, the feeling that they were being played as monkeys again, huh? Thinking about this, their anger levels towards Lin Yi soared. This ING loser, I was almost fooled by him again. I really thought this loser was on the phone with Governor Chow just now, but I didn't realize that he wasn't even here to see him. A blind cat bumped into a dead rat by mistake, causing me to think that he was some kind of big shot, but I didn't realize that he was just a claptrap jumping clown. Cam. Su Jeja's face, who was still enjoying the reverent eyes of the crowd, rapidly heated up. Sparing her thick skin as an anchor, at this moment, she wanted to drill inside the underground cracks. This was too humiliating. Su Jeja's favorability is reduced by 10, current favorability is 83, punishment for doubling the host's physique reward is cancelled. At this time, the voice of the beauty chasing system also rang in Lin Yi's head. The moment it rang, his body was directly deflated, and the power that could kill a cow with a single punch no longer existed. Governor Chow, it's me, Lin Yi, the one whose card just arrived with $1 trillion inside. Seeing the system prompt, Lin Yi directly panicked and shouted at Chao Guoren, who was ignoring him. But Chao Guoren still ignored him and continued on his way. At the moment, Lin Yi was hilariously like a jumping clown as he kept yelling from behind. "I'm going to file a complaint against you, you eyeless dog." Seeing Chao Guoren ignoring him, Lin Yi roared inwardly. His palms were also pinched deep into his palms by his nails from clenching his fists too hard. His face reddened, veins rippled on his forehead, and his eyes stared deathly in the direction Chao Guoren had left. The strange gazes cast by the people around him made Lin Yi feel an unprecedented humiliation. In his heart, he vowed to teach this damned dog a lesson. Thinking of the disappearing power, Lin Yi hastily adjusted his mindset and began to go kneel to the goddess Su Jejia, begging for forgiveness. Chapter 53. So how are your car skills? Jejia, trust me once more, in the future I. Liu Wanwan shook his head as he watched Lin Yi licking Su Jejia on his knees. The same person who had the system. How could this Lin Yi be so licky? Just a moment ago, he had received another system prompt, gaining 100 points of feedback from Lin Yi's chi value. This was simply a vicious blow. Liu Wanwan was very satisfied with this. If this happened a few more times, draining Lin Yi's chi value would be just around the corner. Young Liu, these are the 10 supreme black cards I've specially applied for to prepare for you. Walking over to Liu Wanwan, Chao Guoren said with a face full of respect. Liu Wanwan nodded after receiving the cards. Just now, he had instructed Chao Guoren to ignore Lin Yi and prepare 10 supreme black cards to be sent over. Liu Wanwan prepared the black card usage naturally to piss off this Lin Yi. This was because he had discovered that it wasn't just obstructing Lin Yi from chasing a goddess that had feedback chi values. As long as he prevented Lin Yi from pretending or getting angry, then he would also get feedback from Lin Yi's chi luck value. After receiving the supreme black card, the crowd was in an uproar. My god, this is actually 10 supreme black cards, am I dreaming? How is this possible? To know that one supreme black card has an unimaginable status, this actually has 10, it can't be fake. How can it be fake? This is Governor Chao of the Longhua Bank, and this card is exactly the same as the one I saw online, it definitely can't be fake. Hiss, what exactly is the identity of this Liu Xiao? Could it be the legendary great young man of the hidden family? Otherwise how could he make the governor of the Dragon Kingdom so honored? I'm dizzy, so the big brother is right in front of us. It can't be the treasure code company was also acquired by this big brother, right? They couldn't wait to kneel in front of Liu Wanwan right now and lick their shoes. And these female clerks in the store were even more exaggerated. One by one, their eyes were full of blazing heat, and they started scratching their heads. One by one, they tightened their stomachs and adjusted their upper and lower bodies to their best state. The female sales clerks' bodies instantly became fiery, each with a convex front and curved back, making some of the men in the store look straight. Then Su Jejia, who had been pacified by Lin Yi, also dropped her jaw in shock. This was the male god of her dreams. Perfect body proportions, a face that surpassed that of a Hollywood star. The key point was that he was trenchant. There was instantly a strong contrast with Lin Yi, who was wearing takeout clothes next to her and had a somewhat lewd temperament. Su Jejia's favorability has been reduced by 20, and is currently at 63. Please ask the host to redeem himself in time. If the favorability falls to 0, the host's trillions of dollars will be recovered. At the same time, the system voice in Lin Yi's head once again sounded a reminder. Only, his system voice this time carried a hint of anxiety, as if it was worried about something. Damn it! Lin Yi was directly anxious, somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Yeah, hurry up and take Jejia away. I'll settle the score with these two dogs after I've calmed Jejia down. Thinking this, Lin Yi hurriedly pulled Su Jejia's hand and prepared to leave. Only Su Jejia's eyes were already drawn at the moment, looking at Liu Wanwan with a gaze full of adoration, unwilling to leave. Get the hell out of here, Lin Yi said through gritted teeth. Why are you being mean? I'm just watching for a while. You weren't the one who said you wanted to stay just now. Hearing Lin Yi's somewhat loud tone, Su Jejia was very dissatisfied. For this Lin Yi, who had some dog-licking attributes, she had already begun to test the waters. I just wanted to take you to buy another car. Weren't you the one who just said you wanted to buy a sports car? So I'll buy it for you right after we leave. As expected, Lin Yi lowered his head with an aggrieved look and began to admit his weakness. Sure enough, a licking dog. Su Jejia's eyes lit up before she pouted and pretended to be angry. Alright, really can't do anything about you, then you'll have to buy the most expensive car later to make it up to me. Lin Yi hurriedly nodded after hearing this, then pulled his goddess away. Before leaving, he gave Liu Wanwan a vicious look. So what if I acquire treasure code company? When I chase after a few more beauties, all of you people will have to kneel down and lick my shoes. Lin Yi thought as he walked, itching to hurry up and chase a few more goddesses and then step on Liu Wanwan and the rest of them. You're hurting me. Su Jejia, who was gripped tightly by Lin Yi, was a little dissatisfied. Fine, I'll be lighter. Lin Yi, who was still fantasizing about pretending to hit his face, instantly shriveled up and coaxed his goddess Su Jejia there. Seeing this, Su Jejia nodded her head in satisfaction. This was the kind of rich and licking person she wanted. Looking at the departing two, Liu Wanwan narrowed his eyes slightly. This was leaving? He was still counting on this Lin Yi to continue exploding his chi value. System, do you think it's okay to find someone to give Lin Yi an accidental death? Liu Wanwan asked the system. Of course it's not okay, host. If Linny dies, then his chi luck value will be obtained by someone else, and the beauty chasing system will attach itself to the one who obtained the chi luck value. The system said back. Alright. Liu Wanwan also asked with a trying attitude, and naturally didn't hold much expectation in his heart. It seemed like it was still only possible to take things slowly. Just a moment ago, Liu Wanwan had gained another 50 points of chi value from Ling Yi's explosion, a small blast. There was still a need to burst out 637 more chi luck values before he could complete the mission and be rewarded with lifespan values. Thanks for your hard work, old Chow. You go ahead and get busy then. After Liu Wanwan dismissed Chow Guaran, the people in the store left one after another. Only a few people who wanted to curry favor with Liu Wanwan were left behind and remained in the store hesitant to leave. Mr. Liu, from now on, you will be the boss of our treasure code company. May I ask if there is anything I need to order? At this time, Sun Manyu walked to Liu Wanwan and said with some restraint. This was her future boss, so she was not as casual as she was just now. And Sun Manyu is a little worried that tens of millions of commission boss will still give her? Wow, Lu Xiao really is the news that the acquisition of the treasure code company's people, the value of this are trillionate. What young Lu, after we have to call Mr. Lu, this is the reality of the hegemonic president. I can dream about it at night, thinking of such a handsome president holding me down. Well, I'm going to faint. The store saleswoman's eyes were glowing with nymphomania, and she couldn't wait to be held down on the wall by Liu Wanwan right now. Commanding is nothing. Do you know how to drive? Liu Wanwan looks at the restrained Sun Manyu in front of him and asks. I will, Mr. Liu. Sun Manyu looked at Liu Wanwan and had some doubts in her heart. Can drive, that's good. Liu Wanwan nodded. Then how is your car skills? Sun Manyu blurted out after hearing this. You'll know when you try it. After saying that, her flirtatious little face instantly turned scarlet, realizing that the conversation didn't seem quite right. Could it be that the boss was hinting at something to her? Chapter 54, how about trying your car skills? It couldn't be that the boss was going to submarine her. Thinking of this, the small face of Sun Manyu, who had never been in love before, turned even redder. She was 25 years old this year, and was also a famous schoolflower in the university, especially known for her charming eyes. At that time, there were a lot of people pursuing her, including many rich kids and powerful people. Only these people are not a Sun Man language heart, all by her one by one refused. But today she was moved, and still moved to a man with a girlfriend. Maybe it's because of the money, maybe it's because of the face value. In short, Sun Manyu's heart felt moved the first time she saw Liu Wanwan, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to seduce him. If the boss wants me, should I give it to him? But he has a girlfriend, what should I do? Within a short period of time, she was brainstorming on her own, those charming eyes containing water, and biting her vermilion lips. Seeing this tantalizing posture of Sun Manyu in front of him, Liu Wanwan revealed a bad smile. Okay, then wait a while and I'll try how your car skills are. He naturally knew that his words just now might have caused Sun Manyu to misunderstand. However, Liu Wanwan also managed to get aroused and was very hot inside. This is also human nature, as long as it is a man of blood and vigor. I'm afraid that all cannot refuse the temptation of female color. Liu Wanwan thinks he can't do it, and he definitely wants to have something to do with this special creature when he has the chance. Of course, he does not want to lick a woman like a dog. Sun Manyu looked at Liu Ruyan, who was tinged with jealousy, then bit her lip. This, not good, right? If Mr. Liu's girlfriend wasn't there, she might have considered it. Liu Wanwan revealed a playful smile after hearing this. Are you thinking the wrong way? I want you to be my exclusive chauffeur. How about $1 million a month for you? There will also be a red packet at the end of the year. After saying that, Liu Wanwan looked at the delicate figure in front of him, thinking that Sun Manyu should be very good in a maid outfit. What, 1 million a month salary? This is much better than any manager. Quickly agree. If I don't want money, I want to warm the bed for the boss. How come this kind of good thing didn't come to me? My 3060 isn't bad either. My 3080 didn't even say anything. You 3060 go aside. A word of tiger and wolf came from the store. They all looked at Sun Manyu with cynical envious eyes. Those who hadn't left in the store were also very red-eyed at the moment. This is $1 million. Many people will only earn $1 million or $2 in their lifetime. Sun Manyu's face turned even redder when she heard the discussion around her. I'm willing. This is $1 million. Of course she can't refuse this temptation. Liu Wanwan laughed. Then go and settle the accounts with the finance, settle today's commission and salary, then follow me. Although Liu Wanwan had unlimited funds, he only accounted for 80% of the shares. He didn't want to cheapen those foreigners, so he let Sun Manyu go and settle the accounts with the finance. Sun Manyu nodded after hearing this, a snickering expression on her face. Mr. Liu is really nice. She had thought that she would have to wait a while to get her commission, but she didn't expect to get it so soon. The thought of becoming a multi-millionaire and earning millions of dollars a month in the future. Sun Manyu was so excited that her favorability towards Liu Wanwan increased a few more points. Seeing Sun Manyu leave, Liu Wanwan waved his hand and said to the employees in the store, everyone go home from work and rest today, then double your salary this month. After saying that, the employees in the store instantly exclaimed with excitement on their faces. Long live the boss. Boss, is your family still short of nannies? Can I come to your house to be a nanny, just take care of food and shelter? How can there be such a handsome and good boss in this world? Sisters, I've fallen. Listening to these words of praise, Liu Wanwan's old face turned red. Ahem, let's talk about it later, all of you go back first, be safe on the road. These face values should be okay as nannies, right? Looking at these female sales clerks who are all curvaceous and good-looking, Liu Wanwan couldn't help but touch his chin. Liu Wanwan couldn't help but touch his chin and think. However, this also waited until he finished buying the manor. The store employees left with a fond look after hearing this, and those who tried to curry favor with Liu Wanwan saw that they had no chance, and one by one, they also left. Soon, only Liu Wanwan and Liu Ruyan were left in the large hall. Hubby. Seeing Liu Wanwan talking about love in front of her, Liu Ruyan finally couldn't help but pinch his arm with her nail. Hiss. Liu Wanwan, who was pinched, sucked in a cold breath, sparing his perverted physique to feel a trace of pain. But soon, the nail scratches on his arm slowly dissipated. Angry women are too scary. Liu Wanwan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It seems that in the future, it would be better to bring Liu Ruyan out less often, so as not to affect his ability to continue flirting with girls. Hubby, are you alright? Seeing Liu Wanwan's somewhat painful appearance, Liu Ruyan, who didn't grasp the strength, instantly asked anxiously. Hurts me to death. No, I can teach you a good lesson at night. Liu Wanwan pretended to be angry and said, although he is now pressed not to hurt at all, but he is definitely to properly temper his woman. Otherwise, it wouldn't make a mess in the future, right? After saying that, Liu Wanwan gently slapped Liu Ruyan's buttocks, causing a cry. Liu Ruyan, who was slapped, said with some aggression, husband, I'm wrong, you have to punish people well at night. After saying that, she obediently stood in front of Liu Wanwan, with a look of being at his disposal. Liu Wanwan nodded with satisfaction. Disobedient women should be taught a good lesson. Of course, teaching a lesson does not mean hitting a woman with fists, but using another form to teach a lesson. This side, Liu Wanwan has his own skills. As long as the woman's lesson is obedient, naturally, the woman will be obedient. Subsequently, Sun Manyu, who received her commission salary, was also full of excitement and walked out from the finance room. Mr. Liu, where are they? Looking at the empty hall, Sun Manyu was a bit puzzled. Liu Wanwan smiled. I told them to get off work first. You help relay the message to the office inside and tell them to get off work as well. Sun Manyu suddenly realized, then picked up her cell phone and relayed the message in the group. Afterward, she looked at Liu Wanwan somewhat nervously. Then what are we going to do now? She had just agreed to Liu Wanwan's job as a driver, but this was all too sudden. Sun Manyu didn't even know what to do for a while. Only after she calmed down did she realize that she had just promised someone without even signing a contract or anything. For a while, Sun Manyu was a bit worried, afraid that Liu Wanwan was just joking. However, she now has assets of tens of millions of dollars, not worried about this job, but afraid of not having the opportunity to contact Liu Wanwan in the future. When this idea came up in her life, Sun Manyu was flustered with shame. Chapter 55, Boss is so bad. Seeing Sun Manyu blushing again, Liu Wanwan had a playful smile on his face. First add a friend, then you go back to take a rest today, and change your clothes. You don't need to wear this outfit in the store. Oh yeah, send your bank card number after you pass your friend. Looking at Liu Wanwan's playful eyes, Sun Manyu answered yes and fled. Receiving the card number, Liu Wanwan directly transferred $100 million to Sun Manyu's card. I'm afraid that when Linny sees Sun Manyu by his side next time, he'll feed back some more chi value, right? Thinking of this, Liu Wanwan had a bad smile on his face. After leaving, Sun Manyu touched her rolling cheeks, her mind full of Liu Wanwan's figure. You, can't you be a little more reserved? Sun Manyu thought shyly inwardly. Suddenly, she received a cell phone bank card transfer message. Opening it up, Sun Manyu found Liu Wanwan's 100 million transfer. Advance your salary first, remember to buy some white silk, black silk and other uniforms. Looking at the 100 million that arrived, Sun Manyu's small mouth opened slightly, revealing a tantalizingly fragrant tongue. Am I dreaming? Sun Manyu had an unreal feeling, but the several zeros on the bank card reminded that this was reality. I will definitely drive well for my boss in the future, she thought secretly in her mind, and then that's when she found the message sent by Liu Wanwan. Boss is so bad, so do I need to buy more white silk or black silk? I also don't know if the boss will do something to me in the car, so how am I going to refuse? Sun Manyu's pair of charming eyes were mesmerized and her mind was floating. And Liu Wanwan naturally didn't know Sun Manyu's thoughts at this moment. If he knew, he was. I'm afraid that he would pounce on a hungry tiger and teach Sun Manyu a good lesson. How dare he think of him in such an evil way? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Liu Wanwan suddenly remembered something and hurriedly took out his cell phone to send a message to Chao Guerin, asking him to provide Lin Yi's identity information. After receiving Lin Yi's message, Liu Wanwan directly sent his information to Bai Shanyu, asking her to find someone to observe Lin Yi's whereabouts. This would also make it easier for him to track Lin Yi in the future. As soon as this Lin Yi started chasing after beauty, then Liu Wanwan would have to preemptively stop him from being a licking dog. I'm doing good, I'm saving this licking dog until he ends up with nothing. Liu Wanwan's ego moved up. He wanted to give himself a good person certificate. The mission of saving the licking dog Liu Wanwan was absolutely incumbent. Subsequently, Liu Wanwan made a call to Wang Fuching and asked him to use the fastest speed to handle the license plate registration information and so on. All bought a car. Shandong, the driver, is also about to be in place, naturally, to experience the Rolls-Royce. Wang Fuchang received the information. The first time we'll find the treasure code 4S recently DMV. Let them immediately stop the hands of the matter to go to the car license plate for Liu Xiao. After doing this, Liu Wanwan took out a supreme black card from his pocket and said to Liu Ruyan, "Wife, this supreme black card is for you. You can buy whatever you want in the future, you just need to bind it in your cell phone to set your own password." He let Xiao Guoran do these cards' purpose is to give his wife to spend. Of course, the prerequisite for wanting to have the supreme black card was that the goodwill towards him had to be 100 points to qualify. The other 9 supreme black cards, if you keep them first, wait for someone with a good sense of 100 in the future and then send them out. Liu Wanwan is not afraid of them spending. After all, the more they spend, the more the system rebates. At that time, I'm afraid that the entire world's assets added up are not as much as his assets alone. Liu Ruyan hesitated after hearing this, but still took it and said softly, "Husband, then I'll take it. In the future I'll help you to keep it well. In case something happens there is also this money." After saying that, Liu Ruyan barfed on Liu Wanwan's face. Liu Wanwan faintly smiled after hearing this. "Good but should spend or have to spend, my woman should use the best things in the world." The probability of him running out of money was as low as the end of the world, basically impossible. Liu Ruyan was sweet inside after hearing this. Her mind was already thinking about how to surprise her husband at night. "I've heard my girlfriend say before that it seems like wearing that kind of clothes will make men more excited," she secretly thought inwardly. Looking at Liu Ruyan's constantly crimson cheeks, Liu Wanwan's eyes were puzzled. "All right, in the future, the treasure code company will be given to you to manage, you butt heads with by Shanyu." After saying that, Liu Wanwan was very pleased inside. After Liu Ruyan went to busy herself with other things, she wouldn't have to be bored with him all day. He didn't want to bring Liu Ruyan with him every time he went out. Not only did it affect his ability to stop Lin Yi from licking the goddess, it also affected his ability to contact other women. Although Liu Ruyan was said to be able to accept other women, he was too embarrassed to act recklessly and was still restrained. Thinking of his childhood friend Xia Yao, Liu Wanwan began to look forward to it. Liu Ruyan, who was imagining nonsense, instantly stopped fantasizing after hearing this. I will definitely manage the company properly for my husband." Thinking of so many companies that needed her management, Ruyan Lu's heart was filled with vigor. These companies were nothing to her, a financial genius, and she was confident that she could manage them well. "You shouldn't be too tired, just give orders, then manage the financial side of the company, you don't need to care too much about the rest." Liu Wanwan nodded. After all, he had also promised that Douyin President Chu Bingran to keep Douyin's people on track. After saying that, Liu Wanwan turned to Liu Ruyan again. "Help me talk to the person in charge over a treasure code car manufacturing factory, make me a few of the most luxurious privately customized Rolls-Royce within a week. Budget is no need to consider. The rear space must be large, the more luxurious the better, then bulletproof and crash-proof safety performance all pull full, do a good job, reward 100 million, and double the salary that month." And that. Liu Ruyan listened and hurriedly memorized all of them. The things her husband handed over. She was very attentive. "Is there any other requirements?" Liu Ruyan asked while jotting down memos on her cell phone. Liu Wanwan thought about it and realized that there was nothing else to add. The rest would be left to those professional engineers at Treasure Code to operate. In short, his requirement was to build the unique, most luxurious and awesome car in this world. As for how many cars can be built, it also depends on how many can be produced on the side of Bama. Sunset Country, Treasure Code Car Manufacturing Factory. My goodness, could it be that the new boss acquired Treasure Code just to privately customize cars for himself? It's unbelievable. This is a $100 million bonus, and there's a doubling of the salary. I'm going to work this shift. I'm talking about it. The new boss is really trenchant. There's actually no budget to consider. This time I can show off my skills. Treasure Code's engineers were full of excitement as they discussed, and some of them had even started painting up models. Chapter 56. This is truly magnificent. After a while, the people from the DMV also came over to put the license plate on. At the same time, Qindong, who received the message, also arrived at the Treasure Code store. When looking at Qindong, who was wearing a black suit and shoes, dressed as a butler, Liu Wanwan was somewhat speechless. "You can just wear whatever you want, how come you still got this outfit?" Qindong scratched his head and laughed heatedly. "My brother is a big shot, I as a driver definitely have to wear something decent." Liu Wanwan laughed and shook his head after hearing this. "As you wish, first drive to the real estate center, I'm going to look at some houses." After saying that, Liu Wanwan put his arm around Liu Ruyan and sat on the back of the Leslie. "Hiss, this car is really awesome." When the Rolls-Royce Phantom with smooth lines and a body that emitted a cold luster was quietly parked in front of his eyes, Qindong's heart instantly began to beat violently and his breathing quickened. This was the first time he had driven this kind of luxury car. Opening the door, the unique odor emitted by the leather seats hit his face. Looking at the exquisite decorations inside the car with the iconic Goddess of Celebration car logo, Chin-dong could not help but swallow his saliva and said, "Wanwan, what if this breaks?" Sitting in the back row, Liu Wanwan said with a face full of unconcern, "If it breaks, then change it, you can drive it as you like, drive a bad one counts as one." Chin-dong nodded after hearing this and stopped being pretentious. After all, his brother was a big shot at the level of hundreds of billions of dollars. "I go, this feels so good, luxury cars are different." Hands on the steering wheel, Chin-dong said excitedly. Stepping on the gas, a low and majestic roar instantly sounded. "This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth tens of millions of dollars, it's so awesome. If only I could drive this kind of car in my life, or if I were paid $5,000 a month as a driver I would be willing to do it. I want to have a sweet relationship with this Rolls-Royce owner. I don't know if he can look at me." "Screw you, don't crush the owner of this tank. I have a sister in college who was good." The pedestrians on the road had sideways glances, their eyes full of envy, pointing and talking about it. "I'm going, out of gas." Chin-dong, who was driving happily, was a little depressed. After arriving at the gas station, a young woman greeted him. The work tag on her chest had the three flowery characters Wei Xiaoli written on it, which was different from all the other gas station employees. Only to see her looking at Chin-dong with an attentive face, she said, "Fill up no. 98? This was a Rolls-Royce Phantom or a new car, definitely a rich man." Wei Xiaoli's eyes were filled with fire, and she had already begun to fantasize in her mind how to have something with this Rolls-Royce owner. So, she immediately straightened her upper body, showing off that sizable area. Liu Wanwan, who was watching this scene through the peep-proof window, was somewhat amused. This woman's purpose is not pure at first glance. However, this gasoline attendant looks okay. His heart can rate a maximum of more than 70 points of face value. This is still because her upper body size is good to have this rating. Of course, there is absolutely no comparison with the group of sisters in the Baocode 4S store. Liu Wanwan shook his head. This face value didn't even have the threshold to be his family's nanny. However, he was a little curious as to what his good brother Chin-dong would do in the face of this seduction. Thinking of this, Liu Wanwan watched this scene with interest. Chin-dong was sound, completely uninterested in this gasoline clerk, a high and cold look. Wei Xiaoli's eyes lit up when she saw this. So young, he could not be a rich young man from any family, right? But she was a bit disappointed. This rich young man seemed a bit high and cold. As the class flower of the school, she was very unwilling. While refueling at the same time, Wei Xiaoli deliberately dropped her cell phone on the ground, bending down to reveal a snow-white piece. Seeing this, Chin-dong could not help but swallow his saliva, and a trace of desire rose in his heart. However, having just been injured by the white moonlight, that bit of desire in his heart instantly dissipated. Damn it, he wouldn't be useless or in that area, right? Seeing Chin-dong's unmoved and high-cool look, Wei Xiaoli, who had been using this tactic time and time again, spat inwardly. She had tens of thousands of fans in Douyin, and usually posting some rubbing videos in Douyin could cause many people to follow her. She was even nicknamed the gas station goddess by these netizens. Usually some male fans even come from other places to refuel in order to see her. Wei Xiaoli, who was very confident in her own charm, did not believe in evil. She didn't believe that there were still men in the world who could resist the charm of her superb figure. Therefore, Wei Xiaoli bent her waist even lower. As long as she bent a little bit, she would be able to go naked to that extent. "Don't look at me." Looking at the hurtful picture in front of him, Liu Wanwan shook his head, but his eyes were motionless, not even blinking. Should I say no? This was indeed spectacular. This time, Chin-dong was a little unable to hold on to it. This is not to be seen for nothing. He sat straight, his eyes seemed to be looking ahead, but his afterglow kept glancing somewhere. Little like, "I still don't take you easily." Wei Xiaoli, who had picked up her cell phone, had a smug look on her face, secretly rejoicing inwardly. She had already begun to fantasize in her mind the scene of taking down this Rolls-Royce owner. Liu Wanwan in the backseat shook his head. Just this? It was still his own wife who smelled good. Liu Wanwan was instantly bored, then squeezed Liu Ruyan's small hand in his arms. 1,000 yuan, cash or cell phone payment? Wei Xiaoli revealed what she thought was a good-looking smile and threw winks at Chin-dong. Cell phone. Looking dumbfounded, Chin-dong froze after hearing this, came back to his senses, took out his cell phone and opened the chanting flower to prepare to pay. Because he money before all Dashan Monly spent, so he now have no deposit in debt tens of thousands. I don't know, this money should not find their own brother reimbursement? Thinking of this, Chin-dong was a little torn inside. When he saw the payment code, Wei Xiaoli, who was holding the code scanning gun, changed her face and the smile on her face disappeared instantly. Chanting flowers? Seeing the payment code of the payment guarantee flowers, Wei Xiaoli's expression was like constipation. This person would not be a rental car pretending to be or a smelly driver, right? She took a closer look and realized that the driver was actually wearing a black suit, a chauffeur's look. Through the front window, Wei Xiaoli also found the back of the car sitting people. The man's temperament was extraordinary and very handsome, and the woman's temperament was elegant and charming. The moment she saw Liu Ruyan, Wei Xiaoli was instantly ashamed of herself. It turns out that this is the main event, and she just seduced as a stinky driver only. simply a waste of my expression. Wei Xiaoli was a bit furious, so she had just seduced the wrong person. Thinking of this, she rolled her eyes and looked at Chen Dong with disdain in her eyes. You stinky driver, what big money are you pretending to be? With that, Wei Xiaoli moved her scanning gun over the payment code. Drop. The deduction failed. Seeing this, Wei Xiaoli snorted and laughed with a sneer on her face. Simply a pauper, even the chanting has exceeded the limit, still not letting your boss come over to pay, you stinky driver pretending to be a hairy big spender, I poo. Chapter 57 Cheating Money in Colors. Chen Dong's face instantly turned red after hearing this, and a strong sense of shame rose in his heart. No way, actually even chanting cannot brush out, poor one. The driver is a stinky driver, poor one, hurry up and drive the car forward to me, don't block here to affect my refueling. Where is your boss? It is not possible that your car is rented to pretend to use it. Now really what people have alas now the young people young not learn well, run to rent a car to tease girls to pretend, really do not know how to think. The people around the gas pointing, have been over there in the yin and yang up. Wei Xiaoli saw that the people around her were helping themselves, and she revealed a gloating look. These people must be stinky losers who rented a car and couldn't even afford to pay for gas. Originally she had wanted to please the young man in the back row, so it seemed that the man must be faking having money as well. And the pretty woman in the car was more than likely fooled by these two men as well. She originally thought it was a rich kid, causing her to just waste her expression. Thinking of this, Wei Xiaoli revealed a resentful gaze. Liu Wanwan, who was sitting in the back row, had a cold look when he saw this. This matter was a result of his poor consideration and forgetting to transfer money to Chen Dong that caused this matter to happen. Liu Wanwan blamed himself a little. He also did not expect that Chen Dong had actually fallen so low that he had even overspent on his chanting. This damn Chen Manli was simply a poisonous woman, comparable to the woman who gave birth to him. Both were women who would do anything and everything to marry into the rich and powerful, snake-hearted women. However, it was good that Chen Manli, this woman, had already been secretly resolved by the people from Wanyu Security Company, and there was no more such person in the world. Brother! The panicked Chen Dong in front turned his head and looked at Liu Wanwan with a face full of shame. He was now very self-condemned inwardly because he had caused his brother to lose face and was misunderstood by the crowd as a fake rich second generation who rented a car. Liu Wanwan picked up his cell phone and pressed a few times on the screen. You're afraid of an egg, these people are just jumping clowns. I Weixin transferred $100 million to you, you go and properly hit the face of these people. Because he was a Supreme God card user, there was no limit to the amount of money that could be transferred and paid online like this. If he was an ordinary person, it was estimated that he could only transfer a few $100,000 a day before the limit was reached. Chen Dong, who had received the alert that the prestige had arrived, was left open-mouthed. This is 100 million his brother just transferred? Looking at the several zeros at the back of the prestige balance, Chen Dong stuttered a little. This I can't accept, where would I have the face to ask for your money? Liu Wanwan's face was full of unconcern. It's for you, just accept it, in the future, gasoline maintenance and so on will cost money. Chen Dong gulped after hearing this, his voice unconsciously raised a few points. This is 100 million I will give you a lifetime to drive a car also cannot earn this money. Liu Wanwan opened his mouth and was about to speak when Wei Xiaoli outside the car window instantly sneered after hearing this. 100 million, you bragging also do not draft is it? If you a stinking loser really have 100 million, I directly kneel down to you kowtow and apologize. After saying that, the surrounding people who came to the gas station also laughed out loud. This stupid rent-a-car is to rent the brain to the batted. Gas cannot afford to pay the loser still 100 million it. What is this situation I tell you this open Rolls-Royce people are renting a car, pay the gas bill when even the chanting of flowers are over the amount of money, brush not out of the money, simply laugh dead people. So it is so really a hit the face of the fat loser. I hate is this kind of pretend rich second generation cheating girls of people, Damn, my girlfriend is in the bar by this kind of fake rich second generation in a sports car cheated away, to the back but also want me to pay for an abortion, too angry. Saying that, the man whose girlfriend was cheated opened the car door and walked down from the Civic's car. You guys see, there's a man and a woman in the back. This man is definitely pretending to be a rich second generation, hiring a driver and then cheating women. When the crowd heard this and looked at this Civic car owner, the sympathy in their eyes instantly disappeared and filled with anger. Sisters, quickly shoot down the exposure to the small red department, pretend rich second generation is also too down. That's right, this kind of person should go to death. I hate is this kind of fake rich second generation cheating losers. Is there a possibility that as long as you women don't worship gold, then how can others cheat on your head? Leaving aside the facts, isn't it you men who first pretend to be rich second generation to cheat people? I'm not going to argue with you, but are you guys sure that others are really just fake rich second generation? Everyone says it is then it must be, and this male is dressed like a human, I guess the clothes are all rented, we have to hurry to rescue that beautiful woman. After saying that, the crowd became more and more agitated. Especially some women are full of indignation, lifting up the cell phone is over their video. Of course there is no lack of some sensible people, one by one they drove the car on the side to eat melon up. Dong, who showed his prestige payment code and was ready to pay the gas bill, was confused. What is this situation? Seeing these people getting closer and closer, some emotional people even threatened to smash the car. Dong directly panicked. Some do not know what to do. Brother, this is all my fault. The flustered Dong was not forgetting to apologize to Liu Wanwan at this moment. These people are abominable. Liu Ruyan in the back row knitted her oval eyebrows. These people really deserve to die. She wanted to crack these people's brains to see if half of these people's brains were missing. It's not your fault, brother. The fault is these brainless big idiots. Let me see what these people want to do. Liu Wanwan said calmly. This kind of people who had a victimized paranoid personality and had no ability to think for themselves, he had seen a lot of them in the past few days. After saying that, Liu Wanwan opened the car door and took a step out with his long legs. Seeing this, Dong originally wanted to say something, but once he thought that his brother's force value was explosive, and he was also a 100 billion level big brother, even the Zhao family was destroyed at will, dealing with these brainless people was even easier, so he also swallowed back the words in his mouth. Seeing her husband's brother looking flustered, Ruyan Lu smiled faintly and said, "My husband is the best, just watch." She now felt that her husband would be able to solve whatever he encountered. In just 2 days, Ruyan Lu already had a blind confidence in Liu Wanwan. Dong nodded after hearing this, and the panicked look on his face gradually faded away. Looking at Liu Wanwan, who calmly walked off the bus, the crowd froze. Was this handsome man in front of him who exuded the air of a nobleman really a fake rich second generation? Everyone, don't be confused by his surface. It's often this kind of good-looking person who is a liar, specializing in cheating and cheating. That civic owner shouted with a face full of anger, his body filled with great hostility. Chapter 58, Teasing Dogs. It was with this kind of damned little white boy that his girlfriend, who was having an abortion at home to recuperate, was cheated by this kind of person. Regardless of whether this little white boy was a real or fake rich second generation, he was going to make this little white boy lose his reputation today. Thinking of this, a hint of malice appeared in the civic owner's eyes, and his expression was hideous and ghastly. Right, Gmae guys, quickly expose this fake rich second generation. Don't think that being handsome is useful. This kind of person really deserves to die. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't afford to pay out the money, I would be smashing his rented Rolls Royce right now. Families, let me tell you, when I came to refuel today, I met 2 underheaded men. The crowd realized after hearing this. The men looked at Liu Wanwan with jealous eyes. The women, on the other hand, revealed cynical eyes and a look of justice. They felt like they were doing the right thing now. These women already had someone recording a video to narrate there, empathizing over there. Liu Wanwan dug his ears after hearing this, with a blissfully unconcerned look, as if he was looking at a bunch of jumping clowns. He acquired the major platforms only a short while ago. As long as these women send one, he was able to permanently block their accounts and arrest them for a few days at the security bureau. Liu Ruyan and Dong, who were in the car, also walked down. Liu Ruyan walked forward with a graceful step and wrapped her arms around Liu Wanwan. Beauty, this person is a fake rich second generation. You must not be deceived by his appearance. That's right, brother's treasure code is bought in full, or you follow me, I'll give you 10,000 a month. Wow, big brother is different. A shot is 10,000, can really have the strength. Looking at such a special thing in front of them, these men's eyes glistened, gulping wildly. If this kind of extreme product can be owned, let them live a few decades less or willing to. Liu Ruyan sketched a mocking smile at the corner of her mouth after hearing this. She gently ruffled her hair and swept her eyes contemptuously over the crowd. Only my husband can have me, just you guys are worthy? After saying that, Liu Ruyan looked at Liu Wanwan with gentle and loving eyes and leaned her head on his shoulder. These male drivers were instantly enraged at the sight. Why was this little white boy able to have such an obedient and extremely beautiful woman? The imperial looks making this contrasting behavior made them very jealous. Among them, the middle-aged driver with the precode bald head couldn't help himself and walked up and coldly grunted. Lousy is the senior manager Feng Yangda of the Little Red Department Company, taking more than $100,000 a month. Don't want to be exposed on the internet to roll on your own, and then you do my woman, I guarantee you fire. Finished, Feng Yangda, a lofty appearance. He did not believe it, exposed himself to the identity of the senior manager of this beauty is not hand-to-hand. Those girls who were videotaping instantly exclaimed after hearing this. Wow, you are actually the manager of the Little Red Department, then you must expose this lower head man. That's right, wait a while and I'll upload the video. Big brother, remember to help push the heat for my video. Such a powerful big brother. If it were me, I would definitely say yes. I wouldn't go with this underhanded man who was pretending to be a rich second generation. Several crooked-looking girls surrounded Feng Yangda and offered their attentions. Sensing that he was so popular, Feng Yangda raised his fat head and was very proud. Wei Xiaoli on the side also had her eyes light up after hearing this, and in her heart, she wondered if she could make good use of this bald man, and then her fans skyrocketed in the Little Red Department. Big brother, how do you see me? I have tens of thousands of fans in Douyin. Can you hold me fire? Wei Xiaoli walked up with a flattering face and said coquettishly. Feng Yangda's small eyes lit up when he saw this. This female's looks are not bad, especially the upper body size, he breathed in a flash. Although it is not as good as the female next to the white boy, but playing with it is also a different flavor. Feng Yangda smiled colorfully. Okay, then first add a friend. Wei Xiaoli was full of excitement after hearing this, twisting her buttocks and walking up to intentionally bend over, showing her most pleased place. This little wavy hoof, really good ah. Feng Yangda's those small eyes were wide and couldn't wait. Wouldn't it be even better if it could be two people together? Looking at that such a superb Liu Ruyan, Feng Yangda revealed a lewd smile. See, as long as you follow brother will not only make you on fire in the little red department, but will also make this fake rich second generation lose his name. After saying that, Feng Yangda couldn't help but suck his tongue. The males at the gas station were filled with envy after hearing this. If only they were the manager of the little red department. They just couldn't believe that this beautiful woman would refuse. Especially that civic owner. There was a hideous smile showing over there. Serves him right, this damn white boy deserves it. And this gold digging, she deserves to be toyed with by this bald old man. Thinking of this, the civic owner's face was twisted. And those women still look indignant. They just think this pretend to be the second generation of rich white man is very low. As for Feng Yangda, this is the manager of the little red department. They couldn't wait to wag their tails and go over to lick this Feng Yangda, so that they could do whatever they wanted in the little red department. Liu Wanwan looked at the wonderful scene in front of him and found it very interesting, deliberately showing a scared look and said, "Oh, you are actually the manager of the little red department, I am so scared." Liu Ruyan on the other side smiled like a flower after hearing this and watched this scene with great interest. Qin was a little puzzled. His own brother was a big man with hundreds of billions of dollars. Could he still be afraid of a small manager? Seeing Liu Ruyan's appearance without any worry, Qin suddenly realized. It turns out that his own brother is teasing the dog ah. Thinking of this, Qin also revealed a playful smile, looking at these people like a clown. You know that you are afraid, right? You now hurry to kneel down and kowtow to apologize to us, and then slap yourself 10 times before. We may forgive you, but we definitely still need to expose you to the little red department, so that everyone can see what a lowly man like you looks like. Feng Yangda carried his hands behind his back and spoke smugly. For this little white boy, he was very jealous in his heart. To dare to hold such an extremely beautiful woman in his arms, and still look so handsome. After this little white boy knelt down and kowtowed and admitted his mistake, he was going to use his authority to expose this damn little white boy on the front page of the little red department. No, you're scared, huh? Hurry up and kowtow and apologize to us. Jime guys, this lower head man is about to kneel and kowtow. Oh, simply great joy. How can kneeling and kowtowing be enough? This kind of fake rich second generation crook should be arrested and taken to the security bureau. After apologizing, let's go up and beat him up together. The crowd laughed indulgently, as if they had already won. They couldn't wait to see the picture of this lower head man crying and begging for mercy. Especially Wei Xiaoli, the main character who had caused this matter. Her face was covered in smugness. This is what happens when you mess with my mother. Wei Xiaoli raised her eyebrows. When she thought of the fact that she had just mistakenly thought that these losers were rich kids, she was as very uncomfortable as if she had eaten. Chapter 59. Notify him to get lost immediately. Beauty, what are you still hesitating for? Hurry over. Feng Yangda exposed a mouthful of yellow teeth and laughed at Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan's beautiful eyes flashed a trace of disgust and ignored it. Liu Wanwan's eyes contained teasing after hearing this, and faintly said to Liu Ruyan, "Wife you now go to contact the person in charge of the small sweet potatoes." What the small red department manager first opened it, simply a tumor. The crowd instantly sneered and laughed after hearing this. Is this person brain broken? He thinks he is the boss of the little red department ah? That's right, pretending to be a rich second generation was not enjoyable. Now he's running to pretend to be the boss of the little red department. But it's really interesting. If he really is the boss of the little red department, I am still the richest man in the world. Feng Yangda covered his stomach and laughed after hearing this. You stinking loser, continue to pretend. Our chairman of the board this time is a change of people. I saw the information, new chairman is definitely not you. Just yesterday, he received the largest shareholder change information. And the largest shareholder is an obese young man. The name is what, Liu Wanwan. It was not the same person at all as this little white man in front of him, which was simply too funny. Thinking of this, Feng Yangda revealed a look of disdain. Deceiving people dare to deceive to his head, really take him Feng Yangda as an idiot ah? Liu Ruyan saw the situation in the eyes of a cold flash, took out his cell phone to find the person in charge of the small red department to dial over. After connecting, Liu Ruyan said to the other party in an unquestionable tone, "Dismiss a manager of the company called Feng Yangda immediately." A fawning voice instantly came from the other end of the phone. "Yes, I will immediately inform him to get lost." This was the phone number of the chairman's secretary, their major shareholder. Her words were equivalent to the chairman's orders, and that dog called Feng Yangda must have offended the chairman. After thinking for half a day, the head of the little red department thought that the company had this number. He then immediately found Feng Dayon's phone number and prepared to inform him to get lost. Yo, still really pretending, beautiful girl, you wouldn't have been brainwashed by this little white boy, right? Feng Yangda sneered at the sight. Wei Xiaoli on the side looked at Liu Ruyan with jealous eyes, then coyly said, "Manager Feng, why do you care about her? You still have me in the future." Finished, gave Liu Ruyan a look like a fool. Although this woman looks good, but this brain is not enough. Actually, and this fake rich second generation of the lower head of the man acted up. The surrounding people also laughed out loud and looked at Liu Wanwan with sympathetic eyes. Feng Yangda heard the smugness. He felt that he is now on the peak of life. Just when he was still smug, Feng Yangda pocket phone suddenly rang. A look at the note is the leader. Feng Yangda collected color. Hello leader, is there anything you need to order little Feng? After saying that, he looked at the crowd with a smug look, as if he was showing off that the leader valued him. I'm officially informing you Feng Yangda, you've been fired from the company, your position has been replaced by someone else. Hurry up and pack up and get the hell out of here. Feng Yangda's smile came to an abrupt end after hearing this, staring with small eyes and shouting. What? Why is the company firing me? I've been dedicating myself to the company since its inception, I'm the company's patriarch, you can't do this to me. After saying that, he gasped for air with an angry look. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you offended the chairman and still why, don't let me see you in the company in the future, or else you'll have a good time. The caller said coldly. Da. Hearing the sound of the phone being hung up, Feng Yangda stood frozen on the spot, his face green for a while and white for a while. The surrounding laughter also stopped at this moment, one face full of consternation. This bald man was fired by the little red department? Those women who were originally videotaping instantly moved away and looked at Feng Yangda with disgust. As for Wei Xiaoli, who was leaning against Feng Yangda's side, the smile she had put on her face also disappeared instantly. Wei Xiaoli looked at this dead bald man with eyes full of disgust. I thought that I could utilize this dead bald guy, but I didn't expect him to be fired by the little red department. Another waste of her expression. How come all of them are lower-headed men today? Just thinking about this, Wei Xiaoli was furious. This damn bald ass still thought he could help our video get on the little red department hot search, but in the end he was fired. What a waste. Sisters, I propose to expose this dead bald ass together on the internet as well. Sisters are right, let's expose the underhanded behavior of these three underhanded men online today, it will definitely catch fire. Families, this bald man, relying on his previous position as the manager of the little red department, used this status to plot against women. Angry female voices came from the surroundings, while they were all women who had just gone to curry favor with Feng Dayang. Feeling cheated, they were filled with anger, and they spoke ill of each other, and took out their cell phones to record Feng Dayang as well. Although they didn't know how this bald guy got fired, but they felt that it definitely had nothing to do with that fake rich second generation who claimed to be the owner of the little red department. At this moment, the crowd still did not believe that Liu Wanwan was the new chairman of the little red department. How could? This is impossible. Feng Yangda mumbled as he watched this scene, he couldn't figure out why on earth he was fired. Like the crowd, he simply didn't believe that this damn white boy was the chairman of the little red department. Seeing that he was disliked by several cell phones, Feng Yangda, who had returned to his senses, shouted with a face full of anger. Asterisk 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 asterisk, all ing stop filming. Damn wallflowers, it's really detestable. Thinking that just now these women were still pleasing themselves, Feng Yangda cursed fiercely in his heart. And after hearing this, these women did not have the slightest intention of stopping, instead, they were shooting even more vigorously, and their mouths were cursing non-stop. Aren't you a dead baldy? So what if you're the manager of the little red department? Still not fired. A woman screamed shrilly with her cell phone, a malicious glint in her eyes. That's right, you dead baldy dared to plot against us before on the basis of having a bit of power. Fortunately you dead baldy was fired. Another woman chimed in. She disliked her cell phone camera almost to Feng Yangda's face, recording the entire panicked expression on his face. Feng Yangda became infuriated at this, he waved his hands and tried to grab those cell phones. Only his small short hands couldn't even touch them, looking very funny. Is that because his body was hollowed out by alcohol and color? He got tired in no time, and his smug look from earlier was gone. You guys wait, old me won't let you go. Feng Yangda panted and roared. After letting out his vicious words, he wanted to flee to his car and leave this place. Anyway, he had a few $1 million in savings, so in the future, he would still be able to eat and drink. Feng Yangda, who was trying to escape, was surrounded by the crowd and could not get into the car at all. Chapter 60. Don't touch my car. It's really a dog bite dog. At this moment, Liu Wanwan clasped his hands on his chest and watched the scene with interest. Liu Ruyan, on the other hand, was snuggled beside him with a faint mocking smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Shindong, who was standing at the side, was very shocked at this scene. Could it be that his brother was still the boss of the little red department? Thinking of this, Shindong became very excited and had no doubts at all about his own brother's identity as the boss of the little red department. These people are really hilarious. Before they were so flattering to that bald head, and now they are being bitten by this group of crazy dogs. Dong's face was full of mockery, and his heart ruthlessly took out a bad breath. Liu Wanwan laughed after hearing this, then his expression turned cold. It was time to teach this bald head a lesson. This bald head who was plotting against his wife, he would definitely not let go easily. No, you guys don't mess with this bald head first. This little white boy who pretends to be a second-generation rich man also recorded together. When the civic owner saw that the crowd were all only surrounding Feng Yangda and not caring about Liu Wanwan, he instantly became anxious. Before the crowd could react, Liu Wanwan walked forward idly with his pockets inserted and he snatched the baseball bat from the man who had just threatened to smash his car but did not dare to do so. The man who was snatched off the baseball bat was dumbfounded. This little white man will not want to hit him, right? Thinking of this, he instantly wimped out and ran to the side to hide. The feel of the hand is quite good. Feeling the weight of the baseball bat in his hand, Liu Wanwan was very satisfied. Walking over to the bald man's bowie car, he lifted this solid baseball bat in his hand, and then smashed it down hard towards the car window. Clang! The window of this SUV Pacode car instantly blew out. Soon, the windows of the bald man's bowie were cracked one by Liu Wanwan. I'll go, this man is too awesome, he's simply my idol. These few knocks are estimated to cost tens of thousands of dragon coins. This brother is also too impulsive, alas. I thought he would always hold his tongue. This is the real man. Those who didn't participate in the mockery and ate melons on the side were first shocked, then their faces showed excitement and thrill. This dude actually did all the things that they usually didn't dare to do, simply a model for our generation. For these people who do not move to record a video to send a small red department, they have long been accustomed to. Really think whoever videotapes is on the right side? But this melon can be really explosive. Those more sensible melon eaters, at this moment to see that a delicious. The anxious civic owner couldn't help but shrink his neck at the sight. Looking at this extremely violent scene, he couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in his heart. Originally also intended to incite the crowd, he rushed to hide in the distance, took out his pocket cell phone and began to film the scene in front of him. Waiting for the end, this video exposure on the internet. This little white man is dead. Thinking of this, the civic owner smiled sinisterly. This person is insane, right? We didn't even find him in trouble, and he still dares to clam up here. Families, this load is annoyed and is smashing cars to vent his anger. Simply a violent maniac, must be severely punished. That's right, quickly call the security bureau and arrest this violent maniac. The group of people who were filming Foam Youngda with their cell phones were instantly startled when they heard this loud noise. Their hand shooting action also stopped at this moment, then twisted around and started recording Liu Wanwan with their cell phones. You, what are you doing? Actually dare to smash my car? Foam Youngda looked at his smashed car window and roared angrily. After saying that, he wanted to go over to stop Liu Wanwan. Liu Wanwan ignored, still did not stop the action in his hands, raised the baseball bat as to smash to the body. Clang! The hood was directly sunken. Another clang sound, the front cover of the car directly flew away, and white smoke. You little white boy is finished. How dare you smash my car? I'll make sure you pay for it. Foam Youngda rushed forward with his short little legs, a face of anger. Looking at the Baoyao car in front of him that had been smashed beyond recognition, his heart was filled with the color of heartache. This Baoyao X7 was purchased by him at a cost of more than $1 million, and it was only a short while ago that he had just picked up the car. Just like this, it was smashed by someone? Thinking of this, Foam Youngda's eyes turned red. When Liu Wanwan saw this bald man rushing forward, the corner of his mouth hooked into a disdainful sneer. He hadn't even looked for trouble with this bald head yet. This bald head actually dared to come up and look for a fight. Just as Foam Youngda was about to rush forward, Liu Wanwan's figure violently turned and his right foot was raised high, and with a whistling wind sound, he kicked hard towards Foam Youngda's abdomen. Foam Youngda's body instantly flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. His back crashed heavily into the door of the Baoyao X7 next to him. With a loud bang, the door flew directly into the car. Foam Youngda's entire body collapsed to the ground, his face as pale as paper, his mouth emitting painful moans, only to see his body slightly trembling, head tilted, directly fainted dead, life and death unknown. The surrounding crowd of onlookers sucked in a breath of cool air. Was this still a human being? The strength was actually so great. The hands of those who were filming trembled slightly, almost dropping their cell phones from the bloody scene in front of them. One by one, their hearts were filled with fear, but they were still talking tough over there. Don't think that you're lawless just because you've learned some fists and kicks. This kind of behavior of yours is going to go to the Public Security Bureau. That's right, you men, why don't you go up and stop it? A bunch of losers. Family you see, these men one by one tall and big, actually also wimpy, do not dare to go up to stop. While saying this, those female car owners held up their cell phones and continued to shoot. Hearing this anticlimactic remark, those male car owners who were eating melon became furious. You guys have the guts to go up and stop? We are just goons. What's wrong with that? Yuck, you guys provoke others first, and now you're talking there, it's disgusting. These days, think they record a video is right, if not now the internet is so developed, you people put in the past has long been killed. These male car owners were full of indignation, and the two parties directly quarreled with each other. Liu Wanwan remained expressionless and walked straight to the front of those videotaped female car owners' cars, gripping the baseball bat tightly, twisting his waist to bring his arm strength. Clang! The door of a Mini Pink Edition directly shattered and burst, as if it was blown apart by a bomb. Several pieces of debris formed a perfect arc in midair, then flew to a distance of several dozen meters. My car, you compensate me. A female car owner who was recording a video screamed at once. Those female car owners who were recording videos stomped their feet and asked the surrounding males for help. This man is crazy, everyone come over and stop him. The crowd didn't pay any attention to her after hearing this, but stood in place with their eyes glaring extremely wide, as if those eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Was this a ing thing that people could do? Don't touch my car. Suddenly, another female car owner who was holding up her cell phone shouted angrily, only to see Liu Wanwan smashing this mini pink car into scrap metal before heading towards a red Audi TT car. Chapter 61, True and False Rich Second Generation. This Audi female owner saw Liu Wanwan still ignoring. She wanted to go over to block, but she didn't dare to. She immediately said in a hurry, count me to beg you, this is I spent more than 500,000 installment loan to buy. The big deal is that I do not record you. Liu Wanwan listened and ignored, walked straight up in front of this red Audi TT series, raised the baseball bat high. Clang a loud sound, the car window glass instantly exploded. The glass ballast was like a splash of water, bursting in all directions, and the sharp shattering sound seemed to pierce one's eardrums. Another deafening clang sound, the car door was directly by a huge impact to fly. The whole car began to shake violently. Without pause, Liu Wanwan smashed different locations one after another. Each smash was accompanied by dull impact sounds and 4 splashes of sparks. The frame of the Audi car constantly appeared in the air, and the parts of the car splashed around. In a short while, this Audi car became an empty frame. Looking at his own masterpiece, Liu Wanwan waved a baseball bat that was not deformed at all. His face was very satisfied. Seeing the loan to buy the Audi car became a pile of rags, the Audi female owner completely lost her mind. Teeth and claws rushed up to the front of Liu Wanwan. Before she rushed forward, bang, a muffled sound. The female car owner who was rushing towards Liu Wanwan was directly hit by the baseball bat and flew several meters away, lying on the ground foaming at the mouth. Don't think I don't hit women. Liu Wanwan waved the baseball bat in his hand again and continued to walk towards the other vehicles. This brother can't be the son of some martial arts family, at least he must have practiced for more than 2.5 years to have this strength. TSK, these two people are probably crippled if not dead, they deserve it. Brothers, I just came over to refuel, say what's the situation? I'm telling you bro, that handsome guy with the baseball bat didn't mess with anyone else, and then somehow he got humiliated. That's right, then these people do deserve it. The beating was a real relief. The melon-eating crowd discussed with faces full of shock. Stop. Just as the crowd was discussing, those car owners whose cars were about to be smashed were filled with anxiety. They only saw Liu Wanwan, who was holding a baseball bat, getting closer and closer to their cars, but they didn't dare to go forward to stop them, because there are already 2 people lying on the ground like a baby sleeping. This if go up to stop shall not become one of them So one by one, they stood in place, dry and anxious, and then with angry eyes to look at those who eat melon crowd. Each and every one of you is really not a man, I must expose you all together to the internet. Let everyone see how much of a wimp you are. It's all because of this group of stinky men. If I were them I would be embarrassed to live in the world. Pissed me off. Is there anyone going to help me stop this psychopath or not? These people who had just sneered at each other directly turned their spearheads to the melon eaters. Hee, what a nice thing to say. It's not because you're afraid of being beaten to death by others. This group of people are so double standard. Why don't you let your boyfriends go over and block it? That is, your boyfriends and husbands, how also koi, really ing a group of double standard dog. The melon eating masses were angry and laughed after hearing this, and they mocked. I say you guys do not make fun of my husband in case of injury that after who support me and my son, do you guys support? That's right, I don't want my pigeon to get hurt, my boyfriend is precious. You big old men are goons, but also over there to find a bunch of excuses, These female car owners blushed after hearing this, and then immediately fired back. The male standing beside them raised his head and said with a haughty look, I say, you guys who don't have girlfriends and wives deserve to be single for the rest of your lives. That's right, we have wives and girlfriends, unlike you single dogs, you're not willing to go over and stop? Wife, I see this group of people are used to goat, don't take care of them, anyway, when the time comes the psychopath will have to pay for us. Right, let this psychopath continue to smash, anyway, the end is not to lose money. Once they heard the word payout, these female car owners instantly stopped panicking and looked at these melon eaters with sneering eyes. The melon eaters were so angry at the situation that their lungs were about to explode. They clenched their fists, itching to rush up together to teach this group of double-standard dogs a hard lesson. But when they thought of their families and unpaid mortgages, they slowly loosened their fists. Just as Liu Wanwan was about to continue destroying the next car with his baseball bat, an engine roar suddenly sounded, only to see a silver Lamborghini blocked in front of him, and in the car, stepped down a spiky yellow-haired Thai man smeared with hairspray. This Tark man was wearing a white suit, with a Rolex on his wrist, and a look of condescension and confidence on his face. Wow, this sports car is a Rebate model, limited production nationwide, worth more than $15 million. TSK, this one silhouette is estimated to be able to buy my car, right? This is the real rich second generation. Yes, unlike this pretending to be a rich second generation white boy, was recognized to be annoyed and angry, depending on the strength of the big point everywhere smash other people's cars. That's right, compensate this white boy to death. I don't believe this white boy dares to smash this Lamborghini. The group of people who had just sneered started pointing again. Shelly, I purposely drove dozens of kilometers to come over to see you. What's going on here? This hedgehog man walked up to Wei Xiaoli and turned his wrist to show off his watch and said. Wei Xiaoli was a bit puzzled, she had absolutely no impression of this person. However, this person in front of her seemed to be the real rich second generation. The sports car he drove actually cost more than $10 million. Thinking of this, Wei Xiaoli's eyes glowed and she began to show her fawning expression again. I forgot to introduce myself to you, I'm Zhong Yang, the one who swiped a Lamborghini sports car for you yesterday on Douyin Live. Zhong Yang said with a smug expression. Wei Xiaoli realized after hearing this, last night when she was live streaming, there was a person who swiped a sports car worth 520 yuan for her. At that time, she was still happy, then added the other person and sent a few of her private photos over. So it's brother Zhong, people have been thinking about you all today. Wei Xiaoli bent over and winked at Zhong Yang. Zhong Yang saw this and swallowed his saliva. Hey, then do you want to get into my sports car? Let's go to dinner and then at night in a room. Although there is a bit of a gap between the live look and the live look, but this body is completely unbeatable. Wei Xiaoli listened to the eyes light. She can hold this really rich second generation thighs. Look at this body line. Watches are looking so expensive. Absolutely not Rolls-Royce these two fake rich second generation losers can compare. Chapter 62 It's very reasonable isn't it? Wei Xiaoli couldn't hold back any longer and directly threw herself into the embrace, rubbing her upper body against Zhong Yang. Feeling that softness in his arms, Zhong Yang was very restless inside, and his hands couldn't help but move around. Hate! Wei Xiaoli slapped Zhong Yang's shoulder with a pretentious gesture. Suddenly, Wei Xiaoli's eyes flashed with a touch of resentment, staring at Liu Wanwan as she pretended to be aggrieved. By the way brother Zhong, let me tell you this person is a fake rich second generation, just now even bullied someone else, you have to do it for me. Zhong Yang's heart rejoiced upon hearing this, so it's a fellow traveler? This is great. Zhong Yang's eyeballs turned a few times, he decided to hit the face of this little white boy, pretend to be a pussy. This is just able to set off his rich second generation identity, and by the way, can also be in front of this Wei Xiaoli more good feelings. Thinking of this, Zhong Yang smiled badly and pointed at Liu Wanwan ready to say something. Hiss! Suddenly, he saw Liu Ruyan standing in the distance. This figure and looks, directly surpassed Wei Xiaoli hundreds of times. Then this pussy he had to pretend. Maybe he could even trick this extremely beautiful thing into going to bed with him. Zhong Yang's face instantly grimaced and roared at Liu Wanwan. You are simply tarnishing the face of our rich second generation, a penniless loser still dares to pretend here. Today I will teach you a good lesson. After saying that, gloating voices came out from the surroundings. This little white boy is finished, the real big brother has arrived. I'll see if this little white boy still dares to mess with this kind of real rich second generation. That's right, he's just a bully. If he dares to smash this Lamborghini, I'll directly delete the recorded video and apologize to him on my knees. Finally, there's a real man, unlike those guys, who are all like wimps. If only I could marry this Lamborghini driving big man, boing boing. Sarcastically at the same time, these female car owners didn't forget to pursue this Zhong Yang. If they were spotted by this kind of rich second generation who drove a Lamborghini, then they would have face when they go out shopping in the future, and they could even show off on the little red department. Hey, worthy of a borrowed sports car, a group of gold-digging female bluffed. Zhong Yang, who was in the limelight, was very proud of his face. The melon-eating crowd listened to it and each face was gloomy. This is not good. Although they were hoping that this handsome man would hit this group of people hard in the face. But ask themselves, if it was them, they definitely couldn't afford to mess with this Lamborghini driving rich second generation. Not to mention that they dare not use a baseball bat to smash this sports car, which I'm afraid they can't afford to pay for a lifetime of work. Liu Wanwan faintly smiled after hearing this, digging his ears a look at the eyes of a fool looking at this hedgehog head. Since you are so powerful then I will smash your sports car first. After saying that, Liu Wanwan raised his baseball bat and under the crowd's astonished gaze, he ruthlessly smashed towards the Lamborghini body. There was a loud bang. The front cover of this Lamborghini flew directly to Zhong Yang's feet. This brother is too fierce, actually even dared to smash the Lamborghini, worthy of being my idol. I've decided, from now on, this brother is my everlasting idol. I'm talking. A little bit of heart take this sports car, there are brothers who know to say, this next to not millions of although the last side of this brother do not know what will happen, but I cannot help but say a word, crikey, so cool. Eating melon crowd watching this scene raised eyebrows, some people cannot help but start clapping. While those videotaping female car owners were all ugly. How did this white boy dare? They were in complete disbelief that this little white man was so bold that he even dared to smash the sports car. What's the point of pretending, when the time comes to pay for the death of this damn white boy? That's right, it's cool now. By then this little white boy will not only have to pay for the money but also go inside the security bureau. I propose, everyone human flesh this white boy's home, at that time published to the internet web burst him. These female car owners said furiously. Zhong Yang saw watching this violent scene could not help but swallow his saliva, but he still hardened his heart and walked over to Liu Wanwan and said, What the do you mean? Do you know how much this sports car costs? It's more than $15 million. It's a car that you can't afford even if you work for a lifetime. After saying that, Zhong Yang was so terrified inside that his feet were trembling a little. This was only after he had begged his rich second-generation friend for a long time to borrow this Lamborghini. And at that time, he also wrote a guarantee note, promising to compensate tenfold for any problems with the car, and signed and sealed it. Thinking of this, Zhong Yang's brain was dizzy, almost fainted. Liu Wanwan pretended to be surprised after hearing. So expensive, oh, but if you are so rich, it's reasonable for me to help you get a new car, isn't it? After saying that, Liu Wanwan swung the baseball bat in his hand, and the baseball bat elegantly rotated in his hand. Seeing Liu Wanwan smiling playfully, Zhong Yang directly anxious, brother, I'm wrong, I beg you don't be smashing. Liu Wanwan ignored it and looked at the sports car with a focused expression. Doda brother, to tell you the truth, this car is I borrowed my friend's, my whole body is less than $1,000 of fake, we are peers ah. Zhong Yang knelt on the ground with a pale face, almost unable to hold back his tears. He thought that this peer did not dare to smash this kind of luxury car. I did not think that this person does not follow the set of cards ah. Zhong Yang inner bitterness, would like to pretend to be a result of the force did not pretend to be, borrowed the car was actually smashed. If this little white man cannot afford to pay, then these huge repair costs will not be his compensation? In order to not let the losses continue to expand, Zhong Yang directly kneeling on the floor kowtowed out and begged for forgiveness. As long as you don't smash it, brother, I'll expose this as private photos to the internet, and then I'll do whatever you want me to do. After saying that, he stood up from the ground, then raised his hand and fiercely dumped Wei Xiaoli with a big mouth. It's all your fault you, causing my borrowed car to be smashed. While hitting, he also cursed. Zhong Yang vented all the grievances in his heart into this slap, only to see Wei Xiaoli's face instantly red and swollen, like a pig's head. She covered her face with an incredulous look. You damn stinking loser, how come I keep running into you pretenders today? After saying that, Wei Xiaoli couldn't hold back any longer and directly sparred with Zhong Yang without losing a single step. Ha, so it's just a fake rich second generation ah. The one who just said he's going to marry him talks ah? Too damn funny, pretending to be a fake didn't work out and ended up being dismantled, deserved it. Brothers, look at the expressions of these people, simply laugh me to death. The watermelon crowd was in an uproar at the sight. And those female car owners face green for a while white for a while, to this Zhong Yang also remember hate. Chapter 63, True Big Brother. Just as the two were fighting, Liu Wanwan directly smashed this Lamborghini into a pile of scrap metal. I've knelt down and begged for forgiveness, why are you still smashing my car? Zhong Yang, whose clothes had been torn, stared angrily. Liu Wanwan was indifferent after hearing this, simply itchy hands. For this hedgehog man, he did not sympathize in the slightest. If he was just an ordinary person who encountered this kind of thing, then I'm afraid the one kneeling today would be him. After saying that, Liu Wanwan waved his baseball bat towards the other vehicles. Bang! Clang! Clang! With the sound of the baseball bat colliding with the vehicles of those who spoke out to taunt were all smashed into scrap metal. The last one. Looking at the civic car in front of him, Liu Wanwan raised the baseball bat in his hand and smashed it hard. I grass mud horse. The civic car owner saw the situation and was in a rage. On the spot, he wanted to rush over to teach this little white boy a lesson, but the moment he thought of this little white boy's battle, he said. But when he thought of this little white man's fighting strength, he was instantly abashed and stood over there only daring to raise his cell phone to record the video. As far as the eye can see, the gas station presents a tragic scene. 8 cars had been completely disfigured, their frames hidden in the curls of white smoke. The wreckage fragments of the cars were scattered all over the ground, accompanied by a pungent smell of burnt and gasoline. This movie-like scene shocked the crowd. Their eyes were wide open, their mouths slightly open, and their faces were filled with shock and fear. Great job! Liu Wanwan threw down the baseball bat and clapped his hands, wearing a smile and a relaxed look. Oh wow! Woohoo! At this time, the sheriff's department's car also arrived at the scene. Looking at the mess on the ground, the law enforcers who stepped out of the car sucked in a breath of cold air. Seeing the arrival of the people from the security bureau, the owner of the civic car ran forward and pointed at Liu Wanwan with red eyes. Uncle law enforcer, that's him, this person damaged private property and provoked trouble. The plot is very bad, you must arrest him ah. After saying that, the civic owner gasped for breath and gave Liu Wanwan a look with vicious eyes. With the backing of the people from the security bureau, he no longer had to be afraid of this damn white boy. Not only him, the other smashed car owners also jumped out, one by one standing next to the law enforcer full of anger. Yes, it's this person first pretended to be a rich second-generation man to cheat on his sex, and then got annoyed and smashed our cars after being exposed. You guys must severely punish this cheating little white boy right, and also make him compensate us for all the damages caused today. Right, compensation. Because of the backing of the Public Security Bureau people, each of these people pointed at Liu Wanwan and spoke with a lot of words, and there was no more fear in their hearts that they had just felt. Wei Xiaoli, who was beaten like a pig's head, also laughed hideously and maniacally. Finally, someone had punished this damned liar white boy. If it wasn't for him, then there wouldn't be any of these things that happened today. At this moment, Wei Xiaoli attributed everything that happened today to Liu Wanwan. And Zhong Yang also stared at Liu Wanwan with gritted teeth and resentment. He is not well, this damn little white boy must die just the same. Thinking of this, Zhong Yang then also laughed hideously and maniacally. Alas, it's time for this farce to end. It looks like he's going to be arrested. Although he was caught, but at least he also had a good time. I, Wang, greatly admire him. It's just that I don't know how long this is going to be in the security bureau. There are still 2 people on the ground who don't know whether they are dead or alive. This is estimated to be the death penalty. I will remember the idol. By the time the first 7 days I will give the idol a column of incense. Those melon eaters shook their heads and sighed. It's a pity for such a handsome young man. Liu Xiao? The law enforcer exclaimed in shock at the sight of Liu Wanwan. The enforcer who was involved in the Victor's restaurant incident last time instantly recognized Liu Wanwan. This was the big man who had donated hundreds of billions to their security bureau. After saying that, they hurriedly revealed a respectful look before going forward to check up on Liu Wanwan to see if he was injured. Only, this big brother always seemed to be messing things up, and they had gotten out of the car several times in just a few days. Are you alright, young Liu? One of the enforcers asked Liu Wanwan with a concerned face. They had just received notification that Liu Wanwan had become a super giant as the boss of major listed companies such as Treasure Code, Douyin, Little Red Agency and so on. If something happened to this kind of big brother, I'm afraid the impact would not be small. The most critical point is that their security bureau chief is very respectful to this big brother, let alone them. Liu Wanwan looked at the man who was bulging his eyes and storming his eyes at him and smiled. I'm fine, this group of people will definitely have something to do later. The people from the security bureau looked at each other after hearing this and instantly understood the meaning of this sentence. Seeing the scene in a mess, the law enforcers couldn't help but swallow their saliva and looked at these people who messed with Liu Xiao with a sympathetic face. Uncle law enforcers, you guys quickly help arrest him. That's right. What are you guys standing over there for, one by one? Do you eat dry rice? Hurry up and arrest this fake rich second-generation person back to the security bureau. If you guys don't do it, then we're going to be impolite. The group of smashed car owners shouted with agitated faces. The law enforcer who learned of Liu Wanwan's identity couldn't help himself and directly stepped forward and said loudly, I say you guys got it wrong. This Liu Xiao is the richest man in the world. It's just that he didn't publicize it, and donated hundreds of billions of dollars to our security bureau a few days ago. Moreover, Liu Xiao is also the super major shareholder of various listed companies such as Treasure Code, Douyin, Little Red Department, etc. This kind of big brother is also something you guys can humiliate? After saying that, the surroundings suddenly quieted down. Crap, my idol is the richest man in the world? An exclamation of shock broke the tranquility. Chen Dong, who was watching the show, was also filled with shock. His brother actually had this layer of identity? Ha, this is a good show now. The people from the security bureau are saying so it definitely can't be fake. I read the news today that a big brother from Magic City has acquired Treasure Code Company. I didn't expect it to be this big brother. This is simply a super reversal. The real big brother was humiliated. Fake rich second generation instead of being licked on their knees, laughed me to death. A group of gold-worshipping women with no eyes, this time I guess their intestines are going to repent. The watermelon crowd had a lot of discussion. Wei Xiaoli froze in place on the spot after hearing this, her face filled with unbelief as well as dismay. She completely didn't expect that this Rolls-Royce owner was actually a real big shot. No, this can't be. Unwilling to accept the truth, Wei Xiaoli muttered and fell to her knees with a flutter. What on earth had she done to miss the opportunity to be acquainted with such a world's richest man? Moreover, this world's richest man had just been constantly humiliated by her with her words. Thinking of this, Wei Xiaoli's heart was extremely regretful, and she couldn't help but slap herself a few times as she knelt on the ground. I was wrong, big brother. I didn't think that you were actually the richest man in the world. Hedgehog head Zhang Yang directly pissed himself in fear, kneeling on the ground and continuously begging Liu Wanwan for mercy. Chapter 64, Excessive and Unruly Look. Zhang Yang never thought that the person he had just provoked was the richest man in the world. If he had known that, he wouldn't have dared to provoke this big brother even if he was given 10,000 guts. If he were to be hated by this kind of big shot, he would be dead the next day. At this moment, how he wished he could turn back time and not provoke this big brother. It's over, I'm done. The Civic owner's cell phone, which was still recording a picture, also fell off the ground from his hand. He was terrified at the moment, fearing retaliation. The rest of the people who had just spoken out and called Liu Wanwan a fake second-generation rich man, they froze in place, each holding their heads in a chagrined manner. We were wrong. Yes, we were wrong. We shouldn't have misunderstood you just now. We'll delete the video here. You are generous, forgive us, we were just impulsive. That's right, a big shot like you shouldn't be bothered with us, right? Big deal, we don't want you to compensate us for our car. As long as you forgive me, I'll stay with you for one night today, and then I'll let my husband refuel on the side. That's right, we'll accompany you together at night and be your woman in the future. If you agree, I'll break up with my dove right away. These female car owners revealed a look of regret. One by one, they admitted their mistakes over there with a very sincere attitude, completely lacking the expression that they were just about to eat someone. Even, they were delusional about becoming Liu Wanwan's woman, trying to climb into the mansion. Yes, big brother, as long as you agree, I'll immediately let you have my wife, as long as you give me $1 million. I'll also give you my girlfriend, I just need $500,000. What is this to you guys? I'll give my wife and my son all to Big Brother, no money, as long as Big Brother promotes me. The female car owner's object and family members, at this moment, also rubbed their hands over there to compensate for the smile. My husband does not see you crooked dates. Liu Ruyan listened to these disgusting words and hurriedly walked up, embracing Liu Wanwan arm disgusted. Liu Wanwan pinched Liu Ruyan's shoulder and smiled faintly. Don't worry, my vision is not that low. Looking at the ugly faces of this group of people, his heart was filled with disgust. Chen Dong also walked forward and said sarcastically to this group of ugly-faced people. I say this group of people are really disgusting. Just now they were over there falsely accusing us, now they are currying favor with us like a dog. What a tease. After saying that, he joked to Liu Wanwan. If I had known that my brother is so awesome, then why would I still be polite with him? At this moment, Chen Dong relieved himself and had a wave of blind confidence in his own brother. It's so cool to have such an awesome brother, Chen Dong secretly said inwardly. Liu Wanwan smiled faintly after hearing this. It was good for his brother to know his identity, saving him from always being pretentious there in the future. Then Liu Xiao, now you see what to do about it. The person from the security bureau asked Liu Wanwan. Liu Wanwan's expression turned cold after hearing this. You guys go first, I will let my people clean up the scene. Just now, he had already notified the people from Wanyu security to come over and handle it. On top of that, Liu Wanwan would have to make this group of people who spoke out of mockery not be able to speak in the future, so that they wouldn't mess with others because of their words. Otherwise, this group of mouthy people would sooner or later mess with people they shouldn't mess with because of their words. In that case, he is still a good person. Liu Wanwan moved himself in his heart. Alright young Liu, then we'll leave first ha. The people from the security bureau nodded after hearing this and then drove away. Just a moment ago, they had already inquired about their director, and Wang Fucheng naturally told them to follow Liu Wanwan's orders. After the security bureau's car drove away, suddenly, a dozen or so Ford Black Valkyries were like black steel behemoths, lined up in a row, furiously speeding towards the gas station. In the blink of an eye, the convoy arrived at the gas station like a whirlwind. With a sharp sound of brakes, a dozen Ford Black Knights quickly and orderly surrounded the gas station, forming a tight encirclement. Their bodies were a few meters apart, like black walls, trapping the people in the gas station in the middle. Opening the doors, 7 expressionless white-clothed men walked down from each car in an orderly fashion. They were dressed in uniform white power suits, their slim designs emphasizing their athletic figures. There were no unnecessary decorations on their clothes, except for a silver-colored exquisite badge on their chests that flashed with a cold light in the sunlight. Above the badge, the words Wano Security were engraved. These white-clothed men walked towards Liu Wanwan in a neat and tidy manner, and the one at the head bent down respectfully to salute. Xiao Lu, Wano Security is here to take care of your duties. I am Yi Tianlong of Wano Security, responsible for managing the security company. Liu Wanwan nodded slightly, his heart very surprised. Bai Shengyu was actually so powerful, in just a few hours he had this battle. Looking at the expressionless Yi Tianlong in front of him, Liu Wanwan was very satisfied. His eyes were deep and sharp, his body was strong but not overly exaggerated, and his breathing was even and calm. Seemingly casually is standing there, but also as if at any time can be in an instant burst of amazing power, as hidden in the sheath of the world's sharp blade. His body was full of oppression, making people feel that it was not good to mess with him at a glance. With Liu Wanwan's strength as a grand master of martial arts, he could instantly see that this Yi Tianlong was an expert. Young Liu, can we go now? Looking at this group of expressionless white-clothed men, those who had just uttered taunts gulped their saliva and said. Liu Wanwan stuck his pockets and said with a playful smile, what do you guys think? After saying that, Liu Wanwan's eyes went cold. He would not let go of this group of people. Idle, can we go? No, we just stood by the side and did nothing? The group of people who had just been eating from the side said warily. Liu Wanwan nodded after hearing this and signaled Yi Tianlong to let this group of people go. Since this group of people hadn't messed with him just now either, Liu Wanwan naturally wouldn't stop them. Thank you Idle, then we will leave first. The middle-aged man at the head of the group was filled with excitement before leading the rest of the people back to the car to leave the scene. Before leaving, they looked at this group of mouthy people with gloating faces. These few people stop. Seeing that some people still wanted to fish in troubled waters and leave, Liu Wanwan immediately pointed at these people and ordered. The Wanwu Securities men immediately arrested this group of people who were trying to fish in troubled waters and leave. I'm really wrong Xiao Lu, it's us who have no eyes, we shouldn't have falsely accused you. Whoops, I'm a blogger with several thousand followers from the Little Red Department, you can't do this to me. Please Liu Xiao, as long as you let me go I'm willing to do anything. The group of people who had just sneered at each other begged for mercy. There were even a few female car owners who fell to their knees and kowtowed over there to apologize. Among them, that many female owner was also inside, sniveling over there. Liu Wanwan scanned a circle of the crowd and slowly spoke, I still like the unruly look you guys just had. Chapter 65, having money means doing whatever you want. After saying that, Liu Wanwan looked at them with teasing eyes. Damn, don't think you're great just because you're the richest man in the world, have the guts to kill us all. That's right. I don't believe that he really dares to commit murder and evil in broad daylight. If you dare to touch us, I'll upload all the videos I just recorded to the internet. I'll make you lose your reputation. You weigh yourself, we are holding the video we just recorded. If you let us go and compensate each of us $1 million for our losses, we cannot upload the video. Wei Xiaoli and the girl saw that there was no hope of escaping, and decided to break the net with the death of a fish, and each of them looked very agitated. Thinking that their cell phones still had the recorded video, they felt that they had found a handle and regained their confidence. Before Liu Wanwan could say anything, Chen Dong on the side could not help but stand up and sneer. I say you guys are retarded, right? My brother is the big boss of a major social company, you guys think you can post it online? These people looked at each other after hearing this, and seemed to be thinking that it was somewhat reasonable. Then you can't do whatever you want even if you have money. One of the female car owners was still talking tough over there. She covered the cell phone in her hand to death, as if the cell phone was her last straw. Liu Wanwan lightly raised both eyebrows. Oh, in that case. After saying that, Liu Wanwan ordered Yi Tianlong and the others to snatch all these people's cell phones. Don't! My cell phone, you guys give it back to me. Wei Xiaoli, who was the first to have her cell phone snatched, screamed in shock. Not long after, all the rest of the people's cell phones were snatched away by Yi Tianlong one by one. Some of the people who were holding their cell phones in death and trying to resist were also broken hands by the Wanyu security personnel, rolling on the ground and howling in pain. Give me these cell phones, Liu Wanwan ordered. Okay young Liu. Yi Tianlong heard the order and placed the surrendered dozen of cell phones collectively in front of Liu Wanwan. Looking at these cell phones, Liu Wanwan sneered before picking up the baseball bats on the ground and cracking them one by one. In a short while, the parts of these cell phones splashed around and became a pile of scrap metal with white smoke. Throwing the baseball bat on the ground in a dashing manner, Liu Wanwan again instructed Liu Ruyan to tell Little Red Agency, Baidu, and other companies to take down all the videos just released by this group of people, and permanently block their numbers. In less than a few minutes, the information about the gas station uploaded on the internet was all deleted, and the number of the person who uploaded the video was also permanently blocked. After doing all this, Liu Wanwan took out his cell phone and placed it in front of the hard-mouthed female car owner just now and faintly said, Sorry, money is to do whatever you want. This female car owner saw the situation with a stunned face. She just uploaded the hot video on Weibo was actually deleted? For a while, the crowd was chasing after it. There were even already people kneeling and kowtowing over there in an attempt to gain Liu Wanwan's forgiveness. We were wrong. We don't want anything. Let us go. These kneeling people could no longer endure the cold atmosphere, their hearts filled with fear. Liu Wanwan shook his head. Tianlong, take care of the scene. In addition, this group of people are all taken away to be dealt with. Let them all become mute in the future. After playing for so long, it was time to end this farce. By the way, this month, the salary of all the people of Wanwu Security will be doubled, so you can go to the finance office to receive it today. Liu Wanwan added another sentence. Because he had already handed over the Supreme God Card authority to Bai Shanyu as well, Bai Shanyu was also in charge of these huge properties. Yi Tianlong froze after hearing this, and that cold face rarely had more than a hint of touching. The rest of the 10,000 Imperial Company's personnel, that cold face also showed excitement. Boss is awesome. This was because they almost all had one thing in common, which was the urgent need for money. As the saying goes, it's hard to beat a hero with a penny. Each one of them had their own story. In short, they had come to Wanyu Security for the purpose of this huge salary. This is also the result of Bai Shanyu's brain supercomputer, heavy screening. Because Liu Wanwan had said before, the most important thing was loyalty. And sending charcoal in the snow is exactly the shortcut to make loyalty increase. Now the people of Wanwang Security had already made up their minds in their hearts that they must follow Liu Xiao to the death. Seeing this, Liu Wanwan nodded, his heart excited. He had just queried the system, and all of these Wanyu security people's favorability had reached over 90. And everyone's strength, agility, and physique had all reached over 50. Under the excitement, Liu Wanwan couldn't help but make some grandiose remarks. As long as you guys follow me, I will definitely not treat you poorly. Today I will go and purchase a property in the center of Magic City and give each of you a set. And every year each of you will have a bonus. As long as you suffer an accident because of your work, I will issue $100 million of pension per person, and you can all help to pass it on to the brothers of Wanyu Security. Liu Ruyan on the side was starry-eyed after hearing this, deeply attracted to her husband's grandiose temperament, and couldn't wait to pounce on her husband immediately. Chen Dong was also completely overwhelmed by Liu Wanwan's charisma. He had thought that Liu Wanwan's previous comment about a huge salary was a joke, but now it seems to be true. Thinking of this, Chen Dong became excited inwardly. With such a brother, he would have a bright future in the future. Yi Tianlong and the rest of the group were also filled with shock after hearing this, and a sudden rush of hot blood surged in their hearts. Follow young Liu forever. With such a down-to-earth boss, they vowed on the spot to follow Xiao Lu for life. Afterward, Yi Tianlong and the others escorted away the group of people who were kneeling and begging for mercy one by one. I was wrong, just give me one more chance, my skills will satisfy you. The dragged Wei Xiaoli pulled Qin Dong's pants and begged. Saying that, she also shook her upper body in an attempt to seduce Qin Dong. Seeing this, Chendong coldly snorted, "What did you do earlier, on your kind of goods, I can't see." After saying that, Chendong could not help but kick Wei Xiaoli. Wei Xiaoli screamed in pain and howled. The people from Wano Security had a cold face when they saw this and mercilessly pulled them away. "Damn it, rich people like you will go to hell sooner or later." The owner of the Civic who tried to struggle but was deadlocked was in a rage. As soon as he finished speaking, his legs were broken by the white-clothed man who was detaining him. With an agonizing scream and wail, the Civic owner was dragged to the car and bound with ropes. "Big brother, I just wanted to put on a show, can you spare me?" Hedgehog head Zhang Yang was directly scared out of his wits, and a foul odor emanated from his pants. Liu Wanwan was expressionless after hearing this and ignored it. Subsequently, Zhang Yang was also put on the trunk of the sack trailer to avoid dirtying the car. As for the Audi female owner and the bald man, these two had already been killed by Liu Wanwan by mistake, so they were also brought together to dispose of the body. In less than a moment, the personnel of Wanwu Security handled the scene, and even the white clothes were not dirty. Seeing this, Liu Wanwan was very satisfied. His Wanwu Security Company had initially played its role. In the future, Wano Security would also be on top of the world, sweeping away everything. "Then my subordinate will leave first. If Xiao Lu has any instructions, please feel free to command." Yi Tianlong slightly bent over and clasped his hands respectfully. Liu Wanwan nodded. "Alright, good work." Afterwards, Yi Tianlong left the gas station with the crowd. The gas station quickly returned to its usual appearance, as if nothing had just happened. Chapter 66, Customized Rolls-Royce. Looking at the departing Yi Tianlong, Liu Wanwan nodded. Name, Yi Tianlong. Age, 31. Wealth, 134,2233 dragon coins. Skills, driving advanced, fighting top, martial arts grandmaster. Strength, 85. Agility, 85. Physique, 75. Spirit, 50. Charisma, 8. Luck value, 100, cannot be usurped. Favorability, 95. This was the data he had just retrieved from the system. This is a talent, must be cultivated properly. This data is almost catching up with me. Looking at Yi Tianlong's perverted panel, Liu Wanwan secretly smacked his lips. "Let's go." Liu Wanwan returned to the car with his arm around Liu Ruyan and prepared to go to the real estate center. The gas station staff who had just not uttered a word of mockery and was hiding inside the store came out and fawned. "Boss, there's no charge for the gas just now, you guys can go This was a super big brother These staff members had already discussed that everyone would pay for this together. Witnessing everything that had just happened, they were so intimidated that they did not dare to ask for money at all. Chendong said indifferently, "No need, you guys can just charge as usual." After saying this, he opened the prestige payment code. At this moment, there was a huge shift in his mindset, from the initial lack of confidence to slowly start to feel confident. With such a bullish brother, he would really be wasted if he was still coy. The gas station staff was a bit hesitant. "You guys hurry up and collect it. As long as you don't mess with my boss's people, we won't make things difficult." Chendong smiled at the man's restrained appearance and understood in his heart. If he had not encountered such an awesome brother as Liu Wanwan, I am afraid that there is not much difference between him and the people at this gas station. Good lad. The gas station staff was overjoyed after hearing this and hurriedly took out the scanning gun. Eyeing the departing Rolls-Royce, these staff members were somewhat thankful. It was a good thing that they didn't go to join in the fun just now, or else they would have been taken away by that group of white-clothed men, their lives and deaths unknown. Thinking of that group of white-clothed men with coldness emanating from their bodies, they felt a chill. "Wife, you turn in with the Treasure Code Company's car production, design a 7-seat business car, with all the top-notch performance bulletproof and such. And let Treasure Code Company produce 10,000 such cars. Each car should be labeled with the 4 words Wanyu Security. The budget should likewise not be considered." In the car, Liu Wanwan confided in Liu Ruyan. He decided that he would create exclusive cars for Wano Security. Thinking of the picture of driving on the road in the future, Liu Wanwan became very excited. This platoon was straight up pulling full stop. "Okay hubby, I'll go and deliver it." Liu Ruyan nodded her head, no waves in her heart. She had already begun to get used to this trenchant behavior of Liu Wanwan. Chendong, who was driving the car, was still a bit unshifted and was filled with shock. 10,000 cars, how pulling it should be. Chendong inwardly cried out in a crouching voice. "By the way husband, the Rolls-Royce design drawings that you requested to customize have been preliminarily done. I sent it to your wizards, take a look." Ruyan Liu sent some information to Liu Wanwan's wizards to report up. Liu Wanwan nodded his head and checked up on the information from his wizards. Very good. Looking at the design diagram on his cell phone, Liu Wanwan was very satisfied, only to see that there were a total of 3 of these design drawings. The names were respectively called Wan Yao Xing He Rolls-Royce Tian Pui Customized Model, Wan Yu Zun Ju Rolls-Royce Gusto Private Customized Model, the Rolls-Royce Ghost. Each of these cars is designed to fit the modern aesthetic. Under the basic appearance of Rolls-Royce, the space in the back row is increased and some details are modified, which makes the car look more extravagant and beautiful. And the name of the car is also based on the name of Liu Wanwan, very dignified. Of course, the cost of each car is an unimaginable astronomical price. Just the cost of each will need 10 billion dragon currency. The most expensive Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom in the world before this was just over 1.5 billion. The customized model was fully several times more expensive. Let's make it according to this specification. Liu Wanwan said to Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan heard this and also started to busy herself with Bao Code Company. After 10 minutes or so, Shandong drove to a top Magic City sales office. Arriving at the scene, Shandong stepped out of the car in style and walked to the rear door to open it for Liu Wanwan. Liu Wanwan calmly stepped out of the car and then held Liu Ruyan's small hand. The people at the sales office's eyes glowed when they saw this. This was definitely a big shot who had the strength to purchase real estate. Therefore, they all scrambled to be the first to go up and offer their attentions. One of the salespersons wearing a black uniform greeted them with a smile on her face. "Hello sir, I'm Yang Lan from Royal Lawn Company, can I help you?" Yang Lan gasped and finally grabbed in front of everyone to receive this handsome man with extraordinary temperament. Looking at the young and handsome Liu Wanwan in front of her, Yang Lan was already flooded with nymphomania in her heart. Damn it, it's too bad that she actually got the jump on him. This looks like a rich young man, surely he can afford to buy a house, my draw. You guys are so shallow, I'm already in love with this handsome guy, really too handsome. You little wannabe hoof, all day long, you're a nymphomaniac. The saleswomen at the sales office were all stomping their feet and hating themselves for being a step behind in that discussion. No, I'm also here to see the house. Why do you go to greet him but not me? Rich people are great. A man who brought his girlfriend to see the house muttered in a low voice. Don't you know what's in your heart if you don't greet him? Looking at the man with thinning hair who looked like a programmer, the salesman muttered inwardly, but on the surface he still greeted the couple with a smile. Okay sir, this is called Lanyu Huafu is just opened, in the center of Magic City. The price of a flat is currently 160,000 supporting complete, turnkey can be moved in. The man who came to see the house was startled. What? 160,000 square feet? Why don't you go Raba? His girlfriend glared at the man and grunted. Suzy Han, look at the others who are the same age as you, driving a Rolls Royce with a chauffeur, and then look at you, you're nothing. The woman looked at Liu Wanwan with a face of infatuation. The more she thought about it, the more fascinated she became. Thinking about it, she bit her lips, her legs trembled slightly, and she almost fell on the ground. Such a handsome and rich man, if her boyfriend should be so good. Chapter 67, Buying a 40,000 suite. That others are rich second generation, can I compare? And I'm sure I'll make a name for myself in the future. This one called Su Zihan was very aggrieved. He saw his girlfriend looking like a nymphomaniac and was furious in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything. I'll break up with you if you dare to talk back again. The woman had a displeased face. Alright, I won't dare again. Su Zihan hastily admitted his mistake and begged for forgiveness, almost kneeling on the ground. Sir, if your side of the budget is insufficient, this side has a place farther away from the city center. The price is 30,000 ping. There is also a subway around it is very convenient. The sales office flashed a trace of imperceptible disdain in his eyes when he saw this, and then recommended with a smile on his face. Not bad, take us to take a look, this installment is still able to afford. Su Zihan's eyes lit up when he heard this. As a programmer, he was still able to afford it with a monthly salary of several tens of thousands. What a waste! Su Zhan's girlfriend shook her head with a spiteful face. How many more sets of this Lanyu Huafu are there? Not far away, Liu Wanwan heard the conversation just now and asked Yang Lan. Yang Lan froze after hearing this, but introduced it anyway. Hello sir, this Lanyu Huafu was just opened. There are still 40,000 sets, each set has more than 100 square feet of space, and each set is well decorated and fully furnished, so you can move in right away after purchase. And then, Lanyu Huafu surrounding schools, hospitals, shopping centers are very close, is the Magic City's current prime location, by absolutely no loss. Listening to the introduction, Liu Wanwan nodded with satisfaction after listening. Let's do it this way, this 40,000 sets I want all of them. It's just the right time to give this Lanyu Huafu to the people of Wanwu Security to live. What, you want to purchase 40,000 sets? Yang Lan's mouth seemed to be able to stuff down an egg after hearing this, and his pitch raised a few points. This person is joking, one set is calculated at $16 million for 100 square feet. 40,000 sets is $640 billion. Even if it's the Su family, the richest family in Magic City, I'm afraid they can't get that much money, right? Not to mention the Su family, I'm afraid no one in the world can easily come up with that much money. This handsome guy must be joking. The surrounding salespeople and house watchers pointed their fingers. Shandong, who already knew Liu Wanwan's identity, was also very shocked. His brother actually wanted to buy 40,000 units? This was too outrageous. Shandong was a bit curious as to how much money his brother actually had. On the other hand, Liu Ruyan was not surprised at all. This was all just his husband's basic operation. I knew he is a pretender. He still buys 40,000 sets. He is considered bullish if he can buy one set with full payment. Don't think that he can brag here just because he drives a Rolls Royce. Su Zihan stopped coldly snorting. After saying that, he let out a haha mocking laugh. Su Zihan's girlfriend also froze after hearing this. Maybe this handsome guy is just humoring himself. Who are you to mock people? Su Zihan instantly put away his mocking voice after hearing this, his face aggrieved and gloomy. I'm wrong, little flower, I won't laugh anymore. Originally, he wanted to go see that 30,000 square foot house. Now he would like to see the joke and see how this damn rich second generation would end up. The woman called Little Flower hummed, then looked at Liu Wanwan with flowery eyes. Sir, are you sure you're not joking? Yang Lan also felt that Liu Wanwan was joking and said with a face full of incredulity. Liu Wanwan looked calm and collected after hearing this. Go prepare the contract and swipe the card. I will call my men to come over to sign later. The rest of the room is temporarily written in my name. After saying that, Liu Wanwan picked up his cell phone and Wilson notified Yi Tianlong to call all the brothers of Wana security over. What? Could it be that he really wants to buy the entire Lanhua Heavenly Mansion? This is too unbelievable. It can't be. Without payment everything is still hard to say. Maybe someone else is just pretending. By the way, this Lanhua Huafu heard that it is invested by Tang family in Yendu, and Tang family's daughter Tang Xayanran is the person in charge of this side of Magic City. Hiss, this Tang Xinran but Yendu ranked top 10 beauty, is a super school bully and business genius, personal assets have hundreds of billions, is Yendu's super goddess. TSK, if this kind of extremely good can be my wife, I live a few decades less and then into the family can also be just with you, you still want toad swan meat, be careful of being assassinated by goddess Tang Xinran suitors. I'm wrong, I'm cheap, I was just joking. The people who came over to the sales center to look at the property were discussing. Oh, it's just pretending, and it's also giving the men a place to live. I just don't believe that the Dragon Kingdom has such a generous boss. Programmer Su Zihan sneered inwardly. And Yang Lan, who brought Liu Wanwan to look at the house, her heart accelerated dramatically, and a look of struggle flashed across her face. But once she thought of this at least hundreds of millions of commission, she finally decided to take a gamble. Such a big contract, I have to report it to our boss. You wait a bit, huh? After saying that, Yang Lan hurriedly contacted the higher-ups. After contacting them, Yang Lan looked at Liu Wanwan with drawn eyes. If this deal came to fruition, then she would be a billionaire, and she could just lie down at home in the future. Thinking of this, Yang Lan clamped her legs, biting her lips to tempt Liu Wanwan. Liu Wanwan saw no ripples in his heart, and was somewhat speechless to this real estate saleswoman. Although her face value could reach about 85 points, her figure was really mediocre. And the upper half of the body is flat, saving fabric for Longboy this is? Therefore, Liu Wanwan just take a look and then have no interest. Seeing Liu Wanwan's lack of interest in himself, Yang Lan was a little disappointed. This kind of handsome and gold rich boy, she is willing to be Ignoring the disappointed Yang Lan, Liu Wanwan asked her. By the way, do you have the most luxurious and top class rooms here? Yang Lan, who was still disappointed, instantly brightened her eyes. Yes sir, this side happens to have a resident out of the country to transfer the top floor mansion of the Thompson one for sale. There are 600 square feet of space, you can see the river view as well as the city's beautiful scenery, there are oversized terraces and private swimming pools and other configurations, and the house has just been renovated. The original resident has not yet resided in the sale price of $200 million. Saying that, Yang Lan again wanted to continue to introduce something. Okay stop, I'll ask my wife first. Liu Wanwan directly waved his hand and interrupted Yang Lan's words. He had also heard about this Thompson Epine on the internet, it was the best residential place in Magic City. Wife, what do you think of this place? If it's okay it will be a home for both of us in the future. Liu Wanwan asked Liu Ruyan. Suddenly, Liu Wanwan had a thought that he would buy all the unsold houses in Magic City. But after thinking about it, he decided to forget about it, it's better to leave some for the others. Yes hubby, as long as I live with hubby I'm satisfied. Chapter 68 I shouldn't be jealous. Liu Ruyan replied without even thinking. After saying that, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, outlining a nice-looking arc, her heart filled with sweetness. Liu Wanwan nodded after hearing this, then buy it. After saying that, the people around him widened their eyes, revealing a surprised look. This buying a house is also too casual, right? Without even looking at this? This is 200 million I can only afford a toilet even if I work all my life, it's simply trenchless. Oh, I see just mouth high pretending it, a moment to buy 40,000 sets of Lan Yu Hua house, a moment to buy Thompson a product, think it is dreaming The crowd of people looking at the houses were whispering there. Yang Lan's brain short-circuited for a while after hearing this, and her tone of voice unconsciously increased after she came back to her senses. Sir, are you sure you want to buy it without looking at it? After she finished speaking, her heart couldn't stop beating wildly there. If she had said that she might not feel too sure about the previous Lanhua mansion, but this $200 million worth of Tangchen Epine Yan Lan felt that there was still some hope. After all, this handsome man drove a Rolls-Royce worth tens of millions of dollars, also equipped with a driver, and surrounded by such a superb beauty. This look is some rich kid, come up with 200 million is not that impossible. Once sold, she would be able to get 1 million commission. Thinking of this, Yang Lan gazed at Liu Wanwan with blazing fervor, itching to spend the night with him right away. Okay, just tell me how to pay for it, just take me to see the house after purchasing the Lanhua Huafu later. Liu Wanwan's tone carried a hint of impatience. Yang Lan gulped after hearing this, her voice trembled a bit with excitement. This I have to contact the home seller of Thompson's first, then I will sign the contract with you on your behalf, decide to help you cut the price? Liu Wanwan shook his head after hearing this, no need, you contact it directly, I'll just pay on my side. He who already had unlimited funds was simply too lazy to cut the price. But this homeowner is preparing to immigrate to the Eastern Kingdom, it's an urgent sale, are you sure you won't cut the price on your side? Yang Lan still kindly reminded the last sentence. What? Cut, must give me a hard cut, as much as you can. Liu Wanwan's expression instantly became unsettled after hearing this, a hint of anger spreading across his face. He was deeply disgusted with the Easterning people who had a good little life. Yang Lan looked at the somewhat agitated Liu Wanwan and hurriedly responded, okay, I'll go right away. After saying that, she went to call and contact the owner of the Thompson's house. Che, in the end, it's still a price cut, pretending to be stupid. Asterisk 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 asterisk, didn't you hear that this Townsend one is for sale by the damn traders, you're not a ING trader too, are you? Bid thing, I'll beat you to death this dog basket. Suddenly, there was a muffled thump 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 from the sales center, only to see that Su Zihan was being pushed down to the ground and kicked furiously by a group of people. I was wrong big brothers, I won't be cheap anymore, I'm just jealous of him. Su Zihan protected his head with both hands and rolled up on the ground. Let's break up, you disappoint me too much. His girlfriend, Little Flower, said with a frown. He was handsome and rich, and his character was okay. And his boyfriend? Only jealous of others, it's still this brother who is good. Thinking of this person called Little Flower looked at Liu Wanwan with infatuation. No, I'm begging you, I'll never be mouthy again, please give me another chance. Looking at his departing girlfriend, Su Zihan, who had been beaten until he was bruised and swollen, hurriedly climbed up from the ground and broke away from the crowd to chase after him. Serves you right. The crowd was very relieved inside when they saw this scene. Liu Wanwan's head was filled with black lines when he saw this, he didn't invite anyone to mess with him, how come there was always a group of red-eyed people? After a small episode, Yang Lan has also finished contacting with the owner of Thompson First Class. After hanging up the phone, Yang Lan said to Liu Wanwan with an excited smile. Sir, I have negotiated a deal for you on my side, the final price is 150 million yuan. After saying that, she also revealed a hint of complacency, a look of being complimented. Liu Wanwan gave a thumbs up after hearing this, you did a great job. Yang Lan who got praised by Liu Wanwan became even more excited and looked at Liu Wanwan with a gaze full of fire. I want to pounce on him so badly. Looking at Liu Wanwan's deathless handsome face, Yang Lan was constantly flooded with nymphomania inside. Ahem. Seeing Liu Ruyan glaring at himself with her beautiful eyes, Liu Wanwan said it wasn't his fault. It can't be helped, being too handsome is also a sin. Liu Ruyan faintly said to Yang Lan who was staring at him with a flowery face, quickly go and prepare the contract. Yang Lan's brain fantasies instantly ruptured after hearing this, her face first turned red, then she lowered her head and apologized. Yes, I am going to prepare the contract. Turning her head, a flash of gloom flashed across her eyes before she hurriedly stepped on her high heels to prepare the contract. If only I could be as beautiful as her, maybe that would qualify me to be this handsome man's woman. Yang Lan thought secretly inwardly. Afterwards, Liu Ruyan gently pinched Liu Wanwan's waist. So many people are nymphomaniacal towards you, my husband is really charming. Liu Wanwan listened and then attached to Liu Ruyan's ear and said softly, of course, what do you think is my most charming appearance? Feeling the tickling on her ears, Liu Ruyan's ears instantly reddened. Her breathing accelerated and she kept exhaling her aroma, almost falling into Liu Wanwan's arms. You're bad, I was wrong, I shouldn't have gotten jealous. Hubby is charming at all times, especially when he presses down on me. After saying that, Liu Ruyan's face flushed. Liu Wanwan smelled the aroma exhaled by Liu Ruyan and couldn't help but press her down now. Exhaling heavily, Liu Wanwan decides to teach this little goblin a good lesson after he lives in Thompson. You can give your husband a good surprise at night. Liu Ruyan's autumn waves rippled as she thought of shy things internally. Sir, this is the contract prepared for you. In a short while, Yang Lan brought over a series of property transfer contracts. In her hand, she was also holding the collection machine. The people around them gazed at the situation, wanting to see if this Townsend was a deal or not. Swipe your card. Liu Wanwan directly took out his pocket's Supreme God card. The moment he took it out, a golden light burst out from the card, blinding the eyes of the crowd. Wow! The surrounding people couldn't help but exclaim in shock as they looked at this golden card. Although they didn't know where this card came from, it was awesome at first glance. This design, this pattern, all emphasized the difference of this card. Drop dash. 150 million yuan was successfully deducted directly and transferred to the public account of this real estate center. Holy, this is the first time I've seen this kind of godly man, didn't even blink an eye. Too handsome, how can there be such a rich and perfect person in the world, it's not fair crikey. Instantly feel that the $10 million house I just bought doesn't smell good anymore. A voice of discussion came from the sales center. Chapter 69 Tang Shinran. The group of saleswomen looked at Yang Lan with envy. You should know that selling Tang Xin is having $1 million payout commission. In one fell swoop, their colleague became a millionaire. How could they not be envious? Damn it, why was I a step slow? These female salespersons stomped their feet, wishing to go back to just now and take off their high heels all their rush to receive this big brother who was buying a house. It's a done deal? A trace of consternation hung on Yang Lan's face, a sense of unreality in her heart. Thank you boss atmosphere. Yang Lan bent over and thanked Liu Wanwan with a face full of excitement. Liu Wanwan's face did not change, this was just face manipulation for him. You sign it. Looking at the complicated stack of contracts, Liu Wanwan said to Liu Ruyan. Because he promised to buy a house for Ruyan Liu and make it their home. Good. Liu Ruyan gently replied back, she didn't make any pretense, picking up a pen and signing her name. In just 2 days, Liu Ruyan only felt that money was a number now. Because not only did she receive a transfer of thousands of billions from Liu Wanwan, she also had the supreme black card. There wasn't much fluctuation in Liu Ruyan's heart for this 200 million. But this was her first home with her husband, and it was very meaningful. Liu Ruyan signed with a smile. This smile is very stunning, attracting sideways glances from the surrounding people. Liu Wanwan couldn't help but look dumbfounded. I guess, only this kind of yukai can match this kind of big brother. The crowd sighed in their hearts. Just as they were sighing, the sales center suddenly walked into a beautiful woman in yoga pants, followed by 2 male bodyguards in black suits. The moment she walked in, those eyes of the surrounding males instantly glared, their eyeballs seemingly on the verge of popping out of their sockets. Some men's mouths unconsciously opened slightly, forming a small O shape, with amazement and stagnation written all over their faces. Only a woman who was about 170 tall stood over there. She was wearing a pair of yoga pants, showing off that delicate figure to the fullest. Her legs were straight and slender, with smooth and graceful lines, and her muscles were tight and elastic. Her buttocks were firm and round, and under the wrapping of the yoga pants, they were tight and sexy. The slender waist feel with the hand can hold, flat belly without the slightest flab. Not only is there a superb body, the face is also more stunning. The skin is fair and snowy, the forehead is clean and full, the eyebrow is like a faraway diaper, thin and curved. Beautiful eyes are bright and godly, nose is high and straight, lips are red and plump, like 2 delicate rose petals. The lines of the face were soft, and the overall facial features were matched just right, in line with all national aesthetics. This is too beautiful, isn't it? A little more beautiful than the beauty next to that big brother. Crap, I can't, I'm getting a nosebleed. This body is no one's fault. It's 1,000 times better than the Douyin rubbing girl. Say, does anyone know who this beauty is? I remember, last time I saw her at a banquet in Yendu. She's Yendu Tang family's daughter, Tang Xinran. The crowd kept talking. Only, these males all had one thing in common. That was that their eyes were all staring in one direction, unable to remove a single glance. Mr. Tang, why are you here? Yang Lan rushed up to greet him. She had thought that it would only be the manager coming over, but she had never thought that her biggest boss would personally come here. Moreover, this boss of hers had an extraordinary status, but he was a super big shot from Yendu. I wonder if this handsome man can match the boss. Looking at Liu Wanwan, Yang Lan couldn't help but ramble on. Addicted to novels, she quickly put the two together as a CP pair. Who was the one you said was going to buy Lanhua house? Tang Xinran opened her red lips and let out a clear and pleasant voice. Yang Lan snapped back to her senses from her CP fantasies, then pointed at Liu Wanwan somewhat nervously. General Manager Tang, the person who's going to buy the Lanhua mansion is him. This was the big miss of the Yenduyan family, a super powerful family with sky-high power. Yang Lan couldn't afford to mess with this kind of big shot. The surrounding people were also watching the drama from the sidelines, wanting to see if the handsome man who had just bought Townsend would buy Lanhua Huafu. As Yang Lan's words fell, Liu Wanwan and Tang Xinran's gazes crossed. At that moment of interlacing, Liu Wanwan's face carried amazement. Inside the heart wildly jumped. There is a kind of heartbeat feeling. This looks and figure as well as noble temperament, at least 98 points. Looking at the curvy buttocks wrapped in yoga pants, as well as the upper body that was just the right size. If Linny saw it, this guy would probably be unable to hold back and would definitely find a way to catch up with this kind of YouTuber. Liu Wanwan thought inwardly. Soon, Liu Wanwan regained his calm demeanor. After all, Liu Ruyan was also a superb special thing, and he was not so much as to reveal his piggish appearance. On the side, Shindong was also dumbfounded. The woman in front of him was the most beautiful he had ever seen after living for so long. Even if it was his previous university's top-ranked school flower, in front of her, she was eclipsed. This kind of special thing could only be matched by his brother, I'm afraid. Shindong withdrew his gaze, not daring to look more. This was the future sister-in-law. Liu Ruyan, who was holding Liu Wanwan's arm, also felt a sense of crisis. Because this woman in front of him was simply too beautiful. Whether it was her body, appearance, or temperament, she was a little bit better than her. Thinking of this, Liu Ruyan held Liu Wanwan's arm a few points harder. Hello, my name is Tang Xinran, I'm the chief developer of Lanhua Huafu. Tang Xinran stepped forward and said with a nice smile at Liu Wanwan. However, she didn't extend her hand, as she had never been in the habit of shaking hands with the opposite sex. Looking at Liu Wanwan in front of her, Her heart was awestruck with a hint of surprise at the same time. Tang Xinran had thought it would be an old man, but it turned out to be such a stunningly handsome man. There was absolutely no generation of young talents that could be comparable to him amongst the great families of Yendu. The most crucial thing was that this man said that he would acquire all 40,000 units of Lanhua Huafu. That's a total value of at least several $100 billion. Even if it was her Tang family, wanting to take out so much money at once would be difficult. That's why Tang Xinran came over with a curious attitude to see if it was true, if it was lying to her. Thinking of this, Tang Xinran's beautiful eyes couldn't help but turn cold. Liu Wanwan nodded his head after hearing this and said indifferently, "Oh, my name is Liu Wanwan. Today I want to acquire all of your Lanhua Huafu and give it to my men." Giving it to my men? Sparing Tang Xinran, who had dealt with all sorts of powerful people, froze for a moment upon hearing these words. Thinking of this, Tang Xinran's beautiful eyes were cold. "Mr. Liu, are you sure?" She had already decided in her heart that this person was most likely playing a trick on her. To know, this was a property worth several $100 billion. Even on her side of Yendu, no one had ever done this kind of trenchant thing of giving away properties. Chapter 70 Another Beautiful Woman. Seeing Tang Xinran's attitude suddenly change, Liu Wanwan also coldly lowered his face. "What, you don't believe it? He just wanted to buy a house, and then fulfill the promise of delivering a house. He never thought that buying a house would be questioned by so many people." This made Liu Wanwan a little annoyed. Tang Xinran looked at the cold-faced Liu Wanwan and was a little surprised in her heart. Could it be that he really wasn't lying? She had thought that Liu Wanwan was there to meet her. After all, there had been a lot of things like this before this. Thinking of this, a hint of an interested smile appeared on Tang Xinran's face. Good, then I'll have someone prepare the contract. She would then have to see whether this man was pretending, or if he really wasn't interested in her. Good, then you should go quickly. Liu Wanwan had some impatience on his face. Although this female was a bit prettier, he wanted the kind that was as obedient as Liu Ruyan. This Tang Xinran looked to be the more calculating kind, not to be messed with. After hearing this, Tang Xinran let out a soft laugh. Then she instructed her assistant to draw up a sales contract for 40,000 sets of Lan Yuhua Mansion. She was more and more interested in this Liu Wanwan. Not only is he calm, but he's also impatient with her. If not see Liu Wanwan's side of Liu Ruyan, Tang Xinran may think that this man is a homosexual. Moreover, this woman also looked at herself with a hostile face, as if she was afraid that she would steal her position. Tang Xinran felt a bit amused in her heart. The man she was going to find in the future had to love only her. She, who was already wealth-free, didn't want to share it with her other women. Even if it is arranged in the family cannot. The reason why Tang Xinran do a strong woman is in order to be able to have their own future choice power. Instead of doing what, all can only listen to the arrangement inside the family. If this Lanhua Huafu all sell, then she and the family status can also be able to raise some more. Thinking of this, Tang Xinran looked at Liu Wanwan expectantly. Just as everyone was waiting for the contract of Lanhua Huafu, a group of men in white power suits suddenly poured in outside the sales office. On their chests, the 4 words "Wanyu Security" hung. "I'll go, who are these people? It's over, should we hurry and run so as not to be implicated?" "I don't think so." Looking at these people with Wanyu Security on their chests, could it be the Rolls-Royce owner's men? Looking at this black pressurized piece, the people in the sales office were frightened. This is at least a few hundred people. I'm afraid that even if they want to run, they can't run out. Tang Xinran's 2 bodyguards immediately presented a state of alert, their faces filled with gravity. Moreover, this group of people step in unison. A cold temperament was emanating from their bodies, and they were well trained at first glance. They, who were also experts, could immediately tell that this group of people were not simple. Could it be that these people were rushing towards their boss and had come prepared? These 2 bodyguards secretly thought inwardly. Tang Xinran's delicate face also showed a trace of panic when she saw this. It couldn't be her rivals or enemies, right? Lu Xiao. Just as the crowd was trembling with fear, the group of white-clothed men let out a deafening sound. The leader, Yi Tianlong, led the people from Wana Security and walked to Liu Wanwan with a respectful face. Their faces were agitated at the moment, and their gazes were torch-like and fervent. Liu Wanwan smiled and nodded at the sight. This battle is quite big. At a cursory glance, this was at least 200 or so. I didn't expect Bai Shanyu to have enlisted so many people in a short period of time. What? I didn't expect that this group of people was actually really this henchman called Lu Xiao. It's simply too awesome. I just thought that this Lu Xiao's acquisition of Lanhua Huafu was a lie. Now I believe it. TSK, wouldn't this group of men walk horizontally in Magic City? The faces of the crowd showed expressions of astonishment. Tang Xinran was also shocked. She didn't expect that this group of people were actually Liu Wanwan's men. It wasn't much better than her Tang family training their men. This couldn't be someone from some hidden family. In Tang Xinran's memories, there wasn't such a figure in Magic City. Even if the 8 great families of Magic City were to join together, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to compare to any of their 8 great families of Yendu. Just as Tang Xinran was still speculating, a tall beauty in professional attire walked outside the door. She was Tang Xinran's assistant Song Fei. At this moment, Song Fei was holding a document and looking at the group of white-clothed men with somewhat nervous eyes. It couldn't be that something happened to Shinran, right? Thinking of this, Song Fei took a deep breath and gathered her courage to say, "Excuse me, please make way." After hearing this, the people from Wanyu security made way. Seeing Tang Shinran standing there unharmed, Song Fei couldn't help but sigh in relief. "I'll go, another beauty." There were already 2 extremely beautiful women on the field. Unexpectedly, here came another one. The crowd all marveled at her extraordinary looks and couldn't take their eyes off her for a moment. They didn't even know who to look at. Liu Wanwan's eyes also lit up. This woman had a rating of at least 95, about the same height as Tang Shinran, and her face and figure were not inferior to hers in any way. Exquisite features and a pair of gentle eyes. The face was virtuous and quiet, with a strong feminine flavor, belonging to the elegant type of beauty. "Why is there another one?" Ruyan Lu frowned her willow brows. Shendong on the side was a little stunned. Beautiful women came one after another today. He was starting to worry about whether his own brother's waist was enough. "Mr. Tang, the contract for the 40,000 units of Lan Yu Huafu has been drawn up. After our calculations, there are a total of 2 million square feet in these houses, 160,000 yuan per square foot. The total price is 832 billion yuan. Song Fei walked to Tang Shinran and reported. Only, there was a hint of trembling in her voice when reporting. Even she who possessed a good education, it was difficult for her to remain calm in the face of such a huge contract at this moment. Tang Shinran nodded. "Got it. Mr. Liu, take a look." After saying that, she looked at Liu Wanwan with a hint of awe. This person was definitely not simple. Tang Shinran put away her somewhat haughty heart and stopped underestimating Liu Wanwan. "Wife, take a look to see if there are any problems." Liu Wanwan withdrew his gaze and handed over the contract to Liu Ruyan. Hearing Liu Wanwan call himself wife in front of so many people, Liu Ruyan was very happy. After receiving the contract, Liu Ruyan then carefully examined it. "No problem, husband." After looking at it for a while, Liu Ruyan said to Liu Wanwan. Liu Wanwan didn't have the slightest hesitation after hearing it, and said to Tang Shinran with an indifferent face, "Then let's pay directly." After saying that, Liu Wanwan picked up his cell phone and transferred it according to the contract collection card number. The crowd saw this face showed various expressions such as shock, and so on. "No way, this is more than 800 billion ah, I'm afraid the world's richest man can't get this much cash. Hee, what is the richest man in the world? I have heard that some plutocrats and families have funds of at least tens of trillions of dollars, it's just that they haven't announced it. I've also heard, Yen do 8 families, each family assets have more than 10 trillion, people simply do not care about the richest name. Terrifying as hell I go, this Liu Xiao wouldn't be some plutocrat's son's person, right? Very likely, this kind of big shot can't afford to mess with ah." Chapter 71 Unlocking Loyalty. The people around them exchanged murmurs. Tang Shinran's face expression also changed after hearing this, somewhat surprised. She had thought that this Liu Wanwan would cut the price or something. If she really cut the price, she would also let some price. But what Tang Shinran didn't expect was that he was actually so quick. He didn't even blink an eye and had to pay. "You know, this is more than 800 billion ah, not a dollar." Although it was true that her Tang family's assets had surpassed over $10 trillion, just as the onlookers had said, but these were all fixed assets spread all over the world, and it was by no means possible to think of taking out so much money at once. Only those few families in Yendu would be able to take it out. Tang Shinran thought secretly inwardly. "Mr. Tang, the company's account has an additional $832 billion. On the side, Sophie looked at her cell phone and said with a trembling voice. After saying that, she looked towards the calm Liu Wanwan, her heart raising shocking waves. What exactly is this man's identity actually able to take out more than 800 billion at once? I'm afraid, this is the heir of some hidden family or plutocracy, right? Sophie was shocked. What? The onlookers next to them directly shouted out. They had actually witnessed a deal that was upwards of $800 billion. This was simply too unbelievable, right? It was definitely enough for them to blow it for the rest of their lives. The people from 10,000 Imperial Security looked at Liu Wanwan with eyes filled with reverence and amazement. Following this kind of boss, there is absolutely no worry about food and drink in the future. Moreover, these houses were purchased for them by the boss. The loyalty of the Wanyu security people to Liu Wanwan increased a little more. TSK, this brother of mine won't have obtained the same system as in the novel, right? He who was once just a loser had transformed into a big brother. Chen Dong had become increasingly unable to see through Liu Wanwan. He shook his head and threw away this absurd thought. How could someone obtain a system in reality? What exactly is his identity? Tang Xinran's heart was filled with shock. Excluding the construction costs of building the Lan Yuehua mansion, she was able to make at least over $100 billion in pure profit. Back in Yendu, her voice and status in the Tang family would also increase. Moreover, Tang Xinran still had a bet with the family. It was that if she could do a good job with this project, and after selling all of the Lan Yuehua mansion, she wouldn't have to accept the family's arrangement to get married. Of course, selling out doesn't mean selling out at a loss. Rather, it is necessary to sell each sweet profit to reach more than 10% pure profit in the various costs. In the current turbulent times of real estate, achieving this requirement was not easy. One random change and she would likely lose money. It was such a difficult task to accomplish, and it was also her bet with the family. She actually accomplished it? Tang Xinran held back her inner excitement, a faint smile hanging on her face. Congratulations to Mr. Liu for becoming the owner of these 40,000 sets. Why don't we have dinner together tonight? For this kind of character who was able to take out $800 billion, she gave birth to the idea of befriending him. This was the first time she had ever invited the opposite sex for a meal. Thinking of this, Tang Xinran's cheeks blushed slightly. Liu Wanwan was a little heartbroken inside after hearing this. However, seeing Liu Ruyan on the side, after thinking that he might also have to meet with his childhood friend Xia Yao in the evening, Liu Wanwan then dismissed this idea. Next time, Liu Wanwan said indifferently. Liu Ruyan heard with a smug look at Tang Xinran, seemed to swear their sovereignty. Tang Xinran was a little disappointed, looking at Liu Ruyan who looked at herself with a smug look. A trace of goodwill rose in her heart. Tang Xinran lightly glanced at Liu Ruyan. Okay, General Manager Liu, then let's add a waiver. Wait until Yendu, I'll be the host. After saying that, not waiting for Liu Wanwan to respond, she directly took out her cell phone and handed the friend QR code to Liu Wanwan. Tang Xinran thought she was better than the woman next to Liu Wanwan. Regardless of body shape and appearance, she felt that she was better. Therefore, she was confident and at the same time a little nervous. She was afraid that Liu Wanwan would reject her. If she was really rejected, she would lose a wind in front of this woman. Thinking of this, Tang Xinran's palms seeped out fine beads of sweat, her fingers unconsciously squeezing her cell phone tightly. Drop dash. Seeing Liu Wanwan swept his friend, Tang Xinran couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in the bottom of her heart, returning Liu Ruyan's gaze with the same complacent look. Liu Ruyan wasn't affected in the slightest and, then with a demonstrative gesture, she gently leaned her head on Liu Wanwan's shoulder. I'm going. The surrounding males were filled with envy and jealousy. These two superb YouTubers, they seemed to be competing for jealousy? Sophie also looked at Tang Xinran with different eyes. She remembered that Tang Xinran wasn't like this usually keeping a certain distance from males. So jealousy is even more unlikely. Sophie knows Tang Xinran character very well, she is absolutely not allowed to share a man with her woman. Seeing Su Fei looking at herself with different eyes, Tang Xinran realized that her behavior and manners seemed a bit bad. She hurriedly resumed her previous calmness and composure. This damned competitive spirit of mine. Tang Xinran was a bit frantic. Liu Wanwan's eyes flickered slightly. Could it be that this Tang Xinran was interested in him? The more beautiful women he met, the chances of that Lin Yi chasing after beauty decreased by 1 point. This was all a constant stream of chi luck value. Thinking of this, Liu Wanwan looked at Tang Xinran as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Feeling Liu Wanwan's blazing eyes, Tang Xinran's heart beat wildly. He won't be starting to be interested in me. Tang Xinran was a little smug inside. It seemed like her charm seemed to still be there. Right, where are these houses? While signing the contract, Liu Wanwan asked. I'll let Xiaoyang take you guys to see these houses later. If your men choose a good house, you can let Xiaoyang handle the ownership of each suite and individually. Tang Xinran said and couldn't help but sneak a few more glances at Liu Wanwan. She realized that this man didn't seem to be interested in her again. What an elusive person. Tang Xinran secretly thought. Well, pretty good. After signing, Liu Wanwan returned the pen to Sophie. The contract he was signing now was the total ownership of Lan Yu Huafu. Of course, at that time, if the people from Wanyu Security picked it out well, Liu Wanwan would then give someone a real estate license. After all, it is said that it is a gift, surely it is a complete and total ownership of this house to others. This point, Liu Wanwan still consider very well. Subsequently, Liu Wanwan inquired about the favorability of everyone in Wanwu Security towards him. Unlocking loyalty for the host. Suddenly, the brain system rang out. Congratulations to the host, all the people of Wanyu Security have a loyalty to the host that is higher than 90 or more. Chapter 72, Anti-Bonehead. The system prompted. Liu Wanwan was ecstatic inside after hearing this. He didn't expect that giving away a room would actually make the people of Wanwu Security raise their loyalty so much. However, what is this loyalty construct? When he was puzzled, the system voice also sounded. Loyalty below 60 represents that one may betray the host at any time due to interests, and when it reaches above 60, one will not easily betray the host. A loyalty of 90 or more means that the host will not betray, and is willing to sacrifice his own life to protect the host, unless the host has done something that touches the bottom line of the subordinates, then betrayal may occur. A loyalty of 100 means never betrayal, no matter what the host does, he will not be betrayed. Of course, if the loyalty is negative, it means he is a rebel. Liu Wanwan was excited after hearing this. Although he didn't need others to protect him, it was quite good to have such a group of liver and brain underlings. Moreover, none of this group of men were anti-boneheads. Thinking of this, Liu Wanwan was relieved and said to Yi Tianlong and the others, then you guys follow her to look at the houses. If you see which house you like, you can directly go through the formalities. The people from Wanwu Security had a look of excitement on their faces after hearing this. Okay, young Liu. After saying that, the people around cast envious eyes at the Wanyu security people. In this society of capital oppression, having such a boss was simply a miracle. If only I was under him. Being cattle and horsemen, this thought rose within them. Feeling the envious eyes around them, the Wan royal security guards each raised their heads and chests with smiles on their faces. Young Liu, can I be your subordinate as well? Looking at Wanyu security's glowing appearance, a stocky man couldn't help but open his mouth. Liu Wanwan shook his head after hearing this. No need. After checking the man's panel, strength, agility and so on were only 10, just reaching the normal human indicators. And this person's loyalty was negative. At first glance, he was a rebel. This stocky man saw Liu Wanwan's look of contempt and became angry on the spot. I was trained in the Dragon Kingdom defense team. I'm no worse than this group of people. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves. The sleeves were instantly rolled up above his elbows, revealing his muscular little arms. The two bodyguards beside Tang Xinran looked disdainful when they saw this. This man looked like he was strong on the outside, only to see this physically fit man directly rushing to Liu Wanwan to prove himself. He had a smug ferocity on his face, as if he wanted to prove himself with his seemingly strong physique. Be careful, Tang Xinran couldn't help but warn. Just as Liu Wanwan wanted to strike, Yi Tianlong moved. His figure was like a bolt of black lightning, instantly disappearing from his original position. The people present only felt a blur before their eyes. There was no time to catch his figure. In just the blink of an eye, Yi Tianlong had already crossed a distance of several meters and appeared in front of the stocky man. His right fist was wrapped in the sound of whistling wind, striking swiftly towards the man's abdomen. Ah! The stocky man was directly sent flying, lying on the ground and fainting. Yi Tianlong stood there expressionlessly, with a relaxed look. Hiss! The surrounding people sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This burly man was defeated so easily? And it was still defeated by someone smaller than his physique. The people who had wanted to join Liu Wanwan's men had all dismissed their thoughts at this moment. That somewhat nervous Tang Xinran let out a sigh of relief, then her face suddenly turned red. What am I worried about when no one else is worried? Tang Xinran thought inwardly. Liu Wanwan, who had wanted to make a move, was satisfied and said to Yi Tianlong, very well, you guys quickly go and look at the rooms, and you all disperse. After saying that, the crowd of onlookers instantly dispersed. This big brother had spoken, they wouldn't dare to disobey. I'll take them to see the rooms. Yang Lan, who hadn't said anything, said nervously to Tang Xinran. Tang Xinran smiled, go Xiaoyan, the commission won't be less for you at that time. For the good performance of the staff, she naturally want to discuss the merits of the reward. Yang Lan's pinched heart instantly relaxed after hearing this. She nodded vigorously. Thank you, Mr. Tang. I'll definitely show them the properties properly. If Mr. Tang didn't give her a commission, there was nothing she could do. She didn't expect that Mr. Tang would actually promise to give a commission. This was a commission of more than $800 billion. According to 0.3% commission, this was more than 2 billion. Yang Lan almost fainted in excitement. Afterwards, Yang Lan took the people from Wanyu security to see the properties. In a short while, the sales center was empty. As for the fainting man on the ground, he was also dragged away by the security guards of the sales center. Tang Xinran said to Liu Wanwan, that I'll also go and get busy first. I'll see you next time I come to Yendu. After saying that, she was already a bit impatient to go back to Yendu. Tang Xinran would like to see her family's expression when they learned that they sold all of Lan Yu Huafu. That way, they won't be chanting for themselves to go to the marriage union, right? Thinking of this, Tang Xinran's stunningly beautiful face bloomed into a nice smile. Liu Wanwan couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Should say not say, this Tang Xinran is indeed very beautiful. Liu Wanwan withdrew his measuring gaze and said, okay, see you again when you have the chance. Subsequently, Tang Xinran and the others left. I also don't know if there's still a chance to meet. In the car, Tang Xinran couldn't help but think of Liu Wanwan's figure in her mind. What are you thinking about? Are you interested in someone else? Seeing no one around, Sophie also began to tease Tang Xinran. In private, they were girlfriends without words. After hearing this, Tang Xinran gently patted down Sophie and hummed, others have wives, how could I be interesting to him? Only, the faint blush on her face has betrayed her. Seeing this, Sophie teased, who said that married cannot be together, others can also divorce You nerve to go you go. Tang Xinran blanked Sophie, then you don't regret it if I go. The two laughed and flirted with each other. Let's go look at the house as well. Liu Wanwan said as he squeezed Lu Ruyan's small hand. Good. Ruyan Lu had an expectant face. Following the sales center personnel to lead the way, Qindong then drove to a luxurious mansion, which was the infamous Thompson's first class. I will wait for you in the car. After opening the door for Liu Wanwan, Qindong returned to the car in a very sensible manner. Well, when you are free, you should also go to Lanyue Huafu to pick a house of your choice, and then ask Yang Lan to transfer the property for you. After saying that, Liu Wanwan and Lu Ruyan followed the salesperson of the sales office to the elevator. Qindong looked at Liu Wanwan's departing back and inwardly vowed to be his brother's driver for the rest of his life. Arriving at the top floor, the elevator doors slowly opened and an open and luxurious to the extreme space was displayed in front of them. "Hello, Mr. Liu, this password human face you can just set it," the saleswoman said with an envious look on her face. If only she could be the mistress of this place, the saleswoman fantasized in her mind. At the moment, she was fantasizing about being pressed against the wall by this young Liu's dominance, and then ringed against the Chapter 73 Ruyan Liu's residence. When she thought of this, the saleswoman's cheeks blushed on her face. Afterwards, Liu Wanwan and Liu Ruyan then entered their fingerprints and faces. "Alright, you go ahead and get busy." Looking at the saleswoman with reddened cheeks, Liu Wanwan frowned. "What's wrong with this woman?" Good. Okay young Liu, I'll leave now." The saleswoman's face turned even redder, like a ripe apple. Liu Wanwan glanced at her with a puzzled look. "Okay, give me your collection code, I'll transfer some hard-earned money to you." Because he had purchased the house with Yang Lan, this saleswoman did not take a cut. So this saleswoman also had no obligation to bring them over here to see the house. Liu Wanwan wouldn't let others run a set for nothing, so he planned to give some tips. "No need, it's my honor to bring young Liu over." The saleswoman quickly waved her hand, not daring to receive a tip. "If you are told to collect it, you collect it. What I hate the most is white whoring." Liu Wanwan shrugged his shoulders and said in an undeniable tone, Thank you, Mr. Liu." The female saleswoman was mesmerized by Liu Wanwan's domineering look and took out her cell phone, opening the QR code for the Weixing collection. Seeing this, Liu Wanwan nodded in satisfaction and then transferred 100,000 over. "Thank you, Mr. Liu." The saleswoman looked at the 100,000 yuan arrival tip and covered her mouth. "This is too much, right, Xiao Liu? This is 100,000 yuan, equivalent to a year's salary for her. And handsome and generous, this kind of man is also too perfect." The saleswoman's eyes flashed in the shape of a love heart. Liu Wanwan smiled faintly after hearing this. "Not much, if you don't want it you can return it to me." The saleswoman shook her head in a hurry after hearing this. To be, I want it." After saying that, she also lightly bit her lower lip. "Can you add a prestige, later there is a need to call me again?" Liu Wanwan raised his eyebrows after hearing this. "No, you go and get busy." This female sales face value rating is at most 70 plus and her body is average. A minimum face value rating of 80 would be enough to meet his family's nanny requirements. Therefore, Liu Wanwan directly politely refused. The saleswoman was a little disappointed after hearing this and left with a reluctant face. "So handsome." Before leaving, she looked at Liu Wanwan with a florid face. Liu Wanwan sighed helplessly. Being handsome also has many troubles. On the side, Liu Ruyan frowned imperceptibly. "Hubby, quickly look at the room." Afterwards, the two of them checked out the small home that belonged to them in the future. The entire 600 square meter space has a delicate and atmospheric layout, with high ceilings and gorgeous crystal chandeliers. The first thing that caught their eyes was the spacious and bright living room, which was furnished with luxurious sofas and furniture. On one side of the living room is a fully equipped gym, and through the living room is the swimming pool. Above the pool is a huge glass dome, which allows you to enjoy the night view at night. There are also several comfortable lounge chairs placed around the pool. Along the corridor on the other side of the living room are 6 distinctive rooms. The master bedroom suite is spacious and decorated in a luxurious and elegant style. In the very center, an oversized bed was also placed. Liu Wanwan directly picked up Liu Ruyan and threw her onto the bed with a bad smile. "Want it now?" Liu Ruyan's beautiful eyes were mesmerized, but still held back. "Don't husband, wait for the night to give you a surprise." Liu Wanwan listened to hold back the fire, decided to see what surprise at night. Look at the whole room, Liu Wanwan quite satisfied. Furniture is complete, basically do not have to arrange. After making out for a while, Liu Wanwan said to Liu Ruyan who had several red marks on her neck, "Do you want to go to the place where you lived before to clean up a bit?" Cheeks rolling, Liu Ruyan softly said, Then trouble husband to help me tidy up together." Liu Wanwan nodded and then went down in the elevator with Liu Ruyan. When they arrived downstairs, Liu Wanwan saw that Chen Dong was negotiating with the security guard of the Tomsanipin neighborhood. "Your car has to be parked inside the parking space," that security guard said to Chen Dong. As soon as he saw Liu Wanwan coming down, this security guard instantly walked over and nodded his head with a respectful face. "Young Liu, is there anything you need to order me to do?" Because he has just learned from the property system that the most expensive top-floor mansion here has changed owners. This handsome guy in front of him was the person on the system's photo. Liu Wanwan listened and asked, "Do you have parking spaces for sale here?" It just so happened that his customized Rolls-Royce would be arriving in a while, so he could purchase some parking spaces now. The security guard hurriedly fawned after hearing this. "Of course there is, young Liu, we have a parking garage for sale over here, you can park 30 cars in it. I'll contact the owner for you if you want." Liu Wanwan nodded after hearing this. "Okay, then go and contact it for me, I will give you a tip when the time comes." The security guard was overjoyed after hearing this and quickly took out his phone to contact the selling owner. Not long after, a man came over, transferred 45 million to sign the contract. Liu Wanwan also acquired a parking garage. After handing over the garage some 7 or 8 things, the man left. "Alright, give me your collection code." Liu Wanwan said to this security guard. Liu Wanwan was still satisfied with this security guard who had eyesight. Wilson arrived at 100,000 yuan. Looking at the account arrival prompt within the cell phone, the security guard was ecstatic. In the future, he must please this Liu Xiaoa. In the midst of continuous thanks, Liu Wanwan gets into the Rolls-Royce and leaves. The security guard sees this and puts out a salute gesture, waiting until the Rolls-Royce drives away before he retracts it. Rich people are different. Casually giving a little spending is so much. The security guard sighed. Not long after, Liu Wanwan brought Liu Ruyan back to the apartment she had rented before. Similarly, Qindong parked his car downstairs and waited in it. Getting on the elevator, Ruyan Liu entered the code to open the door of her room. Instantly, a fragrant breeze hit the room. Liu Wanwan inhaled heavily, revealing a look of enjoyment. The place where my wife lives is really fragrant. Liu Ruyan smiled. That's for sure. In the future husband can every day you can smell my fragrance. After saying that, the corner of Liu Ruyan's mouth rose slightly and gave Liu Wanwan a teasing look. Liu Wanwan, where can he stand this temptation, directly closed the door, then pressed Liu Ruyan against the wall. Liu Ruyan let out a cry of surprise, the tips of her ears slightly red, then her eyes lightly trembled, then slowly closed. After making out for a few minutes, only then was Liu Wanwan satisfied and released Liu Ruyan. Nasty. Liu Ruyan pouted at Liu Wanwan, her heart very sweet. He. Liu Wanwan laughed badly. After making out for a while, Liu Wanwan began to survey Liu Ruyan's place. He wanted to see how the room of such an extreme goddess would be like. Chapter 74 Experience Pack Lin E. One room, about 60 square feet. The living room was all neatly furnished. Hubby, my room hasn't been organized yet. Liu Ruyan was anxious when she saw Liu Wanwan about to push open the door to her room. Liu Wanwan ignored it and pushed open Liu Ruyan's boudoir with a bad smile. Opened the door instantly, a light fragrance refreshing. The first thing that caught his eye was a pink-colored bed with a pattern. Then a bunch of personal items were placed on it. For example, black stockings, work uniforms and so on. I'll go, there's also lace. Seeing this personal items, Liu Wanwan's throat rolled. Seeing this, Liu Ruyan's face slightly reddened, and she hurriedly went forward to pack up all the things. Wear it for me next time. Liu Wanwan revealed a colorful expression. Looking at the colorful Liu Wanwan, Liu Ruyan's voice was like a mosquito. Good later we'll go to the mall and buy some husband love to see. Liu Wanwan instantly breathed heavily after hearing this, and an excited expression appeared on his face. Good wait a moment, immediately go. Thinking of the image of Ruyan Liu wearing all kinds of different clothes, Liu Wanwan became impatient. Afterwards, Ruyan Liu packed up some of the more important things in exactly one suitcase. Other things. Seeing that there was still a large pile of clothes and high heels in the room, Ruyan Liu frowned. Liu Wanwan rubbed his chin and said, then take all these things back. He didn't want other people to do something scheming about the things that Liu Ruyan had worn. However, these clothes Liu Wanwan naturally wouldn't let Liu Ruyan wear them, and would order some clothes when the time came. Good. Liu Ruyan nodded. She also didn't want to leave the things she had used behind. After 10 or so minutes of packing, Liu Wanwan looked at the 6 large bags of luggage on the ground somewhat speechless. It seems that all women have a lot of clothes. Liu Wanwan directly told Yi Tianlong to arrange for a few people to bring all these things back to Thompson. His Rolls-Royce definitely couldn't put down so many things. Tough hubby. Liu Ruyan looked at the busy Liu Wanwan's heart sweetly, and directly rewarded Liu Wanwan with a fragrant kiss. Feeling the remaining warmth of the cheeks, Liu Wanwan heatedly laughed. Not hard, at night I still have to see what surprise you are going to give me. Thinking about that surprise of Ruyan Liu last time, Liu Wanwan's blood chills. Liu Ruyan's behavior that day was simply too bold. It was just a little unskilled, and had to continue to be coached. Liu Wanwan looked at Liu Ruyan's attractive red lips and thought, however, could there be a more exciting surprise than this? Liu Wanwan speculated in his mind. After a while, the people from Wanwu Security came over to put these luggage into the car one by one. After everything was done, Liu Wanwan took Liu Ruyan to the most luxurious shopping center in Magic City to pick out some things. Sir, our store clothes are specially customized for a luxury family like you, using the top fabrics, specially looking for the top 10 designers in the Dragon Kingdom. Each piece of clothing is only one in the world. Sir, our store has the most luxurious watches in the world, with Patek Philippe masters. Sir, our store is the best jewelry store in Magic City, with emeralds, diamonds and other various materials, specially designed by masters. Arriving at the mall, the salespeople of some high-end stores instantly gathered in front of Liu Wanwan, recommending with their mouths agape. One by one, their eyes were glowing. This man with an extraordinary and handsome temperament was definitely a rich kid. Moreover, he was accompanied by an extremely beautiful woman. Generally in front of this kind of extremely beautiful woman, men would consume in general. That's why these people are scrambling over here. Looking at these talkative salesmen, Liu Wanwan sighed a little. Before he came to the mall he was cast a contemptuous gaze by others. And now, each and every one of these people were fawning to please him, so close to kneeling and licking. A bunch of licking dogs, they know to specialize in licking rich people. The surrounding crowd sourly said inwardly. Liu Wanwan said calmly and indifferently, I'll look at it myself, you guys disperse. After saying this, the group of sales dispersed with a disappointed face. Each of them looked at Liu Wanwan dryly, as if they were waiting for this kind of rich young man's favor. Wife, let me give you some jewelry. Liu Wanwan held Liu Ruyan's hand and laughed. Liu Ruyan reveals a happy smile after hearing this. Good a husband, then I'll pick some for you too. After saying that, the two of them walked into a jewelry store. The saleswoman who had just recommended the jewelry instantly smiled and received Liu Wanwan with an excited face. Ruyan, long time no see. Suddenly, an exquisitely dressed woman walked up and said with an excited face. Only a trace of undetectable jealousy flashed under her eyes. Such a coincidence. Liu Ruyan looked at this high school classmate in front of her that she hadn't seen for several years with some surprise. This person was her high school classmate, called Du Yatong. The same high school she was in was rated as the school flower. Only, at that time, Liu Ruyan was even better. Every day, Ruyan Liu received all kinds of love letters and gifts. Although Du Yatong also received, but in front of Liu Ruyan always eclipsed, lower head. However, at that time, Ruyan Liu was more mature and focused on her studies, and did not compete with her for the title of the so-called school flower. Later on, when people saw that Liu Ruyan was so cold, they changed the object of pursuit to Du Yatong. Du Yatong also played some careful tricks, and got her wish to become the first school flower. But at that time, Du Yatong felt that this was Liu Ruyan looking down on her and purposely giving her a handout. So, Du Yatong resented Ruyan Liu in her heart. Liu Ruyan wasn't a fool, and naturally noticed those little thoughts of Du Yatong. But Liu Ruyan, who was determined to get rid of her vampire family, didn't pay any attention to it. During this period, Du Yatong also often spread rumors behind her back, saying that Liu Ruyan is actually being adopted by others how so-and-so. As for herself, she maintained her innocent persona. The purpose of doing so was to secure the #1 position as the school flower. Why you? The man beside Du Yatong looked at Liu Wanwan with eyes wide open. Oh, Liu Wanwan took a look and was directly happy. Wasn't this the experience bag Linny? This bastard had actually hooked up with another beautiful woman so quickly. Where did that short-skirted woman run off to? However, his takeout clothes were off. Looking at Linny, who was wearing high-end clothes, Liu Wanwan wanted to laugh a little. Although this guy was dressed like a dog, the upscale clothes still couldn't hide his loser vibe. Originally, Liu Wanwan had asked Bai Shanyu to send someone to track down this Linny, but he didn't expect to run into him again so soon. However, how come Bai Shanyu didn't inform him? Looking at his cell phone, Liu Wanwan realized that Bai Shanyu had notified him on Weixin. At the time, his phone was also almost out of battery, so he didn't play with it. In the future, if you have any important information about Linny, call me directly. Chapter 75, Chasing a Goddess is Too Deep. Liu Wanwan immediately sent a message to Bai Shanyu. He almost missed Linny chasing a goddess. If this wasn't cautious, this one was probably going to get stronger and stronger. Liu Wanwan had also learned his lesson this time. He couldn't let this Linny get stronger. Chasing goddesses was too deep. If Linny couldn't grasp it, he still had to do it. Check Linny's panel. Liu Wanwan said to the system. The Linny panel was then displayed at a glance. Name, Linny. Age, 28. Wealth, 999899003000 dragon coins. Strength, 18. Agility, 16. Physique, 17. Spirit, 17. Charisma, 6. Chi luck value, 637. Looking at Lin Yi's values that hadn't changed much, Liu Wanwan sighed in relief. A slight lack of caution had almost made this bastard stronger. Now he could hinder him from chasing after beauty to gain his chi luck value again. The corner of Liu Wanwan's mouth rose slightly. Seeing Liu Wanwan's impish look, Lin Yi's heart suddenly felt a little uneasy. How come it's this takeout clerk again? Liu Ruyan frowned slightly before introducing herself to Liu Wanwan. Hubby, this is my high school classmate Du Yatong. Liu Wanwan nodded after hearing this. This Du Yatong's face value rating could reach 91, except that she reveals a green tea flavor all over. In ancient times, she was the kind of consort who was very scheming, and had to fight for favor and frame others. Du Yatong looked at Liu Wanwan and her eyes lit up. This dress, as well as this heavenly face value. Instantly, Du Yatong's jealousy of Liu Ruyan in her heart increased a few more points. Why should she be able to have this kind of rich and handsome object? Du Yatong held back her inner jealousy and revealed a nice smile on her face. Aren't you going to introduce your husband? After saying that, she inadvertently glanced at Liu Wanwan with a look of refusal. Still really green tea. Seeing Du Yatong's look, Liu Wanwan said inwardly. But this was good, he could ruthlessly explode Lin Yi's chi value later. Liu Ruyan was a bit upset and said faintly to Du Yatong, "My husband's name is Liu Wanwan." After saying that, she took Liu Wanwan's hand and went to look at the jewelry in the store, no longer taking care of this green tea. Du Yatong put on a smile on her face, also instantly disappeared, looking at Liu Wanwan's back with a slight flicker in her eyes. "This time I will definitely press you." Du Yatong grunted inwardly. Seeing Du Yatong look interested in this damned little white boy, Linny was instantly anxious. "Yatong, I have money now, so look at what you want to buy, I'll buy it all for you." He had just coaxed the goddess Su Jieja with $100 million and raised his favorability to 90 points, taking back the system physique doubling reward. After the favorability stabilized, Lin Yi told Su Jieja to wait for him at home at night. He himself went to the mall and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy a private customized high-grade outfit. Just after buying it, he met a goddess Du Yatong with a face value rating of 91, which was 1 point higher than Su Jieja's, so he immediately ran up and hit on her. To strike up a conversation, and after some softening, Lin Yi managed to add prestige with Du Yatong and said that he would present her with some luxury goods as a first acquaintance gift. Du Yatong, who was a green tea, naturally refused under false pretenses, deliberately disguising herself as an innocent persona to portray an image of not worshipping gold. Lin Yi was ecstatic to see this, such an innocent and non-gold worshipping goddess was much better than Su Jieja. Instantly, Lin Yi swore in his heart that he would catch up with this pure goddess Du Yatong. Seeing Du Yatong's refusal, Lin Yi took out his balance of over $900 billion and showed it to Du Yatong. He had no skills in flirting with girls, but he still chose to pursue Su Jieja in a way that he was prepared to use his money power to pursue Du Yatong. Du Yatong held back her inner excitement upon seeing this, intending to test the authenticity of the money. Under her desire to refuse, the two of them came to this luxury jewelry store. So there was also this scene now. How should I stop this licking dog? Looking at the jewelry in the store, Liu Wanwan couldn't help but rub his chin and think. Suddenly, Liu Wanwan came up with an idea. Old Chow, help me freeze Lin Yi's bank card for an hour. Liu Wanwan sent a message to Chao Guoran. I'm sorry, Mr. Liu, my site shows insufficient system privileges to freeze it. Soon after, Chao Guoran replied with a message. Liu Wanwan looked at the reply and raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed like Lin Yi's beauty chasing system had kicked in. I had wanted to drill a hole in it, but I didn't realize that this wouldn't work. Forget it then, don't worry about it for now. Liu Wanwan sent a message back to Chao Guoran and dismissed the idea of freezing the bank card. Take a step and see what happens. Liu Wanwan decided to improvise. He didn't believe it, he still couldn't handle a little tiny Lin Yi. What are the best necklaces in your store? Liu Wanwan asked the saleswoman who was gushing out introductions. The saleswoman who wore a work tag with Ma Yuegui's name on her chest froze after hearing this, and then burst into ecstasy. We have a treasure in our store called the Chen Yueying Jadeite jewelry necklace, which was designed by the famous master jeweler Chen Yueying and took 47,000 hours to complete. The necklace combines many precious gemstones in one, with 383 carats of white diamonds, over 100 pink diamonds, over 100 pieces of the finest jadeite and goat's white jade, and 55 carats of type IIA diamonds, priced at 1.4 billion dragon coins. After a whole bunch of introductions, Ma Yuegue stated the price of the necklace. After speaking, Ma Yuegue looked apprehensive. Will I introduce a necklace that is too expensive? Ma Yuegue secretly thought inwardly. This was a necklace that they had not been able to sell in the 10 years since they opened their store. The reason it hadn't been sold was naturally because it was too expensive. Even a super rich person would have to weigh up buying a necklace worth more than $1 billion. But if you can sell this necklace, the commission will be at least $20 million. Ma Yuegue looked at Liu Wanwan's extraordinary temperament, so that's why she wanted to bet on it. It's really funny, still presuming to sell this necklace. Thinking about money is crazy. Last time the richest man in Magic City came over and didn't even bother to buy this necklace, just buy him? Although this person looks like a rich kid, I don't believe that he has more money than the Su family in Mordor. Other saleswomen in the store scoffed after hearing this, and sent messages to each other in the Weixin work group to taunt them. This was because the two people in the store who looked rich were being received, namely Liu Wanwan and Lin Yi. So all the others were cursing furiously at the Weixin group, they just couldn't see anyone else as good. Then take it out and I'll take a look, I'll give it to my wife if it looks good. Liu Wanwan said lightly after hearing this. This 1.4 billion was a lot to others, but it was nothing to him who had unlimited funds. At best, it was just a small toy. Chapter 76 Acquisition of Wanda Group. I'll go get it. Ma Yuegue was very excited inside as she looked at the cloudy Liu Wanwan. Although others wouldn't necessarily buy it. But even if it was a 1 in a million chance, she wanted to try. Oh, at first glance, it's a pretender, I don't believe he has the money to buy it. It's a $1.4 billion necklace, and you're giving it away, there's no such good man in the world. I'd like to see if this person will buy it. The female guides in the store were again talking on Wilson's side. And giving it to his wife? This was a necklace worth $1.4 billion. If a man was willing to give them a necklace worth $1.4 billion, they would wake up laughing in their dreams. The necklace that man just mentioned seems to be very good. Du Yatong said to Lin Yi, who was being nice and soft. She deliberately showed a look of disinterest, but inwardly, she was very excited about the necklace. Fine, I'll buy it then. Lin Yi on the side instantly revealed a dog-licking look. Although that little white boy seemed to be quite powerful and had acquired some kind of treasure code company, but this little white boy definitely didn't have that much money left after acquiring the company. Lin Yi didn't believe that this little white boy could still come up with $1.4 billion to buy this necklace. This was also the reason why he had the confidence to say that he was going to buy this necklace. It's just right, I can slap this damned little white boy in the face, and I can also show my strength in front of goddess Liu Wanwan. Thinking about what had just happened, Linny felt a surge of anger. System, check goddess Liu Wanwan's favorability towards me. Linny inquired to the beauty-chasing system. Detecting goddess Liu Wanwan's favorability towards the host as -100, please work hard and try to chase this goddess down. When the time comes, this system will give a generous reward. Listening to the system's reply, Linny's back teeth were about to clench. Damn it, how did goddess Ruyan lose favorability towards him go -100? This must be because he had just bought a car and was mistaken by the goddess as a loser who couldn't afford it. Quickly, Linny guessed that this was the reason. Looks like I must get this necklace so I can redeem my image in front of the goddess. Linny made up his mind. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Linny's feedback chi value of 10. The system's voice rang in the head of Liu Wanwan, who was waiting for the necklace. What the hell? Liu Wanwan was a bit puzzled. He hadn't even begun to hinder this Linny's goddess chasing and dog-licking behavior. He didn't expect to somehow explode in experience value himself. Forget it, whatever, it's good to explode experience value. Liu Wanwan's heart was filled with joy. The smile of the female guide who was still introducing it to Linny directly froze. This was a $1.4 billion necklace, how dare he? Out of professionalism, this female guide smiled and reminded. Sir, that necklace is $1.4 billion, why don't you look at something else? Linny grunted after hearing this, revealing a scornful expression. It's only $1.4 billion, it's just my pocket money for the day, I'm going to buy it for the goddess next to me. At the side, Du Yatong's cherry lips slightly opened after hearing this, her heart beating wildly. Of course, she wasn't moved by this Linny, she was more shocked by Linny's bravado. She had only just met this Linny, and wasn't too sure about the authenticity of his card balance. If it was fake, it would be a shame. The thought of potentially losing face in front of Liu Wanwan. Du Yatong's moth brows knitted lightly, but she decided to take a gamble. After all, the clothes that this Linny was wearing were of the private customization kind, and would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars at the very least. This kind of dress was the only one in the world, and could never be rented outside. For this kind of luxury, Du Yatong wouldn't be able to recognize a mistake. This was the reason why she took a gamble. If his balance is real and he's willing to spend money for me, then I can use him as an ATM for a while. Du Yatong thought inwardly. Why an ATM and not a boyfriend? It was because Du Yatong was a face controller in addition to green tea. A face like Linny wasn't up to Du Yatong's requirements. This kind of lickspittle was only qualified to spend money for her, and didn't even have a chance to touch her. Only a man with this kind of money and face is my Prince Charming, right? Du Yatong looked at Liu Wanwan's back, her beautiful eyes emerging as a nymphomaniac. Looking at the sneering Linny, the female guide's eyelids twitched slightly a few times. Giving you a step down, and you're really pretending? The shop girl belabored. However, she still revealed a smile. Okay sir, but that necklace has already been wanted, so if that gentleman doesn't want it I'll be showing you the Chenyueying jadeite jewelry necklace. Linny instantly frowned upon hearing this. No way, I'm going to buy the necklace even if I offered double the price than him. The other female guides in the store stifled their laughter after hearing this and took their cell phones to taunt the group. I thought it was funny enough that I just met a pretender, here comes another one to be funny. Although the wear is very good, but this obscene temperament compared to that handsome man is simply heaven and earth. If I say that handsome man to buy the possibility are greater than him. That's right, also doubled the purchase it, say big words are not afraid of the wind flashing the tongue, delusional. Have this money can be fast can buy our store, I say now this society how so many pretenders are, really what people have. These guides kept sneering at Linny in the group. Not far away, Liu Wanwan had also heard Linny's rant and was a little cautious inside. This licking dog was really that rich. If he gave him a wave of pussy, I'm afraid that this Du Yatong's favorability towards him would be pulled right up to full strength, right? Comparing money, right? Sorry, I have Xiaobai, I will directly acquire this store in advance to see how you can respond. Liu Wanwan sneered inwardly. Afterwards, Liu Wanwan then immediately sent a message to Bai Shanyu. Let Bai Shanyu acquire this store called Jinhua Jewelry. No, that's not quite safe. Liu Wanwan again told Bai Shanyu to acquire Wanda Group. After doing everything, Liu Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief. This was stable. After a while, Mayuague walked over with a black box. Just looking at the box was very advanced. The body of the box was top-quality black velvet. Above the lid of the box, there was a small and sparkling diamond button as an embellishment, very extravagant. Hello sir, this is the Chenyueying jadeite jewelry necklace. The box alone cost tens of millions of dollars to manufacture. Mayuague introduced while carefully opening the box, very nervous inside. This was a necklace worth $1.4 billion. Although there was insurance, this jewelry type of insurance was also very expensive. If it was damaged, she wouldn't be able to afford the tens of millions of dollars in insurance premiums a year alone. So Mayuague was exceptionally careful with every action, fearing that a single mistake would cause irreparable damage. As the lid of the box slowly opened, a bright light instantly burst out, only to see that the main part of this necklace was made of a round and full, clear textured jadeite beads strung together. between the emerald beads, inlaid with grains of bright diamonds. The pendant was centered on a large and excellent quality piece of jadeite. Chapter 77 Can't Help Being Favored. Good-looking husband. Liu Ruyan's beautiful eyes lit up when she saw this necklace, and she was very fond of it. Then I'll buy it for my wife. Liu Wanwan was also very satisfied. This necklace would definitely look especially good when worn on Liu Ruyan's jade neck. Thank you, husband. Liu Ruyan directly gave Liu Wanwan a kiss on the cheek. Damn it. Lin Yi's eyes reddened at this scene and he clenched his fists. This was his must-have goddess. It wasn't just for the reward. As long as he was able to have this extremely beautiful thing, he'd be willing to give anything to have it. What right did this little white boy have? Lin Yi felt that he wasn't even worse than this little white boy. Just swipe your card and transfer the money directly. Liu Wanwan said indifferently to manhwa. As soon as the words fell, the surroundings instantly fell silent. What? These female guides and store guests were filled with shock. This was a $1.4 billion necklace, not some $14. To actually buy it just by looking at it? Manhwa, you want to prepare a contract without checking the customer's capital. This is not in line with the rules of our store. If this customer doesn't have the money to pay the consequences, you will have to bear the responsibility yourself. Suddenly, a female shopper with a Xiaomei license plate on her chest pointed at Manhwa and said loudly. Her eyes were glowing red at the moment. Her intense jealousy had made her lose her mind. Capital inspection? Other people have millions of dollars for a suit, and you know you can't afford it before anyone else pays? Manhwa wasn't one to be messed with and disliked back on the spot. Then let's bet. If he can't pay, how about you kneel down and learn to bark like a dog 3 times? Xiaomei sneered. Let's not talk about whether we can pay or not. If we can't pay, I'll bear all the consequences. I'll resign myself, okay? In addition, Manhwa, do not have the habit of betting against others. Manhwa held back the anger in her heart and returned with a calm face. She had a conflict with this Xiaomei before, so she wasn't surprised that Xiaomei was cynically red-eyed today. Yo, someone wouldn't be afraid, right? How about this? If I lose, I'll also kneel down and learn to bark 3 times. Xiaomei said back in a conspiratorial manner. Manhwa ignored it after hearing this and gave Liu Wanwan a look with apologetic eyes. Bet with her. Liu Wanwan said flatly as he watched the scene. This red-eyed female guide wants to learn how to bark, then he naturally wants to fulfill it. Everyone else has spoken. You wouldn't be afraid to, would you? Xiaomei once again used a sarcastic tone, using a provocative method there. Okay, I'll bet. Manhwa gritted her teeth and decided to trust Liu Wanwan. After saying that, she was ready to go and draw up the contract. Wait. The crowd was eating melons when Lin Yi walked up and said. After he finished speaking, the corner of his mouth snapped. Since you guys said that you need to check the capital before you can buy it, then he's already disqualified from buying it without checking the capital, so it's better if I do it instead. Then with what he thought was a domineering look, Lin Yi pulled out his bank card from his pocket and threw it to Xiaomei. He could already imagine the stunned and shocked look on the faces of this group of unseen people when they learned about his balance. Goddess Ruyan Lu, I'm sure you'll come and throw yourself at me after you learn my balance. Lin Yi widened his head and revealed a lewd smile. Sir, you're a customer I'm receiving. That female guide who had originally received Lin Yi and called Fu Xiaolu was directly anxious. Looking at this situation, it was very likely that this person had the money to buy this Chen Yueying necklace. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to engage in such wild behavior. Get lost, this is clearly my customer. Xiaomei picked up the bank card Lin Yi had thrown out and held it in her arms as she grunted. Now the commission is mine, ha ha ha. A smug smile appeared on Xiaomei's face. She was very excited inside. You! Fu Xiaolu directly cried anxiously. If this was sold, it would be tens of millions of dollars in commission. Thinking of this female guide then cried even louder, very aggrieved. This female shopper guide, really not a ing person. I really don't know why there are such cheeky people in the world. Hurry up and give the card to this little girl to let her go to the capital inspection. If you ask me, that person who lost his bank card isn't a good bird either. Others obviously received him first and deliberately threw his card to others. That's it. The customers in the store pointed and said, these damn dogs. In the past, he was often looked down upon by these rich people when he delivered takeaways. When he bought the necklace, I'm afraid that this group of dog things would have to run over and kneel down to lick him. Looking at this group of gorgeously dressed onlookers, Lin Yi grunted. He was just in a hurry to prove himself. He didn't think that much at all. Old me has money to spend however I like now. Lin Yi sneered inwardly. Slapping this little white boy in the face and proving his strength was the right thing to do. In case that little white boy really had the money to buy the necklace, he'd have to be the wrongdoer and double his purchase. Thinking of this, Lin Yi resumed his crooked expression, revealing a look that had nothing to do with him. On the side, Du Yadong almost couldn't help but want to stand out and speak for Liu Wanwan. But after thinking about how Lin Yi, the ATM, still had to be utilized, she held back. Brother, after this licking dog dies for me, I'll use his money to go after you. Du Yadong looked at Liu Wanwan's handsome face and thought secretly inside. She had already planned to give her first time to Liu Wanwan. Only this kind of Prince Charming is worthy of her. As a heavy face controller, Du Yadong simply could not resist Liu Wanwan's charm. Previously, there is no lack of a bunch of school grass-level handsome boys to pursue her, but all by Duyadong one by one refused. It's useless to be handsome, her Prince Charming must also be a super rich nobleman. Right now, this Liu Wanwan, who is going to buy a $1.4 billion necklace, perfectly meets her requirements. Duyadong can't help but want to be favored by Liu Wanwan already. Oomph, other people giving me a bank card is trusting me, none of your business. She only saw Tsume hugging the bank card tightly and said with a straight face. She didn't have the slightest bit of embarrassment on her face. The crowd looked at the brash and unreasonable Chiyo-mei and shook their heads, revealing helpless looks. Sitting on the ground crying Fu Xiaolu see everyone for her to speak, the heart had also risen a ray of hope. But when she saw Lin Yi, who was standing there ignoring her, she completely lost heart. Forget it, this commission isn't destined to be mine. Fu Xiaolu stopped crying and looked at Lin Yi and Chiyo-mei with a disgusted expression. Those two, they were both raccoons of the same ilk. Wait, you're saying that the capital inspection is a capital inspection? Just as Chiyo-mei wanted to go for a capital inspection, Liu Wanwan slowly opened his mouth. Chiyo-mei instantly sneered after hearing this. Ouch, you don't think you really have the money to afford it, do you? After saying that, she walked up and asked Lin Yi. Sir, what's your name? The corner of Lin Yi's mouth tilted as he said indifferently, my surname is Lin. Chapter 78, Green tea has its goodness too. Chiyo-mei retracted her fawning smile at Lin Yi and then sneered. See, this Lin Xiao is the big shot who can afford this necklace. I didn't even bother to expose you just now. Lin Yi lifted his chin slightly after hearing this, looking out of the corner of his eye. This Tsume was simply his mouthpiece. Lin Yi was inwardly satisfied. It seemed that this bank card hadn't been given to the wrong person. Liu Wanwan sighed helplessly at the sight. How come there were people with such bad brains everywhere? Egu, what's wrong little brother? Was I right? You have nothing to say, right? Before Liu Wanwan did anything, Chiyo-mei saw Liu Wanwan's helpless appearance and immediately pursued to taunt. The crowd also began to doubt when they saw this. Could it be that this handsome guy was just pretending? Even Duyadong began to doubt. Brother can't really have no money, right, so do I still want to be chasing him? She thought inwardly. But, this is the first time in a long time that my heart has moved right, I'll trick Lin Yi out of his money, so won't my brother have money? Duyadong nodded secretly from the side. Just do it. But then again, it went against her original intention. Just as Duyadong was getting tangled up, Liu Wanwan took out the supreme black card from his pocket and said faintly, then how are you going to respond if I take out this? Because the supreme divine card didn't have many people who knew what they were talking about. So, Liu Wanwan took out the supreme black card that Chao Guoren gave him today. The moment he took it out, everyone exploded. My god, isn't this the supreme black card that only has 100 cards in the whole country? The owners are all powerful superstars. Hiss, I heard that as long as you have this supreme black card, you can overdraw a huge sum of $10 billion. Wouldn't it be easy to buy this necklace? I'll be damned. I actually suspected that this kind of big shot couldn't afford to buy the necklace. It seems like this surname Lin is the one jumping the gun. This is a good show. Let's see what will happen to this snobbish guide. Lin Yi gritted his teeth at the sight. Damn banker Chow, it was all because of this dog that he didn't get the supreme black card. This is impossible. Chiyo-mei was filled with disbelief. At this moment, she was extremely fearful inside. If this supreme black card was real, then she would have offended a super bigot. Thinking about the consequences of offending such a bigot, Chiyo-mei began to panic. How could it be impossible? This is the big brother who acquired Treasure Code Company today. Even the president of the Bank of Dragon Kingdom has to respectfully exist. You ungrateful dog. Suddenly, a couple walked in outside the door. Among them, the young man pointed at Tsume and gloated. They happened to go to the Treasure Code 4S store today, so they saw the scene where Chao Guoren gave Liu Wanwan 10 supreme black cards. Oh my god, is this the mysterious big brother who was in the news for acquiring Treasure Code? Crap, the market value of Treasure Code Company has reached trillions of dollars. Reading the news I heard that this big brother holds 80% of the shares. This is too awesome. How can there be such a handsome and rich man? I want to be his girlfriend. The crowd was shocked to the extreme. Their mouths were so long that they could almost stuff 2 eggs. Ha, isn't this the loaded delivery guy? Why are you here too? This young man's girlfriend looked at Lin Yi and mocked. Ha, I didn't expect this man to be a delivery boy. These clothes aren't rented too, are they? Laughing my ass off. The fake bigot is pretending. The real bigot is silently watching from the side. This Cho guide is probably going to cry in the toilet. After half a day she is pleasing a fake bigot. Oh, this snob is finished. There is also this guy surnamed Lin. Big brother out of these 2 small karami counts for nothing. The crowd was full of gloating. Serves you right. Fu Xiaolu, whose eyes were red and swollen, snorted coldly. Duyadong, on the other hand, covered her mouth, shocked and excited at the same time. Brother, I knew you weren't a liar. Thinking about this, Duyadong's favorability towards Lin Yi directly dropped to -100. This damn thing. It turned out to be just a loser who delivers takeaways. Poor and ugly, there was no comparison to her millionaire brother. Detecting Goddess Duyadong's favorability dropping to -100, please host redeem yourself in time, please host redeem yourself in time. At this time, the voice of the beauty-chasing system in Lin Yi's head also rang out. I've sunk. Lin Yi's throat was so hot that he almost spat out blood. How had things gotten to this point? Lin Yi held back his inner rage, the corners of his mouth crooked again as he snorted coldly. So what if it's a supreme black card? I'll double the price to buy it. Shocked, mortals. Lin Yi wanted to see how wonderful these people's expressions would be after he doubled the purchase of this necklace. Right. I'm sure young Lin has the strength to do this. Just wait for me, you guys. The panicked Tsume seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Since she had already offended the supreme black card bigwig, she could only pin her hopes on this young Lin. Lin Yi revealed a confident smile as he listened. His goddess Du Yadong's favorability would definitely soar straight away later. Du Yadong couldn't hold back any longer and frowned in disgust as she looked at Lin Yi. Why are you like this? I'm disappointed in you. Oh. The smile on Lin Yi's face instantly came to a screeching halt when he heard this. He said with a hard look on his face. No, Yatong, listen to me, I really have money. Du Yadong didn't take offense after hearing this and walked over to Liu Wanwan's side to complain. Brother Wanwan, he is just a dog licker who pursues me. I didn't expect him to be such a person. I apologize for him for Brother Wanwan. Saying that, she pathetically said sorry to Liu Wanwan. It's fine, it's not your fault. Liu Wanwan looked at the churlish Du Yadong and said back. This woman can be really green tea, but I like it. Liu Wanwan was ecstatic, because just now, the system prompted Lin Yi to give back a 100 value of chi. This was a super strike. System, help me check Du Yadong's favorability towards me. Liu Wanwan asked the system with some curiosity. Detecting Du Yadong's favorability towards the host is 91. The system said back. What is this? Liu Wanwan was puzzled as he listened to the system reply. He hadn't even done anything, and this Du Yadong's favorability towards him had reached 91. To know, 91 was already a very high value. Looking at Du Yadong, who was wearing a JK uniform, Liu Wanwan was a bit apathetic. This kind of face value of 90 rating or more, he naturally wanted to get. However, this Du Yadong is slightly green tea. If it's not green tea, Liu Wanwan's rating for her can be a few points higher. After all, the place has also is the temperament slightly inferior. But, green tea also has green tea good. Chapter 79, My brother loves me the most. If I take her in, I don't know if my wife will get angry. Thinking that his wife seemed to be somewhat at odds with Du Yadong, Liu Wanwan decided that he still had to reconsider carefully. Hearing that Liu Wanwan was not angry with her, Du Yadong was as happy as if she had eaten honey. I knew that brother has the most heartache for me, hee. She is a little smug in her heart. Oomph. I'll definitely chase my brother down and then let Liu Ruyan know that I'm better than her. Du Yadong looked at Liu Wanwan's handsome face and hummed in her heart. You. Seeing Du Yadong looking pitifully at Liu Wanwan, Lin Yi was heartbroken. This was her goddess, and she actually dared to show this kind of demeanor to other men in front of him, especially this little white boy who had a grudge against him. When he thought of this, Lin Yi was so angry that he trembled, his eyes widened and fire seemed to be spewing out of his eyes. The crowd laughed outright at this. Ha, this delivery guy still dares to be ungrateful, he dares to compare money with a big shot who holds a supreme black card, it's like eggs touching stones. I say, you really think this delivery boy has so much money? It looks like he's just incompetent and furious, pretending here. If he can take out $8 billion to buy this necklace, I will directly eat okay. Looking at these hilarious people, Lin Yi took a deep breath and said expressionlessly, you bunch of dog-eyed things. He then looked at Liu Wanwan and sneered. I'm bidding $8 billion for this necklace. If you can't afford to pay more than that, this necklace is mine. After saying that, the corners of Lin Yi's mouth crooked up again as if he had unleashed some skill. I'd say you're brain dead. I have to be first, I can buy it at the original price. Why should I give it to you? Liu Wanwan looked at Lin Yi, who had the corners of his mouth crooked up, and frowned, with a look of a clown. Hee, I think you're broke. Still a supreme black card holder, just a goon. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth crooked even more, and he even used a provocative method. Liu Wanwan was a bit speechless. Did this Lin Yi think he was invincible just because he had $1 trillion? In that case, he would offer more than $1 trillion. Liu Wanwan would like to see how this little Lin Yi would react. When he thought of this, Liu Wanwan revealed a playful smile. Then I'll bid $1 trillion. Are you going to keep doubling it? The crowd was filled with shock upon hearing this. This necklace was only worth $1.4 billion. It was still an inflated price. Even if it was doubled, it actually went to $1 trillion. This amount of money would be more than enough to acquire this Wanda group of companies. Absolutely impossible. They all felt that Liu Wanwan was deliberately saying this price to counter this delivery loser. Only someone with a brain problem would spend so much money on this necklace. Lin Yi froze for a moment after hearing this, and his heart thumped with some panic. His bank card balance totaled just over 900 billion left. Could it be that this little white boy knew about his card balance? No, this little white boy must be pretending there. There's no way he could have that much money. Thinking of this, Lin Yi smiled disdainfully. Still pretending in front of me, huh? If you can come up with $1 trillion, Lin Yi, will eat on the spot. Liu Wanwan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Eat? This one was good. Guide Ma, you go directly to get the equipment to check the capital. Liu Wanwan handed the supreme black card to manhwa. After saying that, Liu Wanwan transferred exactly $1 trillion into the supreme black card. After hearing this, manhwa hurriedly went to get the equipment to verify the capital. The crowd held their breath, curious as to how much money the supreme black card actually had. Linny, on the other hand, clasped his hands over his chest with a confident look. He wanted to see if this little white boy had this much money. After all, Linny was the man with the system. Linny just couldn't believe that this damn white boy still had so much cash after acquiring treasure code. Pretending. Seeing Liu Wanwan's calm demeanor, Xiumei sneered in her heart. Soon, manhwa brought over the capital verification equipment. Everyone was holding their breath at the moment, looking straight at this capital inspection equipment, not daring to blink. manhwa inwardly tensed as she picked up the supreme black card and gently swiped it. My god! manhwa exclaimed in shock as she looked at the balance displayed on the capital verification device, and the device almost fell to the ground, only to see that the capital inspection device showed that the balance was 100,000. As for the several zeros, she was already too dazzled to count. What's wrong? What's wrong? Just how much money is it? Looking at manhwa, whose mouth was slightly open, the crowd was impatient. Let me count it. 1 0, 2 zeros. There's exactly $1 trillion inside this card. manhwa shouted, her voice breaking a bit. She had never seen so much money in her life. What? The crowd had another shocked face. This can't be. Linny directly panicked. No, this must be a broken machine. Xiumei couldn't accept this fact and hurriedly snatched the machine over. Looking at the several zeros displayed on top of the machine, Xiumei was filled with incredulity. I'm going to get a machine in, this must be a fake by you guys. After saying that, she ran and walked to the finance room and took another capital verification equipment. Afterward, Xiumei directly snatched the supreme black card from manhwa's hand and swiped it towards the capital inspection equipment. You, what are you doing? manhwa looked at the snatched supreme black card with some chagrin, inwardly blaming herself for not protecting this supreme black card. Hee, it's fine. Liu Wanwan laughed as he looked at the self-condemning manhwa. He would like to see what this Xiumei's reaction would be when she saw that it was still a 1 trillion balance. No way. Looking at the new device that still showed a balance of 1 trillion, Xiumei's face was very ugly. Snapped. Xiumei directly smashed the capital verification device in his hand to the ground. This capital inspection device was instantly in pieces and scrapped. She was so panicked inside that she couldn't take the blow and tried to bend the supreme black card again to damage it. Stop! manhwa shouted when she saw this. However, no matter how Xiumei broke it, the supreme black card was unharmed. Soon, Xiumei was overwhelmed and subdued by the store's shopper, only to see Fu Xiaolu grabbing Xiumei's hair and coldly grunting. Damaging the capital checking equipment is fine, but you actually tried to damage the customer's supreme black card, you're finished. The other female guides also pressed Xiumei's hands and feet. Let go of me. Xiumei blushed and kept struggling on the ground, but the other shop assistants in the store had long been displeased with this Xiumei. All of them stepped on Xiumei's body. No matter how Xiumei struggled, it was useless. Chapter 80, Kneeling and Learning to Bark. Simply deserved it. Actually dare to provoke the supreme black card, such big brother. This female guide is finished. That's right, that is to say, this big brother can be ranked to the world's richest first, right? With trillions of cash and treasure code company, simply let a person cannot believe. Hiss, so the world's #1 richest man is right in front of me? No, I have to show off to my relatives and friends that the world's richest man is right in front of me. Ha! The customers and guides in the jewelry store were all talking, their faces filled with shock. Here, your supreme black card. manhwa returned the supreme black card to Liu Wanwan. Liu Wanwan nodded and looked at Xiumei, who was lying on the ground struggling with coldness flashing in her eyes. This supreme black card cost at least tens of millions, almost damaging tens of millions of dollars of property. It was not too much to spend a lifetime in the security bureau, right? Brother is actually the richest man in the world. Du Yatong covered her small mouth, those beautiful eyes flushed with nymphomania. She could no longer help but be pampered by her Wanwan brother in her arms right now. Impossible. How could you possibly have $1 trillion? Lin Yi's forehead was sweating as he pointed at Liu Wanwan with some trepidation. He was the man with the system. How could anyone else in the world have $1 trillion in cash assets? What in the world was going on here? Lin Yi was so puzzled that he even asked about his system. What exactly is the origin of this Liu Wanwan? The beauty chasing system was silent for a moment after hearing this, and coldly replied back to him. No permission to inquire at this time, please continue to cheer the host to chase the goddess so that the permission can be unlocked. After saying that, it never spoke again. Lin Yi swallowed his saliva after hearing this. Could it be that he was going to be smacked in the face by this little white boy today? Losing face in front of the two goddesses, Lu Ruyan and Du Yatong, was something Lin Yi could never accept. Liu Wanwan laughed at the flustered Lin Yi and didn't pay any attention to him as he walked straight to Xiumei's face. Kneel down and learn to bark like a dog 3 times first. Liu Wanwan hadn't forgotten about the agreement he had just made. It would be too cheap to send this Xiumei to the security bureau. I won't learn, don't think you're great just because you're rich. Xiao Mei, who was grabbed by her hair, said with a stiff upper lip. Liu Wanwan frowned, walked to the wretched Xiao Mei and said to these female guides, you guys loosen her up a bit. These female guides were a bit puzzled. Could it be that this big brother wanted to let go of this Xiao Mei? No way. The crowd thought that the big brother holding the supreme black card had loosened up, and they were a little disappointed inside. When these female guides loosened up, Xiao Mei, who thought Liu Wanwan had wimped out, had a smug look on her face. Before she could be complacent for long, Liu Wanwan lifted his foot and stepped down directly towards Xiao Mei's hand. Ka-ching! The moment the sole of the foot made contact with the back of the hand, a dull and palpitating sound was emitted. At the center of the back of the hand, a small white bone pierced through the skin and protruded out. Blood then oozed directly outwards, making the onlookers' hearts tremble as they watched. Hiss! The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. Such a handsome and easygoing big brother, I didn't expect that his hands would actually be so ruthless. Serves you right. Although Fu Xiaolu was a bit bloodsick, a trace of pleasure still flashed across her face. This kind of person deserved this kind of fate. Ah, it hurts. Then, a pig-killing scream came from Tsume. She almost fainted without enduring the pain. If you don't kneel down and learn to bark like a dog, this is what will happen to your other hand as well. Liu Wanwan said expressionlessly as he looked at Tsume, who was wailing in pain. Linny on the side didn't dare to breathe a single breath. Damn, this little white boy is actually so violent. Linny hurriedly moved away from Xiao Mei, fearing that Liu Wanwan would strike at him as well. Xiao Mei looked at Liu Wanwan with a face full of fear. She was now extremely regretful inside. If she had known this, she wouldn't have offended such a bigot. It was simply out of character. I call. Looking at the icy cold Liu Wanwan on her face, Xiao Mei finally wimped out. Woof, woof, one. Afterwards, she forced herself to endure the pain and fell on her knees, barking at Liu Wanwan like a dog. It's too low, speak louder. Liu Wanwan looked at Tsume with a chilling tone. Woof, woof, one. Xiao Mei raises her voice, where she continuously learns to bark like a dog. Haha, self-inflicted sins. The people in the store were relieved to watch Tsume, who was learning to bark like a dog. This is a civilized society now, it's not right for you to be like this. Suddenly, Linny gathered his courage and pointed at Liu Wanwan indignantly. He was a man with a system, he definitely couldn't fall in front of this damn little white boy. Liu Wanwan was directly delighted upon hearing this. Before Liu Wanwan could open his mouth, the people in the store became upset. It's all your fault, you delivery loser talking big. If it wasn't for someone else would have bought that necklace. That's right, how dare you pretend to be a good person there. Brothers, I suggest even beating this stupid loser together. With that said, some of the males in the store had already rushed to Linny, kicking him to the ground and beating him up. Don't! I was wrong, brother. Linny lay on the ground holding his head, begging for mercy there. These damned pariahs, I'll be sure to use this money to call an assassin to kill you all. While begging for mercy, Linny thought viciously inside. Congratulations host, gained Linny feedback chi value 200. As the crowd beat up Linny, a system feedback voice rang out from the system in Liu Wanwan's head. Crap, 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 crap. Liu Wanwan was excited inside. This time it was simply a super blowout. It actually exploded with a 200 value of chi. After checking Linny's panel, Liu Wanwan realized that he was left with 327 points of chi luck value. A few more times, and it would be just a matter of time before he exploded all of Linny's luck. Liu Wanwan looked at Linny, who was cowering on the ground with his head in his hands, and his eyes flashed with coldness. He wasn't a good guy. If there could only be one protagonist in the world, then Liu Wanwan wanted it to be him. As for the other protagonists that popped up, Liu Wanwan would stomp on all of them. Give me the necklace. Liu Wanwan resumed his human and harmless expression and said to Mayuague. After hearing this, Mayuague hurriedly handed the Chun Yueying emerald necklace to Liu Wanwan, looking at Liu Wanwan with eyes full of awe. Liu Wanwan took the box and directly took the necklace out of the box and put this necklace on Liu Ruyan's jade neck. For your wife. Liu Wanwan had a gentle smile on his face. This necklace seemed as if it was customized for Liu Ruyan, fitting perfectly with her. Her temperament was raised a few points. It seems that anything a beautiful woman wears goes well with her. Liu Wanwan inwardly sighed. Well, thank you husband. Liu Ruyan reveals a smile of unrivaled beauty. On the side, Du Yatong pinched the hem of her skirt, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of jealousy. Damn it! Du Yatong cursed in her heart. She didn't feel anything at all about Liu Wanwan's behavior just now. On the contrary, Du Yatong felt that her Wanwan brother was so handsome, and that she felt a sense of security by his side. After looking at Linny on the ground as if he was a lost dog, Du Yatong felt a pang of contempt inside. There's absolutely no comparison to my brother Wan, so weak. Du Yatong shook her head slightly, her face full of disgust. Chapter 81, The Beaten Up Linny. Stop fighting, I'll give each of you $1 million, you go beat up this little white boy. Linny, who was crying out in pain on the ground, yelled out as he wailed in pain. Che, who believes that you, a delivery boy, has this kind of money? That's right, even if we did we wouldn't dare offend the richest man in the world for this money. Beat this girl to death, let him act like a pussy. The group of people beating up Linny ignored them and continued to have fun. It was only after a while that the crowd stopped. A bruised and swollen Linny stood up, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and roared, "You guys are finished, I won't let you have a good time." The crowd heard this and continued the beating, and actually had the audacity to talk tough. "What are you doing?" The law enforcer from the Public Security Bureau, who had received a report from a passerby, rushed over and asked with a frown. The people who had surrounded Linny hurriedly stopped their beating and walked away as if it had nothing to do with them. "Uncle Enforcer, you're finally here." The beaten Linny and Tsume, who was barking at a dog on the ground, both of them were filled with excitement as if they had seen their savior. Liu Xiao. The people from the Security Bureau instantly stood straight when they saw Liu Wanwan, their faces respectful. Liu Wanwan nodded and directly ordered, "You guys call up the store's surveillance video, then arrest this Chiomei to the Public Security Bureau." After saying that, the people from the Public Security Bureau immediately retrieved the store's surveillance video, and then detained Chiomei back to the Public Security Bureau for conviction. After the people from the Security Bureau left, Liu Wanwan directly sent a message to Wang Fucheng. "Old Wang, later on, the Security Bureau will bring in a person named Chiomei, you look after it." After sending it, Liu Wanwan stopped caring about this Chiomei. "I believe that Wang Fucheng will do this matter for him. I'll go, young Liu is different." Seeing the respectful appearance of the law enforcer from the Security Bureau, the crowd marveled. "Worthy of being my Wanwan brother." Du Yatong was inwardly committing nymphomania. How is that possible? Linny was filled with disbelief. It was even if the president of the Dragon Kingdom Bank was respectful to this little white boy. Why would someone from the Security Bureau do the same? Obviously he was the protagonist of this world, the son of destiny with the system. "Very well, you'll all be finished when I raid the other goddesses." Linny thought viciously inwardly. He secretly swore that he would get some bodyguards when the next time around to avoid situations like today. Afterwards, Linny wanted to sneak away when the crowd wasn't paying attention and wait for the next time to get his face back. But when he thought of Ringan Lu and goddess Du Yaton, he was reluctant. "No, I have to expose my strength as well. The two goddesses will definitely be impressed when they realize that I also have trillions of dollars in assets." Thinking of this, Linny revealed a cold smile. "You haven't even paid yet, how dare you take this necklace away, you're stealing." It was only after the people in the store heard this that they reacted as if Liu Xiao hadn't paid yet. Ma Yugue also started to get nervous. This Liu Xiao can't be messed with, even the people from the Security Bureau are respectful. Then this necklace money can still get back? Thinking of the image of Liu Wanwan teaching Chiomei a lesson just now, Ma Yugue couldn't help but shiver. But if she didn't want the money, she was afraid that she would have to pay out sky-high compensation. After all, this necklace worth $1.4 billion was lost only through her hands. Ma Yugue was a little fidgety. Liu Wanwan revealed a playful smile after hearing this. Just a moment ago, Bai Shan Yu had already acquired the store with $10 billion. By the way, she had used more than $1 trillion to acquire the Wanda Group and gained 100% of the shares. In other words, all the Wanda plazas in the country were now owned by Liu Wanwan. Let's not talk about that. Didn't you just say that you'd eat if I had $1 trillion? Liu Wanwan looked at Linny and faintly said. Upon hearing about eating, Lin Yi's face instantly turned ugly as he stammered. "That? Then who knows if the money in your card is real?" At this moment, Linny was still trying to find an excuse. Liu Wanwan said calmly after hearing this. "So you're not going to eat, right?" Linny shouted with a reddened face. "Then you have to prove that you have $1 trillion first, and I'll eat right away." Liu Wanwan said to Tsume after hearing this. "Bring the POS machine." Hearing this, Ma Yuegue's heart rejoiced and she hurriedly brought the cash collection POS machine. "You directly set 1 trillion. Seeing the POS displaying 1.4 billion, Liu Wanwan instructed Ma Yuegue. "What?" The people in the store's eyes instantly widened upon hearing this, their mouths taking on an O shape. "This necklace is only worth 1.4 billion only. Could it be that young Liu really wants to use a sky-high price of 1 trillion to purchase this necklace?" Ma Yuegue's hand holding the POS began to tremble after hearing this. She had a difficult face. Liu Wanwan smiled slightly at this. This store had all been acquired by him. No matter how much was paid, the money was still his in the end. It's just that these people don't know it yet. "Give me the POS." Liu Wanwan didn't explain too much and directly asked Ma Yuegue to give him the POS. "Young Liu, this our store has applied for a large transaction. The POS machine limit is at most 2 billion. If you want a large transaction you need a bank card transfer." Ma Yuegue suddenly thought of something and explained to Liu Wanwan. Liu Wanwan smiled after hearing this. "It's okay, my supreme black card shouldn't have a limit." Ma Yuegue was a bit helpless, so she had to hand over the POS machine in her hand to Liu Wanwan. Just as the crowd held their breath wanting to see the $1 trillion transaction, Linny jumped out and coldly snorted. "Who knows if you guys will collude? Even if you pay it might be a fake payment." The crowd suddenly realized after hearing this. Right, after all, no fool would have $1 trillion to buy a necklace worth 1.4 billion. Liu Wanwan's movement to set the amount stopped, and he faintly said to Linny, "Alright, then how about you tell me how it's going to work?" He wanted to see what this Lin Yi was trying to pull off. Lin Yi's heart rejoiced when he heard this, his nose running with excitement. You let the store collection card number to me. I'll turn 999.8 billion over first. If you can turn another 1 trillion, this necklace is yours. If not, this necklace is mine. He just didn't believe that this damn little white boy really had $1 trillion in funds without counterfeiting. As for why it was 999.8 billion, it was because that was all he had in assets. Because Lin Yi had spent over 100 million to buy a car to regain Goddess Su Judge's goodwill, and then he had bought some more private customized clothes at the mall. So in the end, his $1 trillion assets were $200 million short. Oomph, that's enough money to slap these dogs in the face. Lin Yi snorted coldly inwardly. Looking at Lin Yi, who had snot running out of his nose, Liu Wanwan shook his head before looking at Lin Yi with a sympathetic gaze. Alright, then let the store's finances draw up a contract. This Lin Yi still didn't know that the store had been acquired by him. I'll take the 999.8 billion then, save this Lin Yi from being a licking dog chasing after beauty every day. Liu Wanwan thought inwardly, his face not moving. Chapter 82 on the importance of systems. Lin Yi held back his excitement as he listened, the corners of his mouth slanting up again. Then I'm going to watch the finances the entire time, get on the official website of the Bank of the Dragon Kingdom and see if any of this money has arrived, so that someone doesn't say that I'm faking it. Liu Wanwan snorted, this bastard actually bit back. Then you go and operate it. Liu Wanwan said to Ma Yuegue. After hearing this, Ma Yuegue was naturally willing. After all, as long as she could receive money, it would be good. Afterward, Ma Yuegue then walked to the finance room and told the finance inside to bring out a laptop. There's a $999.8 billion deal. You print out a copy of the Chine Yueying necklace sale contract. Ma Yuegue said to this female finance. The female finance was first filled with shock after hearing this, and then was puzzled. Just what kind of ingrate would spend so much money on this necklace? However, the finance lady didn't think too much about it. She directly printed the sales contract to finish her job. She would like to see if this ingrate would really pay 999.8 billion. Strange, how come the collection account number has changed? Seeing the different collection card number, the female finance was a bit puzzled. She picked up her cell phone to check the prestige notification group and found that her store had changed its owner, and the person notified inside was her former boss. Yuegue, our boss has changed. The female finance was a bit stunned. Ma Yuegue was also a bit puzzled after hearing this, and picked up her cell phone to similarly see the prestige notification group. Forget about it for now, print out the contract and take the laptop out. The one who pays is going to look throughout to see if he has received this money. Ma Yuegue put away her curiosity and said to the female finance. Aha, Mr. Lin, this is the transaction contract for 999.8 billion, you just need to transfer money to the collection card number on this to complete the transaction. Ma Yuegue took the contract and handed it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi took it and flicked the contract, lifting his chin and looking askance at Liu Wanwan. Put the laptop away, I'm going to show you guys whether I have the strength to pay 999.8 billion or not. After saying that, he took out his cell phone, then transferred his entire fortune to the contract card number. Dear Supreme God card user, your card has arrived at 9. The moment Lin Yi turned over, Liu Wanwan's cell phone received a text message that the Supreme God card had arrived. Looking at the cell phone arrival prompt, Liu Wanwan smiled faintly. Although this amount of money was nothing to him, it was a huge blow to Lin Yi. Without this money, it would be much more difficult for Lin Yi to lick the goddess in the future. Didn't you guys say that I'd eat if I bought this necklace for 2.8 billion, now that I bought it for 999.8 billion, you guys eat it. After the spin, Lin Yi raised his head and chest, his face full of pride. Worship, ignorant mortals, Lin Yi said coldly in his heart. He could finally see the crowd showing their shocked faces and kneeling down to him in images this time. As for money, Lin Yi had the self-confidence to earn his trillions back in the future. As long as he chased after a few more goddesses, $1 billion wasn't impossible. At this point, he was extremely confident. However, it was different from Lin Yi's fantasy picture. The people in the store were first filled with dismay, then mocked. Ah, only a brainiac would spend over $900 billion on this necklace. I think all this money is from unknown sources, right? How can you, a delivery loser, have so much money? Right. We suggest getting someone from the security bureau to come over and check if the funds in this delivery card are legitimate. The crowd questioned. Some of the people who were still shocked also came to a realization at this moment. It turns out that the funds are not legal. They must have done something illegal to get the money. Thinking of this, they then pointed at Lin Yi and mocked him as well. The confident smile on Lin Yi's face came to an abrupt end, and he said in some panic, Are you guys out of your minds? How could my funds be illegal? Because the money was given by the system, he couldn't prove it at all. Even though the system said that the funds came from everything legal, Lin Yi couldn't explain where the money came from right now. Oh, panic, it's really fake. The crowd shook their heads and laughed coldly. Liu Wanwan began to sympathize with Lin Yi as he watched the scene. Daring to be so arrogant without having developed. It seemed that an awesome system was still important. Luckily, he'd gotten an unlimited 10,000 times rebate system with no limits. If it was the same as Lin Yi's beauty chasing system, Liu Wanwan felt like he'd be wasted. After all, being a licking dog wasn't something he was good at. Don't you guys slander me, be careful, I'll sue you for slander, my transactions are all recorded. Only Lin Yi was trembling as he pointed at the crowd with an angry face. Tell me, was the money I paid transferred to your store? Lin Yi yelled as he looked at manhwa. Manhwa looked at the female finance with her mouth slightly open and was a bit puzzled. This female finance nodded. Our company account did receive 999.8 billion. She really couldn't figure out if there was really a fool in this world who would spend so much money on a necklace. The finance woman looked at Lin Yi with the eyes of a fool. Manhwa's hanging heart instantly fell after hearing this. It was good to have an ingrate pay. Moreover, the boss might even give her a reward for receiving so much money. Just thinking about this, Manhwa couldn't help but let out a laugh. Yes, as long as Yun Lu doesn't pay $1 trillion and you sign your name on the contract, the necklace is yours. After saying that, she looked at Liu Wanwan with some concern. This Lu Xiao has already hung the necklace on his woman's jade neck. Does he really want to take the necklace down? This is a great humiliation for a man. Although Manhwa hated this guy named Lin, but this man did pay more than 900 billion. If Lu Xiao didn't pay the trillions, I'm afraid the necklace would be his. Lin Yi grunted after hearing this and looked at Liu Wanwan coldly. See, if you can't pay $1 trillion, this necklace will be given to me in a hurry. It was all because of this damned little white boy who had repeatedly caused him to lose his face. His hatred for Liu Wanwan had now reached its peak. If he had the chance, he vowed to lynch this little white boy to death. After he finished speaking, Lin Yi used his afterglow to look at the reactions of the two goddesses, Ruyan Lu and Du Yatong. However, Ruyan Lu was still flat-faced and unresponsive. Although Du Yatong was a bit surprised, her heart now belonged to Wanwan's brother, and she had no interest in this Lin Yi at all. Even if this Lin Yi had more money, Du Yatong believed that brother Wanwan would be better than him. Damn it! Seeing the two goddesses without a ripple, indifferent to this over $900 billion, Lin Yi was filled with rage inside. It was all because of this little white boy.